Chapter 181. 10 minutes after the great magician left, a guy in a clown costume pushed open the door of the bakery. Teacher. Lois' eyes lit up when he saw the man. TSK, luck, there's pigeon pie today. The clown swaggered into the store, sat down opposite the girl, and snapped his fingers at the old man selling bread. Claire, another pigeon pie. The voice he spoke was very strange, with both the vicissitudes of an old man and the immaturity of a young man. You probably never imagined that you would hear these two completely different voices from one person. It was a very strange feeling. In fact, it was not just the voice. This guy looked extremely suspicious from head to toe. He was wearing a circus clown costume that covered his entire body. He had a funny big red nose and exaggerated pastels on his face, so people couldn't tell his age and appearance at all, and even couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman. Fortunately, there were no other customers in the bakery now, otherwise they would probably be scared away by his appearance. However, the old man named Claire seemed to have been used to it. He smiled and cut a piece of pigeon pie for him, and brewed a pot of flower tea for him. The clown was dissatisfied. Hey, I told you I don't drink scented tea. Pigeon pie and scented tea don't go together at all. At least give me a bowl of pumpkin porridge. The old man was unmoved, and walked over with the cooked scented tea and pigeon pie. Your throat is not good in winter. I asked the doctor in the clinic, and this pot of scented tea has added herbs for cough. Hee, you believe the words of a bunch of quacks. The clown said disdainfully. Claire, I think you are really going to become old and confused. Although he said so, the clown still poured himself a cup. After all, it is better to have something to drink than nothing. The old woman smiled, took out a closing sign, and hung it at the door, then returned to her original position and prepared eggs and flour for tomorrow. Her shop was located in a remote area, and there seemed to be few customers. No one knew why she had to bake so much bread every day. The clown shook his head, and did not forget to teach Lois, don't be like her in the future. Women should make good use of their capital, find a man they like at the most beautiful age, and give birth to a bunch of children. This is the standard of a happy life. Lois stuck out her tongue. Teacher, you talk too much today. There is no standard for happiness. Only when you are happy can you be truly happy. I think Grandma Claire is quite happy. She has someone she loves. There is nothing wrong with being alone. Just thinking about getting married makes me feel troubled. Oh my, that's outrageous. The clown slapped the table. Lois, when did your thoughts become so dangerous? Tell me, have you been led astray by Claire? Unfortunately, probably because he usually has no dignity, the clown's glaring didn't have any effect. Lois still looked like he could do nothing to me. Okay, every time we meet, the topic is always diverted by you, teacher. It's time to talk about business. In the end, it was the girl who forced the topic back. Otherwise, based on her understanding of the clown, the other party would probably chatter about such insignificant things for a whole night. Lois knocked on the wall of the cup twice with a spoon and put on a serious expression. The rabbits have entered the scene. There should be a lot of them this time. There are 5 known ones. I don't know if there are any more in the dark. If there are, they should be hidden very well. But since they are rabbits, they will always come out to eat grass. Then we will know how many there are. The clown picked up a knife and fork, cut a piece of pigeon pie and put it in his mouth, mumbling, those guys haven't given up yet. It's really endless. Well, but this is one of the few fun things I have left. It's rare that everyone is here this time. Why don't we play a big game? Really, teacher, you are always like this, just caring about having fun, and don't care how hard we are who are responsible for running errands to set up the stage for you. Lois complained. The clown was as excited as a child who had just got a toy. Come on, come and tell me, who are the guys this time? Lois stretched out a hand. Currently known are our old friends, the unshakable Andre family, the recently joined Mensa family, the Griffin family who never gave up, and the Magician Association also sent people this time, twins, who should be masters. In addition, there is a guy named Rob, whose origins are not found, but the girl next to him should be the current head of the Breton family, the daughter of the Scarlet Sword. Entering the working state, the female archer's expression became very serious. In addition, I have to remind you that those lingering guys from the Inquisition are hiding very well this time. I haven't found them until now, but I have a hunch that their people should have sneaked into the school. Together with the previous 5 waves of people, to be more precise, there should be at least 6 rabbits in the paddock now. The clown held his chin, thinking, the girl from the Breton family? Well, is there anything special about her? Lois was a little confused. Whether it was the Andre family, Mensa, or the Griffin family, there had been many powerful magicians. On the other hand, the Breton family, although also a wealthy family in the north, was known for training swordsmen, and had never heard of any magicians. In Lois's opinion, Lolo and Rob seemed the least threatening among all the people she had mentioned before. The clown did not answer the question but asked, "Do you know how the Scarlet Sword died?" Lois thought for a moment. "I heard it was related to the Inquisition. By the way, the Inquisition seems to be secretly hunting her. Well, in this case, we can try to use her to lure out the rats hiding in the gutter." Hee. The clown did not answer the question. There was something in his smile that Lois did not understand, but he did not object to the girl's proposal. He nodded. "Just do it as you think. Tell that foreman guy not to interfere with what happened in the school recently. Now that the rabbit has entered, it's time for our party." The clown took a deep breath and showed a mischievous smile on his face. The St. Laurent Brothers Magic School has not been so lively for a long time. As the host, it would be too rude not to arrange some programs to welcome the next few guests. "Lois, get ready, the show is about to begin." Chapter 182. Lolo has been staying in the library these past 2 days, studying hard for her lessons. However, magic is far more profound than she imagined. Take the book element structure in her hand for example. She has read the 2 pages of the introduction at the beginning for a whole morning, but she still has only a vague understanding of it. No matter how many times she reads, she can't seem to understand the advanced terms, difficult nouns, and obscure explanations. The girl put down the book in her hand with some distress and rubbed her eyes. She has begun to realize the seriousness of the problem. She has chosen too many courses before. Even if there are teachers' explanations after school starts, it will never be easy. She seems to be a little too optimistic about this matter. Among the freshmen in the entire magic department, only she and Caesar chose so many courses, but Caesar was an A-level qualification, while she was only a D-level qualification. Lolo gritted her teeth. At this point, she had no way out. She could only make up for it with diligence and hard work. The word retreat never appeared in the girl's dictionary. If she couldn't even overcome this little difficulty, how could she achieve her goal and become the strongest magician? Rob came to the library to have lunch with the rookie warrior at noon. He saw the girl, who was reading a book attentively by the window. Lolo's expression was very focused. She was taking notes while reading, recording her questions and understanding of the textbook, so that she didn't notice when the boy walked to her side. The sun shone on the girl's hair, dyeing her a light golden color. Lolo, who was in a serious state, exuded an intellectual beauty. More than half of the boys in the library had long lost interest in studying, and from time to time, they would sneak a glance over here. The future super magician rarely sees such a rookie hero. When they first met, the girl was a tough character who could beat him with a long sword. The girl of the Breton family was heroic, especially in critical moments, like a little tiger, waving her claws to protect those important things. Rob didn't expect that she had such a quiet side, but the sweat on the tip of her nose seemed to prove that Luo was not at ease now. Rob's eyes moved down to the girl's notes. He couldn't help but sigh after reading only 2 lines. Luo tried hard, but unfortunately the direction was wrong from the beginning. The girl had no basic knowledge and relied on herself to force her understanding. Luo had been reading this book element structure for 2 days, but she still couldn't figure it out. Although her notes were thick, most of them were wrong. The great magician didn't plan to read on. He walked up and patted Luo on the shoulder, saying, "It's time to eat. Let's go and eat something first." The girl looked up at the person next to her, and soon lowered her head again after finding that it was the little scholar. "Oh, you go eat first, I'm not hungry yet." Rob raised his eyebrows, and closed the element structure in front of Luo without saying anything. "Hey." The girl was dissatisfied. "I haven't finished reading yet. You have to read books and eat. Besides, if you don't go to eat with me, I can only squeeze into the public cafeteria, or go back to the small cafeteria of the swordsman department to make do with a meal. The food there is not good. I don't want to go there again after trying it once." The great magician played the sympathy card. Lolo had no choice but to get up and get the clothes on the chair next to him. Taking advantage of this gap, Rob took out an identical notebook from his arms, and quickly completed the exchange. His movements were so fast that he had put the notebook that originally belonged to Lolo on the table into his arms before anyone noticed. When the girl turned around, she didn't realize that her notebook had been swapped. Lolo didn't look at it carefully, and put it into the backpack together with the textbooks. "Let's go." After dinner, the girl was eager to go back to the library to continue studying. It seemed that Luo was struggling with the book element structure today. He didn't feel like doing anything until he finished reading it. As a result, the great magician took out 2 theater tickets from his pocket. The most famous theater troupe in the Free City, Dwarfs and Girls, just arrived in Gudries yesterday. They will perform at the Red River Square tonight. I got 2 tickets. How about going to see it together when you are free? Luo's mind was now completely focused on the half-read book. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but suddenly he thought of something and exclaimed, "Hey, today is the last day of December, so tomorrow is the new year? Isn't it strange? The Magic Academy in the South usually recruits new students at the end of the year, and the school starts after the new year. When we arrived in Gudry's, it was already the end of December, and it was almost the new year." The great magician was speechless. Did someone realize the new year so late? No wonder there are so few people in the library today. Well, I have been reading books these 2 days, and completely forgot the time. The girl suddenly realized, "I'm sorry, I didn't know that tomorrow is New Year's Day. If this is the case, we have to celebrate it. I go back and change my clothes first. You wait for me for half an hour." "Oh no, an hour, ha, we meet at the school gate in an hour." It turns out that women are never punctual. About 2 magic hours later, Rob was bored and poking a nest of ants with grass roots, and finally saw the rookie warrior running from the campus. Sorry, I'm late." The girl ran to the young scholar, holding her knees and panting heavily. Rob was also stunned when he saw Luo's outfit. The rookie warrior actually returned to the appearance when they first met, a standard warrior outfit, with her beloved elf sword hanging around her waist, her ear-length short hair tied into a ponytail, flat chest, 2 small mustaches on her chin. People who didn't know her would probably think she was a handsome swordsman. The great magician asked with his eyes. The girl scratched her head. "I actually like this look. After I changed back to wearing women's clothes, I always have to remind myself to pay attention to my image at school. Everyone seems to think that girls should be more reserved and walk and talk like girls. It's not as free as when I was wandering around before. Well, although I know it's not good, I always feel that only by dressing like this can I have fun during the festival." Rob shrugged. "As long as you are happy, there is still a lot of time before the performance. Do you want to go around?" "Of course, let's go to the Vern Palace. I heard the fountain there is very beautiful. I have wanted to see it for a long time." The girl had already planned the next trip and said excitedly, "After leaving the Vern Palace, we can turn to the first commercial street next door to taste the seafood soup that the poet Wisława Szymborska praised so much. After the performance at the Red River Square is over, we can go to the Magicians Association and wait for the New Year countdown in front of the Big Ben at the door." Chapter 183. It was the early morning of the next day when the great magician and the rookie warrior returned to school. The school rules of Siamus were still relatively strict, and students were generally not allowed to stay out overnight. But yesterday was New Year's Eve, which was a special case. Many students went out to party together, and more than half of the dormitory building was empty. The student union was not so unkind, and did not check the rooms one by one. They even put a few magic lights at the gate to facilitate students who came back in the middle of the night. Rob sent Luo back to the dormitory. Thinking of what happened last night, it was still a little funny. After the drama, the two were swept by the crowd to the small square outside the Magicians Association. In the early morning, everyone counted down together. The Big Ben next to the Magicians Association rang the New Year's bell. After that, Luo and Rob also exchanged New Year's gifts. The great magician gave the girl a feather pen. Luo was shocked when he received the feather pen. The rookie warrior was also from an aristocratic family. He knew from the style and workmanship of this pen that it was not a common product. It was probably made by a famous artist, because only famous artists would strive to make every detail perfect. Such a feather pen is not just a writing tool, but more like a work of art. It is probably worth a lot of money. After Luo got the pen, although he liked it very much, he was a little hesitant. "This is a bit too expensive." The great magician spread his hands. "Anyway, I have only prepared this New Year's gift. If you don't want it, I have nothing else to give you." After a pause, the young man said, "It didn't cost much. I bought this pen from an antique shop. Although it looks good, the masterpieces of true masters usually have signatures. You can see that there is no mark on the pen. The value is not as high as you think." This statement of someone is not purely misleading. It is true that many masters like to leave their names on their works, but this feather pen is an exception, because it is a magic device. Even if there is a name, it should be left by the magician who made it. The great magician had checked it as early as in the dungeon, and there was no mark on it. Yes, that's right. What Rob gave the girl now was the feather pen engraved with the 5th level defense magic 0-degree bubble. This second-class magic device was obtained by the great magician and the rookie warrior when they were exploring the dungeon together. It can be used 3 times in total. Its original owner, The young master of the Matthews family used it once in a crisis, but unfortunately it didn't save his life. Judging from his appearance, he was probably trapped to death by those metal puppets in the inner city. Later, when Rob fought against the epic hero Monku and Udasai of the orcs, this magic device was activated again. At the most critical moment, it helped the great magician gain a precious moment and finally turned defeat into victory. So now this magic device has one use quota left. Now that the great magician has a staff in hand, this defensive magic device is not that useful to him. Although the 0-degree bubble spell is effective, it is only a 5th level magic after all. Half a year has passed, and Rob's magic source that he lost in order to save Bernadette has been restored. The great magician has a hunch that he should be able to re-enter the 6th level in the near future. Rob actually wanted to give this feather pen to Luo a long time ago. After all, he couldn't stay with the girl 24 hours a day to protect her safety. A defensive magic device can greatly improve Luo's daily safety. However, he couldn't find a good excuse before, so he kept delaying it until New Year's Eve. The great magician suddenly had an idea and gave it away as a New Year's gift. Luo accepted the feather pen with a very happy expression on his face. "I don't know if my gift suits your taste." The girl took out a small box from behind while speaking, and mustered up the courage to hand it to Rob. The great magician opened the box, and inside was a silver gauntlet. Under the girl's expectant gaze, Rob put the gauntlet on his right hand, and then exclaimed softly, "Is it mixed with mithril?" The future super magician has always been very sensitive to the elements, and mithril, known as the nemesis of magicians, is the best known material for breaking magic. Rob has naturally studied it. Almost as soon as the great magician got it, he could clearly feel that the connection between himself and the surrounding magic elements had weakened a lot. "Really? So amazing? You can guess this?" Lolo exclaimed. This mithril glove was made by a blacksmith after she arrived in Gudry's without telling Rob. The main materials are pig iron and mithril. The pig iron was provided by the blacksmith shop, and the mithril came from a bracelet of hers. It was one of the few valuable things she brought with her when she ran away from home besides the sword. She gave it to the blacksmith to melt it down in order to make a gauntlet. This gauntlet was originally intended to be given to someone as a New Year's gift, but she has been studying in the library recently and accidentally forgot about the new year. The reason why it took Lolo so long to get to the school gate was that in addition to changing clothes, she also had to secretly run to the blacksmith shop to get the forged gauntlet. In the round trip, Lolo also climbed over the back wall of the academy. Otherwise, as a first-level swordsman, she would not have been so out of breath just running from the dormitory to the school gate. Of course, what surprised the girl the most was that someone could feel that the gauntlet was mixed with mithril as soon as he got it in his hand. How did this guy do it? The color of mithril itself is similar to that of raw iron. Her bracelet is not big, and it cannot be seen by the naked eye after it is melted and mixed into the gauntlet. Because of the weight. The great magician said seriously, the weight of the gauntlet mixed with mithril is different from that of an ordinary gauntlet. As a result, the rookie hero was successfully fooled by someone, and his face showed an expression of "I see." But in fact Rob is not a blacksmith. How can he feel such a subtle difference in weight just by weighing it casually? To be fair, this mithril gauntlet is pretty good. I guess many swordsmen will be jealous after seeing it. How to deal with magicians has always been the most troublesome problem for melee professions. Especially once the distance is pulled away, facing the endless magic of magicians, melee professions have almost no ability to fight back. Now with this gauntlet, you can use the unique magic breaking property of mithril to resist magic attacks, and then wait for an opportunity to kill the opponent. But for some reason, Rob always felt that something seemed strange. It was not until a moment later that the future super magician reacted. "No, I am a magician. How can a magician carry magic breaking equipment? Instead of that, he might as well just fight the opponent directly." Well, his identity as a magician is now an absolute secret, and it cannot be revealed unless it is absolutely necessary. Most of the time, Rob still has to act as a swordsman. Thinking of this, it seems not bad to have a magic breaking equipment. The great magician took the gauntlet and said to the girl, "Thank you, I like this gift very much." The old year passed unknowingly, and the new year came quietly with the sound of bells. The two quietly left the revelry crowd in the early hours of the morning. Lolo suggested going to the beach, so Rob went to the tavern to buy beer and packed a few squids from the barbecue stall next to it. The two walked to the dock, picked a clean place to sit down, and drank beer with squids in the sea breeze. Behind them was Gudry's, which was lit up like day by fireworks. The great magician and the rookie warrior enjoyed this rare peace, chatting about their hometowns and childhoods. After drinking half a cup of beer, They felt tired. Lolo leaned his head on Rob's shoulder and fell asleep, holding a half-eaten squid in his right hand. Chapter 184. The first day of the new year, the great magician spent it in bed. Last night, he was used as a pillow by Luo at the dock, and the sea breeze blew all night. The first half of the time felt quite romantic, but then he kept the same posture for a long time, and his shoulders were a little sore. At the same time, because he drank too much beer, his bladder was also in a state of rebellion. In addition, he didn't sleep all night, and his head was dizzy. It was really a double whammy. If the girl woke up a few minutes later, Rob would probably not be able to hold on. After sending Luo back to his residence, the great magician didn't want to do anything. He lay down on the bed without taking off his clothes. When he opened his eyes again, it was already afternoon. Rob got up, went to the table to pour himself some water, and noticed the luggage piled next to him. The conditions at the swordsman department were rather simple. Unlike the magic department, where each student had his own room, most of Rob's roommates had 2 people in a room. The area was pitifully small, and some even had 3 or 4 people squeezed together. There was no room for anything except beds. The rookie warrior was quite reasonable. Although he saved money, at least he didn't let anyone live in a 4-person room. However, the great magician was not the only one in 302. It was just that the other guy had not reported in until the last day of enrollment for freshmen at Siamo's Academy. Then Rob met his new roommate. As a result, the great magician gasped. Rob had seen fat people before, but it was rare to see someone this fat. When he entered the door, he was leaning sideways. Seeing his sweaty appearance, people who didn't know him would think he had just participated in a marathon. But he was actually just hungry after putting down his luggage, and went downstairs to buy a bag of buns. The total distance was less than 200 meters, but he walked with the tragic momentum of a long march, panting every 3 steps, and leaning on the wall everywhere. Excuse me, do the people who forced you to go to school in West Ham have a grudge against you? Hey, how did you know? The fat man was stunned, then smiled bitterly. My father signed me up, and he threatened to deprive me of my inheritance if I couldn't become a professional swordsman and graduate successfully in 4 years. The great magician showed a look of understanding. The fat man was well dressed. His family should be either noble or businessmen. There was no need for such a well-fed guy to come to learn swordsmanship. And from his appearance, he obviously had no interest in sports. He definitely didn't come to West Asiamus voluntarily. Would you like one? Although the fat man was fat, he was quite enthusiastic. He took out a bun and asked Rob, who was not far away. The great magician shook his head. Then I won't be polite. I just walked such a long way. I'm a little exhausted. I need to replenish my energy. The fat man explained, and then ate 5 buns in one breath. After taking 2 breaths, his complexion finally improved a little. By the way, I don't think I have introduced myself yet. My name is Gage. I am a freshman in the swordsman department like you. Rob, nice to meet you. Also, Gage, you should lose weight. The two shook hands, and Rob sincerely offered his suggestions. Gage sighed, I know, don't look at me like this, I was handsome when I was a child, but later I was cursed by an evil shaman and had to eat constantly, and the result is what I am now. Huh? Rob was free anyway, so he cast a 3rd-level magic called Evil Detection on Gage. This spell is very sensitive to evil auras, especially curses. Basically, as long as there is a little sign, it can be detected. As expected, the great magician found nothing. Rob patted Gage on the shoulder. Come on, exercise more often, otherwise you may have a hard time graduating. The great magician didn't mean to scare his roommate. In fact, Gage's troubles came the next day. The first class of the swordsman department at the beginning of the school year at Siamo's Academy was physical training. The teacher asked all the freshmen to run 50 laps around the training ground without saying anything. At this time, Rob had to thank Luo for the 6 months of intensive special training he had given him at sea. In the past, the great magician's small body might not be able to run 5 laps, let alone 50 laps. Now, although he is not the fastest, he can at least keep up with the big group and his ranking is in the middle. Gage, on the other hand, was completely out of shape. His physique was far worse than Rob's before. He would be out of breath after walking 2 steps. Now asking him to run 50 laps was more painful than killing him. Gage's heartbeat accelerated after only half a lap, and he was sweating profusely. His legs were weak, and he was about to collapse to the ground at any time. However, he secretly glanced at the teacher on the sidelines, and found that the latter had no expression on his face at all. He just spit out 2 words coldly, keep going. Gage swallowed his saliva, looked at the classmate who had just passed him, and could only grit his teeth and continue to hold on. 2 hours later, most people finished the first running training. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, curiously looking at the staggering figure on the training ground. Gage had long been confused, and now he was crawling forward purely by inertia. His speed was not much faster than that of an old lady with a cane. Moreover, as he ran, the snacks he secretly stuffed in his pocket kept falling out. This scene looked very funny. Many people laughed out loud. When Gage ran to the 17th lap, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He sat on the ground, and regardless of the many people watching around him, he took out a handful of candy from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. The teacher in charge of physical training shook his head. He had seen people with poor physical fitness, but he had never seen one as poor as this one. However, he looked like he had reached his limit. He wanted to let Gage take a breath, but he could only frown when he remembered what the vice principal had said before. Why stop? Did I ask you to stop? Although our swordsman department does not have an entrance test like the magic department, we don't need trash who bring shame to the school. If you can't finish these 40 laps this morning, you don't have to come to class anymore. Just pack up and go home. Gage was startled when he heard this, and he struggled to stand up from the ground. Unfortunately, his weight was too heavy, and he had no strength at the moment. He tried several times but failed. Instead, he was sweating profusely, and there was a burst of laughter around him. Rob frowned, not knowing why the teacher was so strict with Gage. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the fat man had reached his limit, and it was impossible for him to run 50 laps. The great magician walked aside while no one was paying attention, picked up number 2 disguised as a cane, and quietly released a light body spell on Gage, who suddenly felt his body lighten, and the whole person felt light. Am I dead? Soul out of body? Gage was stunned, and then he found that he had actually stood up from the ground. No, to be more precise, it was as if someone was pushing him from behind. He just lightly supported the ground and stood up. Chapter 185. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that Fatty Gage had actually completed long-distance running training before the morning, even though the others had already completed explosive power and flexibility training. Rob was also a little surprised. Even with the help of the light body technique, it was not easy for Gage to complete the task before the specified time. After all, the light body technique was only a first-level auxiliary spell. At most, it could only reduce some of Gage's consumption, and could not change his physical condition, which was already close to the limit at the time. Therefore, Gage's ability to hold on still depended on himself. I didn't expect that this fat guy actually has a willpower that doesn't match his appearance. The teacher in charge of physical training also nodded secretly, and his tone was much gentler. Take a break, your foundation is too poor. I won't force you to keep up with the progress of others for the time being, but you must complete the long-distance running training in each class, and add explosive training after a month. No way, I have to run in every class. Gage no longer has the energy to complain, and he just lies on the ground like a puddle of mud. He no longer wants to think about what will happen next, and just wants to lie there until the end of the world. Unfortunately, his good wishes were soon broken by someone. The great magician came over and said leisurely, "It's 12:15 noon now. Just a friendly reminder, our next class starts at 1 p.m. If you still want to eat, you'd better go to the cafeteria with me now." Oh my god, there are classes in the afternoon? Gage let out a painful wail and almost cried. Don't be afraid. The tactical class in the afternoon is all theoretical explanations in the first few weeks. The class is held indoors, and there is no need for activities. Oh, that's good. I can't feel my legs anymore. If I train anymore, I'd die. Gage heaved a sigh of relief and stood up with the help of the great magician. After eating in the small cafeteria of the magic department, the food in the cafeteria of the swordsman department became even more difficult to swallow, so Rob simply took Gage to find Lolo for a meal this time. The rookie warrior had just finished class. The first class for the first-year students of the magic department was elemental structure. She looked a little strange while listening to the class. Lolo found that her notebook full of notes was missing yesterday, and at the same time, there was a notebook in her backpack that came from nowhere. Out of curiosity, the girl opened the notebook and found that the guy who wrote it was probably also preparing for the book element structure like her. This notebook was his or her experience. Luo didn't want to pry into other people's privacy, but after reading the first 2 paragraphs, she couldn't take her eyes off it. The 2 paragraphs used the simplest and most straightforward language to answer a question that had been bothering her. The more the girl read on, the more shocked she became. This notebook was not just a simple explanation of every sentence in the book, but also extended it to a considerable extent, expressed his own views, and also pointed out some errors in the original text. Lolo was a little skeptical at first, but after she spent a day reading the notebook from beginning to end, her original suspicion turned into complete shock. The notebook had rigorous logic, was easy to understand, and had unique insights. When reading it, it was as if the original author was sitting next to you and explaining it to you patiently. No, perhaps the original author did not have a deep understanding of the structure of elements as well as the owner of this notebook. It was not until she read the notebook that Lolo realized how wrong she was. If she had even a little doubt before, after today's class, the rookie warrior was completely impressed by the guy who wrote this notebook. Compared with him, the teacher on the podium was just like a layman who was exposed to magic for the first time. So now the question is, how did this notebook get into her backpack? Who is its owner? The girl thought someone took the wrong notebook at first. After all, the appearance of the two notebooks was exactly the same, but she soon saw a line of small words on the last page of the notebook, which read, "No matter who you are, please make good use of this notebook. It will guide you on the road of magic. Is there such a person in our school?" The rookie warrior secretly asked the little scholar opposite him during lunch. "I haven't heard of him. Maybe he is an old professor who has retired." The great magician looked normal. "What is A?" A is the first letter of Rob's long and scary middle name. In order to help Luo complete all the courses in the first academic year, the future super magician had to come up with some practical information. Rob planned to publish a series, compile a detailed explanation of the textbooks for each course, and put it into Luo's backpack without anyone noticing. But doing so is risky. It's fine once, but if he does it every time, Luo will sooner or later doubt him. In order to divert the girl's attention, the great magician fabricated a new identity of A. Huh? But why would he help me? Although Luo had just started to learn magic, he could vaguely feel how precious this notebook was. Many of the insights of the future super magician on magic were admired by Deman and Steins. The value of this detailed explanation written by him is naturally self-evident. If it is spread out, it will definitely be sought after by countless magicians. Rob thought for a moment and said, from the last line of small words, this probably doesn't know who will get this notebook in the end. You probably got it by accident. Don't think too much, and don't bother to find the owner of the notebook. I think your focus at this stage should still be on studying. Yeah, don't worry, I know this without you telling me. I just found out that the first year of school is so heavy. By the way, the senior sister came to me again last night and asked me if I wanted to join the student union. I thought about it and promised her. She recommended that I go to the discipline department first, so that I can get a subsidy of 10 silver coins every month in the future. Luo was prepared for danger in times of peace. Although he received a sum of money from the uncle at the hotel before entering school, he still did not forget to work. Discipline department? Gage, who had been eating quietly beside him, was surprised when he heard this. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this department? Gage thought for a while. The discipline department is mainly responsible for campus discipline and security. It has great power, and is one of the most core departments of the student union. The discipline committee members are all seniors and seniors. Generally, they do not recruit new students. Gage explained, but I heard that the discipline department made an exception and recruited 2 freshmen this year. I didn't expect you to be one of them. What about the other person? The great magician asked, and he had almost guessed the answer. The other one is of course the supernova of the magic department this year, the young master of the Andre family, Caesar. Chapter 186. Rob was not surprised that Caesar would try to recruit Luo into the student union, but the discipline department. This option was a bit intriguing. It was true that the discipline department was one of the most powerful departments in the student union, but it was also the most troublesome department in the student union. There was a reason why the discipline department had always only recruited senior students. The daily work of the discipline committee members was basically dealing with some troublesome students. The signboard of the student union might be deterrent enough for ordinary students, but for those problem students, if you don't have good enough skills, they will not sit down and listen to you honestly. Although Caesar was a freshman, he obviously hid his strength when he entered school. He was an out-and-out third-level magician, and he was more than enough to deal with the work of the discipline department. In comparison, Luo, who was also a freshman, obviously did not meet the standard of entering the discipline department in terms of strength. The girl's next work might not be easy. However, Rob knew that it was useless to talk to the rookie warrior at this time. Once the 10 silver coins a month subsidy was revealed, it was impossible for Luo to give up without trying. The first day of school passed without any incident. At night, Gage, who was exhausted and had only his last breath left, climbed into bed early and fell asleep soon. His loud snoring soon echoed in the room. The great magician was not in a hurry. After washing up, he first released a silent barrier for himself, sat on the bed to complete today's meditation, and then opened the box under the bed. Lying inside was Bernadette, his new magic pet in the dungeon. This beautiful bird has been in a coma for more than half a year. Because of the existence of the soul contract, there is a soul connection between the magic pet and the owner. In the past 6 months, this connection was very weak and had been intermittent. Until recently, Rob could feel that the spiritual connection between himself and Bernadette was obviously strengthening, perhaps indicating that this beautiful bird was about to wake up. Rob checked Bernadette's physical condition and found that it seemed to have lost a lot of weight. Well, although the various body functions of this bird in a sleeping state have been reduced to the lowest, it is impossible to achieve zero consumption completely. After not eating or drinking for more than half a year, this beautiful bird looked a little sluggish. The great magician was still thinking about whether to reserve some food for it. As a result, he found it embarrassing that he seemed to have not seriously studied how to feed his magic pet for so long. Bernadette is an ancient creature that was considered extinct before the magic enlightenment era. This bird is more proud than a dragon. There is no record of it being raised in any known documents. Rob, as the first person to try it, could not find any reference information. Forget it, I'd better ask it directly after it wakes up. The great magician was still very energetic after finishing meditation. He sat at the table and wrote some series notes. The second course he chose was magic analysis, which is the most important and the most difficult course recognized by all students. At the same time, this course also requires a high level of teachers. The person who teaches magic analysis at Siamis Academy is a white-haired 5th-rank magician, while the vice president of Rob's alma mater, the Royal Magic Academy of DIST, is Demand, and later the Principal Stein took time out to give him a lesson. It is not without reason that each academy attaches so much importance to this course. Magic is the foundation of a magician, and the degree of a magician's understanding of magic will largely determine the height he can reach in the future. And the future super magician happens to be one of the most influential people in the entire Dawn continent in this regard. Stein once said that Rob has surpassed all his contemporaries in understanding magic, and what he lacks is just the accumulation of step-by-step. In other words, Rob has almost no bottleneck in the promotion of his rank. The title of future super magician is well deserved. This reading note written by him is enough to make the entire magic world crazy. For this reason, Rob had to add another paragraph on the title page this time, reminding Lulu not to tell others the secret of the notebook. The great magician climbed into bed at 10:15 in the evening. With the existence of the silent barrier, even though Gage was snoring beside him, Rob was not affected at all. Not long after lying down, the great magician fell asleep. As a result, Rob was awakened by a strange magic fluctuation in the middle of the night. The boy opened his eyes in the dark. The magic fluctuation came and went quickly. It took less than half a second from appearance to disappearance. If it weren't for the great magician's excellent perception, he probably wouldn't have noticed this fleeting fluctuation at all. Rob recalled carefully. Judging from the intensity, the magic fluctuation just now was about level 3. In other words, only a level 3 magician or a level 2 magician with excellent perception can feel the magic fluctuation, and the premise is that you have to be awake or the fluctuation lasts long enough. Most people can't react to such a sudden attack in the middle of the night. What should I do? Should I go and see? The great magician hesitated. If it were normal times, Rob would definitely be too lazy to join in the fun. Although this kind of thing is very similar to the adventures often mentioned in novels, the future super magician is different from the protagonists in the novels. In terms of equipment, Rob once wore divine armor and held a legendary staff of the Lord of Eternal Night. His whole body was like a mobile treasure house. In terms of teachers, he was the direct disciple of the 9th level super magician Steins and the 8th level great magician Demand, the ace of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast. In terms of talent, Rob had long reached the point where he was not targeting anyone. As long as he practiced step by step, he could successfully advance to the 9th level. He did not need any adventures to add to his advantage. Therefore, the great magician was completely indifferent to things like adventures. But according to the mysterious teacher, the secrets hidden in Siamis, or the St. Laurent Brothers Magic School, are very important to Lolo. Rob had previously approached Lois to help the girl investigate this matter. Now that he had sensed this strange magic fluctuation in the middle of the night, he naturally connected the two together. There was no reason not to take a look at this time. As if to echo his conjecture, the strange magic fluctuation soon appeared again. This time it lasted a little longer, about 2 to 3 seconds. The great magician also determined that the source of the fluctuation should be not far from here, in the southeast direction. Rob no longer hesitated, took out a dark cloak from the suitcase and wrapped himself tightly, leaving only his eyes and nostrils exposed. He picked up number 2 beside the bed, glanced at Gage who was still sleeping, and confirmed that the latter would not wake up before dawn. Then he quietly left the dormitory, opened the door, and walked into the night outside. Chapter 187. The campus at midnight was no longer as lively and bustling as it was during the day. The deserted road seemed a little quiet and deserted. There was only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the branches. The moonlight stretched Rob's shadow. The owl stood on the bare treetops and looked down at the boy on the path expressionlessly. Rob tightened his cloak. After he walked out of the dormitory, he did not go directly to the place where the wave came from, but made a big circle and went around to the back of the school's public cafeteria. The great magician's action was naturally not because of Gage's possession, and he suddenly wanted to have a few hot bites before taking action, but to avoid people from inferring where he started from the path he chose. The distance between the public cafeteria and the dormitories of each department was about the same. Rob deliberately went here to cover up his identity as a freshman in the swordsman department. During this period, the strange magic fluctuation appeared twice, and each time it lasted longer than the last time, and the last time lasted for a full 10 seconds. Soon, there was movement in the dormitory building of the magic department. However, the great magician slowed down at this time. Rob frowned. In fact, as early as the second time the strange magic fluctuation appeared, he had already felt something was wrong in his heart. Things seemed a bit too coincidental. Just when he began to investigate the secrets of the Siamus Academy, this magic fluctuation happened to appear, almost as if telling him that this fluctuation was related to the secrets of the school. Moreover, the fluctuation finally appeared 4 times, and the duration gradually increased, as if it was deliberately being discovered. On the other side, in Claire's bakery, Lois obviously had doubts about this. Teacher, isn't this a bit too deliberate? Also, why do you divide the wave into 4 sections? The man opposite her had taken off the ridiculous clown costume, but his face was covered with a fox mask, with a small hole in the mouth to facilitate him to drink tea and eat biscuits. He was now fiddling with a red crystal ball on the table with great interest, and grinned when he heard this. What does it matter if it's deliberate or not? Even if the rabbits knew that the carrot in front of them was deliberately placed there, could they resist eating it? If they want to find me before others, they must go all out. In this case, they will not let go of any clues around them. The fox-masked man raised a finger. As long as they know this, no matter what kind of game method you propose, even if it looks suspicious, they can't refuse it. Well, as for why the fluctuation is divided into 4 sections, it's because I want to see what kind of quality these guys are. Those who can sense the first wave of magic are undoubtedly the best. Those who sense the second wave are not bad either. Those who sense it the third time are just SOSO. As for the 4th time, it's just a free point. I'm mainly worried that there won't be enough fun if there are fewer people. We can also calculate which of the above categories they belong to based on the time they arrive at the target location. The fox-masked man explained while holding a biscuit in his mouth. Now, the guys who sense the first wave are almost there. Come on, Lois, let's see who are the powerful guys. The fox-masked man couldn't wait to urge the girl, just like a child clamoring for candy. The female archer rolled her eyes at him, wondering how she had been blind to worship such a guy as her teacher. It would be embarrassing if it got out, but she still reached out and picked up the red crystal ball on the table and shook it gently. As a result, the originally clear crystal quickly became turbid, and the black shadow inside gradually condensed into a vague outline. If other students from Siamus Academy were present, they would probably be surprised to find that the shape of the black shadow in the crystal ball was exactly the same as the artificial lake east of the school. Lois put the crystal ball back on the table, and the image inside became clearer. The fox-masked man randomly pointed at a place on the lakeshore with his finger, and the picture in the crystal ball immediately switched to that location. The calm lake, the slightly swaying branches, the deserted path, everything was exactly the same as in reality. TSK, real-time projection technology, the focus of St. Laurent Magic Academy's research in the past 20 years, although it is still a semi-finished product, but it is unexpectedly useful. Those guys burn a huge amount of research funds every year. It seems that there are some results. Although it was a compliment, the tone of the fox-masked man sounded as annoying as ever. As soon as he finished saying this, the image in the crystal ball became blurry, and double images began to appear in the screen, intermittently. Hey, what's going on? The show is about to start. Why is there such a thing? The fox-masked man was very dissatisfied and reached out to pat the crystal ball twice, but unfortunately his action did not solve any problems, so he picked up the crystal ball again and seemed to want to knock it on the table a few more times, but as soon as he raised his hand, Lois, who was standing next to him, snatched it away. The female archer was furious. You are mentally retarded. Do you know how expensive this thing is? I spent 2,000 gold coins just to secretly lend it to you for one night without telling the St. Laurent School of Magic. If it breaks, even if I sell you, it won't be enough to compensate. The fox-masked man saw that his female apprentice was really angry, and immediately became honest and trembled in his seat. Lois was too lazy to pay attention to him, and said unhappily, this thing is originally a semi-finished product in the research stage. It is normal to have some problems. You are a cowardly guy. I originally planned to set up an observation point in the school library, but you refused to agree. I had to move the observation point to Grandma Claire's bakery. It is far away, so it is normal that the picture is unstable. You can just make do with it. If you are not satisfied, you can die. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. The fox-masked man apologized with ease, and his moral integrity had obviously been suspended for a long time. He admitted his fault to his female apprentice without hesitation, and he didn't blush at all. It was obviously not the first time he did such a thing. Lois snorted, and finally returned the crystal ball to the guy opposite. The fox-masked man took the crystal ball with a smile, and couldn't wait to click on it, and didn't forget to shout, TSK, TSK, there are many people coming tonight, but it's a pity that I missed the first period and couldn't see who arrived at the lake first. Dead voyeur. Lois commented bluntly, but she herself was not polite. She sat opposite and followed the fox-masked man to observe the guys in the crystal ball. Chapter 188. 9 people? Lois was a little surprised. Are the students of this class so qualified? Yeah, and these are only the first 3 waves of people. The last wave is still on the way here. The fox-masked man scratched his head. Hey, but there seem to be too many people. I don't know who to look at with so many people. If I had known earlier, I would have set the standard a little higher to prevent any small fish and shrimp from sneaking in. The female archer had long been accustomed to the fickleness of the guy opposite. It was this guy who insisted on dividing the wave into 4 sections and extending the time of the 4th wave to 10 seconds. The reason was to allow more people to join the game, so that tonight would be more lively. So in the end, a total of 19 people came to the lake. These 19 people may not all come for the secrets of Siamis College. Some of them are purely curious. There are also people from the discipline department, 2 second-level magicians, 1 man and 1 woman. It happened to be their turn to be on duty tonight. They felt this unusual fluctuation and rushed to investigate as soon as possible. The most obvious feature of this group of people is that they did not have any disguises. They took the staff and went out after feeling the fluctuation. Especially the 2 people from the student union, they also wore the badge of the discipline department. Compared with the other 5 guys who were hiding their heads and tails, they behaved very generously and had no intention of hiding their identities. Of course, it is not ruled out that some sneaky guys deliberately went against the trend and pretended to be generous and mixed in. The fox-masked man didn't care what the purpose of the people coming to the lake tonight was. He only cared whether the show later was exciting enough. The 19 people in the crystal ball were now cautiously groping around the lake. The strange thing was that they seemed to be unable to sense each other's existence, including the man and woman who came to check with the discipline department before. The 2 of them were moving away from each other step by step. Just before that, 2 masked guys passed by each other. The distance between them was less than half a step, and they were almost touching each other's faces, but neither of them reacted. The maze is my favorite, bar none. When you look inside the magic circle from outside, everything is normal, just like you can see the lake, the trees on the shore, and even the owls on the trees. But once you step into the magic circle, all you can see is a white mist. In the mist, you will lose all sense of direction and hear no sound. Unless you hold hands, even the person who was by your side a second ago will disappear without a second's notice. And the most powerful thing about this magic circle is not just that. Its concealment is also top-notch. Unless you are a 9th level super magician, you can't see through my arrangement at all. The fox-masked man snapped his fingers and said proudly, and at the same time did not forget to show off to Lois beside him, how about it, am I, who created this magic circle, much better than those idiots, who can only burn money at the St. Laurent School of Magic? Hee hee, please, idiot teacher, Figure out the situation around you before you brag next time, okay? The female archer pointed at an inconspicuous spot on the crystal ball, and the fox-masked man saw a faint black shadow there. Hey, you said that only a 9th level super magician can see through it. Don't tell me that this person just happened to be outside the range of your magic circle because of luck. Huh? Where did this guy come from? I didn't see him before. The fox-masked man was a little strange. He had just counted the number of people not long ago, and was sure that there was no such shadow at that time, which means that this guy might have just arrived. The fox-masked man muttered as he tapped the crystal ball, and the image of the 20th person gradually became clearer. It was a guy wearing a cloak, his face hidden in the shadows, and the only recognizable feature was his body shape. But this was the most useless information, because you don't know how many clothes he has under his cloak, but such a cautious guy is holding a very cool golden staff in his hand. Fake. The fox-masked man only took one look and concluded he must have used a camouflage spell, or he must have some camouflage magic device or secret treasure on him. Haha, this guy is interesting. What the fox-masked man meant by interesting was that since the other party had the ability to disguise his staff into any appearance, he chose such a cool shape. It was clearly telling those who wanted to investigate his background not to waste their efforts. In other words, this guy may have realized that the magic fluctuations here tonight were a trap. The cloaked man's actions also proved this point. He stopped a distance away from the lake shore, motionless, and seemed to be silently observing the surrounding environment. He was the last person to arrive, but unfortunately, he could not see the 19 companions who were running around like headless flies by the lake. The outside and inside of the maze were completely two different worlds. Except for the person who arranged the magic circle, people outside the circle could not see the people inside the circle. But at this time, the other party must have noticed the abnormality. After all, 19 living people disappeared in front of him. If he still didn't realize something, it would be really weird. However, the fox-masked man did not think that the guy in front of him could find his magic circle. Although the other party was cautious enough, the fox-masked man was confident enough in his magic circle. In his opinion, the guy in the cloak should be just lucky as the girl said, and happened to stop outside the boundary of the magic circle. Teacher, you didn't say that when you taught me. I still remember you told me that there is no such thing as coincidence and accident in this world. Hey, you little bitch, I told you to find a boyfriend soon. Why don't you remember? As the two were bickering, the guy in the cloak started moving again. He raised his leg and took a step, but this step was neither forward nor backward, and it was very slanted. It looked like he was just circling the lake, but the route he chose was a little strange and crooked, like a drunk. This scene was indescribably funny, but the fox-masked man took a breath of cold air, because only he knew the meaning of the route chosen by the guy in the crystal ball. Every step of the cloaked man was on the edge of the magic circle, not more or less, which was equivalent to letting half of his body be inside the magic circle and half exposed outside. In this way, he could peek into the maze lock while maintaining his sense of direction, and not get lost in the magic circle. This guy is taking this opportunity to carefully test and study his magic circle. The fox-masked man soon realized this, but the other party's current behavior is undoubtedly very dangerous. If he takes a wrong step, he will put himself in danger, and fall into the maze and cannot escape. What is he doing? Lois has no magic talent. After looking at it for a while, he really can't figure out what it is, so he turned to ask the fox-masked man on the side. The fox-masked man's face rarely became serious, sweeping away the previous carelessness, and said, "This guy is quite powerful. Not only did he sense my magic circle, he can even find the boundary. He is now peeking at my maze along the boundary." However, the female archer's focus was elsewhere. Isn't the range of a magic circle usually circular or diamond-shaped? Why is the border of your magic circle so irregular? The fox-masked man touched his head and laughed dryly, a little embarrassedly. "Oh, you may not believe this kind of thing. I accidentally drank 2 more glasses of wine when I set up the magic circle that night, and when I drew the border, ha ha ha. Why am I not surprised at all?" Chapter 189. The fox-masked man's previous statement that even a 9th level super magician can't see through it was of course bragging, but he was not lying about the rest of the part. The magic circle of the maze lock is indeed his masterpiece. It is not of high rank, but has outstanding effects. What's more rare is that the magic circle itself has considerable anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Even when it is turned on, the magic fluctuations released are extremely weak. In this regard, it is even better than the batch of anti-cheating magic devices that West Hammers College bought at a high price before. It is almost impossible for magicians below the 7th rank to sense the existence of this magic circle in advance. This is also the reason why the fox-masked man dared to brag. However, this time, he did not expect that he would be slapped in the face at the speed of light not long after he finished speaking. Even though he was thick-skinned enough, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. After all, he had just boasted to Lois for a long time about how sharp and hidden his magic circle was, but it was discovered within 2 minutes. Moreover, the other party obviously saw how powerful it was, but had no intention of retreating. Instead, he touched the boundary of the magic circle and began to test it carefully, which made the fox-masked man feel provoked. Lois also saw the peculiarity of the guy in the crystal ball, but he stopped laughing at the fox-masked man. He said with some worry could it be that a top expert has sneaked into this year's freshman? The fox-masked man shook his head. The possibility is very small. There are some things that even Foreman doesn't know. There is a very powerful magic circle in the basement of Siamus Academy. If a master above level 6 appears, I will get a warning from the magic circle as soon as the other party enters the school. Of course, magic is developing so fast now, and all kinds of new things are emerging. I won't be too surprised if someone can make a prop that can deceive the magic circle, but this guy should not be in this situation. Otherwise, he would not have to use such a dangerous method to test my magic circle. He can just break the circle violently and destroy the array base. The female archer heaved a sigh of relief. That means even if this guy is powerful, his power is limited, so I feel relieved. No, I mean this guy is even more terrifying. What he has shown now, including perception, insight and courage, are not what people of his level should have. It's strange, a guy like this shouldn't be unknown. The fox-masked man touched his chin, his eyes kept rolling, and I don't know what he was thinking. Could it be a master secretly cultivated by the Inquisition? Those guys in the dark always like to hide. Haven't we found those annoying guys until now? Or maybe it's a hidden chess piece set by the Magician Association. They are no less interested in you than those guys in the temple. They put a pair of twins on the surface to attract attention, and it's also possible that they have another hand in the dark. Well, your speculation makes sense, but my intuition tells me that the answer is not in it. I always feel like I've missed something. The fox-masked man said, as he deliberately lifted the 2 legs of the stool, leaving only one fulcrum under his buttocks to play with. Lois had long been accustomed to her teacher's childish behavior from time to time. Usually, the girl would ignore him directly at such times. However, this time, because the guy in the cloak was still staggering and walking on someone's drunken path, the female archer couldn't help but remind the other party, "Hey, aren't you worried that your magic circle will be broken by others?" However, after a brief moment of surprise, the fox-masked man quickly regained his previous confident look, patting his chest and assuring, "Don't worry, discovering a magic circle and cracking a magic circle are 2 completely different things." I'm not bragging. Although the maze is only a 3rd-level magic circle, its complexity has already surpassed most of the high-level magic circles currently known. Not to mention that there is only half a night. Even if you give him 3 days and 3 nights, he will not be able to successfully crack it. Unfortunately, the female archer did not cooperate. If I remember correctly, teacher, you seem to have already boasted once. The fox-masked man didn't blush at all. This time is different. My maze is unique. When I designed it, I didn't use Roland's stuff at all. In other words, this magic circle cannot be explained by the existing theoretical framework. Haha, this guy is a typical example of being too clever for his own good. He relied on his little cleverness to try to piece together the operating rules of this magic circle based on the bits and pieces he spied on. The result is that he is only trapped in his own trap. When he thinks he has mastered it, he will be lost in the maze. Not long after the fox-masked man finished speaking, Lois saw the cloaked guy stop again, close his eyes, and stand there quietly for a quarter of an hour, as if he was calculating something in his mind. Then he took a cautious step towards the lake shore, looked around, and nothing happened. The cloaked guy was happy, and took another step forward, but this time he was unfortunately caught in the fog. His figure was instantly swallowed up by the sudden thick fog. Wow, it's rare that you are so reliable, teacher. Although Lois often tries to undermine the fox-masked man, she will not hesitate to praise him when it is time, especially in her heart. She has always admired his erudition and wisdom. Lois was accepted as an apprentice by the fox-masked man before entering Siamus, and her main training was in intelligence gathering. Today, she has become a first-class contact person, but the female archer knows that compared with the guy opposite, the so-called explosive information she has is actually not worth mentioning. The eyes under the mask seem to be able to see through all the secrets of the world, but he has a childish personality. This is a very contradictory feeling, and the man she called teacher is a collection of contradictions. According to her understanding of someone, it is rare that the prediction is so accurate this time. The guy opposite should have been soaring to the sky, but this time the fox-masked man just scratched his head, with a hint of confusion in his voice. Strange. With the level he showed before, he shouldn't be trapped so quickly. The female archer rolled her eyes, a little speechless. So teacher, do you think he should be trapped or not? It's only a matter of time before he gets trapped. After all, this is the magic circle I created myself. Humph, no one in the world can crack my puzzle in such a short time, but well. Before he could finish a few words, the fox-masked man's old habit came back and started to brag about himself. However, he didn't forget to add one more sentence, but I have to admit, the guy is still pretty powerful. Although I don't think he can break my magic circle, at least he shouldn't die so quickly. Chapter 190. Rob was able to find the maze by chance. He first sensed the existence of the magic circle because one of the 19 people trapped inside released a wind magic. This guy had a good idea. He probably planned to use a strong wind to blow away the fog. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The thick fog in the maze was more like a direct effect on the spiritual level. It would not be easily blown away by the wind, like the fog in nature. However, his futile action made the future super mage inadvertently aware of the existence of the maze. It must be admitted that this magic circle is extremely good at camouflage and confusion. People outside cannot see the people inside, hear the sounds inside, or feel the magic fluctuations inside, but this shielding is only aimed at the people in the magic circle. Things like the lake, the trees on the lakeshore, and various things in nature are not affected, and wind is just one of the most common things in nature. So Rob saw a very strange scene. A second-level magic called a small tornado appeared inexplicably in the open space not far from him. The great magician immediately realized that he was probably at the edge of an unknown magic circle. In fact, if the future super magician could recover to his peak level, he would be able to capture the almost imperceptible magic fluctuations by the lake with his excellent perception far beyond that of ordinary people, and directly feel the existence of the maze. Unfortunately, he lost some of his magic source in order to save Bevenadette. After falling from the 6th level to the 5th level, his perception was also weakened to a certain extent. This gap was not very obvious when bullying a small trumpet, but once he encountered a master, it would be completely exposed. For example, he met the one-eyed butcher in Set via Port before. If Rob was still at the 6th level at that time, the battle would not be so difficult. Of course, if Manku and Yudasai also recovered to his peak level, the great magician would have no choice but to carry Lolo and run for his life without saying a word. And tonight, Rob knew that he had met a master again. Misua, the great magician, didn't know the name of this magic circle yet, but it didn't prevent him from sincerely admiring the guy who invented this magic circle. Rob's knowledge was very wide. As a direct disciple of Stein's, and with the halo of the future patron saint of the human race, he enjoyed super authority in the Magician Association second only to the president, vice president, and 9 directors. Almost all areas of the association's library and information center were open to him unconditionally. It is precisely because of this that the future super mage can master so many unpopular magics, even including many schools that have disappeared in history. Rob has a certain understanding of them. Before this, the great magician had never encountered a magic circle that was completely unfamiliar to him. In terms of concealment alone, the Mystic Lock can be ranked in the top 5 among all the magic circles Rob has seen. And you have to know that it is only a 3rd-level magic circle. Just from this point, it can be seen that the guy who invented this magic circle is not simple. But what surprised the great magician the most was the operating rules of this magic circle. The operating rules of the maze were not complicated, but he could not understand them at all. Rob walked around the boundary of the magic circle for a while, trying to crack the magic circle from several directions, but he failed in the end. However, the thick fog in the maze reminded him of something. The great magician's heart moved, and he remembered the secret treasure brooch he found in the dungeon at the beginning. It also had spiritual attributes and illusion ability, and the structure of the secret treasure was also something he could not analyze with ordinary means. Could there be any connection between the two? Rob has never stopped studying the brooch since he got it, and the more he studies it, the more he can feel the specialness of this secret treasure. Through step-by-step testing, the great magician has mastered a small part of its structure, but Rob can only barely understand that part of the structure now, and cannot understand why this part of the structure is like this. In other words, the future super magician is still in a state of knowing what it is but not why it is. But this is enough. Rob no longer tries to crack the operating rules of the magic circle in front of him, but uses the structure he found out when studying the brooch as a key, and uses this key to try to open a back door for himself in the opponent's magic circle. Rob had originally just wanted to give it a try. After all, the few remaining methods he had to break the magic circle either took too long or required very demanding materials. Neither he nor the person who set up the magic circle wanted ordinary people to notice their existence, so both sides would stop fighting before dawn at the latest. The time left for the great magician was short, so he could only try his luck. However, Rob did not hold out much hope. The design of the brooch and the magic circle in front of him adopted the same rules, and the probability of such a thing happening was too small. The secret treasure is something left over from the last civilization. Although it also relies on magic elements to work, it is obviously different from the path chosen by the human race now. The academic community has always been enthusiastic about the study of secret treasures. Many magicians believe that as long as the secret of the secret treasure is revealed, human beings' understanding of magic will inevitably take a big leap and get closer to the essence of magic. However, in fact, there are only a handful of people who have succeeded in this area in recent years. Moreover, the endless sea of trees and gudries are tens of thousands of miles apart. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard to believe that there is really a connection between the two. So when Rob succeeded in one fell swoop, he was stunned. No way, what a coincidence? The great magician guessed that the guy who created this magic circle probably also had a secret treasure in his hand, and the maker of that secret treasure and the brooch on his body were the same person. Only in this way could the magical connection between the two be explained. Rob secretly said that he was lucky. Strictly speaking, he had not cracked the puzzle lock, but because of the existence of the back door, he could move freely in the magic circle without being affected by the fog. But then Rob realized another problem. The range of this magic circle was so wide that it directly covered the entire artificial lake and a considerable part of the area around the lake. It was impossible for an outsider to set up such a large magic circle in the school without anyone noticing. It was very likely that what happened tonight was done by the secret guardian behind the St. Laurent Brothers Magic School. This guy is very arrogant. He knew that so many people had sneaked into the school to find him, but he didn't keep a low profile and made such a big scene. The future super magician knew that he was careless this time. Since the other party dared to attract people to gather together, there was no reason not to monitor this area. He had used his perception to search the vicinity before, and he relaxed his vigilance when he didn't find anyone else. As a result, when he saw this magic circle, he realized that the other party was more powerful than he thought. Although Rob didn't feel any magic fluctuations around him, he didn't dare to guarantee that he was not under the other party's surveillance. And the strength he showed when he explored the magic circle before may have attracted the attention of the other party. The great magician decided to reduce his points first, so Rob stood there for a while, pretending to have cracked the magic circle, but he was swallowed by the thick fog just after taking 2 steps. Chapter 191. Hello, can you hear me? A strange female voice came from far away. The voice was ethereal and pleasant, but it was emotionless, just like the deep and silent lake water. This was the first time that the people trapped in the maze heard other people's voices, and they couldn't help but be cautious. Haha, don't be nervous. To show your sincerity, let me introduce myself first. My name is Elista, the legendary lake lady. Welcome to my home. The voice paused, then continued, Dear guests, I have good news and bad news to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first? Everyone was silent. Most people present had never heard of the Lady of the Lake, and the name Elista was even more unfamiliar to them. No one dared to speak easily before finding out the other party's background. After all, they were now on someone else's territory, and it was better to let others take the lead. Everyone had similar ideas, and the result was that everyone was silent in the end. But this did not bother the wise Lady of the Lake. No one could see anyone else in the maze, and no one could hear other people talking, so naturally they had no idea of other people's reactions. So the voice continued, Very good, since most of you choose to hear the good news first, then I will tell you the good news. You are lucky. Although I have been living in this lake, I have been sleeping most of the time. I happened to wake up tonight, and I am in a good mood, so I decided to give a small gift to the first person who saw me. But before that, we have to play a few small games. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, What's the bad news? Haha, you know the bad news after you finish the game. The lake siren Elista chuckled. Lois looked at the guy opposite him, who was playing cosplay with a look as if he was a mentally retarded person. The fox-masked man used some means to change his voice into a mysterious female voice, and this guy could even transmit the voice to the magic circle. Now, as long as he spoke, Everyone in the maze could hear him, and then he played role-playing with great interest. Who is Elista, the lake siren? Why have I never heard of this name? The female archer couldn't help asking after the fox-masked man put down the strange lip-shaped magic device in his hand. Huh? You mean the siren of the lake? This is actually a folk legend from more than 900 years ago. At that time, Roland had just become a magician, and the power of magic was first displayed to the world. As a result, many people were shocked. The fox-masked man picked his nose while telling the story. Well, you know that humans are creatures. They tend to mystify things they don't understand. So at that time, there was a saying among the people that Roland's magical ability to call the wind and rain was actually given by a siren named Elista. This siren lived in a large lake called Tigris Deep in the endless forest. Ha ha, you will know how ridiculous it is when you hear this. Roland has never been to the endless forest. It's just that the endless forest is very mysterious and magic is also mysterious. So everyone thinks that Roland's ability to learn magic must be related to the endless forest. Oh no, I can't take it anymore. Every time I think about this kind of thing, I laugh until my stomach hurts. The fox-masked man was so happy that he fell on his back. The great magician on the other side was also speechless. When Rob heard Elista's name, he almost spat out water on the ground. Please, even if you want to make up an identity, you should at least be a little more careful. How bad is this guy's taste to fool people with this kind of rural ghost story from 900 years ago? Although most people in the magic circle are confused now, the future super magician dares to guarantee that after tonight, people who have never heard of this name will definitely find ways to find out. I just don't know what expression they will have when they get the answer. However, as the only person in the maze who was not affected by the fog, the great magician quickly found the source of the sound. Unfortunately, the one who lured everyone here tonight was a very wretched guy who obviously would not put himself in danger. So the one who was speaking now was just a black golem, and this golem was not much better than its master. It was hiding in the center of the artificial lake very cunningly, with only its head above the water. The wooden mouth opened and closed mechanically, but an ethereal and pleasant female voice came out. The scene looked as incongruous as it could be. Rob shuddered. He found that sometimes seeing too clearly was not a good thing. After a while, the voice sounded again. Okay, the first game is about to begin. The name of this game is to take beans. I will open a path for you in this fog. If you walk along this path, you will see a table with a bag of beans on it. At the same time, you will meet another person. The rules of the game are as follows. The two of you will take turns to take beans from the bag. Each person can take a maximum of 13 beans at a time, and a minimum of 1 bean. No buys are allowed. The person who takes the last bean is the winner, and the loser will be punished accordingly. Please note that you cannot attack each other in the first game. The person who attacks first will be kicked out directly. Finally, I wish you good luck in advance. Oh no, I almost forgot. Only half of you can get good luck. Hee, enjoy the fun of the game. In order to prevent some of you from deliberately slacking off, I have deliberately added a punishment mechanism to the game. If you lose, the consequences will be very serious. After the lake siren Elista said this, the fog in front of everyone began to thin gradually, and at the same time, after a brief hesitation, almost everyone chose to run. No one wanted to play some inexplicable bean-picking game with a guy who looked suspicious no matter how you looked at it, but reality forced people to bow their heads. Since being trapped by this strange magic circle, everyone did not sit and wait for death. During this period of time, they came up with various methods, but unfortunately none of them worked in the end. Perhaps the only good news is that they should be on the territory of the West Hammers Academy. In this way, as long as they hold on until dawn, there will naturally be teachers who will discover the abnormal situation here. So now the smartest way is to follow the other party's intentions, and try to meet the other party's requirements as much as possible to ensure their safety during this period of time. Anyway, the longer the situation drags on, the better it will be for them. Except for the masked guys, the others didn't really care about the victory or defeat, but after Elista made it clear that the loser would be punished, everyone had to cheer up again and took out the posture of a 100-meter sprint. Chapter 192. The bean-picking game is a typical two-player game. The gameplay is not complicated. Although you need to adjust your strategy according to your opponent's actions in each round, the winner is actually decided in the first round. Ordinary people may have to think about the rules, but everyone present tonight is a magician with excellent logical thinking ability. They soon realize that the key to winning this game lies in who gets the first move. Unless the number of beans in the bag is exactly 14 or a multiple of 14, the person who gets the first move will control the direction of the entire game. As long as he does not make mistakes in the subsequent process, the people behind will have no chance to turn the tables. This is why everyone started running as soon as the fog cleared. Everyone was sighing in their hearts while running. They didn't expect that as a magician, they would have to rely on speed to win one day. As a result, someone finally realized that they were magicians. So why did they have to compete with others physically? So they began to cast auxiliary magic such as light body and divine movement. Then they thought, okay, the guy competing with them this time is also a magician, and he will also cast buffs on himself. So the duel between magicians is the most annoying, because many of the things you can do are also known by others. After a long time of effort, everyone is still back to the same starting line. On the other side, the future super magician continued to keep a low profile, casually throwing two of the most common auxiliary magics at himself, and strolling among the crowd at a moderate pace. In fact, in terms of speed alone, after intensive training, Rob can already beat the scum in front of him, but in order to not attract so much attention, the great magician did not intend to use his full strength, and Rob knew that even if he used his full strength, it would be useless. The great magician now felt more and more that the person who did these things tonight was actually a very wicked guy, because just after he announced the content of the first game, the golem in the center of the lake swam ashore stealthily and began to slowly place various props by the lake. During this period, the owner of the magic circle made full use of the weakness of the people in the maze, who had no sense of direction, and successfully commanded a group of guys with very poor physical fitness to play a long-distance run around the lake. On a cold winter night, a group of weak magicians rushed to run wildly by the lake. This kind of wonder is rare. In fact, after a while, many people began to doubt. Although everyone still had no sense of direction, they still had a sense of how far they had run, because the degree of physical fatigue would tell you that such a long distance should have been out of the campus, but now everyone was still within the range of the magic circle, which was a bit abnormal. However, despite the doubts, no one dared to really stop, because until now, no one knew what the purpose of the other party's first game was. Who can run faster? Who has more auxiliary magic? Or who can persist longer? Or is there something else? Lois also had similar doubts, and asked the Fox Masked Man teacher, "What do you want to see from this game?" What? The Fox Masked Man was enjoying this unique long-distance running competition by the lake with relish. He was stunned when he heard the words, and asked his female apprentice with a confused look, "What should I see?" Although Lois had already made the most malicious assumptions about the guy, he was still deeply defeated by his boredom at this moment. What the hell? This guy attracted everyone to the lake in the middle of the night. Could it be that he wanted to see everyone running hard in the cold wind to satisfy his evil taste? No, through this long-distance run, I also found that two girls have good thighs. The Fox Masked Man tried to explain, especially the girl in the discipline department. Her name seems to be Jessica, and she is also the secretary of the student union. TSK, she was ranked second in the list of the top 10 beautiful legs in Siamis last year, second only to the long-legged girl named Abby in the thief department. Hey, but this year, the freshman of the Breton family, who just enrolled in the magic department seems to be good too. Well, it seems that the matter of recompiling the list of the top 10 beautiful legs in Siamis is imminent. The Fox Masked Man's voice became smaller and smaller, and he secretly glanced at the face of his female apprentice, and finally closed his mouth wisely. Lois sneered. Last year I was wondering why Siamis had such an inexplicable and boring ranking, and the student union couldn't find it after a summer of investigation. Later, I conducted a private investigation, but found nothing. Sure enough, it was you who made up this trick again. I'm sorry, I'm also very sad about only ranking you 9th, but I hope you can fully understand the huge pressure I was under at the time. It was also very difficult for me to make this decision, but I must ensure the objectivity of the top 10 beautiful legs list. The Fox Masked Man was righteous. The female archer didn't say anything, but just took off the dagger from her waist and quietly stuck it on the table. So the guy opposite him instantly lost his previous aura of fearlessness and fearlessness of power, and smiled cautiously. Well, I'm not that boring, I was just joking with you just now, the game has just started, let's watch it together. While the two were talking, the golem had almost set up the game venue, so the Fox Masked Man manipulated the magic circle to change the direction of the passage and led the 20 people to their respective round tables. Rob's opponent was Jessica's partner, a tall and thin male magician, the other person from the discipline department, who entered the magic circle tonight. This guy ran very hard before, and ran 2.5 circles along the lakeshore. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. When the golem finished setting up the venue, he ran to the other side of the lake. As a result, it took him a lot of time to get here, and he was one step later than the great magician who had been taking his time. As a result, He immediately became alert when he saw Rob's tight cloak, and rushed directly to the bag of beans on the table without saying a word. Be careful. The great magician's warning came a little late after all. Before he finished speaking, the tall and thin magician from the discipline department was struck by a lightning bolt that fell from the sky. He twitched on the spot for 6 or 7 seconds, and then even drooled. Rob sighed. So why are you so anxious, buddy? Didn't you see that I, who came first, didn't move? The magic trap on the mouth of the bag was actually not that difficult to find, but it looked a bit insidious when everyone was racing against time and rushing to get the first move. Not only the male magician from the discipline department, Rob noticed that many people at the nearby tables were hit. The damage of this lightning bolt was not high, but the more disgusting thing was that it also came with a half-minute paralysis state. During this half-minute, the person who was struck could basically do nothing except stand there and drool. Seeing the future super magician slowly walking to the table, the male magician from the discipline department was so anxious that his eyes were about to pop out. Rob shrugged at him, expressed his sympathy mentally, and then opened the bag in his hand. Chapter 193. However, to their surprise, not a single bean fell out of the bag that seemed full, and at this moment, the voice of Elista, the lake witch, rang again in everyone's ears. Unfortunately, because you were a step late, the beans have been snatched away by the naughty goblins. So now, if you still want to complete this round of the game, you must first find the goblins, and pay attention to your surroundings. The goblins will leave footprints when they escape. In addition, a friendly reminder to you, the goblins like to eat beans very much, and when they eat all the beans, you will be automatically judged out, so you don't have much time left. If I were you, would you have started to act now, or do you want to continue listening to my nonsense? After saying this, the fox-masked man threw the lip-shaped magic device aside, with a look of regret. It's a pity that I didn't see Jessica drooling. It's a pity that she is worthy of being a student union officer. She is very alert. She was the first to arrive, but didn't rush to touch the bag. Teacher, you really deserve to be the #1 pervert. Lois gave a thumbs up to the other side. Wait, you set the time on purpose today. Can it be because Jessica is on duty tonight? After realizing this, the female archer looked at the other side with more contempt. This is a combination of entertainment and work. You know, a game without beautiful women will be several levels less interesting and enjoyable. The fox-masked man admitted frankly. The female archer pointed at the great magician in the crystal and asked, what about this guy? He was also the first one to arrive, and he was not tricked. Well, this guy is the only one of the 20 people tonight whose strength I can't tell. Now I'm not even sure if he is trapped by my maze. Hey, who's the other one? The fox-masked man pointed at a little girl wearing glasses, and with a childish face, who had been looking a little uneasy since entering the magic circle. The other one is her. Is this Ginny, a freshman who just entered the magic department this year? Her perception on the entrance test was very good, second only to the girl named Lolo, but her performance in the other 2 tests was mediocre. Lois recalled the information about Ginny, and showed a puzzled look on his face. Why, is there something wrong with her? Haha, don't be fooled by the performance of the Breton girl on the entrance exam. Her talent is actually average. Although I didn't go that day, from the description I heard later, someone must have helped her secretly. The fox-masked man touched his chin. As for this little girl named Ginny, well, her situation is more complicated. Do you mean that her current appearance is actually a disguise? No, if she is such an excellent disguise at such a young age, it would be too amazing. In fact, I have been paying attention to her since she just entered school. As soon as the fox-masked man said this, he realized that something was wrong. Sure enough, Lois looked at him as if he was looking at garbage. Wait, things are not as you think. I pay attention to her not because I am a Lolita control, but because she may be an extremely rare twin soul. The fox-masked man hurriedly explained. Twin soul. It was the first time Lois heard this term. Yes, to put it simply, there are 2 souls living in one body. This situation is not common, and it is usually caused by the invasion of foreign souls. As far as I know, some shadow creatures in the depths of the abyss have this ability. Whenever their bodies are about to die, they will look for new targets and parasitize their souls in the bodies of another creature. However, the status of the 2 souls is unequal. At the beginning, the foreign soul is an absolute subordinate and has no control over the new body. Moreover, as long as the original soul says a word, the foreign soul will be wiped out. Therefore, the foreign soul can only gradually weaken the original soul through means such as temptation and deception, until the original soul is so weak that it can no longer control its own body, and then the foreign soul has a chance to become the master. The fox-masked man touched his chin, but Ginny shouldn't be in this situation. She's even more special. Both souls in her body are native. Huh? Is this possible? Lois was surprised. TSK, this is the first time I've encountered this kind of thing. Have you heard of the phenomenon of psychic communication between twins? Ginny's situation is more interesting. According to my guess, something happened to her mother when she was pregnant with the two sisters. As a result, her elder sister or younger sister died before she was born. Originally, her soul should have dissipated with it, but later, for some strange reason that I don't know, the young soul actually survived and entered her body in this twin way. So I can almost guess why this little girl came to me. While the fox-masked man was explaining to his female apprentice what twin souls were, the 20 people trapped in the maze on the other side also began to move. Everyone heard Elista's last reminder, and was a little unprepared for the game to enter the limited time mode. They hurriedly began to look for footprints around them, and at the same time, the people who were struck by lightning before were almost free from the paralysis effect. The male magician of the discipline department glared at Rob fiercely, obviously upset about someone opening the bag while he was unable to move, but he also knew that now was not the time to settle the score, so he suppressed his dissatisfaction and discussed with the other party. Hey, guy in the cloak, since we will all be punished if we can't find the beans, why don't we cooperate first? Oh! The great magician raised his eyebrows. We will split up later. You search your direction and I search mine. Whoever finds the footprints first must notify the other. But, the male magician from the discipline department waved his hand impatiently. There is no but, this is the quickest way. Rob sighed, but I have found the footprints right behind you. The male magician from the discipline department turned around doubtfully, and found a series of light gray footprints behind him. The footprints eventually disappeared on the road he came from. The male magician from the discipline department was overjoyed, but also a little confused. He whispered, strange, why didn't I see anything when I came here? Could it be that this little goblin can still be invisible? But now is not the time to worry about such trivial matters. As he spoke, the male magician from the discipline department had already chased after the footprints. Chapter 194. Rob followed behind and took 2 steps. However, after hearing the male magician's muttering, he suddenly stopped and walked back to the round table. He held his breath and walked around the table for a while. Finally, he saw 2 small creatures about the size of a palm, with pointed ears, big eyes and blue skin behind a table leg. These goblins were very cunning. They deliberately left their footprints at the entrance of the passage, and then retreated back along the footprints. In this way, there were only footprints of them going out, but no footprints of them coming back. In addition, with the urging of Elista, the lake witch, most people would not have thought that they had not left at all. Haha, human, you found us so quickly. One of the little fairies blinked, seeming a little unbelievable. The children of St. Laurent Brothers Magic School seemed to have performed well this time. Another little fairy looked at someone with interest. That's not necessarily true. This guy in the cloak doesn't look like a good person. I think I saw him cheating secretly when I entered the magic circle before. Maybe he found us this time by some despicable means. Haha, what should we do? Should we tell that annoying guy about his cheating? The first goblin to speak asked his companion. Haha, I don't want to. The guys on both sides are not good people. At this time, we just need to watch the show from the side. Besides, when that annoying guy hired us, he only asked us to cooperate with him to complete this game, but he didn't ask us to help him find the cheater. Haha, you are right. We goblins must not do a business that loses money. The 2 goblins were not shy about discussing these things in front of him. Meanwhile, the fox-masked man in the bakery was furious because he had just discovered that he had lost the surveillance rights in that area. He could figure it out with his ass that it must be the work of the goblins. Although the crystal ball can only transmit images, the fox-masked man can read lips. Now his focus is almost entirely on Ginny and the guy in the cloak. When he saw the great wizard and the goblins meet, the fox-masked man immediately became alert. He knew very well how powerful these goblins were. Don't be fooled by their small size and harmless faces. Goblins are an intelligent race with a long lifespan like dragons. Every goblin should not be underestimated. In fact, with such a long lifespan, even if they just eat and wait for death, they are still the top 2nd generation rich. What's more, goblins are basically very hardworking. Their strength is unfathomable, but their number is very small. They like to call themselves world observers, and usually live in a goblin city deep in the ocean. No one else can enter that city without their invitation. The fox-masked man had been there once, but his impression was not so good. Well, It was mainly because the goblins were small. The fox-masked man searched all the hotels in the city, but he couldn't find a bed big enough for him to lie down. Alas, it was really an unpleasant memory. However, that trip was not without gain. He signed a contract with the goblins. When he needed it, he could pay a certain amount of money to invite the goblins to help. The amount of money depended on the difficulty of the task. In theory, if you forgot to bring toilet paper, you could also call a goblin to bring it to you, as long as you didn't care about the horrible huge cost and their merciless ridicule. Yes, even for the simplest things, the goblins charge a lot. So when there is nothing to do, the fox-masked man usually doesn't call these little ancestors. But this time the fox-masked man did spend a lot of blood. Not only did he borrow the real-time projection technology that was still under development from the St. Laurent Magic Academy, but he also signed a contract with the goblins and invited a group of goblins to help. However, the real intention of the fox-masked man was not to drink. He had contact with these goblins and knew how poisonous their eyes and mouths were, so he wanted to indirectly get information about this group of people tonight from them, especially those guys he was not sure about. However, he didn't expect that his little abacus had been seen through by the goblins a long time ago. As a result, at the critical moment, the goblins didn't play with him at all, and directly blocked that space when talking to Rob. When the image reappeared in the crystal ball, the two elves had already started playing the game with the great magician as agreed. Very good, now that you have discovered us, you have two choices to get the beans back. The first choice is to take the beans directly from us. The elf shook the bag behind him while speaking. The second choice is to get the bag of beans back through another game. I choose the second one, Rob said without hesitation, without even thinking. Are you kidding me? Stealing things from two little fairies? These two fairies only look small, but their actual age combined is over 400 years old, and they are at least as powerful as a 7th level magician. Of course, if they really fight, the future super magician may not necessarily lose, but by then, the noise will simply announce that Rob Edeld Richard Hallstein Rex has arrived at Goodrich University City. In fact, the great magician's eyelids jumped when he saw the two little fairies, because there is Elista, the siren of the lake. With his previous record, Rob did not expect that the so-called goblins this time were really the goblins that were almost extinct in the Dawn continent. If he had known that there were these guys in the magic circle, the great magician would never have explored the maze lock, because when he explored the magic circle, he would have indirectly exposed himself to these goblins in the magic circle. Fortunately, these goblins and the owner of the magic circle were not on the same page. Although they found that Rob was cheating, they did not seem to plan to tell the owner of the magic circle about it, which also made the great magician feel relieved. Haha, smart guy. The goblin who spoke first grinned. Then please listen to the rules of the game. I will take the empty bag on the table and put it together with this bag full of beans. You can't tell the difference between the two bags from the appearance, and you only have one chance to choose one of the bags. But before that, you can ask one of us any question. One of us will tell the truth and the other will lie. You can decide your choice based on the final result. Rob pondered for a moment, pointed at one goblin and asked the other, if I ask him if I have seen the owner of the magic circle, what will he answer? The two goblins looked at each other and laughed. No, this question doesn't count. You are too cunning. You don't play by the rules, and don't ask questions about beans. We promised that annoying guy not to reveal any information about him. How about this? I give you the beans, and I will give you another gift. Chapter 195. The goblin who spoke first took out a very ancient coin from his body, and the other goblin explained with a smile, this is a currency that is only circulated in our goblin kingdom. Hee, this coin has been marked by us, but don't worry, we can't sense where the coin holder is at ordinary times. But as long as you throw this coin into the fire, no matter where you are, we can rush to your side within 3 minutes. Another goblin added, but if you want us to help you with something, you have to prepare extra compensation, because we goblins never do business at a loss, Damn, why? Seeing this scene, the fox-masked man in the bakery almost flipped the table and said angrily, Come on, judge for yourself. I spent so much money to hire these ungrateful little things. But they clearly saw that there was something wrong with this guy, but didn't tell me, and they didn't help me, and finally gave gifts to the other side. Damn. If I'm not mistaken, that coin is the legendary ancient goblin's protection. There are only 3 such coins in the entire goblin city. When I went to the goblin city as a guest before, I tried to steal one, but they even took off my underwear to find this coin. Now, they actually gave it to someone else. The fox-masked man's resentment was about to break through the sky, and he kept complaining to his female apprentice, but he was stunned first. Yes, it's a bit strange. The goblins are a group of stingy people, They always take advantage of others. Why would they give such a valuable thing as the ancient goblin's protection to others casually? Rob's expression was also very surprised when he took the coin. This is. Yes, the first generation of Goblin King Wakewood made a total of 3 coins, representing luck, wisdom and wealth, collectively known as the ancient goblin's protection. The one in your hand is luck, haha, but don't take it too seriously, these coins are just symbols. I have been carrying luck for almost 100 years, and I don't feel that I am very lucky. The goblin grinned. This gift is a bit too expensive. The future super magician raised his eyebrows. The lucky piece in his hand was a priceless thing even in the world of fairies. It was hard to believe that the goblin would give him such a thing to compensate him, just because he had taken advantage of the loophole in the game. Really? But I still think this gift is a bit too cheap. It's embarrassing to give a gift to the future patron saint of the human race, the strongest genius in the history of magic, the son of destiny, Rob Ettreed Richard Hallstein Rex, too shabby. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to all of us goblins. The goblin winked at someone mischievously, but before it could say this, it blocked the space nearby again. So the fox-masked man was completely crazy when he saw the image in the crystal ball turn into snowflakes again. Rob shook his head calmly, and threw the coin in his hand back to the 2 goblins opposite. I'm sorry, you recognized the wrong person. The goblins laughed. We didn't dare to confirm your identity at first, but now we don't want the goblin treasure for free. Except for your majesty, who else in the world can have such courage? The future supermodel mentor was very upset. He found that he seemed to be unlucky recently. He didn't expect that the momentum he accidentally revealed and set via port would be noticed by the orc hero next to him. This time, he was wary of the owner of the magic circle, but didn't expect that there were a group of goblins in the magic circle. Don't worry, your majesty Ettreed Richard Hallstein, the goblins will always remain neutral in the Dawn continent. We are not the human race who desperately wants you to return to the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, nor are we the alien race who want to kill you, so this is just an accidental encounter in fate. The goblin chuckled, snapped his fingers, and the coin in his hand disappeared. Rob lowered his head, and found the lucky coin in his shirt pocket. Haha, a little trick of the goblins. The goblins grinned proudly, and then they left the bag full of beans on the ground. This way, our contract with that annoying guy is complete. The future guardian of the human race, let us give you another prophecy before we leave. 2 stars meet under the night sky, and the gears of fate begin to turn. The truth you are chasing is in the deepest shadow. Thunder and lightning roar on the top of the mountain, and the lion falls under the claws of the jackal. Your final choice will determine the survival of the entire world. Remember to be alert to the underworld tree, and the whispers of the dead will guide you. After the goblins finished speaking these obscure words, they waved to the great magician, and then the bodies of the 2 gradually became transparent until they disappeared, and the block space returned to normal. When the image appeared again on the crystal ball, the fox-masked man also widened his eyes, trying to guess what the 3 had said before through Rob's expression and reaction, but unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. He could not see any unusual emotions from the guy in the cloak. In fact, Rob really didn't have any ideas, even though he had just heard the famous goblin prophecy. Since the goblins dared to call themselves observers of the world, they must have some skills. They have many magical abilities, and the most famous one among them is their ability to predict. Each fairy can only use this prophetic ability once in his life, and can use it on himself or others. What is incomprehensible is that most fairies choose the latter. They seem to be particularly keen on predicting the fate of those great figures who can influence history, but the direction and content of the prediction are not controlled by them, and the results are also strange. There are predictions that the target will cheat before the age of 50, and there are predictions that the target will give birth to a boy or a girl. The most ridiculous one is predicting what the target will eat for dinner tomorrow. However, there are occasionally very powerful predictions. There are 3 predictions that the fairies are most proud of, namely the outbreak of the First Magic War, the rise of the Leyhart family, and the death of the 4th Elf King. Long before these 3 events happened, the goblins had already given corresponding prophecies, which made them famous. However, the more important the prophecy, the more obscure the situation is. For example, the prophecy that the goblins gave to Rob now, except for the first 2 sentences that can barely be seen to be about his encounter with Luo. The following sentences are confusing. Shadows, lightning, lions, and jackals can refer to too many things. As for the survival of the world, this is somewhat sensational. However, the underworld tree is easy to understand. It should refer to the St. Laurent Brothers Magic School, which is now the Siamus Academy. But what does it mean to be wary of Siamus, and the great magician of the Whisper of the Dead in the last sentence is completely confused. Rob didn't dwell on this prophecy too much. The goblins themselves admitted that fate is the most difficult thing to figure out. To be frank, prophecy is just one of the countless possibilities in the future. Chapter 196. The male magician from the discipline department went outside for a walk and came back empty-handed. He had given up hope, but he unexpectedly saw a bag of beans next to the table. The male magician from the discipline department's eyes lit up, and he wanted to pounce on it immediately, but he had to pretend that nothing had happened, because his rival, the masked guy, was sitting on the table at the moment, holding his chin and thinking about something. The male magician from the discipline department walked over and pretended to be surprised and said, "Why are you still here? Didn't you go find the beans? This kind of thing can be done by one person, right? How about it? Did you find anything?" Rob said casually. "No. Yes, I have found the naughty elf, but I have to pass a test to get the beans back. Unfortunately, I just failed, so this good opportunity can only be given to you." The male magician of the discipline department tried to make his tone carry a bit of regret, but unfortunately, he was not a good liar, and his expression was stiff as if he was going to a funeral. Moreover, he made a common mistake made by novices. After saying this, he kept staring at the opposite side nervously. Fortunately, the great magician did not seem to notice his abnormality. He said "oh" and stopped talking. He jumped off the table, picked up the staff beside him, and walked out along the direction of the footprints. The male magician of the discipline department was overjoyed, but this time he finally learned his lesson. He suppressed his excitement and released a detection magic to confirm that there were no traps on the bag. Then he picked up the bag at lightning speed and laughed triumphantly. "Sorry, I got there first again." He shook the bag in his hand at Rob, who turned around. "If I tell you the truth, this bag has actually been at your feet the whole time, but you didn't notice it before. Wouldn't that be a bit cruel? Ha ha." The male magician from the discipline department smiled as he opened the bag in his hand, but the next moment his smile froze on his face. There were exactly 14 beans in the bag, which meant that no matter how he took them, Rob could take all the remaining beans by himself. What a coincidence! No way, is my luck so bad, or? The male magician from the discipline department looked up and saw 3 beans in someone's hand. "Are you playing tricks on me?" The male magician from the discipline department was mad. "Not really, I just saved everyone some time." Rob shook his head. If the male magician from the discipline department knew that he had taken the lead, he would definitely not play with him honestly. But now the guy took the initiative to open the bag when he thought he had the upper hand. The male magician from the discipline department was furious. "Do you think I have to play with you like this?" As soon as he finished speaking, the haunting voice of the Lake Sirenelista came to his ears. "In order to avoid someone deliberately delaying time, I now announce that everyone must make their choice within 10 seconds after getting the bag, otherwise it will be regarded as a waiver. Haha, my time is very precious, and there are games waiting for you later." The male magician from the discipline department looked at someone hatefully. "Very good, I will remember you, and you will soon know the consequences of going against the discipline department." He did not take the beans, but waited for the 10 seconds to pass, and the fog swallowed him again. The great magician waited quietly for about half a magic hour, and the other 9 groups finally decided the winner. 2 of them were eliminated because they failed to find the goblin in time, and the other group was deadlocked because the second person was unwilling to open the bag. After 2 rounds of long negotiations, the first person who opened the bag agreed to pay the second person 5 gold coins as compensation, and the second person finally announced that he gave up. So the list of 8 people who entered the second round of the game was finally announced. The result was that the masked man won a big victory. 5 of the 6 suspicious guys, including Rob, passed the first round of the game. The only person who was eliminated was because of his bad luck. He got the bag first, but unfortunately, there were exactly 14 beans inside. So this unlucky guy was eliminated. His opponent, the little girl named Ginny, was just the opposite. She did nothing and entered the next round in a daze. In addition, the future super mage paid special attention to the last round. Rob noticed that after his opponent gave up, the number of beans the masked man took out at the end, and the number of beans he had taken out before were exactly 14. In other words, this guy actually drew a bad lot, but in the end, he successfully deceived his opponent with his superb acting skills and unparalleled calmness, making the opponent mistakenly believe that he had no chance. In the end, after receiving compensation of 5 gold coins, he willingly chose to give up. This is also a very extraordinary guy. On the student side, in addition to Ginny, another female magician named Jessica from the discipline department also advanced easily. She won faster than Rob, but it is still unclear who is stronger. Her opponent is a senior from the magic department. Knowing how powerful the discipline department is, she cooperated very well. Not only did she voluntarily give up, but she also helped Jessica find the beans before giving up. After a moment of silence, the voice of Elista, the lake banshee, sounded again. First of all, congratulations on your successful passing of the first round of the game. You are one step closer to the final grand prize. The second round of the game is about to begin. Please be prepared, because the game will be dangerous from this round. Of course, you can also choose to quit, but in order to ensure the excitement of the game, you can only decide whether to quit during the period before the game starts. Once you enter the game, you can no longer give up halfway. Haha, now I will give you 3 minutes to think. After hearing Elista's warning, the 5 masked men remained unmoved. The remaining 3 students, Ginny and another 4th-year male magician, showed obvious hesitation on their faces, but Jessica was concerned about something else. She frowned and said, "You said before that those who were eliminated in the first round of the game would be punished. What kind of punishment is it?" TSK, you are worthy of being a cadre of the student union. Are you still worried about the safety of others at this time? But compared to that kind of thing, I think it's better for you to care about yourself first. Don't worry about that. Jessica said coldly. In addition, I think I should remind you that no matter who you are, as long as you dare to hurt any student on the territory of West Hammers College, our discipline department will never let you go. However, this time the other party did not respond. Chapter 197. When the 3 minutes were up, the voice of Elista, the lake siren, sounded on time. I will only ask this once. So how about it? Do any of you want to quit before the game starts? As a result, everyone, including Ginny, chose to remain silent. Very good. Elista was very satisfied with the result. Then we will continue with the next round of the game. This time the game is very simple. There is no time limit, as long as you can get to the lake and sit on a small boat docked there. After she said this, she paused for a moment, but this time no one was fooled. After the first round of baptism, everyone realized that the game was not as easy as it seemed. But, as expected, the turn came soon. The lake lady chuckled, but there are not so many seats on the boat, so some people can't get on the boat. If you want to get on the boat, you must have a ticket. The ticket is in the cabinet on the shore. The cabinet has 15 drawers, numbered 1 to 15. In order to increase the excitement of the game, in addition to the ticket, I also placed magic traps and cursed dolls in the cabinet. Each of you can choose a numbered drawer, but 2 people cannot choose the same drawer. In the end, you can open your own drawer only after everyone has chosen their numbers. Listen carefully, here are 8 tips that are crucial to your final choice. 1. Drawers with the same item will not have consecutive numbers. 2. In drawers above number 9, not including number 9, the number of tickets and cursed dolls is the same. 3. Among the 3 items, the number of cursed dolls is the largest, followed by tickets, and the number of magic traps is the smallest. 4. There are 3 drawers with 2 kinds of things in them. The numbers of 2 of the drawers are known, namely 4 and 15. 5. The product of the numbers of the drawers with magic traps is not a multiple of 8, and the sum of the numbers of the drawers with tickets is a multiple of 7. 6. The product of the numbers of the empty drawers is 27. 7. The sum of the number of tickets, magic traps, and cursed dolls is 17, and there is at most 1 of each kind in each drawer. 8. If you know what is in drawer 13 in advance, you can know what is in all the drawers. After Elista, the siren of the lake, introduced the gameplay of the second game, everyone changed color. Everyone expected that the difficulty of the game would increase over time, but they didn't expect it to increase to this extent. The difficulty of the second round of games is not at the same level as the first round. Moreover, the confrontation of this round of games has obviously increased, from the original one-on-one mode to a group competition. Although the time limit has been cancelled, the siren of the lake has clearly stated that the number of tickets is limited. Now it is not known how many tickets there are, but there is no doubt that the sooner you solve this problem, the greater the possibility of getting a ticket. Once the tickets are all taken, it will be useless even if you get the answer. In addition, from the hint, there is not necessarily only one thing in each drawer. In other words, the boat ticket may be placed in the same drawer as the magic trap or cursed puppet, which means that the person who chooses later may have to pay an extra price when getting the boat ticket. The lake lady, like the first time, opened a path to the game location in the magic circle after introducing the rules of the game. However, no one ran for their lives this time, because in that state, there was no way to concentrate on thinking. Now it was meaningless to simply run to the destination. Solving the puzzle as soon as possible was the most important thing. But when it comes to solving the problem, everyone is going crazy again. The difficulty of this problem lies in the fact that there are too many possibilities, which requires consideration and analysis. The problem-solving process is quite cumbersome. Although all the people present are magicians, they can't get the answer immediately. In addition, they have to consider competing with other opponents. Everyone feels the pressure at this moment. Everyone has experienced magic traps before. Although it looks a bit ugly after being hit, fortunately the actual damage is not great. However, this is only the magic trap in the first round. Before the second round of the game, the Lake Banshee Illista specifically emphasized the danger. The magic traps in this round may not be so pediatric. As for the curse puppet, everyone is a little unfamiliar with it, because curses are usually a unique attack method of orc shamans, but just hearing the name, you know that it is definitely not a good thing. The unknown is the most terrifying. In fact, everyone would rather take the magic trap that may cause higher damage than touch this weird curse puppet. Lois asked the fox-masked man, "Who do you think will get the ticket the fastest, and who is least likely to not get the ticket?" The fox-masked man pointed at Rob, and the masked man who won the last round in the first round. From the performance of the last round, these two guys are the most powerful. As for the person who is most likely to be eliminated, this is already obvious. Lois knew that the fox-masked man was referring to Ginny and another male student. The former was trotting towards the lake with a blank look on her face. Judging from her appearance, she probably didn't write down the 8 clues at all. As for the other male student, he was not much better. He was completely crazy. The female archer was really worried that he would pull all the hair off his head. However, the result was once again beyond everyone's expectations. Ginny arrived at the lake the fastest because she didn't have to solve the problem. She stood in front of the cabinet and looked at each drawer nervously, as if she wanted to find some difference from them. Unfortunately, this was not a game of finding differences. The cabinets did not have any difference in appearance. Ginny bit her lips and looked like she was about to cry. In the end, she could only rely on her intuition to randomly choose a drawer and write down the corresponding number on the paper. No way, this is possible? When the fox-masked man saw the number on the paper, he immediately looked as if he had seen a ghost. Lois also saw the number written by Ginny at this time. "Hey, number 14. Teacher, you better not tell me that you put the boat ticket in drawer number 14. Incredible, incredible, this kind of luck. Hey, wait, no, I almost got fooled by her. Once is a coincidence, twice is not something that can be explained by luck. There must be some reason behind it." The fox-masked man touched his chin and pondered. Is it because of the other soul in her body? Damn, is the IQ difference between twin sisters so significant? Teacher, you are making a personal attack. Sorry, I accidentally said what I really thought in my heart. The fox-masked man scratched his head and said embarrassedly, but there was no regret on his face. Chapter 198. The second person to arrive at the lake was the masked man who won the last round. He didn't walk fast. He was obviously very confident in his speed of solving the problem and confident that he could get the boat ticket before others. But when he saw Ginny, he was obviously stunned. Except Rob and the fox-masked man, the others in the maze had only seen their first-round competitors before arriving at the lake. In other words, the masked man didn't know that Ginny didn't solve the problem at all, but guessed the answer directly, so he gave her a thumbs up. "I admire you. The St. Laurent Brothers School of Magic is really full of hidden talents." "Aw?" Ginny thought the masked man was mocking her, and her face turned red. I'm stupid. Sorry for causing you trouble again." What does this mean?" the masked man pondered. The other party arrived one step ahead of him and made the right choice, which means that her performance in the second round of the game has been the best so far. He expressed his admiration, but the other party inexplicably replied that he was stupid, and then apologized to him sincerely. What was he apologizing for? Did he accidentally beat him? Wow, this guy is so arrogant. The masked man wrote the number 12 on the paper, and at the same time, he silently labeled Ginny as a master and arrogant. After choosing the drawer, he just nodded to the other party and stopped talking. The third person to the lake was also a masked man. He looked at the 2 numbers on the paper, frowned, picked up the pen and put it down again, walked to the cabinet, and fell into deep thought again. Unlike the first masked man to the lake, he did not completely solve the problem. He only deduced that the drawer number 12 should contain the boat ticket and hurriedly set off, but he did not expect that he was still a step late. Now number 12 has been occupied by someone, and he can only change to another number. Among the remaining numbers, he was sure that drawer number 4 contained a ticket, but also a cursed doll, and drawer number 2 contained not only a ticket and a cursed doll, but also a magic trap. Or he could try to bet on number 7, where the possibility of a ticket and a magic trap was 50-50. Masked man number 2 was very entangled now. The cursed doll was something no one wanted to encounter, but he was sure that the 2 drawers with tickets had this thing. No one knew how dangerous this thing was before the cabinet was opened. He didn't want to test the law unless it was absolutely necessary, so if possible, he still wanted to choose a drawer with only tickets, or take a step back, at least choose a drawer with only tickets and a magic trap. Unfortunately, his current reasoning is not complete, and there are many drawers that he cannot determine what is inside. On the other hand, he is secretly glad that he did not wait until all the reasoning is finished before leaving, because at least now, he is the third person to arrive at the lake, and there is still a lot of room for choice. If he waits a little longer, he may not even have this kind of trouble. Among the 3 drawers, number 2 can be eliminated first, leaving number 4 and number 7. This is a matter of personal opinion. If you choose number 4, you will definitely get a boat ticket, but you will also get a cursed doll. If you choose number 7, you will definitely not encounter a cursed doll, but there is a 50% chance that you will not get a boat ticket. How to choose? The masked man number 2 looked back at the 2 people who arrived at the lake first. The girl who looked like a student had a cute expression on her face, and the guy who was dressed similarly to him put his hands behind his back, obviously determined to watch the fun from the side. The masked man number 2 knew that he could not expect anything from the 2 people, so he gritted his teeth and wrote down number 4 on the paper. "Hey buddy, do you have to work so hard?" The guy who was watching the fun leaned over and looked at the number on the paper and immediately showed a gloating look. Masked man number 2 was furious. If this bastard hadn't taken his number 12, he wouldn't have been forced to make such a difficult choice. He hesitated in front of the cabinet for a long time, but in the end, he couldn't accept the result of being eliminated halfway. To be safe, he could only pinch his nose and choose number 4, which had both a ticket and a cursed doll. TSK, don't look at us like that. Even if we take up 2 places, you still have other better choices. For example? Masked man number 2 suppressed his anger and humbly asked for advice. For example, I noticed that you have been observing drawer number 7. If I were you, I would choose this drawer. The masked man who came first said leisurely. As a result, the masked man number 2 went crazy again. He suddenly realized that even if someone really asked to help him, it seemed useless because he could not be sure whether the other party was telling the truth or a lie. Just like now, someone clearly told him that the boat ticket was in drawer number 7, but because the 2 sides were in a competitive relationship, he had to think about why the other party had such good intentions. Before, he took the initiative to show his goodwill, but the guy on the other side looked like he didn't care. But now, the guy just ridiculed him and threw out the answer. Anyone would doubt his intentions. However, just when he was caught in a new round of entanglement, someone else came to the lake. The 4th person to arrive was Jessica, a female magician from the discipline department. She walked to the cabinet and wrote down the number 7 without any hesitation. The masked man number 2 regretted it the moment he saw this number. If he didn't know, it would be fine. Now he has been reminded, but he still. Wait, that guy didn't do it on purpose. He knew that he wouldn't believe him, so he deliberately told him the correct answer. Are people so wicked now? Masked man number 2 could not help but start to doubt the social atmosphere. Rob was the 5th to arrive. He picked up a pen and casually wrote 10 on the paper. There was also a ticket in this drawer, and like number 7, number 12, and number 14, they were all the best choices with only tickets, but no magic traps or cursed dolls. So far, 5 tickets have been found, which is not good news for the 3 behind. Teacher, you seem to have made a mistake again. This guy looks very ordinary in the second round of the game. Lois was a little disappointed with someone's performance, and said to the fox masked man. But the latter closed his eyes, and was in a trance, tapping his fingers on the table. The female archer knew that this was her teacher's signature move when he was concentrating on thinking about a problem. After a while, the fox masked man opened his eyes again, and the first sentence scared Lois. My maze was broken by someone, and this guy's vision was not blocked at all, because only this can explain why he was the 5th person to arrive at the lake. Huh? Lois was puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, he was the fastest solver in this round, but he probably realized that he was too conspicuous in the last round, so he deliberately controlled the order this time. To be honest, if the 3rd person hadn't chosen drawer 4, I wouldn't have noticed. At his pace at the time, he should have arrived at the lake before Jessica, because there were 4 drawers with only boat tickets, and his target had been the 4th drawer from the beginning. But the third person chose the wrong number, so his pace was slightly adjusted, making him fall behind Jessica. Chapter 199. Is it possible that you are thinking too much, teacher? Lois felt like she was listening to a fairy tale. You didn't stipulate that everyone must walk to the lake at a constant speed. It is normal for the pace to change halfway, just like someone would speed up because they are worried about their ranking. This is also reasonable. Yes, but as you said, the further you walk, the more likely you are to speed up. Slowing down the pace is not very reasonable. And he slowed down the pace just after the third person wrote down the answer. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that all this is just a coincidence. The fox-masked man poked his finger at the crystal ball. But I personally prefer the former. When he discovered my magic circle before, his behavior was a bit strange. With the level he showed at the beginning, even if he couldn't crack the maze, he shouldn't have been trapped so quickly. Those little fairies obviously saw something from him, so they gave him such a valuable ancient fairy coin. Lois frowned. If this guy can really move freely in the magic circle, then he will have a lot of advantages in the next few games. What should we do? Do we need to change the original plan? The fox-masked man shook his head. No need. I organized this game not to choose the most powerful guy. I just wanted to have some fun and test the details of this group of people. This is the best. Haha, many times a person has to make more mistakes to cover up the previous mistake he made. For example, this guy, he knew we were watching him, so he tried his best to be low-key, but the appearance of the goblins in the first round of the game disrupted his plan. The goblins gave him the ancient goblin protection. He knew that this precious gift would definitely make me keep an eye on him, so he could only act as ordinary as possible in the second round of the game. He deliberately chose to be the 5th person to reach the lake, which further exposed his secret that he was not confused by the magic circle. Haha, I have a hunch that by the end of the game, I will know the true identity of this guy. About 20 minutes later, the 8 winners of the first round all arrived at the lakeside and wrote down their numbers on paper one by one. When the last person put down his pen, the voice of Elista, the lake siren, sounded again. Very good, each of you has made your own choice. So the next step is about to enter the most exciting part. Are you ready to face your fate? Haha, now please step forward in order and open the drawer you chose. Ginny was the first to walk to the cabinet. She looked very timid, like a frightened deer. Everyone could see her anxiety and uneasiness on her face. The girl stretched out her hand several times to open the drawer, but she pulled it back in the end. The masked man on the side snorted and said impatiently, "Is it going to end? Is it fun to pretend like this? Everyone's time is precious. Can't you hurry up? Don't you see there are so many people behind you?" Yes, sorry, I didn't mean it." Ginny's voice was filled with tears. She closed her eyes and reached out to open her drawer. There was nothing scary inside, only a small piece of paper. Ginny carefully took out the paper. On the back of the paper, the word ticket was written crookedly. Is this okay? Everyone was too tired to complain. Should they be so straightforward? This ticket is really a ticket. By analogy, will the magic trap and cursed puppet also be just a small piece of paper with the corresponding name written on it? Well, with the usual bad taste of the owner of the magic circle, this seems to be possible. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and get your ticket on board. Masked man number 1 urged. He was the second one to go up. He opened drawer number 12 and took out his ticket. He shook it in front of the others and glanced at Ginny, who was still standing there stupidly. The latter seemed to be a little bit unconvinced that she had already got the ticket. Oh. Ginny woke up from her dream and followed masked man number 1 to get on the boat on the shore. Masked man number 2 was the third one to go up. His expression was somewhat unnatural because he knew that drawer number 4 not only had a ticket but also a cursed doll. In fact, not only him, but everyone else was also very curious about the function of the cursed doll, so when he walked to the cabinet, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Masked man number 2 was actually quite nervous, but he knew that it would be a knife to stick his head out and a knife to hide his head, so it was better to be quick than to scare himself. So he didn't drag his feet like Ginny, and opened his drawer very straightforwardly. In addition to the piece of paper with the boat ticket written on it, there was also a palm-sized toy doll in the drawer. The doll didn't look good, but surprisingly, it was a little cute. Masked man number 2 hesitated for a moment, and finally picked up the doll, looked at it twice, and didn't seem to find anything special. So the cursed puppet that everyone avoids is only this bad? Well, the lake siren didn't seem to say how scary the cursed puppet was. Everyone just inferred from the name that it was dangerous. but now it seems that it's not a big deal. The masked man number 2 breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been hanging in the air, gradually settled down. However, he didn't know why the surroundings suddenly fell into a strange silence. After he took out the boat ticket and the puppet, it should have been Jessica's turn to open her drawer, but the latter stopped abruptly and stood not far away, looking at him with a complicated expression. Masked man number 2 had an ominous premonition in his heart. He lowered his head following the female officer's gaze, but the scene that followed made him collapse instantly. He actually saw obvious female features on his chest. What the hell is this? The masked man has always been known for his mental fortitude among his peers and the family, but at this moment, he was completely confused. In fact, he had prepared himself mentally when the Lake Banshee Alista warned everyone about the dangers of this round of games. He could accept being injured or even killed, but he could not accept the extra things he had now. How could there be such a vicious curse in this world? A 7-foot-tall man burst into tears in front of so many people at this moment, and the other masked man who chose drawer number 2 was also pale at this moment. TSK, teacher, has anyone ever said that you are simply a devil? Chapter 200. Haha, this little thing was given to me by an old shaman from a small secluded tribe when I was traveling in the orc world, because I helped them transform a drainage canal. The fox masked man looked at the bulging chest of the masked man number 2 and marveled. Strictly speaking, this is not a vicious curse. The girls in that small tribe like this kind of puppet very much. But then again, this is the first time I have seen this thing work on a man. Oh, it's strange. You said that the same size of chest. Why does it give people a completely different impression when it grows on a girl and a boy? The fox masked man raised a very philosophical question. Lois rolled his eyes. Hey, don't you think this joke is a little too much? After all, they are just a group of teenagers who were instructed by their family elders to come to Siamus to find your trace. You can have fun with them, but there is no need to torture them like this. The fox masked man disagreed. I warned them before the second round of the game, but they still chose to play with me. Since they made the choice, they must bear the corresponding price. Moreover, this curse is not permanent. In a week, he will lose the pair of breasts that countless girls envy and jealous. Maybe he will have a little regret at that time. The tragedy that happened to the masked man number 2 made everyone feel a chill. Even the always bold female officer of the discipline department couldn't help shivering. Until then everyone realized the danger of the game very intuitively. Jessica also hesitated for a rare moment. The female officer took a deep breath on the spot, and then opened her number 7 drawer. Fortunately, the final result was the same as her previous reasoning, and she got a ticket safely. The great magician followed closely, slowly opening the number 10 drawer, and after that, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the 6th person, who chose the number 2 drawer. The good news was that there was the last ticket there, and the bad news was that in addition to the ticket, there were magic traps and cursed puppets. Because the 6th person also wrapped himself up tightly, no one could see his expression, but almost everyone could feel the anxiety and despair in his heart. If he had known that the cursed puppet was so vicious, he would never have chosen drawer number 2. Especially after witnessing the tragic experience of masked man number 2, he could not imagine what a horrible scene it would be if the same disaster befell him. So under this huge pressure, he finally chose to run away and rush towards the thick fog behind him. Rob sighed. This was not a wise decision. Where could you escape to in someone's magic circle even if you wanted to? Sure enough, not long after, everyone saw the 6th person who plunged into the thick fog inexplicably turn back. He rushed to the cabinet with excitement and couldn't wait to open drawer number 2. Then his chest began to grow in an unreasonable way. Compared with the masked man number 2, his disaster was far from over. Then the magic trap was triggered and a lightning bolt fell from the sky. Compared to the first round of lightning, that was only as thick as a thumb, this lightning looked even more powerful, as big as a bowl, and it made people's scalps numb just by looking at it. And its target, that poor guy, if he didn't choose to escape, although he still couldn't escape the tragic fate of secondary development, at least he could put on a magic shield before the magic trap was triggered to absorb some of the damage, so that he wouldn't have to take a whole set of big moves directly on his face like now. The result was that his limbs, and the pair of majestic breasts on his chest kept twitching at a crazy frequency. The fox masked man sighed. This is really the most bizarre breast shaking I have ever seen. Half a minute later, the lightning disappeared, and everyone found that the unlucky guy had completely fainted. The voice of Elista, the lake siren, sounded, everyone, I don't want to warn you a second time. Don't try to escape, don't try to challenge the rules of the game I set, otherwise it is likely to cause more serious consequences. The two people behind looked at each other, and felt a little lucky. Because they came too late, All the tickets had been snapped up. They could only choose 2 empty drawers, but they didn't expect to escape. Rob on the boat was moved. The magic circle in Siamis College was indeed related to the brooch in his pocket. Judging from the experience of the 6th person, the magic circle can not only create fog to block the senses, but also make people hallucinate like the brooch. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain the abnormal behavior of that guy who was almost looking for death in the end. However, the owner of the magic circle obviously did not intend to reveal more secrets. In fact, if no one escaped, he would not even expose the hallucinogenic effect of the magic circle. After everyone opened their drawers, the Lake Sirene Lista continued, "Those who have tickets please get on board as soon as possible. Those who don't get on board after 2 minutes will be eliminated even if they have tickets. The 3rd round of games is about to begin. Before that, I want to announce a good news. I am very satisfied with your wonderful performance in the first 2 rounds of games, so I decided to increase the rewards temporarily. In addition to keeping the original prizes unchanged, the winners can also make a wish to me. However, whether to fulfill your wishes will ultimately be decided by me. Who do you think you are, a god? Or a wishing tree?" However, the words of Elista, the lake siren, were interrupted by another majestic voice. This was the first time that everyone heard a voice outside the magic circle. Jessica and another male student were delighted when they heard this voice. But Lois's face changed. "Mage Xavier, damn, why is he here?" The current principal of Siamis Academy is Foreman, a 6th level quasi-mage, but the top master is Xavier. Xavier is a powerful magician that Foreman spent a lot of money to dig out from Oak Forest Magic Academy 5 years ago. He has the strength of the 7th level, and is less than 100 years old. He still has great potential for growth in the future. It stands to reason that masters of this level would not look at a second-rate magic school like Siamis, but Xavier owed Foreman a favor 30 years ago, and the salary level offered by Siamis was very sincere, 5 times his original salary, which finally moved the magician. In addition, it is unfortunate that this magician named Xavier is also very knowledgeable in the field of magic circles. In other words, it is only a matter of time before he breaks the maze. Why else? We made too much noise tonight. The fox-masked man still looked heartless. He put the lip-shaped voice transmission magic device back into his pocket and stretched his body. "It's a pity, but let's stop here tonight. Let Xiaohei run away and send the crystal ball back to St. Laurent Magic School. Then notify Foreman to clean up the mess." Chapter 201. Xavier's unexpected arrival forced the fox-masked man to terminate the game tonight in advance, so that the 20 people trapped in the maze were finally saved. But in fact, not everyone was as happy as Jessica and the other male student. At least the masked men didn't look very happy. It was very troublesome to appear at the lakeside in this outfit at this time. It was just short of having the word suspicious person engraved on their faces. If they were caught, not only would their identities be exposed, but it would also be difficult to justify themselves. Although the forces behind them were not simple, Xavier would not embarrass them too much. At most, he would persuade them to retreat in a tactful way, but this would mean that they would be completely out of the game. Including the 2 unlucky guys who developed twice in the 2nd round, the masked people actually don't want the game to end. They are not here to study hard in Siamis, and they don't want to see the clues they have finally found broken. Only if the game continues can they have more opportunities to understand the initiator of the game. Yes, the fox-masked man uses the game to obtain information from the participants and observe everyone's performance, but in turn, the participants are also carefully collecting information about him in the game. But the fox-masked man didn't care. Just like he said to Lois before, he spent so much energy and money to organize this game. His biggest purpose was just to have some fun. Picking up the coat on the chair, the fox-masked man waved to Lois. "Let's go, you should go back to school quickly. The discipline department will definitely count the number of people in the dormitory later if something like this happens." However, the female archer didn't get up after hearing this. The fox-masked man then noticed that the girl's face was a little pale, and there was cold sweat on her forehead. The fox-masked man was puzzled. "Are you having your period?" "You just had your period. I think I saw something in the lake just now." Lois looked a little uneasy. "Aha, what did you see?" The fox-masked man came over, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything unusual in the crystal ball. The lake was calm, and everything was normal on the shore. The expressions of the people in the magic circle were different. Some were happy, and some were worried, and Xavier on the other side had already started to break the circle. He chose the simplest and most brutal method, relying directly on the powerful magic of the 7th level magician to smash the array base. Although this method lacks technical content, it is undoubtedly the fastest and most direct. Of course, the premise is that the gap between the two sides is large enough. Although the maze lock is incredibly sophisticated, it is ultimately just a third-level magic array. It can't withstand the bombardment of the seventh-level magician. The Fox Masked Man estimates that his magic array will not be able to hold out for another 7 or 8 minutes at most, so he must use this time to let the Golem Xiaohei, who is still in the maze lock, evacuate secretly. This job was supposed to be done by Lois, but the female archer was a little absent-minded. She had just seen a black shadow not far from the boat. The thing was swimming very fast in the water. At first, she thought it was a big fish, but then the black shadow raised its head out of the water to breathe, and Lois saw a baby's face. At that moment, she only felt a bone-chilling chill from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. But when she rubbed her eyes and looked again, the black shadow disappeared again, as if it had never appeared. Lois was not sure whether the horrible scene just now was her hallucination. The female archer wanted to tell her teacher about this, but she shut her mouth halfway. In fact, even she herself did not quite believe it. This artificial lake did not cover a large area, and was only for viewing. As one of the most suitable places for romance in Siamos, there were a large number of couples walking and playing by the lake every day. If there was really a monster hidden in the lake, it would be impossible for no one to see it for so long, and there was no news of anyone being attacked by the lake before. The strange creature just now seemed more like a fantasy that only existed in her brain. The female archer didn't want to be laughed at by the guy opposite because of such a thing. Seeing that Lois had no intention of continuing this topic, the Fox-Masked Man didn't ask any more questions. He shrugged his shoulders, issued an order to the Golem Xiaohei to retreat quietly, and then turned off the real-time projection in the crystal ball, and left the bakery with his female apprentice. At this time, there were less than 3 minutes left before the magic circle was broken, and the faces of the masked men showed anxiety, like ants on a hot pot. The situation was quite serious, and sitting there waiting to die was definitely not an option. The masked men looked at each other, and finally it was number 2 who spoke first. Let's run separately, each relying on luck. No matter how powerful Xavier is, he is only one person, and it is impossible to catch everyone. His proposal was immediately agreed by another person, but Rob on the side did not speak. At the same time, the second masked man who came to the lake did not speak either. Number 2 frowned, but did not force the two of them, and nodded, "Then I wish you good luck." After saying this, he and another masked man rushed into the fog separately. Until the two figures were swallowed by the thick fog, the masked man who had not spoken suddenly turned his head and looked at the great magician opposite. "Okay, now you have any plans to tell me?" Rob raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "You didn't run away with them, but stayed with me because you thought I had other plans?" I have always been very accurate in judging people," the masked man said proudly. "When Xavier appeared, I could feel everyone's anxiety, but you were the only one who was as calm as ever. I knew you must have some plans. It's better to follow you than to run around with those idiots. How about taking me with you, just as making friends? Anyway, you have nothing to lose. I am the most grateful person, and I will definitely help you in the future if you need help." Rob had no objection. "Okay, then you follow me." After saying this, the great magician turned around and jumped into the lake. The masked man was dumbfounded. The artificial lake in the Siamus Academy was not connected to the water system outside. In other words, even if you jump in, you can't swim out. Of course, you could also try to hide in the lake and see if you are lucky enough to hide from the full search of a 7th-level magician, but please don't forget that there is Jessica on the shore who is witnessing the whole process. The masked man was going crazy. His mind told him that jumping down like that was simply courting death. While there was still some time, he should follow the example of the two men before him and run away separately to try his luck. But on the other hand, he was very confident in his ability to judge people. In fact, he had been paying attention to the guy with the golden staff for a long time. This guy didn't perform well in the second round of the game, but for some reason, the masked man always felt that he seemed to have a very unique temperament. No matter how he looked at it, he didn't look like someone who would seek his own death. Chapter 202. What to do? The masked man knew that he had little time left. Whether he believed in reason or his own eyesight, he had to hurry up and make a decision, because from this moment on, the magic circle could be broken at any time. The longer he hesitated, the less hope he had of escaping. The masked man gritted his teeth and finally chose the latter. He didn't believe that Rob would not see that there was no way out of the lake. This guy must have some information that he didn't know. The masked man decided to continue to bet on Rob, so he jumped in right after him. Cold. This was the masked man's first feeling. He couldn't help shivering as soon as he jumped into the lake. It was the end of December. The north was already covered with ice and snow at this time. Although the temperature in the south was not so exaggerated, the lake water was almost 0 degrees. The magician's physique was notoriously weak, so it took a lot of courage to jump into the lake at this time. The masked man could only comfort himself that he was not alone at this moment. As a result, he turned his head and looked at the guy who jumped down before, and he burst into tears instantly. Compared with him, the future super magician didn't even have his clothes wet. As soon as Rob jumped off the boat, he quickly opened a defensive barrier for himself called Dream Bubble. This spell is somewhat similar to 0-degree bubble. Both can generate a huge bubble to completely wrap the target. From the defensive effect, there is no comparison between Dream Bubble and 0-degree bubble, but the former has a lower rank and is easier to cast. Rob's main purpose is to use this spell to isolate himself from the lake. The masked man at the side could only admire silently. He had heard of this third-tier spell. It was not unpopular, but also not too uncommon. He had too many things to do every day, and he had not found the time to learn this magic until now. So at this time, he could only cast a first-tier spell called Underwater Breathing on himself. In this way, his breathing time was extended to more than half an hour, but he was soaked in the lake and could not avoid the cold. He now only hoped that the guy in front of him really had a plan to escape, otherwise he would have committed such a big crime in vain. Does Rob have a plan? The answer is of course yes. As soon as Xavier showed up, everyone was attracted by his arrival, and only the great magician focused on the golem with obscene behavior. Rob was not worried that he could not escape because he knew that the owner of the magic circle would definitely not abandon this golem. Unlike its cheap counterparts that can be seen everywhere, the great magician felt a hint of wisdom in this pitch-black golem. This situation is extremely rare. No, perhaps it is more accurate to say that it is unique. Golems are special life forms created by magicians, but strictly speaking, golems are not complete life forms, but more like tools. Golems have no wisdom and cannot think. They can only execute simple commands or undertake repetitive mechanical tasks. This is almost a consensus in the magic world. Before this, Rob had never seen a golem that could show its own emotions in action. But the appearance of this golem in front of him obviously broke this pattern. When number 2 grew chests, Rob was surprised to find that this guy's shoulders shrugged and seemed to be laughing at the side. When Xavier began to bombard the magic circle, it clearly showed a trace of fear and uneasiness. An intelligent golem? The great magician had seen a lot of new things this evening, but even if all the things before were added together, they were not as shocking as this golem. For thousands of years, the temple has been preaching that only the gods hold the secrets of life, and all intelligent life on the Dawn continent, including humans, was created by those higher beings. As if to verify this motto, even though magic has developed to this level today, no magician can make any achievements in this field. For mortals, this is like a forbidden area that can never be touched. And now all this has been broken by the golem in front of him. I am afraid that even he himself does not realize how special his appearance is, and he probably cannot imagine how dazzling his existence is to the temple. In fact, not only the temple, but once its existence is exposed, the Magician Association, even the dwarf alchemists, orc shamans, and elf priests will be interested in it. For the owner of the magic circle, this is undoubtedly the worst situation, so Rob judged that the other party would do his best to cover up the existence of this puppet. Judging from the caution that Guy showed in the game before, Rob did not believe that he would be unprepared for Xavier's arrival. Sure enough, not long after, Rob saw the golem sneaking into the water again. The great magician threw a magic mark at it when its figure was about to disappear from the water. Then all he had to do was follow the magic mark and find a way to leave here. In order not to alert the golem, Rob deliberately sat on the boat for a while before jumping into the lake. The masked man saw the bubble wrapped around Rob slowly sinking to the bottom of the lake, and he did not dare to neglect it, and quickly chased after it. However, what he didn't expect was that soon after he jumped into the lake, Jessica on the shore also jumped down with him. The masked man suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. The female cadres of the student union were so enthusiastic that it was impossible for them to see them off. There was only one possibility left. The masked man turned around and saw Jessica raising her staff and casting an entanglement spell on him. Damn, dead woman, so insidious. If it weren't for the water around him, the masked man would have cursed and hurriedly turned around to fight, and cast a guiding spell on a big fish swimming by his side. As a result, the next moment, he saw that the big fish was tightly tied up by an invisible rope. Jessica's purpose was very clear. She wanted to delay him as much as possible, until Xavier broke the magic circle, and then the masked man would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. The female director chose the right time to act. She obviously saw how powerful the masked man was, and there were two people on the other side. If she acted too early, she might not be able to hold on until the magic circle was broken. If she acted too late, the other side would easily get rid of it. Only when she acted neither too early nor too late, like now, when the timing was just right, could she keep one of them. The masked man was in pain. "Sister, I understand your thinking, but why do you want to keep me and not him? Is it because I am closer to you?" The masked man looked at the increasingly blurred back of the great magician. "Well, it seems to be true. In this case, only a fool would bypass me to catch another person." So the masked man could only try to change his thinking and gestured to Jessica. "How about you let me go, and I will help you catch him as a reward?" Unfortunately, Jessica was unmoved, and another entanglement spell followed. The masked man had no choice but to stop again and cast another induction spell. The female staff member persevered and cast the third entanglement spell. The masked man collapsed. "Sister, are you playing the bamboo ring game on the street stall? You have to trap me before you let go?" Chapter 203. The masked man found himself in a dilemma. He didn't know whether the magic circle outside had been broken or how long it would take Xavier to arrive here. Jessica's constant harassment made him very worried. If he had known this, he might as well spend some time on the shore to solve this problem. Now that he was in the water, he couldn't use his best magic, and he had no way to deal with the female officer. In addition, he had been entangled here, and could hardly see the figure in the bubble. The masked man was anxious. He actually had one last trump card, but he didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. The power of that thing was too great, and he couldn't control it completely. It would be a small matter to attract Xavier. If he accidentally hurt Jessica, the result would not be what he wanted to see. Although the masked man was furious, he still maintained his rationality. This group of people were doing all sorts of things in Siamus. Principal Foreman might choose to turn a blind eye to their power, but the premise of all this was that they did not harm others. Once some of them crossed the line, Foreman would quickly change his attitude towards them. At the very least, he would expel them from Siamus, or at the worst, he would directly submit them to the Magicians Association for judgment. So the masked man was upset now, but he could only play the bamboo ring game with Jessica obediently. He looked back at Rob from time to time, and sadly found that the guy seemed to be farther away from him. As a result, when he looked back again not long ago, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a black shadow from the corner of his eye. The thing swam in a very strange posture, but the speed was extremely fast. When the masked man turned his head to look for it, he saw nothing. What the hell? The vision at the bottom of the lake was not good. The masked man tried to open his eyes wide, and searched around but still found nothing. However, a warning rose in his heart. Unlike Lois, observation has always been his strong point. He did not think that the thing that flashed by just now was because of his dazzle. On the contrary, it just showed that the trajectory of the black shadow was carefully calculated and happened to be out of his sight. If he hadn't turned back suddenly, he would not have seen the thing. The masked man felt something was wrong, and quickly gestured to the female officer not far away, signaling both sides to pause and enter the halftime break. However, Jessica didn't pay any attention to him at all, and continued to cast the entanglement spell step by step. The female officer had made up her mind to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. She ignored what the guy on the opposite side wanted to do. She only recognized one thing, that is, to entangle him tightly until Teacher Xavier arrived. The masked man was a little anxious, because his sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. No matter what it was, it must have bad intentions towards them. However, no matter how he gestured, the crazy woman on the opposite side refused to let him go. The masked man was so angry that he vomited blood. Obviously, danger was about to come, but he didn't even have the time to add a magic shield to himself. At this time, even if he wanted to ask for help, it was too late. The figure in front of him was already blurred and almost invisible. Damn it, I'm really going to be screwed this time. When the figure in the bubble in front of him completely disappeared, the alarm in the masked man's heart also reached the extreme. This time, the black shadow no longer hid itself, and suddenly jumped out from the water plants not far away, and pounced on Jessica not far away at an incredibly fast speed. At this time, the female secretary didn't realize the danger at all, and was still persevering in rubbing the entanglement spell. The masked man couldn't stand by and watch the death, but the speed of the black shadow was too fast, and the distance to Jessica was too close. In such a short time, he couldn't release any magic at all. In fact, It was a bit difficult for him to even follow the movement of the thing with his eyes. At this time, we can only take a gamble. The masked man's mind was still as calm as ever. He ignored the entanglement spell cast by the female officer on him. He used this precious time to reach into his pocket and hold the flint. He threw it towards Jessica without hesitation. At the moment when the flint left his fingertips, the masked man's body suddenly tensed up. It was Jessica's entanglement spell that worked. He was tied up tightly. The female officer was stunned. It seemed that she didn't expect that she could succeed. Just a second ago, the two were still fighting back and forth. She couldn't understand why the other side suddenly surrendered. Then she saw a red light flash on the flint thrown by the masked man. The next moment, the surrounding lake water actually boiled, and an extremely ferocious fire dragon suddenly appeared in front of her. Jessica's pupils shrank suddenly, and she recognized that this was the famous 4th level fire attack magic, the fire dragon cannon. Although the power of this fire magic has been reduced in the lake water, it is still not something that a 2nd level magician like her can resist. Not to mention that the fire dragon rushed in front of her in just a moment. The female secretary had no time to release any defensive magic, and could only watch the fire dragon swallowing up herself with the breath of death. Jessica's eyes revealed a trace of despair and fear. She didn't expect that she would die here. The masked man didn't look like a vicious person. Even though she had clearly been stalling for time, the other party was so anxious that he just continued to play the offensive and defensive game with her. The female officer had no idea that this guy would suddenly attack at the last moment, and she didn't expect that the flint was such a powerful magic device. However, just when she thought she was going to die, the fire dragon just brushed past her. The female officer was still in a daze when she heard a shrill scream from behind. She turned her head and saw a scene that made her hair stand on end. She saw a scary monster with a baby face being hit by a fire dragon less than half a step away from her. It rolled several times in the water in pain and looked at the masked man, who was tied up like a dead fish by the entanglement technique with resentment. However, this monster obviously had a considerable degree of intelligence. After hesitating for a moment, it put its target back on the female officer. It seemed to know that the masked man had lost his ability to move. As long as the woman in front of it was dealt with, the two would become its meal. Jessica's scalp was numb. At this time, she didn't understand that the masked man's previous strange behavior was to save her. However, the strength of this monster was completely beyond the masked man's imagination. It was hit by the fire dragon cannon and was only slightly injured, which did not affect its movement at all. Chapter 204. The baby-faced monster just shook its head slightly and pounced on the female officer again. Seeing this, the masked man's heart sank completely. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this thing? It's a bit too strong. It's over, it's over. Even if I use my trump card, I can't hold the situation. I'm afraid the two of them are in danger this time. After the initial panic, Jessica finally calmed down. According to the teacher's instructions, she released a water tornado, trying to distance herself from the opponent first, and then put on a magic shield. This is also the standard response method of magicians when encountering enemies. Unfortunately, the enemy she encountered this time was more brutal than she could imagine. The monster actually grinned after seeing her actions, revealing a hint of ridicule. It completely ignored the water tornado in front of it, and just swung its tail and rushed in front of the female secretary again. The female secretary's 2nd level magic had no effect on it at all, and Jessica had just finished chanting the magic shield. The baby-faced monster stretched out a small hand covered with scales, and gently pressed it, and the magic shield that had just condensed into shape instantly turned into the purest magic element. The masked man smiled bitterly. What the hell is this? The level difference is too big. He had already easily sent them to a desperate situation before he even exerted his strength. By the way, why hasn't that person come yet? Does it take so long to break the magic circle? Before, the masked man just hoped that Xavier would take as long as possible to break the magic circle. But now, he hopes that the magic circle will be broken in the next moment. However, it takes some time to get from the shore to the bottom of the lake, and as far as we can see now, it may only take the blink of an eye for the monster to kill the two of them. Even if Xavier can break the formation now, it may be too late. The masked man was now tied up tightly, unable to move, and could only wait for death to come. This was a terrible feeling, but he did not blame Jessica. The main reason was that the monster was too strong. Even if the two of them joined forces, it would still be a waste. But then again, since this thing was so powerful, it could easily kill all 3 people. Why did it have to wait until the guy in the bubble disappeared before taking action? Cautious? Or were 2 people enough for him, and he was afraid of wasting more? The masked man sank while thinking wildly. There was no way. After he was hit by the binding technique, he lost control of his body and fell to the bottom of the lake. His toes first hit a stone, and then he fell face down into the mud. The last scene in sight, the baby-faced monster opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of long and sharp teeth, biting towards Jessica's neck. The masked man shuddered, but unfortunately, he could not see what happened next. Jessica had closed her eyes, ready to welcome death, but the god of death broke his promise again this time. At this critical moment, a white light wall enveloped her. The baby-faced monster bit down, but the light wall did not move at all, but its teeth were almost broken. The monster screamed angrily, and kept circling around the light wall. Under its pounding like a storm, the light wall became shaky, but it remained strong and did not break. Jessica opened her eyes, and saw the familiar figure in the bubble again. Wait, didn't this guy leave? When did he come back? Was he just saved by him? This was the second time the female officer had escaped death tonight. She had a lot of questions in her mind, and what surprised her most was the white light wall in front of her. Not long ago, she had just witnessed her magic shield being torn apart by this terrifying monster like tearing a piece of paper. However, now the monster seemed helpless in the face of the light wall in front of her. After trying several times, and confirming that there was no possibility of breaking through the light wall in a short time, the baby-faced monster finally gave up the idea of swallowing Jessica in one bite. He bent his body, and stared at the bubble not far away. The female officer had picked up some wild cats and dogs before. They often used this posture to defend themselves when facing threats. The monster's face no longer had the relaxed and humorous look when facing them before, but was replaced by a solemn face. Jessica suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes. She even saw fear in the monster's eyes. But how is this possible? With the terrifying power of this monster, the female secretary couldn't imagine who else in the whole of Siamis could make it feel scared except for the magician Xavier and the principal foreman. And the guy in the bubble performed mediocrely in the second round of the game, and there was no outstanding place at all. There was a big gap between him and the masked man who was lying in the mud pretending to be water plants. But such a guy could make the baby-faced monster feel like he was facing a great enemy, showing an unprecedented nervousness. Jessica's heart was full of curiosity. If the two were not still in the water, the female secretary would definitely have asked these doubts in her heart, although she knew that the other party would most likely not answer her. In fact, even if Rob wanted to answer her, he didn't have time now, because the great magician had already recognized what the monster in front of him was. Irinia, also known as the killer ghost in folklore, is a vicious monster recorded in the divine canon. It is cunning and cruel, and likes to kill, especially attacking the young of intelligent life, including humans. After the end of the First Magic War, because the war losses of all races were serious, the security forces in various places were seriously lacking, and the proportion of adult males in the village was low. It was the era when the killer ghost was most rampant. It often happened that the children of the whole village were abducted and eaten by the killer ghost. Because of panic, people fled one after another, and large areas of villages built by the lake were abandoned. Later, the temple and the Magician Association joined forces to encircle and suppress this evil creature. Later dwarves, elves, and orcs also joined in. Irinia was notorious, and could be called the public enemy of all intelligent races on the Dawn continent. Everyone's attitude on this matter was unprecedentedly unified, and they all hoped to completely exterminate this ferocious monster. All major forces offered very generous rewards for this, and the Adventurers Guild also put the commission to eliminate the killer ghost at the top all year round. At the same time, various races also sent out elite forces to form mobile teams to repeatedly sweep the places where Irinia had appeared. This siege lasted for nearly 100 years. After 100 years, no one on the Dawn continent had seen any traces of the killer ghost. Later generations could only vaguely feel the horror of this monster from the records of their predecessors. Until today, Rob saw another Irinia at the bottom of the lake at the Siamis Academy. This Irinia was obviously an adult. With the advantage of the terrain, it had terrifying strength comparable to that of a 6th-level quasi-magician. Even the future super-magician had to be extremely vigilant when facing this terrifying monster. Chapter 205. Both Irinia and the future super mage appeared to be extremely patient when facing each other. One man and one monster confronted each other in the lake. Neither of them was in a hurry to attack, and they carefully looked at each other. Irinia's strong biological instinct, and the instinct of the beast told it that the guy in front of it was very dangerous. It was also because of this that it deliberately waited until Rob's figure disappeared before attacking the masked man and Jessica, who knew that this guy would come back halfway and ruin his hunting this time. On the other hand, Rob was not sure that his magic could hit Erinia, so he did not make a move. The speed of the killer ghost in the water was amazing. Even the most agile fish could not compare with it. Although the future super magician could instantly cast most of the magic below the 3rd level, and a considerable part of the 4th level magic, the low and medium level magic had no effect on Erinia. Even he needed time to chant the 5th level magic. For others, it might only take a short moment, but for the killer ghost, it was enough for it to react. If the first shot missed, it would not be easy to kill it again with Erinia's cunning. The great magician did not dare to take it lightly. A killer had sneaked into the Siamus Academy. This was definitely not a joke. It was like a naughty child breaking into a small house filled with candies and snacks. In a place full of young boys and girls, with the habits of this monster, it would probably not take long for this place to turn into a bloody party. However, what Rob did not understand was that Erinia had disappeared for hundreds of years. Even if there were a few fish that escaped the Big Purge, they must have hidden in the mountains and forests. Why did he suddenly see this monster in Gudruz now? And it was in the artificial lake of the Magic Academy? The great magician would never believe that there was no help from others behind this. From the current point of view, the owner of the magic circle is undoubtedly the most suspicious, because he was the one who attracted everyone to the lake to play the game tonight, and the situation was always under his control until Xavier appeared. In the first round of the game, he had invited the little goblins, who rarely appeared in the Dawn continent, to help. So it seems that it is not too surprising if he can get an Erinia. From the perspective of the game development, after the winner of the 2nd round is qualified to board the boat, the 3rd round of the game will most likely be held in the lake. According to this logic, this killer ghost is very likely to be related to the next game. However, the future super magician quickly overturned this speculation. Although the guy who called himself the Lake Witch kept emphasizing the danger in the 2nd round of the game, Rob could feel that he should not mean to harm the participants of the game, including the magic trap and the cursed puppet. It feels that the prank is more of a prank. It doesn't make sense to suddenly increase the danger of the game to a fatal level after entering the 3rd round. This does not match his behavior pattern. But if it wasn't that guy who put this monster in the artificial lake of Siamus, what is his purpose? Want to make a massacre in Siamus? But what benefit does he get from doing this? How much does the guy who designed the game know about this matter? The appearance of the killer made things even more confusing tonight. The future super magician's heart moved. Just now, he felt that the magic mark he planted on the puppet suddenly disappeared. There are 2 possibilities for this situation. Either the magic mark was discovered, or the puppet has left the area. The former is less likely. The location of the magic mark is very hidden. The puppet should not have time to stop and check its body during the escape. Therefore, the most likely reason is the 2nd reason. The guy has sneaked away from the lake. Rob noted the last location where the mark disappeared, feeling a little regretful. He had wanted to follow the puppet to see if he could find its owner, although he knew that the chance was not great given the other party's previous caution. Erinia had been silently observing someone, and Rob's distraction at the moment naturally did not escape its eyes. The cunning monster immediately realized that its chance had come. Jessica felt that Erinia disappeared in a flash. The female secretary was shocked. She had been holding the staff tightly. She had wanted to help the guy in the bubble harass the monster when the 2 sides fought, but now she couldn't even see the opponent's movement trajectory. Jessica realized that the monster had not used its full strength when dealing with her not long ago. The female secretary couldn't help but sweat for the guy in the bubble. In the face of such a terrifying speed, let alone casting a spell, he didn't even have time to react. Is there really a magician who can complete the chant? The answer is yes. Rob's 5th level magic, Light Shackles, took less than 0.5 seconds from the beginning of the chant to the end of the spell. In order to ensure that this blow could accurately land on Erinia, the future super magician even paused for half a second, waiting until Erinia's sharp teeth were less than half an inch away from his neck, and he could already smell the stench of its mouth, before Rob completed the magic. The next moment, a golden light fell from the sky, nailing Erinia's scaly body to the spot. The distance between the 2 sides was too close, and the attack came too suddenly, so Erinia had no way to avoid it. Rob did not pause at all, and immediately chanted the next magic. Light Shackles was a control spell, and the damage itself was limited, but the spell was simple, and it was relatively easy to release in the 5th level magic. Therefore, the future super magician could complete this chant in a very short time. In addition, light magic was less affected by water, and water magic had a bonus in the lake. Unfortunately, Erinia, as a monster that lived in the lake all year round, had a high resistance to water magic. The spell Rob chose next was called Golden Spear, a relatively rare light magic that aimed to cause the greatest possible damage. However, even a great magician would need 2 to 3 seconds to chant this spell. Irinia seemed to know that he was in danger, and was struggling desperately. All the scales on his body stood up, and he let out a shrill wail, tearing at the virtual shackles on his body with his hands. Unfortunately, all this was in vain. 2 seconds later, Rob finished chanting the second spell, and a spear made entirely of light elements appeared in front of Irinia. The killer's eyes showed fear, but he was ultimately unable to escape the control of the shackles of light. The next moment, his body was pierced by the spear, and the huge momentum carried him backwards, slamming hard into the bottom of the lake. Chapter 206. Irinia was stabbed by the golden light spear, and fell to the bottom of the lake with a scream. When it landed, it stirred up a piece of mud, and the nearby lake water suddenly became turbid. Rob frowned. He did not show any joy after the successful attack. On the contrary, when the light spear hit Irinia, he already felt that something was wrong. When the mud and sand in that area fell, there was no trace of the monster. The future super magician sighed. This killer was more cunning than he thought. When he knew that he could not avoid this attack, he took the initiative to send his body up, but deliberately avoided the vital parts. Although it was severely injured just now, it did not die. It also fell to the bottom of the lake with the help of the momentum of the light spear, deliberately stirred up mud and sand to block the view, and took this opportunity to escape. Rob knew it would be difficult to find it again. Fortunately, it was seriously injured this time, and would not be able to come out to commit crimes for 10 days or half a month. At this time, Xavier had already broken the magic circle. The great magician knew it was time to leave. He pointed his staff at Jessica, and the female officer's body began to float uncontrollably to the water surface. The duel between the guy in the bubble and the baby-faced monster, just now, had completely stunned Jessica. The baby-faced monster was much more powerful than she had imagined, but it was suppressed by the guy in the bubble throughout the whole process. Whether it was the shackles or the light gun that came later, including the light wall on her body, they were all powerful magic she had never heard of, and the guy's casting speed was simply incredible. The female secretary had never seen anyone who could effortlessly complete 2 high-level spells in such a short time. Casting spells was as natural to him as eating and drinking. In addition, his calmness also impressed Jessica. He did not show any panic from beginning to end when facing the terrifying monster, and his calculation ability was terrifying. Who is this guy? Does Siamus have such a powerful master? For a moment, Jessica even felt that the guy in the bubble was more powerful than Principal Foreman and Teacher Xavier, but when she came to her senses from the shock, the other party had already released another floating spell on her, and the distance between the two gradually became farther. Jessica was a little anxious. She didn't have time to ask the other person's name. Although the guy probably wouldn't tell her, she had to leave a contact number anyway, so that she could repay him when she had a chance in the future. As a result, the guy never looked at her again after the floating operation. He came to the place where the masked man fell to the ground, grabbed his collar, and swam in another direction. The masked man was trembling with fear at this moment. He felt a movement behind him, and thought that the monster had solved the female officer, and asked him to have another meal. He couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. He thought that he had a great reputation and a good youth, and there were so many girls who admired him outside, but he ended up being buried in such a small lake. The masked man was getting more and more upset because he didn't know whether his body would remain at the bottom of the lake forever or be fished up by some kind-hearted person. However, the monster didn't bite him for a long time, but dragged him forward. The masked man sighed in his heart. What's going on? Did it want to drag him back to its nest as a food reserve after it was full? Will it do it tomorrow? Anyway, it's inevitable, so it's better to die quickly. It's not manly to be so fussy. But then he noticed that his upper body seemed to have left the lake, and was in a bubble. Is he saved? Did the guy who had left before come back to save him? The masked man was overjoyed and found that he could finally speak. He quickly reminded, "Be careful, buddy. There is a very powerful monster in this lake." "Yeah," Rob replied casually. The masked man then remembered another thing, and looked a little nervous. "By the way, buddy, did you see anyone else when you saved me?" "That's the female cadre of the student union. She was with me before." "She's fine. She should have returned to the shore by now," the great magician said, and he also calculated the time in his mind. Xavier should have reached the lake by now, and was using his senses to explore the area. Fortunately, hiding his aura has always been Rob's strong point. Xavier might be disappointed this time. The masked man breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming that both of them were out of danger, he became energetic again. TSK, buddy, I didn't expect you to be more powerful than I thought." Can you tell me a little bit about how you saved us from that monster's mouth? Also, is there really a way to escape from this lake? Oh, by the way, do you think Xavier has broken the magic circle and is now searching for us by the lake? It's over, we can't escape his perception. Rob couldn't stand this guy's chattering, so he had to let go of his collar and picked up one of his legs, so that the guy's head was immersed in the lake water outside the bubble again, and the world became quiet again. Ignoring someone's sad eyes, the great magician found the place where the puppet disappeared before, and found a teleportation array there. Rob didn't rush to activate the teleportation array, but searched around again. Sure enough, he found a second magic array in another very hidden place. This magic array has only one function. If you don't activate this magic array before activating the teleportation array will automatically enter the self-destruction program. It's worthy of the usual insidious style of the guy who designed the game. The great magician activated 2 magic arrays, and took the masked man to the teleportation array. When they opened their eyes again, they were already in a remote alley near Siamos. Rob looked around and still couldn't sense the magic mark he had planted earlier, which meant that he had completely lost the trace of the puppet. The great magician had already prepared for this result, and didn't feel too sorry. He helped the masked man untie the entanglement spell on him, then put away his staff, and prepared to leave. But the masked man entangled him again. Hey, benefactor, don't be in a hurry to leave. I still have a lot of questions to ask you. By the way, what do you think about us two joining forces? My wisdom plus your skills are simply unstoppable. Unfortunately, he found that his tongue could not be bent when he was halfway through his words, and then his body could not move. However, at this time, he did not forget to exclaim, and said in a vague voice, "Naughty, naughty, where did this petrified Sioux come from? I have no idea, but benefactor, can you please not leave me here, or I will be chopped by others." Rob was also impressed by this guy. This magic will automatically be released in 5 minutes. After saying this, the great magician ignored him, and walked straight out of the alley. Chapter 207. It was almost dawn when I returned to Siamos. Fortunately, there were not too many diligent people. After all, only a few got up early. Most people were still in bed. Rob cast an invisibility spell on himself, and sneaked into the dormitory building. He pushed open the door, and saw Gage sleeping soundly on the bed. It seemed that the student union had not started the school-wide search. The great magician was relieved. He took off his cloak, and stuffed it into the box under the bed. He didn't plan to go to bed again. He sat at the table and wrote notes for a while, and then he heard a knock on the door. Rob stood up and opened the door. 2 students from the discipline department were standing outside. "Sorry to bother you. We need to check the hygiene of the dormitory," one of the burly swordsmen said. "Check the hygiene? At this time?" Gage was also woken up from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and said in disbelief, "No way, senior, the sun hasn't even risen yet." The burly senior had already walked into the room and looked around. He didn't find anything useful until he saw the notebook on the table. He was stunned. "So hardworking. I'm heartbroken and can't sleep." Rob had prepared his words long ago. Sure enough, the sturdy senior showed sympathy on his face when he heard this, and patted someone on the shoulder. "Look at it, Junior. This kind of thing is always inevitable. Just like the scars on the body of a hero, it is something that every man must go through. Senior, I understand your pain. Some time ago, I pursued a girl from the thief department." Seeing that the 2 emotional losers were about to send warmth to each other, another guy behind them quickly interrupted his companion's emotional class and asked, "Well, since you haven't fallen asleep, did you hear any movement before?" Rob shook his head. "Sorry, I didn't hear anything." "Okay, excuse me." The 2 people from the discipline department nodded, not seeming surprised by the result. The swordsman department was not a key search area, otherwise they wouldn't have said 2 marginal people. In contrast, the magic department was already in a turmoil. The head of the discipline department, Jessica, personally went to the battle, and the elite members of the student union were all out, forcibly pulling everyone out of bed, blocking the entire dormitory area, and questioning everyone one by one. A tense atmosphere filled the air. The 2 of them didn't really know what happened. They just knew that their boss had suddenly called all the members of the discipline department together not long ago, and seemed to be looking for 2 masked men. After the 2 of them left, the fat man Gaichi said tremblingly, "Dude, you broke up? How come I didn't know?" The 2 of them were basically together all day today, and Rob's spirit was relatively normal until he went to bed, and he didn't show any signs of depression. How could he suddenly break up when he woke up? "Well, nothing. I like a girl. After you fell asleep, I went to confess to her, but was rejected." Rob was talking nonsense while lifting the curtains a little and looking down the tower. Soon he found several figures who seemed to be senior magic students at the intersection. It seems that the student union has not completely given up its suspicion of the swordsman department and has sent a certain amount of armed forces. The archer department and the thief department are probably in the same situation. Is it Lolo? Gage asked cautiously, and then hurriedly patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, buddy, I will definitely support you unconditionally between you and Caesar." Huh? The great magician was a little confused. What does this have to do with Caesar? Haven't you heard about it? Gage hesitated, and finally decided to tell someone everything he knew. There have been rumors in the school these days that Caesar has fallen in love with a girl from the same class as him. Not only did he give her a staff, but he also made an exception to recruit her into the discipline department. Everyone is guessing how long the lucky girl can hold out under Caesar's fierce offensive. Brother, it's not that I don't want to tell you in advance, but I didn't know that the girl was Luo until we had lunch together at noon. Really, I can swear. Gage spoke sincerely. Rob was speechless. What a mess. Where did this rumor come from? The magic department, maybe. Gage was not sure. You think too much. She and I are not that kind of relationship. Well, I am just her guardian knight. The great magician lowered the curtains and explained to his fat roommate. Really? Gage was stunned. Does she think so too? But the way she looks at you is obviously different from when she looks at others. Oh, why is it different? Rob's heart moved. Gage scratched his head. I don't know if this description is accurate or not, or it may just be my illusion. Anyway, when she looks at you, the corners of her eyes will slightly curl up, and there will be a unique tenderness in her eyes, but she is not so gentle when she looks at others. The little beast in the boy's heart raised his head, his nose twitched, as if he smelled something, and wagged his tail happily. But you can't take it lightly. Caesar is coming with great force. That guy is outstanding in terms of family background, talent, strength, and appearance. He is almost the perfect boyfriend in the hearts of girls. Damn it, how can there be such a guy in the world? He is simply the public enemy of all us boys. Rob looked a little strange. Why did this comment sound so familiar? He was in the Royal Magic Academy of Tizit before. No, it should be said that everyone in the entire Dawn continent seemed to comment on him in the same way. At that time, there were some idle girls who made two lists. I want to marry him the most and your ideal lover. The future super magician was fortunate to be selected in the top 10 of both lists, and was deeply loved by the majority of female compatriots. In fact, if he had not been so mysterious, and the girls were worried that he was too old-fashioned or an academic emperor who didn't understand romance, Rob would have been able to move up one more level on this list. However, compared with Caesar, the boys did not have any hostility towards Rob. First, his talent was too strong, so strong that no one would compare themselves with him, so naturally no one was jealous of him. In addition, although his reputation was terrible, he had always been hiding in the tower. For so many years, he had never come down to pick up any girls, so the boys certainly did not feel any threat. Rob made a cup of tea for himself and the fat man. Thank you for your reminder, but instead of caring about gossip, you might as well exercise well. The intensity of training will become higher and higher later. If you don't lose weight, you will not be able to bear it one day. Oh, by the way, don't go to the lakeside if you have nothing to do in the near future. Strange, doesn't the boiler room open at 6? Where does the hot water come from at this time? Gage muttered as he picked up the teacup. When he heard about the exercise, he immediately looked miserable. Alas, when will this kind of life end? Don't worry, there are couples by the lake. I'm not a masochist, so I won't go there. Chapter 208. Anyone with a discerning eye in the student union can see that Jessica seems a little uneasy these days. A whole week has passed since the chaotic morning, but the situation of the female officer has not improved at all. In fact, Jessica has been a little absent-minded in doing things recently. She was on campus to catch boys who sneaked into the girls' dormitory to play poker at night. When the guys saw her, they immediately climbed out the window and escaped. Jessica subconsciously released a second-level water arrow. Fortunately, the male partner next to her reacted quickly enough and pulled her up at the critical moment. The water arrow finally flew out by brushing one of the guy's hair. The guy was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. The other people were also shocked. What the hell? When did the discipline department change the rules? Playing cards in the girls' dormitory can be directly executed? Jessica's partner was also terrified and almost cursed, but when he remembered that the man in front of him was his immediate superior, he could only say tactfully, "Minister, I think it would be better for you to apply for a vacation from the club recently." Jessica shook her head. "I'm fine, don't worry about me. I won't go on vacation until I find those two guys. The partner hesitated, finally sighed, and decided to tell the truth. In fact, I'm not just worried about you. Minister, you can't work in your current state. If I hadn't helped you just now, you would have killed someone. And I don't understand why you are so interested in finding those two guys who escaped. Logically, shouldn't the person we should be looking for now be the organizer of the mysterious game? I will never forget what he did to me. The male magician gritted his teeth. He was completely suppressed by the future super magician in the first round of the game, and was eliminated. The guy who called himself Elista had warned all the participants that they would be punished if they failed. The male magician was always vigilant, but it was useless. Soon after he was surrounded by the thick fog, he felt dizzy and his eyelids became heavier. He struggled for a while, and finally fainted. When he woke up, he found that a little turtle had been painted on his face. It was a very childish graffiti, and the painting was extremely clumsy, as if it was done by a naughty boy. I don't know if it was intentional. He also drew an extra leg to make the turtle look more ridiculous, but these are not the main points. The main point is that the guy who did this wicked thing used a very special paint. The 12 people who were hit found that no matter how they washed, they couldn't wash off the graffiti on their faces. Later, the teacher who taught the magic materials class also came to see them, and told them that the paint might be mixed with something called bone butterfly powder. The bad news is that unless the skin is cut, there is no way to remove the little turtle from their faces at this stage. The good news is that the bone butterfly powder will evaporate, and even if nothing is done, the little turtle will disappear on its own after a week. So for the next week, the male magician could only put the little turtle on his face. He felt that no matter where he went, people would whisper behind him. Everyone who saw him was trying hard to hold back their smiles. This incident had seriously affected his normal life and made him crazy. It was not until a week later that the little turtle on his face disappeared, and he gradually returned to normal. However, the incident had already happened, and it was impossible for everyone to forget it so quickly. He also felt very embarrassed. Now he felt uneasy whenever he heard someone mention the word turtle, so he vowed to catch the organizer of the game. He originally thought that Jessica had the same goal as him, but now it seems that she is more interested in catching the two masked men who escaped. Jessica herself didn't know why. She didn't tell everyone else, including Teacher Xavier, what happened at the bottom of the lake that night. In particular, she didn't mention a word about the fight between the guy in the bubble and the baby-faced monster. She only said that she saw the monster when chasing the two people in the water, and then lost them. Xavier's expression became more serious than ever after hearing her description of the monster. He blocked the entire area without saying anything. After Principal Foreman arrived, the two of them conducted a thorough search of the artificial lake. As a result, neither the masked man nor the baby-faced monster was found. Xavier also used the 7th level magic to remove all the water from the lake and send it to the top of his head, but only found 2 magic circles at the bottom of the lake. After Foreman saw the 2 magic circles, his expression changed slightly and stopped Xavier, who was about to follow the magic circles. "Let's stop here today. I take care of the rest." Xavier nodded. "You should be careful too." According to the child's description, the monster in the lake is probably the Aranya recorded in the Divine Canon. It would be a disaster if such a ferocious monster appeared in the school. "Yeah," Foreman responded casually, looking at the 2 magic circles and wondering what he was thinking. The student union first counted the number of people in the whole school and found that there were 2 empty beds in the thief department. They immediately became nervous, but it turned out to be a false alarm. In the morning, the 2 sneaked back to school. They were a young couple who had just tasted the forbidden fruit. When they came back, they were shocked to see the scene outside the dormitory. Jessica was a little disappointed, but she didn't make it too difficult for them. She let them go after giving them a verbal warning. As a result, the student union was busy all morning, but there was no substantial gain. The female secretary wanted to further search everyone's luggage, but her request was rejected by the president. Even if it was the student union, it would not be possible to casually check the students' personal belongings without a sufficiently important reason. But Jessica didn't give up. She later went to the Raphael library. In the eyes of the male magician, his partner was completely crazy about this matter. He had advised Jessica more than once, but now it seemed to be useless. Just now, she almost murdered a guy who was playing cards in the girls' dormitory. The male magician has made up his mind to write a report on what happened today when he returns. He believes that only this choice is the most responsible way to deal with Jessica. The female secretary seemed to see what he was thinking and shook her head. "It's not like that. I don't care how you explain it to the higher-ups. I won't give in on this matter anyway. If the student union doesn't support me, I investigate it myself. After the incident, Jessica spent a whole day in the Raphael library. During that day, she found out a lot of things, such as the name and origin of the babyface monster, the light gun that severely injured it, the light wall on her body, and the shackles that fell from the sky. These were all genuine 5th level magic. The more she investigated, the more shocked she was, and the more curious she became about that guy. But even she herself didn't know what she should do after finding the guy. Should she expose his identity? Or did she simply want to thank him for saving her life? Or should she ask him to kill the escaped monster again? Chapter 209. Most students didn't know what happened at the lake that night. The student union had been busy all morning, but nothing was gained, and the matter was hastily concluded. However, the identities of the 6 masked men that night, except for Rob and the guy he rescued, the identities of the remaining 4 people have been exposed, and the most important of them are the 2 secondary development guys. One is the young master of the Griffin family, the other is the young master of the Mensa family, and the remaining 2 seem to be masters hired by other forces. In addition, the 12 students who were present that night were also on the student union surveillance list. What surprised the future super mage was that Caesar of the Andre family did not go to the lake that night. With his strength, he should not be unable to sense the 4 magical fluctuations. As for the missing killer, Rob later heard that Xavier and Foreman turned the artificial lake upside down, but did not see any trace of the monster. This situation is quite rare. The great magician was sure that his attack had put Arinia on the verge of death. Logically, it should not be able to escape, unless the guy who put it into the lake rescued it. But how did he do it? Just when Rob injured the Arinia, Xavier also broke the magic circle. Who could leave quietly with a killer in such a short time? The fox-masked man had the same question. He and his female apprentice had just finished touring the Vern Palace, and came out to line up to buy milk tea. He sneered. Foreman is really old and confused. He actually suspected me of the killer. Haha, do I look like such a rude person? Lois thought for a moment, and said seriously, the breast enlargement is quite excessive. I heard that the young master of the Griffin family did not go out for a whole week. Oh, what about the one of the Mensa family? The young master of the Mensa family dropped out of school directly. Lois said truthfully. TSK, the mental endurance of young people nowadays is really getting worse and worse. The fox-masked man happily took the grapefruit tea and signaled his female apprentice to pay quickly. Lois sighed, took out 6 copper coins from his purse and handed them to the boss, and then took a cup for himself. You can't blame Principal Foreman for this matter. Who made him see your magic circle at the bottom of the lake? Normal people's first reaction would definitely think that you are related to this matter. In addition, teacher, wasn't Arinia wiped out hundreds of years ago? Where did Siamus come from? Is it hard to guess? The fox man took a sip of tea and said leisurely, think about who wanted to kill all these monsters. The female archer was stunned. The temple? This is impossible, right? What's impossible? The temple wanted to exterminate Arinia back then, of course, for good, but this did not prevent them from secretly leaving a few monsters and keeping them in captivity. Haha, in fact, no one except them has the ability to do such a thing without anyone noticing. There is a special monster prison in the Inquisition, and the monsters kept in it are all vicious monsters that have been included in the divine canon. Teacher, you even know about this? Lois was surprised. The existence of the monster prison must be an absolute secret in the Inquisition, and the fox-masked man, an outsider, actually knew about this. Because I've been there before. Well, that's not the point. The fox-masked man obviously didn't intend to continue to dwell on this issue. The appearance of the killer at least proves that the guys from the Inquisition have infiltrated Siamus, and he's beginning to get impatient. But his target shouldn't be those who participate in the game, because no one except you and me knows where, when, and how the game will start, so what happened at night should be just an accident. Putting the killer in the artificial lake is obviously intended to cause chaos in Siamus. Lois showed a look of disgust. This method is too despicable. The result of a monster like the killer sneaking into Siamus will definitely be disastrous. I don't know how many innocent people will die. The reason why the other party did this is just to cause chaos in Siamus. The Inquisition knows that I don't want Siamus to be noticed, so they deliberately use these tricks to force me to show up. But there is one thing I don't understand. Monsters like Arinia are very aggressive. How did Jessica survive? And the 2 masked guys, they should have also escaped through the teleportation array at the bottom of the lake. Why didn't the killer attack them during this time? The fox-masked man seemed to have thought of something, and put down the cup in his hand with some surprise. No, they may have already fought each other. Since the student union later investigated and found that no one was missing, It means that the final winner of this battle is the two masked guys, well, to be more precise, the guy with the golden staff. Thinking of this, the fox masked man took a breath. Isn't this guy a bit too cruel? He fought head-on and knocked down an adult killer? Because of Xavier's presence, the fight between the two sides must not have been long, and that guy must have had an overwhelming advantage. The killer was either killed directly by him or beaten to death, otherwise he would have been roaming around, and they had no chance to open the magic circle. Damn, who is that guy so fierce? Jessica should know something. I feel like she didn't tell Xavier and Foreman everything. She's been distracted lately, and even went to the Raphael library to look up information. Royce paused and said, I think we can find the guy from her. Then let's try. The fox-masked man was a little absent-minded. The female archer frowned. Are you hiding something from me? Hee, you found out. The fox-masked man scratched his head and said with a flattering face, I have spent all the money you gave me last time. Can you give me some more? Of course I can. It was all your money. Grandma Claire gave it to me to keep for you. But you have to tell me what you plan to do with it. Well, the Orcs' Warm Winter Festival is about to begin. This is the Orcs' annual Grand Festival. At that time, boys and girls from all tribes will gather in Lava City to prepare for the arrival of spring. I plan to leave next week and rush over there to feast my eyes. The fox-masked man was describing his beautiful vision, but he didn't notice that the other female archer had changed her expression. The latter looked at her teacher with a look of, are you kidding me? Wait, let me help you sort out your thoughts. You messed around in school and caused so many troubles, and then suddenly told me at the critical moment that you want to quit and go on vacation? Royce grabbed the collar of the guy opposite him, and he was full of murderous intent. Hey, you bastard, there should be a limit to your willfulness. Chapter 210. The fox-masked man's trip to Lava City was ruined. He pouted all the way and looked very unhappy. He didn't answer when Lois asked him about his next plan. He pretended not to hear and hummed a little tune loudly. The female archer was already used to it. She knew that she must not soften her attitude at this time, or this guy would definitely take advantage of her. On the contrary, if she exposed him for a while, he would come over again when he saw that no one was paying attention to him. Well, in a sense, this guy's character is indeed quite mean. Sure enough, after a while, the fox-masked man muttered to himself, forget it, it's meaningless to go to the Warm Winter Festival every year. Let's stay in Goodries. This year's freshman competition will start in 2 months, so it's a good time to go and see the excitement. Freshman competition? What is that? Lolo asked Gage, who was fighting with a piece of steak across from him. The fat man wiped his mouth. Freshman competition is a reserved activity of the Southern Magic Academy. Every Magic Academy will hold it every year. You should have heard of it. At present, there are 2 completely conquered dungeons on the Dawn continent, one near the Hearth Castle, and the other on the Frost Plateau. Both have been renovated and open to the public. They receive a large number of tourists every year, bringing endless wealth to the owners of the dungeons. In fact, there is also a small dungeon in our free city that is about to be opened. It is in the town of Bandom, 200 miles away from Goodries University City. The freshman competition is held there. Luo was stunned for a moment. The dungeon is about to be opened. Doesn't that mean that only the monsters on the 9th floor are left? Are we freshmen going to be their dessert? No, the competition is on the 3rd and 4th floors, and the monsters that were originally there have been cleared out. After seeing the terrifying profitability of the 2 dungeons on Hearth Castle and Frost Plateau, the city council decided to start the reconstruction of the dungeon in Bandom Town in advance, and the first to start construction are the 3rd and 4th floors. The Magician Association, the Adventurer Guild, and the Temple jointly funded it to turn it into 2 competition venues, one large and one small. Competition field? Yes, unlike other places, our free city has the most schools. Whether it is the Magic Academy, the Swordsman Academy, or any other academy, students in it need to accumulate certain practical experience in addition to learning necessary theoretical knowledge and completing daily training. Not every school is as wealthy as the St. Laurent Magic Academy, which has an independent island for students to practice actual combat. Therefore, this renovation gave priority to completing the competition field part, which is also to meet the needs of various academies in this regard. Gage explained. You can choose the difficulty of the competition field. There are 3 types: easy, difficult, and nightmare. The freshman competition we participated in is the most basic one, which usually contains 1st or 2nd level monsters. The small competition field can accommodate up to 500 people. Of course, it is not impossible to exceed this number, but in that case, everyone will form a group to bully the monsters, which will not have the effect of training. Each time the competition field is opened, it costs a certain maintenance fee. For example, the small arena we used this time costs 5,000 gold coins, which is paid by the school. In addition, if you get the top 10 in the freshman competition, you can get a generous reward. What reward? Lolo immediately perked up when he heard these two words. The reward is different every year. Gage thought for a moment. I remember last year the first prize was 50 gold coins plus a second-class magic device. If you are not satisfied, you can exchange it for other items of equal value. The second and third place winners only got gold coins, but no magic devices. The rest of the people seemed to have their tuition waived for 3 years. Wow! The rookie warrior exclaimed, pulling Rob to the side. We must participate in this. I don't expect to be in the top 3, but it would be a good deal if we can get into the top 10 and have 3 years of tuition waived. The great magician had to pour cold water on her. According to your current progress, if you are lucky, you will probably master the first magic of your life, illumination, in 2 months. So, are you planning to rely on this illumination to dominate the competition? Lolo then realized this serious problem and asked Gage. Yes, it has just been a short time since the start of school, and most of the freshmen have just started to learn magic. How can we students of the magic department participate in this freshman competition? Freshman competitions allow team formation. In fact, unless you are extremely confident in your own strength, everyone will choose to form a team. There is no lower limit to the number of team members, and the upper limit is 5. However, if you win, there is still only one prize, which is divided equally by the team members. So in fact, the best choice for people with strong strength is to work alone, or form a small team. The freshmen of the magic department are indeed not at an advantage in this competition. Most of them only master 1 or 2 magics, which are not enough to cope with a changing environment, so forming a team is also the best choice for them. Gage glanced at Luo while talking. The first spell chosen by students in the magic department after entering school will determine whether they can become a qualified teammate in the freshman competition. Generally speaking, attack or control magic, such as fireball and binding, are the most popular, followed by enhancement magic, such as light body magic and strong force magic, etc., which are also needed by small teams. As for defensive spells, the positioning of first-level defensive spells is a bit awkward. Many defensive effects are not as real as armor, so it is more difficult to form a team. Rob was happy. What about illumination? Lolo was dissatisfied, who said illumination is useless. Illumination can drive away darkness and bring light. Don't you need illumination to guide you after dark? We have torches, thank you, Rob said leisurely, and Gage covered his mouth. Alas, no one told me that there would be a freshman competition in 2 months, otherwise I would have chosen an offensive spell. Lolo sighed, a little annoyed. What should I do? Anyway, I haven't studied illumination for too long, so why don't I change magic and start learning from scratch? If you're worried about not being able to form a team, I think you're worrying too much. The great magician said, even if you don't have any magic, you're still a first-level swordsman. Yeah, how could I forget that? Lolo slapped his head and became happy again. The freshman competition is only for rookie students who have just entered the school. Seniors are not allowed to participate. Magicians only have 1 or 2 magics, so their advantages over other professions are not obvious. On the contrary, first-level professionals are real masters. However, Rob knew that the situation this time was special. There were many powerful guys among the freshmen of West Hammers this year, but the good news was that most of them should not be interested in the freshman competition. Well, it seems that Lolo still has a good chance of winning. Chapter 211. The matter of participating in the freshman competition was decided. Luo decided to sign up in the form of a team. The number of team members was temporarily set at 3. In addition to himself as the captain, the other team members were Rob and Gage. And me? Gage was a little surprised to hear this, and then smiled bitterly. I don't need it. I always drag my feet in competitions, and this activity sounds very tiring. I would rather sit outside and cheer you on. The great magician thought for a while and said, Gage, as friends, we can only give you advice, and will not force you to do anything, so the decision of this matter is of course up to you. But as a friend, there are still some things to say. I think your biggest problem now is not weight, but confidence. No matter what, you seem to lack enough confidence in yourself. Your father is probably disappointed in you because of this. Otherwise, with your family's financial situation, he would not care how much you eat per meal. In fact, many things are not as difficult as you think, just like the physical training on the first day of school. You see, you can still persevere if you grit your teeth. Gage's face changed several times, and finally nodded with some difficulty. Okay, I listen to you. If you don't mind my lack of fighting power, take me with you for this event. I will try not to cause trouble for you. Although Gage's words still sounded unconfident, at least he took the first step in his life. Lolo was very satisfied, patted the latter on the shoulder, and encouraged him, "Don't be afraid, there are still 2 months left. I can design a special training plan for you. If you train according to my plan, even if you can't be reborn in 2 months, you will definitely impress others." The fat swordsman showed gratitude when he heard this, but he didn't notice the compassionate look of the great magician next to him. As an advocate of critical training, Lolo's special training is not something that ordinary people can afford. The future super magician has experienced it personally, so he naturally has the most say in this. He mourned for Gage in his heart. These 2 months are destined to become his nightmare for life. In fact, it's not just Luo. Rob has also been thinking about making money during this period. Although the Magical A-Series notebook has helped Luo lay a good theoretical foundation, she is still far behind others in talent. She only got a pitiful 35 points in the elemental affinity test for the entrance examination. Even the meditation every night is difficult to complete. Although she gritted her teeth and persisted, the effect is not very ideal. If she continues like this, she will have good theoretical literacy, but her magic power cannot keep up. The road to advancement is long. The future super magician knows several magic circles that can improve the effect of meditation, but the materials used are relatively precious. The money he has may be a lot in the eyes of ordinary people, but it is far from enough for a magician. Magicians are the most profitable and spendthrift people in the world. Rob also heard about the generous rewards for the top 3 in the rookie competition, but unlike Lolo, he was not very interested in such activities. He could easily get the first place if he wanted, but it would bring a series of troubles, especially since the incident that night had just happened. It was not a wise choice to show off at this time, but it would be no problem to help Lolo get into the top 10. There was nothing to do on Sunday, so the great magician decided to go out for a walk outside the campus, relax, enjoy the scenery of Gudries, and look for any opportunities to make money. Rob had originally made an appointment with Lolo, but the girl was very serious about the freshman competition that would start in 2 months, and asked Gizzy to train with her, so he had to go alone in the end. In the morning, Rob first went to the Marion Lighthouse. As the most famous attraction in Gudries, it receives a large number of tourists every day. The great magician was squeezed to the top of the tower by the black crowd, and then was taken down the tower. In the end, he paid 5 copper coins for the ticket, and only saw a bunch of backs of heads. Afterwards, he went to Alpha Park, and bought a bag of bread crumbs to feed the pigeons. He saw a father teaching 2 kids to fly kites on the grass not far away. The boy remembered that when he was a child, his family of 3 went to the nearby woods for a picnic. His mother made blackcurrant cakes, and put them in a basket. His father made him a wooden sword with a small branch on the roadside, and dressed up as a big bear to play with him. At that time, the whole family had smiles on their faces. Now thinking about it, it was a long time ago. Rob cleaned up his mood, walked around Alpha Park, found a small restaurant recommended by Gage, tried the signature dish there, seafood risotto, and ordered himself a glass of juice to enjoy this rare leisure time. In addition, he had a ticket for the opera house in his pocket. There was about an hour before the performance started, so he could take a walk after dinner. Well, someone admitted that he had been playing all day and seemed to have forgotten about making money, but he ran away from the Royal Magic Academy of Tease to enjoy life, so he would leave making money to tomorrow. After the great magician finished drinking the juice and was about to pay the bill, he unexpectedly saw a familiar face. Gagarin, a 4th-level magician. Rob had met this old man at a small academic salon of the Magicians Association about 6 years ago. Many people gave speeches in that small salon that day, but Rob only remembered this name in the end. In a sense, this guy is also a genius, but the field he is good at is a bit niche. Magic device repair. In this field, Gagarin is a well-deserved master. Unfortunately, his research in this area has not been taken seriously. His speech that day was not long and there were only a few listeners, but Rob got a lot of inspiration from it. At that time, the boy was studying a more complicated topic. In order to broaden his thinking, he occasionally participated in some similar activities with Stein's permission, but most of them were anonymous, and he just sat aside and listened without saying anything. Gagarin probably didn't have any impression of him. Rob later heard that he went to the south, and he felt a little regretful. He didn't expect to see him again here. The guy opposite Gagarin seemed to be a magician as well. He didn't look very old. Judging from Gagarin's attitude towards him, he should be from a noble family, but he didn't wear any family emblem on his chest. The two of them had something to discuss here. The great magician didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. He pushed the door and planned to leave. As a result, at this moment, the young noble magician took out a small box from his arms. He handed the small box to Gagarin, who opened it, revealing a severely damaged compass. Rob stopped. This thing looked familiar. How is it, Master Gagarin? Do you think this magic device can be repaired? The noble magician's tone was full of expectation, and he had been looking around for a long time before he heard that there was a guy in the south who was very good at repairing magic devices. Gagarin didn't say anything. He took out his glasses and put them on, looking at the compass. Antique, this magic device has at least 400 years of history, but the level of magic device production at that time was generally limited. To successfully make a magic device, in addition to experience, you also need a little luck, but on the other hand, there were no rules and constraints in that era, and some very interesting things could often be made. Chapter 212. This magic device belongs to the latter. It should be a special product made by a magician more than 400 years ago by chance. It is unique. Even with the current technology, it is impossible to copy another one that is exactly the same. No wonder you want me to repair it. After analyzing the magic device, Gagarin carefully checked the damaged parts. A large amount of heat was released in a short period of time, directly melting most of the structure. This power should be 5th level magic. Wait, no, this is not 5th level magic. The energy generated by the explosion of 5th level magic is not so chaotic. Is it a combination of low-level magic? This is interesting. A group of magicians released low-level magic at the same time, and the mixture caused an explosion. Unless it happens on the battlefield, this situation is generally quite rare. Master Gagarin is worthy of your inference. Your inference is consistent with the views of the two magicians in our family. They have done a lot of calculations to reach this conclusion. The young noble praised. Everyone has his own specialty. The old magician took off his glasses and did not take credit for it. This magic device is not easy to repair. Most of the structure has been destroyed, and it was made a long time ago. The young nobleman became nervous when he heard this. What? Even you can't repair it? Gagarin looked up and gave him a meaningful look. You seem to care about this magic device very much. In fact, the young nobleman realized that something was wrong as soon as he said it, but he couldn't take it back anymore, so he could only remain silent. Gagarin didn't mean to continue asking, and turned the topic back to the repair of the magic device. You are lucky, the most core structure has been basically preserved. Based on this, I can try to restore it. It's not guaranteed to succeed, but I should have a 70% chance of success. Great, then let's talk about the issue of compensation. I've heard about your charging standards. In addition to the materials consumed in the repair, you will also charge a commission equivalent to half of the value of the magic device itself. The young noble paused. The materials used in this magic device are very ordinary. It only takes a dozen gold coins to complete the full repair. The value of the magic device itself is also very limited. Although, as you said, this is a unique magic device, the value of a functional magic device itself is also very limited. We have estimated that this magic device is currently priced at less than 1,000 gold coins on the market. If we take half of it, it will be 500. Of course, considering the difficulty of repairing, we are willing to pay you 1,300 gold coins this time. I didn't realize you were good at calculating. The old magician listened quietly without commenting. Then why don't I do the math for you? Although I don't know which big family you come from, I can see that your family really needs this magic device now, and I happen to be the only one in the world who can repair it, so I think you should show more sincerity. How much do you want? The young noble had a bad feeling in his heart. This old man was much more difficult than he thought. Gagarin was more like a businessman than a magician who only cared about experiments and research. He only hated that he didn't do his homework before coming here and was too eager, which let the other party take the initiative in this negotiation. Now he could only be led by the nose. The old magician thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. I think 30,000 is a more reasonable number. The young noble's face changed. Master Gagarin, are you kidding? This price can already buy a top-grade magic device. I don't see how it is reasonable. Gagarin showed a fox-like cunning smile. Really? If you think it's outrageous, you can choose not to repair it. I can't force you. As the old magician spoke, he put the half-compass back into the box, closed the lid, and pushed it back in front of the other party. The young nobleman was furious and stood up to walk away, but Gagarin didn't buy it at all, and sat there without stopping him. So the young nobleman could only suppress his anger, sit back in his seat, and grit his teeth and said, 10,000. We have shown our sincerity. It's your turn next. Gagarin shook his head. You seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not negotiating with you. 30,000 gold coins. I won't do it if it's one less. The young noble sneered. Master Gagarin, isn't your appetite a little too big? You're old. Aren't you afraid of choking if you eat so much? The older you are, the more you value every bite of food in your bowl. And I believe my appetite is nothing compared to what you are going to do. The old magician was hinting. The young noble fell into silence again. Gagarin was not in a hurry, and drank tea by himself. After a while, the young noble spoke again. If we agree to this price, how long will it take you to complete the repair? 14 or 15 days if fast, 26 or 27 days if slow. In short, you can get the results within a month. Gagarin put down his teacup. Also, if you finally decide to let me fix it, then according to the rules you have to pay me half of the deposit first, and if I fail to fix it in the end, the money will not be refunded, so you should actually be thankful that the money is enough, and I can't be too lazy to get the remaining 15,000 gold coins. Humph, you better be able to fix this magic device, otherwise we can always find a way to make you spit out the 15,000 gold coins you ate. The young noble snorted coldly, and didn't want to eat any more. He didn't bring that much cash with him this time, when he came to Gudry's. It was not easy to raise such a large sum of money in a hurry. The old fox opposite was the master who didn't show up until he saw the rabbit. In order to let him start working earlier, the young noble could only hold his nose and raise money. He stood up to pay the bill. When he walked to the door, he deliberately glanced at someone not far away. The great magician was flirting with a hot waitress, who giggled from time to time. The young noble confirmed that the other party should not have heard the conversation between the two just now, and showed a contemptuous look and pushed the door and left. After the young nobleman left the restaurant, Rob took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the waitress. Thank you this time. The waitress took the money and asked curiously, How is it? Have you won the bet with your friend? Do you need me to cooperate with you more? Well, I can consider letting you kiss my face. Isn't it safer, hee? The future super magician blushed and coughed twice. No, this is good enough. I will come to you again next time. I need your help. Chapter 213. Rob was somewhat surprised by the young noble's persistence in repairing the magic device. Even for a big family, 30,000 gold coins is not a small amount, and the young noble only hesitated a little before agreeing to the old magician's request. His anger was more due to Gagarin's taking advantage of the situation, which means that what they intend to do with this magic device is far more valuable than 30,000 gold coins. So what is the use of this compass? The future super magician could not help but feel a little curious about the magic device that he had destroyed himself. Before, when they were in Ryan, the Matthews family had spent a lot of effort to find the whereabouts of this magic device. They specially issued a sea-level commission to the Adventurers Guild, and they also went through a lot of circles to cover up their purpose. Even so, they were still worried and sent a strong team composed of second-level professionals. As a result, the Captain Raoul set his sights on Luo's elven sword. In the end, not only did they suffer a tragic death, but the compass magic device was also blown up by the great magician's fireball explosion. Unexpectedly, the Matthews family did not give up, and brought the remaining half of the magic device across the ocean to Gudry's. After many twists and turns, they found Gagarin. They seemed to have an extraordinary desire to repair the magic device. Rob resorted out the previous things. If he remembered correctly, the Matthews family had lost the magic device for more than half a year. The status of Viscount Majorson's illegitimate son in the Matthews family seemed to be very ordinary. He died in the dungeon for so long, and no one went to collect his body. It was not until half a year later that the Matthews family began to look for the magic device like crazy. Well, something must have happened in the meantime, which changed their attitude and made them realize the great value of the magic device. The great magician recalled the major events that happened in the Dawn continent during that period, but he did not find anything related to the interests of the Matthews family. Unfortunately, the magic device was severely damaged. Rob checked it in the dungeon, and could not see any function. Otherwise, he could speculate what the Matthews family wanted to do from this aspect. The great magician glanced at Gagarin, who was feasting not far away. He hadn't seen him for a few years, and he had changed a lot. He was timid at the academic salon, and few people listened to his speech. He had to end it hastily. Now he has become an old fox. It seems that he has lived a good life in the South for the past few years. Repairing magic devices is a profitable business. Especially after he established himself in Gudry's, his reputation gradually grew. He no longer needed to promote himself everywhere. He just sat at home, and there was a steady stream of business. Gagarin's appetite was also growing. But the old man was quite self-protective. He met with the magician of the Matthews family here, and sat in the hall on purpose, so that people around could see them, and avoid them from having any dirty thoughts. He was really ruthless in killing the Matthews family. 30,000 gold coins. Even Rob was a little tempted by the money. How about waiting for Gagarin to repair the compass, and then snatch it away, and sell it to the Matthews family? But it seemed a bit unkind to do so. The future super magician finally gave up this somewhat tempting idea. It is better to keep a low profile in Gudries. After all, there are many masters here, and there is also an unfathomable 9th level super magician Albus. If you are not careful, your identity may be exposed. After Rob confirmed that the transaction between the Matthews family and Gagarin had nothing to do with him, he did not intend to pay attention to this matter. Seeing that it was getting late, he planned to go to the theater to watch a performance. As a result, he was bumped by a guy who was walking with his head down just a few steps out of the door. "I'm sorry." The man apologized and hurried away. The great magician touched his pocket and found that the purse was still there, so he didn't care and continued to walk towards the theater. Rob didn't stop until he reached a remote alley next to the theater, because the road in front of him was blocked by a bald man with a face full of flesh. The other party's mountain-like body blocked the narrow road tightly, and an archer chewing grass roots on his left smiled at him, and the figures of 2 thieves behind him were looming in the night. The future super magician sighed. "Can you please not hit me in the face when we fight?" The bald man laughed. "It seems that this little brother has been beaten for flirting with other people's women. So the reason you came to stop me this time is because I flirted with the waitress in the restaurant?" Rob raised his eyebrows. "Haha, I like to talk to smart people. Since you are a smart person, don't resist later. We just need to break 1 or 2 of your ribs and let you go." The bald man threatened. "Really? I'm afraid the people behind you don't think so," the great magician said calmly. The bald man changed color. "What nonsense are you talking about? We are just helping our friends to teach a lesson to a pervert like you. Who could be behind you? Dragon Spear Mercenary Group?" Rob glanced at the badge on Scarface's chest. "Haha, this is really the usual style of the Matthews family. They do the things on the surface, and the dirty things behind the scenes are left to you, the bribed mercenaries. Even if you fail, there will be no handle left. To be honest, I'm curious about how much money the Matthews family has to pay you every year in exchange for your loyalty, and how many dirty things have you done for them? Judging from your skilled posture, this shouldn't be the first time you've killed someone like this." Seeing that the plan had been exposed, the bald man simply tore off his disguise and grinned. "I didn't expect you knew so much." "That's right, the order we received tonight was to kill people. We have no grudges against you. You can only blame your bad luck for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Isn't this a bit too much for you to do? Just to keep the secret to the maximum extent, you have to kill everyone in the restaurant?" The young man shook his head, untied the sword from his waist, and then threw it aside in front of the astonished eyes of the Dragon Spear mercenaries, and then held the cane in his hand. Everyone in the Dragon Spear mercenaries was a little puzzled. What did this mean? Did they have to surrender their weapons in advance? I don't know if the Matthews family has told you that it is better to be careful when doing this kind of thing in Gudries, because this city is full of magicians. Chapter 214. The family of 3 had just finished dinner. The husband walked out of the restaurant with his wife and daughter in one hand. The night sea breeze was a little chilly. The man took off his coat and put it on his daughter. The little girl saw a small stall selling clay dolls not far away. Her eyes lit up and she ran over. "Whose little girl is this? She's so cute." The stall owner was a very friendly-looking young man. He took out a freshly molded puppy and handed it to the little girl with a smile. "Here, this clay doll is for you." The girl ran back to her parents with the puppy in her arms, and the man came over to pay the stall owner. The stall owner grinned. "My clay dolls are very expensive, and I never sell them for money." "Huh?" The man was a little confused and didn't understand what the other party meant. The stall owner didn't want to explain, so he packed up his things and pushed the cart away. What a strange person. The wife yawned on the man's shoulder. How much can a clay doll be worth? How expensive could it be? The man took the clay figurine from his daughter and looked at it. He didn't find anything special, so he was relieved. The family didn't take this little episode to heart. Until they walked to the small road near the door of their house, the family of 3 saw the strange stall owner again. This time, in addition to the cart full of clay figurines, there were 2 guys with bows and arrows standing beside him. Seeing the figures of the family of 3, the 2 men silently took down the longbows behind them. The stall owner still had a smile on his face, but this smile now looked indescribably eerie. I told you before, my clay dolls are very expensive. This clay doll is worth 3 lives. The man's calves were trembling, but he still blocked his wife and daughter behind him and asked in a trembling voice, "Did you find the wrong person? We are just ordinary people. I know you are all ordinary people, but it's a pity that you are in a place where you shouldn't be today." The stall owner shrugged his shoulders, looking helpless. After a pause, he added, "There's not much I can do. I can only give you the most straightforward death. Even if there is pain, it will be short-lived." His 2 companions waited for him to finish his words before pulling the bowstring. A look of despair appeared on the man's face. "I have only one last request. Can you spare my daughter? She's still young and doesn't know anything. Sorry, I received an order to kill everyone who walked out of that restaurant. Don't be afraid. Your family will be reunited soon." The stall owner waved his hand, and 2 arrows were shot at the family of 3 opposite. The man turned around and held his wife and daughter tightly in his arms. As a result, the 2 feather arrows flew 2 steps in front of him, but were blocked by an invisible wall of light. TSK, luckily we made it. A masked man dressed strangely appeared behind the family of 3 at some point, touched the top of the little girl's head, and comforted her. It's okay, just leave it to me." The great magician naturally would not sit idly by when he found out that the Matthews family had plans to kill people to silence them. The small restaurant was not big, but there were still many people, including chefs and waiters. It was obviously impossible to kill all of them without missing a single one by relying on the 4 bald men, so there must be other killers nearby. After dealing with a mercenary group called Dragon Spear, Rob did not dare to delay and hurried back to the restaurant to save people. In a hurry, he could not find any decent cloak, so he could only take a coat from the bald man, cut it with his sword and wrapped it around his face. Now he looked a little weird. As a result, just before the family of 3 left the restaurant, an old couple also checked out and went out. The great magician had to save the old couple first, and threw a magic mark on the family of 3, but he almost didn't make it in time. It took him less than half a minute to get rid of the stall owner and his 2 helpers with bows, and then Rob walked towards the family of 3. The man was a little nervous. Although the other party had just saved them, the person's outfit did not look like a good person, so he still maintained his original posture and protected his wife and daughter behind him. Rob made a gesture to him to be calm, walked to the little girl, squatted down, and said, "Little sister, this clay doll in your hand is very beautiful. Can you give it to your brother?" Although the little girl was a little reluctant, she still nodded. "Of course, brother, you saved my father, you are my hero." "Good boy." Rob took the clay doll and cast a detection magic. As expected, the clay doll was also sprinkled with tracking powder. Although the stall owner and his 2 accomplices had been killed by the great magician, Rob still took the clay doll in the girl's hand for safety. "Go home quickly." The great magician said to the father, "If you are worried, you can go to the guard team tomorrow morning to apply for a few days of temporary protection, but I guess they will not harass you again after their failure tonight." The man said gratefully, "If it is convenient for you, could you please leave your name so that we can repay you in the future?" Rob pointed to his tightly wrapped face. "Haha, the best way for you to repay me is to forget that I showed up tonight." The next morning, the guards of Gudry's city were very busy. More than a dozen citizens said that they were assassinated by unidentified people last night, and came to the guards to apply for temporary protection. At the same time, they all said that the people who attacked them were dead. What was even more bizarre was that the guards searched the whole city, but could not find a body. Moreover, when they asked the more than a dozen survivors how the killer died, they all kept silent. Thomas, the captain of the guard, smelled something unusual. If these people were not lying, then this group of killers was too rampant. They attacked so many people at the same time, and the targets they chose were all ordinary people. If they succeeded, it would have an extremely bad impact on Gudry's. Could it be a believer of some evil god? Thomas guessed that apart from that group of lunatics, no one else would do such a crazy thing, and what was even more bizarre was that such a group of people died inexplicably. Although the guards have not been able to find the bodies of those guys until now, no one has seen them in the city since that night. Thomas knew very well that this group of thugs had probably been killed by a passing master. This is Gudry's, the place with the most magicians, so it is not uncommon for such a thing to happen, but why did the guy who saved people also want to hide it? The survivors obviously agreed to conceal the process of being rescued. Chapter 215. Here, what you want. During breakfast, Rob met Lois at the entrance of the cafeteria, who handed him a thick stack of documents. "Well, what is this?" "Information on Foreman and Hobson." The female archer pointed to a thicker book. At your request, I collected Foreman's life trajectory 23 years ago. After that, she pointed to another obviously thinner book. This is about Hobson when he lived in Siam 68 years ago. Well, Hobson's records are far away from now, and he is dead, so it is difficult to collect his information, and the accuracy is also a little worse. Yeah, I understand. Rob took it and took a quick look. The part about Foreman was indeed much more detailed, not only including his residence and range of activities, but also his interpersonal relationships 23 years ago. Hobson's part was much less, especially in terms of interpersonal relationships. I'm afraid no one can tell how many people the head of the Andre family met 68 years ago. It can be seen that Lois spent a lot of time collecting this information, so the great magician paid the balance very quickly, then packed 2 buns in the cafeteria, and walked towards the training ground while eating breakfast. On the way, he suddenly heard a shout, "Stop!" Rob looked up, and saw a fellow from the thief department running towards him, and behind him was Luo, who was chasing him relentlessly. The girl had already worn the badge of the discipline department on her chest. The great magician then remembered that Luo seemed to have told him that today was her first day on duty in the discipline department. Unexpectedly, she encountered a problem early in the morning. The thief department fellow didn't know what he had done wrong, and was chased by Luo all over the ground. However, after running for a while, he found that nothing happened to him. After so long, the guy with the staff behind him didn't cast a single spell. So this guy was happy again. The level of the discipline department seemed to be just SOSO. After running for a while, he deliberately slowed down and waited for Luo to catch up. He even turned his back and put his hands on the back of his head to play the trick of running backwards. However, this guy did have the capital to be arrogant. He was a first-level thief and had a natural advantage in speed. After all, swordsmen were short-legged professions. No matter how hard Luo tried, he couldn't catch up with him. It was almost time for class. There were many students on the road. The 2 of them chasing and escaping immediately attracted a lot of attention. Seeing that the people in the discipline department had no way to deal with the thief, many people whispered. That guy was also a crowd pleaser, enjoying the attention and greeting people around him. But the tragedy happened the next second. Rob stretched his legs when he passed by, but he was a first-level thief after all. Although he was now facing away, he still knew everything behind him. Haha, you want to trick me with this little trick? The thief raised his leg and was about to easily bypass someone's black foot, but at this moment, he suddenly felt numb in his body. The leg was halfway up and froze in the air, just tripping on Rob's outstretched leg. His face suddenly changed. Damn, what kind of magic? Then he tilted his head back and fell backwards. It took a long time for this guy to sit up from the ground, shook his dizzy head, and wanted to get up and run again, but at this time Luo had already rushed up from behind with great momentum. The thief classmate was not surprised but happy. What was going on? Who broke his head? A magician wanted to play close combat with a thief like him? He didn't notice that Rob beside him had quietly stepped aside. Then the confident thief classmate was severely slapped in the face by reality. The whole battle lasted only 2 minutes. Perhaps this could not be called a battle at all, but just a one-sided ravage. Luo threw away the staff and started with a knee attack. In the next 2 minutes, he completely overturned everyone's perception of magician close combat. If the thief hadn't begged for mercy quickly after seeing the situation was not good, he would have had to lie in the infirmary later. The rookie hero hurriedly thanked the great magician beside him, and then grabbed the guy's collar, and ran to the student union office. Rob was hesitant to speak. If it was someone else in the discipline department, perhaps an entanglement spell could solve the situation just now, but for a half-baked magician like Luo, he could only force it like this. This time, with his help, he managed to catch the person, but he might not be so lucky next time. Moreover, as time goes by, her identity as a first-level swordsman is no longer a secret. Once the opponent is prepared, the battle will not be as easy as today. Well, it's all my fault. Rob reflected that I shouldn't have taken action just now. He originally hoped that Luo could feel the difficulty of working in the discipline department, and then it would be much easier to persuade her to give up. As a result, that guy just now was too much of a slap. Rob found that it seemed a bit sorry for him if he didn't cast a paralysis spell on him. Oh, forget it. Anyway, at least I helped Luo vent her anger. Let's talk about the discipline department later. During the morning class, Gage came over and said mysteriously, "Hey, did you hear?" "What did you hear?" The great magician was flipping through the information Lois provided him. So far, he had not found any common points in the life trajectories of Foreman and Hobson. Something big happened. In the morning, hundreds of people ran to the guard station and said that they were attacked by unknown people last night. The guard station was in an uproar and issued a citywide wanted order for those attackers, but so far no one has been caught. Now there are rumors that the killers that night were killed by a mysterious master, but the strange thing is that their bodies are still missing. Hundreds of people? Rob was speechless. Rumors were getting more and more unreliable. That night, he killed 5 assassin teams and saved only a dozen people. Even if the remaining people in the restaurant were added, there would be less than 100 people. Moreover, those remaining people didn't know that they had been through the gates of hell. As for the disappearance of the bodies, it was not beyond Rob's expectation. The Matthews family was guilty, and certainly didn't want to leave any traces. Therefore, Rob didn't have to worry about the aftermath of killing these people. However, after this matter was spread, the old fox Gagarin would definitely notice it. What the Matthews family was going to do must be extremely dangerous, otherwise they would not even let passers-by go. According to this, there was no reason for them to let Gagarin go afterwards. Once the old magician repaired the magic device, he would not be far from death. Rob knew that if he were Gagarin, the first thing he would do after learning the news would be to run for his life. Chapter 216. Gagarin disappeared the day after the assassination, and not many people knew about it. The guards only found out in the afternoon. Although the old magician had unparalleled talent in the field of magic device repair, he was not one of the top few in Gudries, where many great scholars and high-level magicians gathered, so his disappearance did not cause much waves. The guards found out that more than a dozen people who were attacked last night had eaten in a small restaurant, and then they found that Gagarin had also eaten in that restaurant. But when they found the old magician's studio and residence, they found that it was empty. Gagarin's residence was obviously searched. In other words, someone had searched here before the guards. Thomas looked at the furniture that was tilted all around and frowned. Who were these people? Why were they so quick? But there were no signs of a fight in the house. Gagarin was a 4th-level magician after all. Even if he was suddenly attacked, he would not be powerless to resist. Thomas asked one of his men, "Have you counted it? What's missing from the house?" 2 sets of clothes are missing from the residence, and 1 set of tools is missing from the studio. Thomas knew that the old magician had probably gotten wind of the news and ran away, which made him feel a little relieved, but he still couldn't figure out Gagarin's role in this matter. The captain of the guard was most worried that the followers of the evil god would find the old magician and force him to repair some evil magic device, so the guard had to find him before the group of people. But this was not easy. Gagarin had been in Gudries for 5 years, and was very familiar with the city. What he did was inherently dangerous. Many people had secrets hidden in their magic devices, and some did not want to be known by outsiders. In fact, this was not the first time he disappeared. Thomas had a headache. He had some understanding of Gagarin before. He knew that this old man was not a good person. He didn't care whether he helped good people or bad people when he made money. Even if the followers of the evil god came to him, he would do it as long as the other party offered a high price. Thomas didn't like such a guy. He also heard that Gagarin had blackmailed several employers before, but unfortunately no one reported it to the police, and the guards couldn't do anything to him. There were undercurrents in the university city of Gudries these days. Many people smelled a bit of unusual smell. After the assassination broke out, there were more guards patrolling the streets, but the campus was still calm. Siamus was hardly affected. Everyone went to class and fell in love. Except for chatting while eating and walking, everything was the same as usual. Rob was quietly following the development of the situation. For the old magician, the best choice now was either to ask for help from the guards or to simply escape from Gudries, but there was no movement from Gagarin. The old magician seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Rob sighed. He knew that Gagarin had actually made his choice. He chose the third way to repair the magic device, and continue to trade with the Matthews family. 30,000 gold coins was not a small amount. With this job, Gagarin could retire at least 10 years earlier, but this was also the most dangerous way. The Matthews family had already shown their willingness to kill and silence people. It was not easy for Gagarin to get out of the situation unscathed after getting the money. The only advantage for him was his familiarity with Gudries. After all, he had lived here for 5 years. In contrast, those people from the Matthews family rarely came to the south. Rob was not in a hurry. Gagarin would definitely not show up before the magic device was repaired. At least there would not be much progress in the next half-month. The great magician turned his attention back to Siamus, and continued to look for the secrets hidden behind this school. He had flipped through the information that Lois gave him several times, but still had no results. Rob focused his investigation on interpersonal relationships. There were not many people in the school who were connected with Foreman and Hobson at the same time. Several old professors were eventually ruled out by Rob one by one. The great magician paid special attention to those who had passed away. If the guardian of the secret was passed down from generation to generation, then if the guardian of the secret of the previous generation was found, it would naturally be possible to know who the guardian of this generation was. However, Rob was somewhat surprised after the whole process. According to his previous analysis, the rise of the Andre family and the rapid rise of Foreman were surprisingly similar in terms of pattern. However, after a thorough investigation, the two had no connection at all, and there was no intersection in terms of interpersonal relationships. The great magician frowned. Why was this the case? Could it be that he was going in the wrong direction from the beginning? The guardian of the secret was not in the school at all? Rob's eyes fell on the wooden school badge on his chest. The underworld tree on it was growing lushly. The great magician's heart moved. He remembered how the St. Laurent Brothers magic school hid itself in the long river of history. Could it be that this trick was played again? Who are the most mobile people in a school? The answer is students. Generally speaking, a student lives and studies in a school for 4 to 6 years and leaves the school after completing his studies. If that guy has always stayed in Siamos as a student, then everything can be explained. He would change his identity and return to the school every time he graduated. In other words, he contacted Hobson as a student 68 years ago and contacted Foreman 23 years ago with another student identity. Therefore, Rob looked through the information of Hobson and Foreman, but could not find someone who had contact with both of them. No wonder Caesar got the list of teachers and students from the student union before school started. This guy obviously knew something, but there was a crucial problem that the great magician couldn't figure out. Although the school did not have a strict age limit for recruiting new students, those who came to register for school were generally young people, and there were very few over 20 years old, and those over 30 were even rarer. A person could stay in school by constantly changing his identity, but when he was older, it would be too conspicuous for him to enter Siamos as a student. Unless the guardian's duty is not passed down from generation to generation, but once every 10 years or even shorter, but Rob does not think that the new and old guardians will pass on the duty so frequently. The reason why the secret is called a secret is because there are few people who know it. The secret of the St. Laurent Brothers Magic Academy can be guarded for nearly 1,000 years. The inheritance must be single line, and the number of generations of guardians will not exceed 10 generations. However, there will be another problem. As long as any guardian in the middle encounters an accident before finding an apprentice, the secret will be completely obliterated. After all, 900 years is too long, and during this period, the human race has experienced several large-scale wars. Chapter 217. In Claire's bakery, Claire was teaching Lois how to make orange jam. The fox-masked man pushed the door open and came in. "Hurry, hurry, give me a drink, anything. My throat is so thirsty that it's smoking. Where have you been? Why haven't I seen you for so many days?" Lois looked up and found that the latter had a new mask on his face. This time, the fox on the mask was painted cute. The fox-masked man took the lemonade handed over by Claire, raised his head and drank it all up, sighed with satisfaction, and then said, You always say that I don't do my work all day long, but this time I went to do my work. That's really strange." The female archer put down the orange jam she was working on and glanced at the guy opposite her. "Tell me, what did you do? Didn't a killer appear in Siamus some time ago? I've been looking for it these days." The fox-masked man returned the empty cup to Claire. "What's the result?" Lois raised his eyebrows. "I have already found out its origin. 2 months ago, a guy codenamed Arclight in the Inquisition applied to call in a monster with a dangerous level of B. The Inquisition approved his request and used sea transportation. It arrived in Gudry's half a month ago." The fox-masked man snapped his fingers. The timing was just right for the appearance of this killer. That night should have been the first time it showed up in front of the world. Unfortunately, it was unlucky and met a guy who was more ferocious than it. As a result, it was beaten to the point of death. TSK, as a famous monster recorded in the scriptures, this guy is too miserable. "Who is Arclight?" "I don't know." The fox-masked man shrugged. "It's not easy to get a code name. In fact, except for the instructors who train them, and the chief judge, no one knows who is behind each code name. This is also a way for the Inquisition to protect its subordinates." After a pause, the fox-masked man said, "But I did find the killer. The Inquisition has a secret base in Gudry's, and the monster is probably recovering there now. Lois has been following the fox-masked man for more than 2 years, but the longer they are together, the more she feels that she can't see through her teacher. The fox-masked man is like the most difficult riddle in the world. Every time she thinks she is close to the answer, she always finds that it is just another puzzle. For example, this time, the fox-masked man disappeared for only a few days. When he reappeared, he not only got the code name of the undercover personnel sent by the temple to the school, but also found the secret base of the Inquisition in Gudries in just a few days. How did he do all this? No one except himself can answer this question. Then what are you going to do, teacher? Do you need me to tell Foreman this news? The fox-masked man shook his head. Foreman can't capture that base alone, and he doesn't need to do it. We have other masters. You mean the magician Xavier? But that guy may not cooperate with our arrangement. No, the expert I'm talking about is the guy who beat the killer to near death at night. The fox-masked man grinned. Since that guy is so good at fighting, we can just find something for him to do. Lois took a breath. Teacher, aren't you being too wicked? It's easy to get someone killed like this. Even the most powerful expert will not end well if he offends a behemoth like the Inquisition. I think the guy has already had a grudge against the Inquisition. The fox-masked man said, remember the little girl named Lolo from the Breton family? She cheated on the entrance exam, but no one among the hundreds of people present noticed it, and even the anti-cheating magic device on the sidelines didn't react. Haha, the guy behind her is not simple. Hey teacher, do you suspect that the person behind her is the guy with the golden staff that night? The female archer thought for a moment. Well, there is a student named Rob who enrolled with her. He seems to be looking for you, teacher. Not long ago, he asked me for information about Foreman and Hobson. He wanted to start from the interpersonal relationship between the two and find the intersection between them. According to your previous instructions, all the information I gave him is true and reliable. Oh, not bad. Foreman and Hobson are indeed good entry points. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been caught by his tail by now. Unfortunately, his opponent is me. Haha, his thinking has a fatal misunderstanding from the beginning. If he can't get out of this misunderstanding, he will never find me. The fox-masked man bared his teeth. By the way, I don't think the mysterious magician behind Lulu is him, because I have seen him. He is too young, but don't rush to draw conclusions. In fact, we will get the answer soon. The fox-masked man crossed his fingers and said leisurely, I know what the little girl of the Breton family wants most, so I can give her a reason to attack the Inquisition, so that the guy behind her will not watch her die, but I have always been fair, and I will not let her suffer such a big loss for no reason. If she really captures that stronghold, I will tell her the answer to this question. Lois frowned. But have you ever thought about what would happen if you guessed wrong? There is no mysterious master behind her, or the mysterious master is not here at this time, and you let her rush into that base is simply to die. The guys from the Inquisition will not attack her unless they have no other choice. They received the order to bring her back to the north intact. Well, but what you said makes sense. This result is even worse for her than death. So, if she can capture that base, I can give her something else. The fox-masked man shook his head and stopped the female apprentice from continuing. The girl of the Breton family is different from ordinary people since birth, so you can't look at her with the eyes of ordinary people. She has chosen the most difficult road, which is destined to be full of thorns. She will face more dangerous situations in the future. If she can't even pass this level, it means that she won't live long. The fox-masked man said lightly. Teacher, can't you protect her? Just like you protect your Xiao Hei. The fox-masked man shook his head. She is different from Xiao Hei. Although Xiao Hei has opened his wisdom, it is only for the most basic right to survive, while the girl of the Breton family is pursuing the truth, so even if I am willing to provide her with protection, she will not accept it. Chapter 218. Lolo has been living a fulfilling life recently. With the A series of notes, she has done a great job in her studies, and has been praised by her teacher. However, she still struggles in meditation. 1 month after the start of school, some talented students have been able to release their first magic in their lives. Although the success rate is pitifully low, it is at least a step into the door of magicians. However, Lolo still has no improvement in lighting magic. Because of her congenital defects in perception and elemental affinity, she needs to spend much more effort than ordinary people to master a magic. Fortunately, the rookie warrior will never be discouraged. She just practices the casting movements day after day, and tries to communicate with the magic elements around her again and again. The girl from the north has a kind of tenacity in her bones, just like the proud dire wolf on the Breton family crest. In addition to her daily study life, Lolo also started her work in the discipline department. What Rob didn't expect was that the girl's first half-month in the student union was surprisingly smooth. Except for the trouble she encountered on the first day when she caught the thief, everything went smoothly afterwards. The great magician thought that Caesar was secretly taking care of her, but later found out that it was another group of people. This group of people called themselves the Luo support group. Most of them were freshmen, and a small number were seniors. Most of them were impressed by the performance and beauty of the girl in the entrance test. They were all boys. The leader surprised Rob. It turned out to be the thief, who was beaten by Luo on the ground that day. This year is the 5th year of the thief in Siamus, and also his last year. After getting up that morning, he remembered that he would leave his alma mater this year and bid farewell to the relaxed and happy campus life. The thief was also full of thoughts. Standing by the window and looking at the blank wall below, he suddenly realized that he had left nothing in his 4 years at Siamus. How could this be possible? As the most important place in life, carrying countless beautiful memories of youth, how could I just leave quietly like this? As soon as he said it, the thief senior went to the school warehouse to secretly get a bucket of paint and a brush, walked to the wall opposite the dormitory building, pondered for a moment, and then began his improvisation. Although he had never had any training in this area before, this did not hinder the thief senior's yearning for art. When he picked up the brush, he seemed to feel the creative talent hidden in his soul shouting. With just a few strokes, 2 steamed buns appeared on the wall. The thief wiped the sweat from his forehead, took 2 steps back, and admired his masterpiece. At the same time, he felt that creation was indeed very mentally exhausting. No wonder most artists died young. He challenged the most difficult realism school for the first time. Fortunately, he had enough artistic talent, so a masterpiece came into being. With this masterpiece, he left a little mark of his youth in Siamos. Even after many years, there will still be new students who can see his calligraphy. The thief felt a little relieved, but after looking at the 2 steamed buns, he gradually frowned. He thought of a serious question. Is this painting too plain? After all, not everyone has enough appreciation to appreciate the mystery of returning to nature. People who don't know would think that these are just 2 circles. Although artists are often lonely, the expression of art should be closer to the masses. So it is necessary to draw something more complicated. The thief scratched his head, but the steamed buns have been drawn, and there is no way to change them. Should he go to the warehouse to steal another bucket of white paint and repaint it? But isn't this a bit too much work? At this moment, he happened to see Gage eating a steamed bun not far away, and his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Yes, why didn't he think of it before? It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Just change the steamed bun into a steamed bun. In this way, he doesn't need to paint the wall, and can make his masterpiece more complicated, satisfying the aesthetic requirements of ordinary people. It can't be more perfect. With this thought, the thief senior picked up the brush again, first drew 2 small circles in the 2 big circles, and then planned to draw the bun folds. But unfortunately, at this moment, a girl's scream came from behind him. Well, is my painting so attractive? But I have gained a large number of fans just after starting my art career? The thief senior was surprised and happy. It turned out that a girl had reported to Luo, who was on duty, that someone was doing pornographic creation and painting breasts on the courtyard wall. And then those things happened later. What no one expected was that, after being beaten up by Luo, this guy not only did not feel resentful, but turned into an admirer of Luo. People have to wonder if this guy is a masochist. In his words, that morning, my body and soul were conquered by her. He later formed that inexplicable support group, which brought together a group of boys who had a crush on Luo. When they were first formed, they didn't have anything to do, so they just sat together to play cards, eat barbecue, and share Luo's daily updates. Later, someone discovered that the girl seemed to have encountered difficulties in her work in the student union. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the discipline department often assigned Luo some tasks that were beyond her ability, some of which were even difficult for the old members of the student union to complete. So the energetic boys in the support group, who were worried about having nothing to do, suddenly found the meaning of their existence, and began to form groups of 2 or 3 to escort the girl. For example, when they found out who Luo wanted to catch, they rushed over to pin the person down, tied him up, and put him on the girl's path. As a result, Luo often completed the task inexplicably, ranked among the top in the weekly evaluation of the discipline department, and received an extra reward. After Luo received the money, he invited the great magician and Gage to have a big meal outside, and also encouraged Gage for his hard training during this period. He has made great progress recently. Now he can use the sword in a decent manner. At least, he is not inferior to Rob in terms of the shelf. No wonder everyone always says that every fat person has potential. Just a while ago, the three of them were still talking and laughing. But when Lolo went to the bathroom and came back, the atmosphere became a little different. The girl looked a little absent-minded. It took her a while to respond when Rob and Gage talked to her. Her smile was a little forced, and it was obvious that she was worried about something. In the end, the dinner ended hastily. Lolo hurried back to the dormitory alone, leaving Rob and Gage looking at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 219. On the way back from the bathroom, Luo saw a burly guy. He seemed to be afraid of the cold, so he wrapped himself tightly, wore a cotton hat, and lowered his head. When the two passed by, he quickly stuffed a note into the girl's hand. Luo was a little surprised. He opened the crumpled note, which only had a sentence without a beginning or an end. "I know where Mother Teresa is." Seeing these short 11 words, the rookie warrior's face changed drastically. She will never forget the name Teresa. As the most trusted and respected teacher of her mother Illyria, she accompanied Illyria in the last period of her life when Illyria was seriously ill and dying. She was also the person most suspected of Illyria's accidental death. This old lady suddenly disappeared the day before Illyria's burial, and then it was as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. There was no news of her since then. The Crimson Sword searched for her for more than 10 years, but could not find her whereabouts until her death. If you want to find out what happened back then, the most important thing is to find Mother Teresa first. But Karev has already proved that this is a dead end. The Crimson Sword has mobilized the power of the entire Breton family, as well as his own connections and prestige, and spent a lot of manpower and material resources to search the entire Dawn continent, but still can't find even a clue. Teresa disappeared completely, cleanly, without leaving a trace. Sometimes even Karev himself would doubt whether there was an old lady named Teresa in the world, or whether she was just an illusion he imagined after losing his beloved. Luo didn't expect to see this name again today. Mother Teresa's position in the temple was not high. She was just an ordinary civil servant in a monastery, responsible for teaching candidate nuns. She stayed at home and rarely went out. Few people had heard of her name. In other words, the person who wrote this note must know what happened to the Breton family that year. The girl hurriedly turned back to look for the burly figure, but the other party had already walked into the bathroom. Luo didn't care about the difference between men and women, and kicked open the door of the men's bathroom. Without saying a word, he rushed in. As a result, a guy who was pulling up his pants inside was almost scared to death. Luo quickly looked around and found that there was no one else in the toilet, so he grabbed the guy by the collar. "Where is the big guy just now? Where did he go?" The guy with his pants pulled up trembled. "What big guy? I only saw you rushing in." "Impossible, the corridor outside only leads to here. I saw him walk in with my own eyes," the girl said firmly. The guy with his pants pulled up smiled bitterly. "Beauty, you rushing in without thinking is scary enough, so don't make up ghost stories anymore. I went to the toilet, and the door was locked. It's impossible for anyone to come in. And my posture, well, my face is facing the door. If someone comes in, I will definitely see it." The girl's intuition told her that the guy in front of her was not lying, but she did see that burly figure walking into the toilet not long ago. Could it be another spiritual magic? Lolo closed her eyes, and recalled the moment when the two of them passed by each other. When the note was stuffed into her hand, she also touched the other person's fingers. They were two cold and hard fingers without any temperature. The other party should not be a human, but not a ghost either. It is more like a puppet, like a golem, which means that it is also controlled by someone. Luo lowered her head and looked at the note in her hand again. She was no longer the innocent little girl who was protected by her father and family. If she had received this note 5 years ago, she would probably think that the other party was her father's friend who wanted to avoid the surveillance of the temple and contacted her in this way. But after experiencing so many things, she has learned to be wary of strangers. After so many years, why did the other party choose to come to her at this time? Why did he or she use such a hidden method? How much did he or she know about the events of the past? What was the purpose of finding him or her? Before figuring out these things, Luo could not be sure whether the owner of the golem was kind or malicious towards him or her, but one thing was certain: since the other party had already appeared, he would not just leave such a sentence, he would definitely come to find him or her again, and all he or she had to do now was to wait patiently. In a short moment, Luo had made up her mind not to tell anyone about this for the time being. Although the little scholar had become her guardian knight, the girl subconsciously did not want him to be involved too deeply in this matter. The name Teresa was like a curse, and anyone who had anything to do with her would not end well in the end. The girl had already lost her parents, and she did not want to endure this pain again. So this time, even if it was her own selfish desire, Luo decided to face it all alone. Back in the dormitory at night, Gage asked someone, "Do you think Luo is a little strange tonight?" "Well, what do you mean? I always feel like she's a different person after coming back from the bathroom. Since then, she seems to have, well, a murderous aura." Gage scratched his head. This murderous aura is not the kind of murderous aura that comes from a conflict between young lovers, but the murderous aura of really wanting to kill someone. In short, she looked a little scary just now. Really? Maybe he got pissed off by some ignorant guy while on duty in the discipline department. The great magician said lightly, taking out the novel he hadn't finished reading last week and lying on the bed to read it. Gage was stunned. He thought someone would have the same doubts, but he didn't expect Rob to act as if he didn't notice the abnormality of Lolo at dinner. It was strange. Aren't they good friends? However, someone's indifferent reaction also made him lose interest in continuing this topic. After that, the two chatted for a while about the freshman competition 2 months later, and the fat man went to bed. The great magician put down the novel in his hand and sighed. Lolo was really not a good actor. Even Gage could see that she was worried, so how could she hide it from Rob, who had been with her for so long? Therefore, after dinner, the great magician suggested that Gage go back to the dormitory first, and he would accompany Lolo to take a walk on the beach. Unexpectedly, the girl shook her head, which surprised Rob. The great magician originally thought that Lolo was worried about involving Gage, but he didn't expect that this time she actually excluded herself. It was very likely that she had realized that what she was going to do this time was very dangerous. Chapter 220. Late at night, someone knocked on the door of Luo's dormitory. The girl opened the door, but the person outside surprised her. "Is it you?" "Yes, it's me. Can I come in and sit down?" Caesar said with a smile. Unlike the past, when he was always surrounded by people, he didn't bring anyone else with him tonight. Even Leo, who had always been with him, was not here tonight. Luo hesitated, but still made way. Caesar walked into the room, looked around with interest, and then was slightly stunned. "Is this Miss Luo's room a little too simple?" In addition to the original furniture in the dormitory, the girl's room only had a sword on the wall, and some small things that belonged to her. "No, I think it's fine like this." "How can this be possible?" "I asked the student union to send some things over tomorrow, to help you decorate it simply." Caesar's words were not in a questioning tone, but a statement tone, which made Luo a little uncomfortable, but no matter what, the other party was well-intentioned, so the girl's attitude was still very polite. "Thank you. No need for decorations. Now that you've shown up, let's get down to business." Hearing this, Caesar's mouth showed a frivolous smile. "So girls in the north are so proactive?" Luo frowned. "What do you mean? Didn't you come to me first?" "Yes, I came to you first." Caesar sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and felt as comfortable as if he were at home. "To be honest, I have seen many beautiful women before, but none of them have your temperament. Your performance in the entrance examination that day was amazing, which left a deep impression on me. From that moment on, I became interested in you, but it's not that easy to become a woman of the Andre family. Many people know that the rate of magicians born in our family is terrible, but they don't know the price we paid behind it. In the past few hundred years, the family has done almost everything it can to keep the blood pure." Caesar shrugged. "The most important rule is that all the young men of the Andre family can only choose their partners from magicians, and the higher the qualifications of the partner, the better. Forgive me for not telling you all this until now. Although you have performed well enough before, please understand that I must be cautious enough in this matter, and I have no choice. In order to prove your excellence to the family, I asked the student union to recruit you into the discipline department as an exception, and assigned you the most difficult task in the department. Don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. On the contrary, it's because I believe your strength can meet my expectations, and the result has once again proved my vision. Should I say that you are indeed the woman that Caesar has chosen? This time, those old guys in the family can shut up completely." Caesar kept staring at Luo's eyes when he said this. He wanted to see the surprise and joy in the girl's beautiful eyes. For many civilian girls, being favored by nobles is the most direct way for them to enter the upper class, and it is also the dream that many people dream of. What's more, the wealthy family like the Andre family is the top one even among the nobles. In the South, no one except the royal family can suppress them. Caesar believed that few girls could resist such temptation. However, he was destined to be disappointed this time. From beginning to end, Luo's eyes were full of confusion. After hearing what he said, The girl even frowned. Wait, didn't you write me that note tonight? What note? Love letter. Caesar was a little puzzled, but still said, if you like this kind of thing, I can write it to you. He was also a veteran in the love field, but Luo's reaction now was completely beyond his expectations. The girl didn't seem to focus on his confession just now, and misunderstood him as someone else. Could it be that someone has been writing love letters to her, making her fall in love? Caesar could only make such a guess now, but he was not too panicked. He was still very confident in himself. Whether it was family background, talent, appearance and temperament, he had no rivals in Siamus. As long as he found out who that guy was, Caesar would naturally have a way to make him retreat. However, Luo obviously had no intention of going deeper into this topic. She shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I have no interest in becoming a woman of the Andre family. I will hand in my resignation from the discipline department in a few days. By the way, this staff is only available to me because of you, right? I will go to the student union tomorrow morning to apply for another ordinary staff, and I will return this one to you once I get it. The girl opened the door of the dormitory again after she finished speaking. The cold wind blowing in from outside the door made the young master of the Andre family feel a little chilly. Caesar laughed at himself. It was not until then that he realized that he might have made a fatal mistake. Luo was different from the women he had met before. She didn't seem to be interested in family background and status. When Caesar realized this, it was too late. His previous words not only failed to achieve the desired effect, but may have brought negative effects. This can also be seen from the girl's euphemistic order to expel him. However, the young master of the Andre family has never been a person who retreats in the face of difficulties. On the contrary, since he began to remember, he would definitely get what he wanted. Luo's reaction not only did not make him discouraged, but further aroused Caesar's interest in her. However, Caesar knew very well that he had no chance tonight. In this case, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. He quickly stood up from the sofa and said, Sorry, I am abrupt. It's getting late. I won't disturb Miss Luo's rest. Although Caesar tried to be more graceful, it could not change the reality that he came to her house with great pride but left in disgrace. However, Lolo had no time to care about what Caesar was thinking. All her thoughts were on the little note in the evening. The young master of the Andre family's domineering CEO-styled confession did not even leave the slightest ripple in her heart. After seeing Caesar off, Lolo closed the door again, feeling a little disappointed. It seemed that the guy who handed her the note would not appear again tonight. However, at this moment, she suddenly found that the window of the bedroom was opened at some point. After the incident in the bathroom, the rookie warrior spirit has been highly focused. He immediately found the abnormality in the bedroom. He rushed to the window in 2 steps and looked down. He saw a vague black shadow disappearing in the night. Luo estimated the distance between himself and the other party, and found that he could not catch up. Cunning guy, the girl found the second small note on the table. Unlike the first one, there was no word written on the small note this time. Only half a map was drawn. Luo picked up the note and looked around. It seemed to be a certain block. A building similar to a museum was specially marked with a red circle. Chapter 221. The black golem ran for a while, dodged and rolled into a bush, then stuck out half of its head to look back, and was relieved to confirm that there were no pursuers behind it. Its clay face actually showed a human expression, and it patted its chest. It was a pity that it was too happy a little too early. Just when it thought it was out of danger, it heard a voice that scared it to death. Hey, it turns out that you are behind this again. The black golem jumped out of the bushes like a frightened rabbit. Its first reaction was to run away, but when it raised its feet, it couldn't move its legs. It lowered its head, and found that its lower body had been frozen into a lump of ice. Sorry, I didn't want to use this method, but I found that you don't seem to like chatting. The golem's face showed a trace of horror. It didn't feel anything when the opponent released this ice magic. Although it was just a golem and couldn't feel the cold like humans, it was still very sensitive to magic fluctuations. But it didn't notice anything unusual until its feet were frozen. It was the first time for the black golem to face such a situation, and it was obviously a little panicked. It didn't remember to turn its head to look at the attacker until it fell to the ground. As a result, it saw the extremely cool golden staff at a glance. The black golem's heart sank immediately. It remembered who this guy was. The other party was one of the 20 participants in the game by the lake that night. His performance in the game was not very impressive, but the golem remembered the evaluation of this guy by the fox masked man, and wisely gave up the magic that was secretly brewing. Rob raised his eyebrows. It seems that you are much smarter than I thought. This is the best. I was worried that I couldn't communicate with you normally before. The black golem stopped struggling immediately after hearing this, lying on the ground with its mouth wide open, with a dull expression, like a mentally retarded person. The great magician was a little amused. Isn't it too late to play dumb now? The black golem rolled its eyes, and wanted to continue to play rogue, but the next moment it heard the guy opposite said lightly, "It seems that you haven't realized your current situation. If you still have this uncooperative attitude, I can only send you to the Magician Association. TSK, a golem with wisdom may hide the secret of life. Probably no magician can resist this temptation. At that time, there will be many people who want to study you, so what do you think will happen to you?" The black demon's face changed drastically, trembling, and he quickly pointed at his mouth and spat out a fist-sized piece of dirt. Rob picked up the dirt and took a look. Voice transmission magic device? Well, if it is complete, it should be composed of two parts. This part is only used for sound, and the other part is used for transmission. That part seems to be in your master's hand. So you relied on this magic device to play tricks by the lake that day? The black golem nodded, then pointed at his chest and right hand, revealing a pleading expression. The great magician then noticed that there was a long scar on its chest, extending from the neck to the navel, and the material of the right arm seemed to be different from the body, and it looked like it was added later. Rob frowned. Have you ever been captured by someone before? Because of them, you lost the ability to speak, and someone cut open your chest and cut off one of your arms? The black golem made a sobbing motion, but unfortunately its physiological structure meant that it could not shed tears. If it was Luo standing here now, he would probably be soft-hearted and let it go after hearing its tragic experience, but it was a pity that the person it met tonight was the future super mage. Rob waited until it had almost finished crying, then he spoke slowly. I don't care if you are lying or not, anyway, since you know the consequences of being caught. If you don't want to be cut open for research again, you should cooperate with me honestly. My request is actually very simple. As long as you lead me to find your master, I will not only let you go, but also help you keep the secret. After a pause, the future super magician added, Don't worry, I have no ill will towards your master. I just have a few questions to ask him. Perhaps realizing that the sympathy card is useless to someone, the black golem put away the pitiful expression on its face, and fell into silence. The great magician was not in a hurry, and stood aside quietly waiting for its choice. If it is an ordinary golem, there will be no option to betray the master, because it will only mechanically execute the master's orders, without any thoughts, and will not have any fear of death. No matter coercion or inducement, it will be useless. But the black golem in front of him was different. It had considerable intelligence, which gave it the right to think independently and become a unique life. At the same time, it also made it possible to be subverted. Under the threat of death and being captured for research, it was possible to do things that were not in the interests of its master. However, this choice was not easy for it. The black golem had a tangled look on its face. After struggling for a long time, it finally chose to listen to someone's advice, nodded, and agreed to take him to see his master. Rob was shocked. This time was different from the situation at the lake that night. He didn't know what method the other party used to monitor everyone in the game. So even if he caught the golem that night, it would be useless. The other party could leave calmly before the golem turned against him. But tonight was a completely different situation. The great magician didn't think that kind of monitoring method could be used continuously, and the monitoring range could not cover the entire campus. In other words, it was very likely that the other party didn't know what was happening here. It can be seen that he obviously despised Luo. He subconsciously did not think that the action of the golem tonight would encounter any danger, so he would not prepare so many backup plans as he did that day. So the great magician knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Tonight, he deliberately showed indifference to Luo's abnormal state. In addition to letting Gizzy go to bed early, it was also to paralyze his opponent. Rob waited until his fat roommate fell asleep before starting tonight's action. Recently, the future super magician was not in a very good mood. Since entering Siamis, Rob could clearly feel that he was being led by the nose in many things, but he was powerless. The future super mage has almost forgotten how long he has not felt this passive feeling. Except for the pressure from the old fox demand in the previous years at the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, this is the first time he has experienced this feeling from someone else. It is really terrible to know that there is a guy next to you, but you can't catch him no matter what. And all this has finally changed after he caught the black golem. Tonight, he will have the opportunity to turn the tables. Chapter 222. The black golem turned against him, and Rob released 2 small fireballs to thaw it, one at its waist and abdomen, and one near its calf. If it were an ordinary person, the person would be cooked before the ice was completely melted, but the golem didn't have this problem. In fact, even the most ordinary golems have a much better tolerance to scorching heat and extreme cold than humans, and this level of hot and cold changes is not a problem for them at all. 10 minutes later, it regained its ability to move and became lively again. The first thing the black golem did after getting up was to secretly glance at the great magician next to it. As if knowing what it was thinking, Rob warned, "If you think you can escape, go ahead and try, but my patience is limited. You better pray that I don't catch you again." The black golem waved his hands quickly, indicating that he had no intention of escaping, and then began to lead the way honestly. The two walked along a relatively remote path to the east side of the school, where there was a residential area built specifically for school teachers. Most of them were two-story buildings, which were quite old. The walls were covered with lush vines. Rob had also roughly explored this area before, but unfortunately he didn't gain anything. But since the black golem brought him back here, it means he missed something before. The man and the golem carefully bypassed the residences of those powerful magicians, and finally came to a vacant small building. The latter stood at the bottom of the stairs, and gestured to the future super magician. You asked if you could not go in later?" The black golem nodded, gestured a few more times, covered his face with his hands, and showed a look of shame. "Ha, is it because you betrayed your master and feel ashamed to see him again?" This was the first time Rob had encountered such an emotional golem. Since he caught it, it had almost become an emoticon in just half a magic hour. The great magician did not force it. "Okay, you can stay outside, but given your bad reputation with me, I will not let you go before you see your master." The golem had no objection to this arrangement. It walked to the second step and stretched out a huge hand to press on the side. After a while, the step sank, revealing a strange keyhole inside. It looked like a broken magic circle. Rob was still wondering where to find such a big key when the black golem had already inserted a finger into it. The next moment, a faint blue light emanated from the stone steps. This was a sign that the magic circle was about to be opened. This was the first time Rob had seen such a design. Using a finger of the golem as part of the magic circle could ensure concealment to the greatest extent. Even if someone accidentally discovered the secret of the stone steps, they could not open the magic circle under the stone steps without the help of the black golem. After the black golem did all this, it stepped aside and looked at the great magician eagerly. Rob released a positioning magic and a 4th level ice magic on it. This time, it froze its entire body below the neck, so that it could neither escape nor cast spells. Except for its eyeballs, there was no place on its body that could move. "Stay here, I'll let you go after I finish talking to your master." Rob walked up the stone steps and opened the door. The magic circle had been activated. A hidden room was revealed behind the mural in the hall. Then a somewhat old voice came from inside. "Hey, Xiao Hei, you're back." The great magician didn't say anything and walked straight into the secret room. The furnishings in the secret room were simple, with only a rattan chair, a fireplace, and a bookcase that occupied half of the wall. A figure with white hair sat in the rattan chair with his back to the door, holding a book and reading it with relish. He didn't even notice someone walking behind him. In fact, he really didn't need to worry. The magic circle outside the door was very powerful. It not only hid the secret room, but also concealed the breath of all creatures in the secret room. Rob couldn't feel the magic fluctuations on the old man until he walked into the house. This place was like a completely independent space, truly isolated from the world. The only key to open the magic circle was still in the hands of the golem. The old man would not encounter any danger hiding in this non-existent hut, so he was naturally more relaxed mentally. The arrival of the great magician tonight was more like an accident. Rob finally met the guardian of the secrets behind the St. Laurent Brothers School of Magic. All the answers will be revealed tonight, but for some reason, the great magician did not feel any excitement. On the contrary, he always felt that something was wrong. Is all this a little too easy? And the old man seemed to be too absorbed in reading. He had not looked up until now. This was a bit unreasonable. Is his vigilance really that poor, or is he pretending to be confident? Fortunately, the golem outside the door behaved very well, and did not move. The magic mark Rob left on it did not move either. This made the great magician feel relieved, but the strange feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. The firewood in the fireplace was crackling, and the flames were jumping, but there was always a cold feeling in the room. The old man still lowered his head, as if he was completely fascinated by the book in his hand. The future super magician noticed a detail at this time. There was a thin layer of dust on the floor. It had not been cleaned for a long time, and there was only his footprints in the whole room. Rob finally determined that this place was a trap. Without any hesitation, he cast a light body spell on himself and turned back quickly. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. When he looked back, the place where he came in had become a wall. Visual deception? Space distortion? The great magician soon realized that his current situation was similar to that of the guy trapped in the maze that night. From the moment he stepped into the magic circle, he had lost his sense of direction in this secret room, and his vision was no longer reliable. Fortunately, the magic circle hidden in the room was the same as the maze. With the experience of the last time, Rob did not need to spend too much time to break the formation. In contrast, the great magician was more worried about the other killer moves that followed in this room. But what surprised Rob was that there seemed to be no other traps in the entire secret room except for such a confusing magic circle. He waited for a while, and finally confirmed that there was no other danger here. Chapter 223. Rob recalled an experience of hunting in the forest with his grandfather when he was a child. His grandfather was once the best hunter in Ryan. He told little Rob, who was watching a group of elk with bated breath, that when you are about to catch a prey, you must not be careless and lose your vigilance. Don't forget that in this forest you are both the hunter and the prey. An excellent hunter can not only ensure the harvest of each hunt, but more importantly, protect your own safety. So every time Grandpa went out hunting, he would bring some homemade gadgets and place them not far behind him. These small mechanisms themselves did not have any attack power. The only function was to make a loud noise when an animal stepped on them. However, many of my grandfather's colleagues could not understand this approach. Facts have proved that most of the time, the small devices were just false alarms. For example, if a hare was accidentally stepped on, the loud noise would scare away the prey that was within reach. However, the few warnings saved my grandfather's life, and my grandfather became the hunter who encountered the least danger. Rob knew that the function of this secret room in front of him was similar to those of my grandfather's small devices. Once someone investigated the secret of Siamus, they would find this place as the investigation deepened. When this place was exposed, the owner of the house would be alerted, so the existence of this place was like an additional safety warning. The great magician sighed. He knew that it would be difficult for him to gain anything tonight. However, the good news was that the black golem was still in his hands. Although the other party must have been alerted after this time, even if the cunning golem stopped playing any tricks and cooperated with him honestly, he would not be able to catch the master of that guy again. The future super magician could only hope that the other party left in a hurry and missed some important clues. Unfortunately, with the consistent caution shown by the golem owner, this was almost impossible. In addition, Rob was actually a little strange. Since he entered the small building, the black golem outside had been very quiet, and the positioning mark had not moved. This quietness was unusual no matter how you looked at it. That guy couldn't have been unaware of the real purpose of this secret room. There was only a magic circle with no offensiveness, which could not pose any threat to the great magician. In other words, the black golem could only trap him for a moment at most after tricking him in. And simply delaying time was meaningless, because the black golem had no chance of escaping. Not only was it frozen, but it was also planted with a magic mark. When Rob got out of here, its end would not be very good. From the brief encounter between the great magician and this guy, the black golem did not seem like a loyal servant who would risk his own safety to tip off his master. From the beginning of breaking the formation to walking out of the secret room, Rob spent less than 7 minutes. Compared with the magic circle he encountered before by the lake, the complexity and sophistication of this magic circle in the secret room were far different. The entire magic circle only covered that secret room. Moreover, Rob had the experience of the last time, so the speed of breaking the formation would only be faster. When he walked out of the secret room and looked back, the fireplace, bookcase, rattan chair and old man reading in the room had disappeared, leaving only a childish and scribbled grimace on the wall, as if mocking the visitor's wasted effort. The great magician took a deep breath and had to admit that the other party did have an extraordinary talent in mocking and attracting hatred. This feeling of being about to touch the answer, but opening the paper to see that it was a blank paper was really terrible, and Rob soon found that worse things were still to come. When he walked out of the small building, he found that the black golem had actually escaped, or to be more precise, part of the guy's body had escaped. The body that was frozen into ice was still on the ground, but the head of the black golem was missing. Rob only took a glance, and knew that he was deceived by the cunning golem again. Although many golems have human appearance characteristics, they are actually very different from humans. They don't have human internal organs, but various parts instead, and they don't have any pain nerves, which allows them to be very brave on the battlefield. Even if they are missing arms and legs, they can continue to fight. The body is more like a tool or weapon to them. But golems are not without weak points. The only weak point in their bodies is their core. Once the core is destroyed, they are destroyed. Strictly speaking, the core of a golem is also a magic device that provides kinetic energy for their bodies, and can execute some simple commands, similar to the human heart and brain. As long as the core device is not damaged, it doesn't matter even if other parts are severely damaged. This is the biggest difference between them and humans. When the black golem pretended to be pitiful in front of the great magician, it deliberately revealed the long scar on its chest, making Rob mistakenly think that this guy's core was in the chest, but in fact, this guy's core was in the head. So Rob's freezing of its body was useless. The guy's head slipped away, while the great magician was trapped in the secret room. Rob's magic mark was also planted on his body, which was also useless. The future super magician would never have dreamed that one day he would be suppressed by a golem. The opportunity he finally caught was gone in a flash. Looking at the frozen headless golem on the ground, the expression on the great magician's face was so wonderful. However, Rob was not discouraged. At this moment, the great magician felt that he had met his match. Rob had been living a leisurely life since he escaped from the Royal School of Magic of DIST. He did not encounter too many troubles along the way. Except for the battle with the Orc Butcher, he basically never tried his best. This was also related to the fact that his opponents were too weak. Over time, the future super magician became lazy. However, his original plan was to return to Ryan to do some small business and wait for death. Therefore, Rob did not think there was anything wrong with this kind of life until he met Luo. The great magician originally thought that what happened to the girl's parents was just a grudge between nobles, but later, as the Inquisition and St. Laurent's School of Magic surfaced one after another, things began to become complicated. Rob did not overinterpret the prophecy that the two goblins gave him before they left that night, but he would not ignore it completely. After all, the goblin prophecy was well known, and it was extremely difficult to pick up any water from the long river of fate. Unfortunately, the future super magician could not get much information from the prophecy at present. In addition to being able to see that what happened to the Breton family was not simple, the last half sentence, "Beware of the underworld tree." According to the goblin's words, a mysterious existence in the St. Laurent Brothers Magic Academy might not be on the same path as them. Rob knew that he had to be serious. Chapter 224. When Lois saw the fox-masked man in the bakery, he was holding a small hammer and hammering. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood today. His movements were so big that people who didn't know him would think he was chopping meat. "What are you doing?" The female archer greeted Claire, who was grinding coffee beans, and Claire smiled at her gently. "As you can see, I'm helping some little bastard make a new arm." The fox-masked man snorted, put down the hammer in his hand, and picked up the ruler next to him to measure. "Little Black has no arms?" Lois was a little surprised. To be more precise, it only has its head now. The fox-masked man shrugged his shoulders. The female archer was shocked. Who is so cruel? Who else could it be except that little bastard himself? It was caught by the guy with the golden staff last night. The fox-masked man scratched his chin. "Well, but I am also a little responsible. It is mainly because I underestimated the aggressiveness of the opponent. That guy is indeed related to the girl of the Breton family. Little Black was caught by him when he was delivering a letter. After that, he had to use the number 1 fox hole to escape, but only the head ran back. I am helping it to rebuild its body." The fox-masked man said this while happily waving the hammer in his hand. "You can also repair the golem?" Lois really didn't know that this guy was so versatile. When Xiao He was damaged before, the fox-masked man mostly let him fix it himself. The poor golem usually went to the warehouse to find some materials, and clumsily repaired itself, which also reflected from the side how lazy the fox-masked man was. As a result, the fox-masked man got angry when he mentioned this clumsy ass. "I don't know who taught this little bastard bad things. He is getting more and more cunning. Every time I went to the warehouse, I took the most valuable materials. Last time, this guy found an excuse and tried to steal my dragon scale to make a new but. If I hadn't been alert enough, he would have succeeded. Hee. Do you know how valuable this bastard is now? Now, he has given it all to others." Rob worked hard all night, but didn't catch the real culprit. He originally thought that this time he had nothing to do, but when he turned his eyes to the body on the ground, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He didn't notice it before that the seemingly simple body was made of rare magic materials. It's a pity that the person who built its body didn't seem to know how to refine a golem at all. He just roughly pieced these materials together, and they couldn't even bring out 1/10 of their function. It was really a waste of resources. In fact, if there was a more reliable refiner, the strength of the black golem could be increased by at least 6 or 7 times. Although it still couldn't beat the future super magician, it would not be so powerless that it would eventually have to abandon this priceless body in order to escape. Rob made a rough estimate, and found that the total value of these materials was probably more than 500,000 gold coins. The most valuable of them was a magical material called Devil's Horn, and a piece of purple amber the size of a fingernail. The former could be used as a material for making legendary weapons, and the latter was the famous blessing of the meditator. As the name suggests, this piece of amber could enhance the wearer's perception and help them complete meditation more easily, and this was exactly what Luo urgently needed. The combined value of the Devil's Horn and the blessing of the meditator is about 400,000 gold coins, and they are top quality items that are out of stock and may not be available even if you are willing to pay. The rest are worse, but there are many types. The body of the black golem is very burly, taller than an ordinary person. Such a tall body can be split into materials, and the remaining materials together are worth about 100,000 gold coins. Happiness came too suddenly. Some time ago, Rob was still thinking about how to make money, but in the blink of an eye, such a large sum of money was delivered to him. Rob sorted these materials on the spot and packed them up. Well, the blessing of the meditator was prepared for Luo. In addition, the great magician also selected several other materials to match this piece of amber. His original plan was to make a magic circle for the girl, but now that he has obtained the super rare blessing of the meditator, it would be a bit of a waste to make a magic circle according to the original plan. The great magician changed his mind temporarily, and decided to use this thing to make a magic guide for Luo. Rob kept the Devil's Horn himself. He also had no intention of exchanging it for money. The future super magician had a legendary weapon of his own, the Lord of Eternal Night, but he didn't know when that staff would return to him. Although the second one is good, it can only release magic below the 5th level, which is enough to deal with the current situation. However, the great magician is not sure whether there will be more troublesome guys in the future. After all, in the prophecy of the goblin, even the survival of the world can be said. To be on the safe side, Rob thinks it is necessary to improve his combat power. So the matter of making the third staff was put on the agenda. This is also a relatively long thing. If you want to make a powerful weapon, you need to use more than one precious material. Still taking his legendary staff, the Lord of Eternal Night, as an example, the production of this staff is extremely complicated and luxurious. It uses no less than 70 kinds of materials, and among them, 27 kinds of top-grade materials, half of which are now extinct in the Dawn continent. The forging of legendary weapons is extremely difficult. The process of collecting materials alone is not something that can be completed by one person, and the forging time can easily span 100 years. The great magician obviously has neither the energy nor the time to wait, so he set his sights on quasi-legendary weapons, like the Eye of Stars into man's hand, which is also not an easy task. The material requirements for quasi-legendary weapons are much lower than those for legendary weapons. 3 or 4 top-level materials, like the Devil's Horn, are enough. Rob can still try hard, but top-level materials are always hard to come by. The great magician is not sure how long it will take him to collect all the materials. Or he can choose to lower the standard, but that would be meaningless. Such a staff can be bought directly on the market. Rob picked out a few materials that might be used in the future, and then exchanged the rest for gold coins. He chose to trade on the black market. The advantage of doing so is that no identity information will be left, but the disadvantage is that the value of the goods will be reduced to a certain extent. He finally traded for a total of 30,000 gold coins. Chapter 225. 30,000 gold coins is not a small number, and the great magician asked for a one-time payment on the same day. In a hurry, no black market merchant could come up with so much money at once, so in the end, the batch of materials was divided into 4 parts and purchased by 4 people. Rob finally got a total of 3 dragon crystals. Dragon crystals, although the name contains the word dragon, actually have nothing to do with dragons. This thing looks very similar to ordinary crystals, but the value is completely different. Dragon crystals are generally circulated more among high-level magicians, so some people call it magic currency, but this thing itself is not considered a magic material, and no one has found that it has other uses besides trading medium. Dragon crystals were only circulated among magicians about 200 years ago. The value of some rare magic materials is often very high. Transactions of tens of thousands, or even millions of gold coins would be very troublesome to complete. It is inconvenient from counting to transportation and storage. Therefore, magicians began to look for a substitute a long time ago. The Magician Association tried many things, and later asked several masters to design a special magic device to be used as a large-value currency unique to the magic world. This magic currency was quite effective when it was first promoted and was very popular among magicians, but unfortunately the good times did not last long. 2 months later, a series of problems broke out in this new currency, the most fatal of which was the emergence of counterfeits. The Magicians Association had foreseen this before and encrypted several core structures, but there were many experts among the people. 1.5 months later, counterfeits began to appear on the market. They were relatively crude at first, but soon became indistinguishable from the real thing, until finally even the Magicians Association could not tell which was the authentic one and which was the counterfeit. So the Magicians Association had to upgrade the existing structure again and adopted more complex encryption methods. Unfortunately, the devil is always more powerful than the saint. 3 months later, the new version of imitations arrived again unexpectedly. The new currency vigorously promoted by the Magicians Association suffered a heavy blow and plummeted. Many magicians suffered losses and cursed their mothers. The Magicians Association had to gather people again to redesign it. After several repetitions, the magicians were overwhelmed and the Magicians Association had no choice but to terminate the issuance of this new currency. Later, magicians tried other substitutes, but the results were not satisfactory. They finally set their sights on dragon crystal. As a special crystal in nature, no one knows how it is formed. It seems that dragon crystal can be found near volcanoes, plains, rivers, and forests, but the number of dragon crystals is extremely rare. In the early years, some magicians were very interested in this magical crystal, but later they were disappointed to find that this crystal had almost no element affinity, which made it lose the possibility of being used as a magic material. The enthusiasm of the magic world for dragon crystal soon faded. However, the Magician Association is planning to use it as currency, not as equipment, so its elemental affinity is not important. In fact, if you think about it carefully, almost everyone will think that dragon crystal is the best choice as magic currency. First of all, dragon crystal is rare enough, with very few reserves in nature, and its structure is very unique and cannot be artificially imitated, which makes its value fluctuation relatively fixed. Secondly, the weight of dragon crystal of the same volume is only 1/10 of that of crystal, which is convenient to carry. In addition, the size of dragon crystal is almost the same, and it is also indivisible. These characteristics of dragon crystal also destined it to be an excellent magic currency. The current value of a dragon crystal is about 10,000 gold coins, and 3 dragon crystals are exactly 30,000 gold coins. Rob took the huge sum of money from the black market merchant, waited twice, and threw it into his pocket. His casual action made those wealthy merchants stunned. One of the kind merchants couldn't help but remind him to be careful of the thieves nearby, and also said that if he needed a guard, he could help contact the nearby mercenary group. Rob shook his head and thanked the merchant. The thief who could steal things from him must be at least level 7, and there was no such powerful guy near the black market. The great magician was not in a hurry to leave after getting the money. Facts have proved that shopping is not necessarily just a woman's hobby. Rob used to like to wander around when he had no money in his pocket. After he had money, he couldn't help but touch and look here and there. This black market called the Alley is quite famous in the city of Gudries. It has a history of more than 100 years. It is located in an alley behind the Prancing Horse Tavern. The only entrance and exit of the alley is in the wine cellar of the Prancing Horse Tavern. Therefore, you have to pay Dave, the owner of the tavern, to enter and exit the alley. Fortunately, the fee is not expensive, only 1 copper coin is required. This bustling alley does not exist on the map of the university city, but in fact, people who have lived in Gudries for a long time will know this place. It is the largest black market in the university city, with a wide variety of commodities traded. Occasionally, there are some contraband items, but most of them are luxury goods smuggled from other races. This is also the bottom line of the alley. No dangerous goods are traded in the true sense. It is precisely because of this bottom line that the alley can continue to exist. The ruler of Gudries University City has shown his benevolent side, and has always turned a blind eye to this underground trading place that has been evading taxes. As a black market, it is indeed not easy for the alley to exist in the same place for hundreds of years. This also proves from the side that the free city is worthy of being the most tolerant and open existence among the 3 major forces of the human race. Rob is now touring the alleys. He is still dressed the same as he was that night by the lake, wrapping himself tightly with only a pair of eyes showing. The St. Laurent Brothers Magic School has a history of nearly 900 years in Gudries. This is their home ground. The great magician does not know what kind of power the other party has in this city, but someone who can arm a golem with materials worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins does not look like a person without background. It is not strange for such a guy to have a few friends in the black market. If he is not careful enough, his identity may be discovered here. Rob will not make such a low-level mistake. The great magician wandered around for a while, but was a little disappointed. The famous alley seemed very ordinary. Compared with the fairy's eye, the magic items here were far behind in both quantity and quality. After wandering around for such a long time, Rob didn't see anything that caught his eye. It was not until he came to a water tank that the future super magician stopped. Chapter 226. There was a dull little gray fish in the water tank, swimming listlessly among the water plants. Rob was staring at the water tank, biting the tempura he had just bought. Not bad, young man, you have a good eye. This fish is not simple. The stall owner was an old man with a shrewd face. In addition to the water tank, his stall also displayed some small miscellaneous items, including some broken magic devices and low-level magic materials. According to the fisherman who caught this fish, when it was discovered, there was a school of fish following it, just like the people following the king, so I suspect this fish is the legendary son of the sea. The old man said mysteriously, "This thing is a priceless treasure, but if you really want it, take 1,000 gold coins. Oh no, 2,000 gold coins will do." The great magician was amused by the other party. "Uncle, the scientific name of this fish is the guide fish, and the fishermen jokingly call it a big harvest, because the guide fish can always find the place with the most plankton and algae, so it is basically followed by a school of fish, and when fishermen encounter this kind of fish, they can get a good harvest by just casting a net. The number of this fish is rare, but not that rare, so it is worth at most 30 or 40 gold coins." The stall owner blushed and said, "So you know this fish, then why are you joining in the fun?" Rob smiled and said directly without explaining, "Uncle, sell this fish to me for 50 gold coins." The stall owner was a little hesitant. He probably wanted to continue to fool others with this fish, but he thought that he had been fooling people for 2 days, and no one was fooled. He didn't know when he would need a fool. He spent 20 gold coins to buy this fish, so it seemed good to sell it for 50 gold coins. Thinking of this, the stall owner agreed to the deal. Rob spent a silver coin to buy a small fish tank from next door. He fished the guide fish and the aquatic plants it lived on out of the water tank, and transferred them together to the small fish tank. He then exchanged it for a dragon crystal. In addition to the guide fish, he also bought a magic carving knife of excellent quality to replace the second-hand carving knife he had used in the dungeon. Although it still couldn't be compared with the one in the special laboratory of the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, it was also a top-notch one. This carving knife alone cost him 1,000 gold coins. In addition, he also bought some other auxiliary tools, and said goodbye to the primitive way of picking up equipment with bare hands. These things cost him another 3,000 gold coins. Finally, he took out 5,000 gold coins to buy some common materials with relatively large consumption. Magicians are indeed the most profitable and most expensive professions. In just a short time, Rob spent 9,000 gold coins. This is because the goods in the alley are relatively ordinary, and there are not many that he can take a fancy to. Rob certainly can't keep so many things in the dormitory. Except for the small fish tank and the magic carving knife, the great magician deposited the rest of the things with the black market merchant who reminded him to be careful of pickpockets. He needs to pay the latter a silver coin for storage every day. This is of course only temporary. Rob is now rich and powerful, and he doesn't care about the storage fee of a silver coin, but it is very inconvenient to deposit everything with others until he needs it. So the first thing the great magician did after returning to school was to find Lois and ask her if there are any houses for rent near the school. "Hey, you want to rent a house? Are you planning to move out?" The student union is preparing for the freshman competition recently, and Lois has also become busy. She is often not seen for a day or two. Fortunately, she will be a third grader at the beginning of this year, and there are not so many courses, so she doesn't have to worry about delaying her studies. Rob searched for her for 5 days, and only met the female archer in a hurry at the entrance of the cafeteria at noon on the 5th day. "Not really, I just stay there occasionally on Saturdays and Sundays, and I stay in school on weekdays," Rob replied. Lois smiled meaningfully when he heard this, and the great magician was a little puzzled by the other party's smile. "What, is there any problem?" "No problem, absolutely no problem. My job is to meet the various commissions of the sponsors." The female archer snapped her fingers. "Tell me what you want." "I don't have any special requirements." I want it to be close to the school and not too old. It would be better if it could be on the street. Well, I just thought about it again. It seems a bit wasteful to only stay there once or twice a week. If it is on the street, I can turn the first floor into a shop and do some small business. It seems not bad. When Lois asked what his ideal place was like, Rob first thought of his small grocery store. Although the grocery store was not big, when the three of them lived in it, it was the warmest place in the world. Every corner of it left the best memories of his childhood. Until the accident happened, it suddenly became cold there. Every minute and every second of living with that man was torture for little Rob. He was willing to pay any price to escape from there, but now he has been away from his hometown for so long that his hatred for that man has long disappeared. He just misses the small grocery store in his memory more and more. Huh? This time it was Lois' turn to be the inexplicable person. Do you want to rent a shop for business or a house for yourself? This is Goodries. The rent for a house facing the street is not cheap. If you live here, there is no need for that. The environment is not good either. It is noisy near the street. There is a special residential area near Siamos. The environment and price are good. Of course, if you want to do business or invest, you can choose a house facing the street, but I don't recommend you to rent it. The rent here increases almost every year. If you have enough money in your pocket, you can consider buying one directly. Then buy one. The great magician didn't hesitate for too long before making the decision. It has always been his dream to have a shop of his own and live a peaceful life like the people of Pop. Although he may be far away from such a life, before Luo's problem is resolved, he can buy the shop first. At least half of his dream will be realized. Lois couldn't help but glance at someone again. TSK, I just knew you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be so rich. Goodries is very expensive. The house prices in the western suburbs are relatively cheap, but to buy a shop like you want, it will cost at least 700 or 800 gold coins. You didn't even blink an eye when you took out such a large sum of money in one go. It seems that I have to reevaluate your financial resources. Chapter 227. You said this house belonged to a distant cousin of yours. He just passed away and had no children, so he left this house to you. Standing in front of someone's new home, Lolo looked incredulous. Yes. Rob took out the key and opened the door. He and Lois had seen many suites before. The location of this small building was not the best. The front was relatively small, and it was not on the main road. There were not many people coming and going. The business in the store was not very good before. The owner had the idea of selling the house. The female archer brought the great magician to see it just to give him more choices. In fact, she did not recommend this place, but Rob only took a look and decided to buy this place. The reason is simple. This is the place that looks most like the small grocery store in Ryan's town, the place that I call home in my memory. This small building was built about 30 years ago. It is considered a new house in Goodries, where there are many historical sites. It can be seen that the original owner also cherished this place, maintained it well, and repaired it regularly. The proprietress is a person who likes flowers and plants very much. She has made the small balcony on the second floor into a flower shed. Although it is winter now, it is still green. It is said that the flowers on the balcony will bloom in spring and summer. At that time, this place will become more beautiful, often attracting pedestrians downstairs to stop and watch. To this end, Rob spent an extra 10 gold coins to keep all the flowers on the balcony. In the end, the small building cost him a total of 624 gold coins, and he also paid Lois 10 gold coins as a commission. Lolo sighed. This is amazing. You said you didn't know you had an uncle in Goodries before, but one day you met on the street, he recognized you and invited you to his home for dinner, and then he suddenly died a few days later, leaving you this property. That's about it. The great magician knew that the story sounded a bit far-fetched, but if he didn't make it up like this, it wouldn't explain why he suddenly had an extra house. The two of them should stay in Goodries for a while, and he didn't plan to keep it a secret from Lolo. The girl walked into the house and exclaimed, "Why do I feel like I'm listening to a story? If your uncle leaves behind a beautiful and gentle daughter, haha, isn't this the drama we watched at Red River Square that night, where a poor boy suddenly gained wealth and love overnight?" Hearing this, the boy paused. Rob didn't say anything, but just stood quietly behind her. For some reason, Luo suddenly felt a little flustered at this moment, and the smile on her face became stiff. "Hey, you don't really have a beautiful cousin, do you?" The girl tried her best to make her tone sound as relaxed as usual, but her slightly trembling voice still betrayed her nervousness at this moment. "It's so strange. Why did my heart suddenly become sour? Aren't they the best of friends?" Good friends usually offer their blessings when encountering such a thing. She has always hoped that he could have a good home, not to stay by her side, facing almost impossible enemies and unknown dangers, so she should be happy for him with such a result. But why is her chest hurting? Speaking of which, he seemed to have said when he was in the underground city that his dream was to open a small shop, marry a girl he liked, and live an ordinary life. Now, he is finally going to realize his dream, and she can take this opportunity to persuade him to stay in Gudry's, away from those dangers, and she just needs to come back to see him when she is free. After all, this guy was her little follower in the dungeon, and she had the responsibility to take care of him. She had to come from time to time to see if he was doing well, whether he needed money, and whether he was bullied by anyone. However, when she thought that when she returned to this small building again, the person who opened the door for her might be another strange girl, Luo's heart would be inexplicably flustered, as if she had lost something very important. At this moment, the guy behind her who had been silent all the time finally spoke again. The great magician asked the girl in front of him, "What are you thinking about now?" The entrance of this small building was designed to be very narrow, so the two stood very close after entering the door. Rob was almost behind Lolo. When he spoke, the girl could feel the burning breath behind her neck, which made her even more flustered. Lolo didn't want to show her fragile side at this time. She turned around and wanted to pretend to be calm and tease the guy a few more times, but when she saw those bright eyes, she found that it was all in vain. Because those eyes seemed to be able to see into her heart at a glance, the girl subconsciously took a half step back and touched the shoe cabinet behind her. She felt that there was nowhere to escape. The guy opposite clearly saw her embarrassment at the moment, but he was not as gentle and considerate as usual. Not only did he not give her any breathing space, but he took an inch and moved forward 2 steps. Luo obviously had the advantage in terms of fighting power, but at that moment, she seemed to be completely frightened and had no means of resistance except to shrink into the corner. The girl looked like she wanted to cry. You. Don't come over here. Don't you already have a beautiful cousin? Rob was amused by this guy. I can't see that you care about me so much. Are you going to say a few blessings to me? You, how did you know? Luo stammered. I wish you a long and happy life together. The girl couldn't say the last word because the boy's lips had already touched hers. At that moment, Luo felt something explode in her head. She opened her eyes wide, her eyebrows trembled involuntarily, and her body was tense, like a prisoner about to be executed. The great magician on the other side was not much better. The two people who kissed for the first time had no experience and seemed very clumsy. Rob's mind was also blank. The little virgin boy was no less nervous than the girl opposite him. In fact, Rob didn't know where he got the courage from. He actually kissed the rookie warrior against the wall. You know, at such a close distance, he was risking his life to kiss her. The girl in front of him was not a petite girl next door. Luo's explosive power was amazing. At such a close distance, if the girl got angry, she could even hit someone's waist flower. But Rob still resolutely kissed her against the wall. If there was anything to blame, it could only be because Luo's hypocritical look was too tempting. The boy completely forgot the possible danger and couldn't help but kiss her. Chapter 228. Lolo didn't know how long it had been at this moment, maybe only a short moment, or maybe as long as a century. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. The girl felt like she was under some strange magic. Her body became soft and she lost all the strength to resist. This feeling was a little strange to Lolo. The girl had always been strong beyond her age. Although she was nervous and afraid when facing those powerful monsters and enemies in the past, she would never be so powerless to fight back as today. Lolo felt extremely humiliated whenever she thought of the scene just now. When she was kissed by Rob, she couldn't even muster any strength in her body, like a deer that fell into a hunter's trap, and could only wait to be killed. What strange thing did that guy do to her? Well, he was just a little scholar. She could beat him down with one hand. When she was on the run, someone saw through her identity as a girl. Those guys wanted to touch her, but she beat them to a pulp. Why did she suddenly become a coward when she came to someone? She stood there like a wooden stake and let the guy bully her. Luo felt inexplicably wrong. Tears welled up in her eyes, but the great magician didn't seem to let her go, and then looked into the girl's eyes and said seriously, Luo Hartfilia Breton, I think I like you. The girl cried, Can you close the door first? There are people watching outside. Huh? Luo reminded Rob that he seemed to have forgotten to close the door when he was against the girl. Fortunately, it was noon, most people were eating at home, and there were not many people on the street. Only an auntie who was taking a walk stopped at the door and watched with relish. The auntie protested against someone's behavior of closing the door, saying that this was much more exciting than idle dramas, and she wanted to continue watching, but the great magician ignored her protest and quickly closed the door. Just as Rob was closing the door, he heard footsteps behind him. It turned out that Lolo took the opportunity to rush to the second floor. The girl panicked and pushed open the window nearest to her, and jumped down without hesitation. However, whether it was because of bad luck or the panic in her heart, Lolo didn't control the strength when landing, and her right foot stepped on an empty flower pot. She groaned on the spot and limped. The girl gritted her teeth and took a breath of cold air. Luoluo's mind was in a mess after the kiss. Facing this sudden confession, she only wanted to run away quickly. She didn't even bother to check her injuries. She took 2 steps forward while enduring the pain. As a result, her body softened and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, a hand reached out and embraced her body. Before the girl could say thank you, she found herself leaning on someone's arms. "Let me go!" The girl blushed and struggled desperately. "Stay away from me. If you dare to catch up with me again, I will do it." The boy didn't let go, but held Luoluo up with one hand. "Why are you in such a hurry to run away? What are you afraid of?" The girl's heart trembled, and she finally stopped struggling, letting Rob carry her back to the house. Luoluo raised her head and looked into those bright eyes for the first time. She didn't dare to stay there for too long, and said stubbornly, I'm not afraid. I just feel that the room is too stuffy, and I want to come out for some fresh air." The great magician smiled, and didn't expose the girl's lie. He carefully put her into the only sofa on the first floor. Most of the furniture in this small building had been moved away by the original owner, but he kept this old sofa that was about to fall apart. Otherwise, Rob didn't know where to put the girl. The great magician helped Luoluo take off the shoe on the injured foot. The girl subconsciously shrank back and touched the wound. She grimaced again and said pitifully, "It hurts." Why didn't you think of this when you jumped down before?" "Don't move." Rob reached out and held Lolo's calf. The girl's ankle was swollen. The great magician checked it carefully and confirmed that there was no bone injury. He was relieved. "It should be nothing. It will be fine after 2 days of rest. I said it was fine a long time ago." The girl whispered, "Don't I know my own feet?" Rob stood up as if he didn't hear it at all. "Wait a moment. I remember there is a pharmacy on the street nearby. I will buy you some external medicine." After saying that, without waiting for Luoluo's answer, he picked up his coat and walked out. The girl was bored and counting sheep on the sofa until 5 minutes later, when she suddenly got a start. Luoluo slapped her thigh. Damn, she was almost led into this kid's rhythm. Wasn't she going to escape from this devil's cave? Is there a better opportunity than now? As the saying goes, if you don't escape now, when will you? The girl jumped up from the sofa, landed on one leg, and jumped to the door. As a result, when she thought she could escape, tragedy happened again. The door couldn't be opened. Luoluo then found a small note stuck in the crack of the door. The girl suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. She took out the small note and opened it. It was indeed written by someone. "Don't waste your energy. I know you will definitely escape when I'm not here. I have locked the door in advance." The girl didn't give up, and jumped to the second floor with one leg. The window on the second floor was not closed, but Luoluo only looked down and retracted her head. It seems a bit high. Normally, this height would not be a problem for her, but now she only has one leg left. If she jumps from here, she might lose the remaining leg. Luoluo weighed the pros and cons, and finally gave up this tempting idea. 20 minutes later, Rob came back with herbs, and opened the door, to see Luoluo sitting on the sofa, with a look of despair. The girl's eyes flashed with panic, and she shrank back into the sofa. What do you want me to do to make you let me go?" The great magician raised his eyebrows. "What nonsense are you talking about? Stretch out your foot, it's time to apply medicine." Luoluo wanted to resist again, but perhaps because of the sudden departure just now, she always felt inexplicably guilty when facing the boy, and finally she obediently stretched out the injured foot. Chapter 229. Because there were classes tomorrow morning, Rob carried Luoluo back to school after taking the medicine. The two did not speak on the way, and they also tacitly did not mention the confession just now. The girl lay on the boy's back. This feeling was so familiar. She remembered that night in Setvia Port, she seemed to be carried by him like this. The two walked through one empty street after another, and it seemed that there were only the two of them in the world. Luoluo was thinking at that time, how nice it would be if time could stop at this moment forever. It was also on that night that she finally decided to share her secret with him. But until now, Luo still didn't know whether what she did was right or wrong. Sometimes she would envy other girls on campus. Each of them had a favorite person in their heart, and they could not hide their love in front of that person. However, Luo's petite body was burdened with too many burdens that were not for her age, so she didn't dare to hope that she could have love. So when Rob confessed to her, she seemed so helpless and just wanted to escape desperately, because she was not sure if she had the strength to bear the love of another person. She had been selfish once that night in Sativia, because she was greedy for the warmth of that person's back, and ended up involving him in a storm that did not belong to him. The girl always felt sorry for Rob. Now that the name that was like a nightmare to her has appeared again, Lolo has a vague premonition that there will be more dangers waiting for her in the near future. She doesn't know how far she can go, and how can she bear to let her beloved fall into the abyss with her. This road is her own road after all. The grievances of the Breton family started with her, and should end with her. No matter what the final result is, no one should be hurt again, and no one should bear this heavy burden again. Looking at those bright eyes, the girl couldn't say no. Maybe she could fool everyone, but she couldn't fool her own heart. Luo tightly grasped the heart-shaped pendant on her chest, and said silently in her heart, "Mom and Dad, please tell your daughter what to do." Rob seemed to see through her anxiety, and was no longer as aggressive as before. He seemed to have forgotten the confession not long ago, and did not continue to ask Luo for the answer, but the girl's cheeks were still hot. Unlike the last time in Sativia, this time it was during the day, and after lunch, there were more pedestrians on the street. After entering the campus, there were even more classmates on the road. The posture of the two people now looked ambiguous, and Luo couldn't explain to everyone that it was because of an ankle injury, so he had to bury his head on the boy's shoulder. However, this scene happened to be seen by Caesar not far away. The latter had a gloomy face, stopped, and stood by the lake, wondering what he was thinking. Rob carried the girl back to the dormitory. Luo was a little worried that this guy would do something strange again, but the great magician behaved very gentlemanly this time, and just carried Luo to the sofa in the living room. However, before leaving, he put the remaining herbs and a bunch of keys on the girl's table. "I heard that you quit your job in the student union, and should be looking for other part-time jobs now. Are you interested in doing another odd job?" "Huh?" Luo was still a little nervous, and didn't understand why the boy suddenly mentioned this. "I plan to renovate the first floor of the place you went to today, and open a bakery. I'm already looking for a baker, but I'm still short of someone to look after the shop. This location is very important for a bakery. I can come by myself when I'm free, but sometimes I have to go to class, so I want to find someone I trust. I don't want to work for you." Lolo blushed, thinking of what happened in the entrance not long ago. The girl felt that working for this guy was just like walking into a trap. When the baker returns home, if she is blocked by someone there, she doesn't know how she will be bullied. Rob said, "As a friend, can you help me for a while before I find someone?" "That's fine." The rookie warrior thought about it, and felt that he couldn't refuse this request, which was not excessive, but she always felt that something was wrong. After a while, the girl finally realized that if she did that, she would be working for him for free. Compared with before, she would not only have to help him run the store, but also not get paid. A bad feeling rose in Luo's heart. How long will it take you to find someone? No one can tell. Maybe I can find someone tomorrow, so I won't have to bother you. Maybe I can't find a suitable person in a month or two, Rob said frankly. Then, what if you can't find one? The girl felt like she had fallen into someone's trap again, and the ominous premonition in her heart became stronger. Well, the situation you mentioned is quite rare, but it can't be ruled out. How about this, or you can work for a while first, and we can recruit people together, and you can leave after you are recruited. Is that so? Lolo was stunned. This proposal sounded quite fair. The girl was most afraid that someone would have the final say when recruiting. If he always felt that the candidate was not suitable, wouldn't she have to work for him for nothing for the rest of her life? Now that the two of them could make the decision together, she would definitely find a suitable successor in 1 or 2 months at the latest. At most, she could spend some money to publish a commission in the student union. Thinking of this, the girl agreed to the boy's request. Very good, then it's settled. The bakery will open next Saturday. Don't forget to come. Rob turned to open the door. As a result, when someone was about to leave, Lolo suddenly blurted out, "Is your beautiful cousin going there that day?" Rob smiled. "I thought you didn't care about this matter." The girl was embarrassed and hurriedly defended, "Don't think too much. I didn't care. No, I just care about you as a friend. By the way, what is your cousin doing now? Why don't you let her accompany you to the store? And when I see her, I must remind her to be careful to protect herself, and not let some pervert take advantage of her. Really, Heartfilia, but you can't even protect yourself. The great magician said lightly, closed the door, and left Lolo with a red face. Chapter 230. This week, Rob was basically busy decorating his new house, except for classes. The small building he bought had nothing else except the flower room on the balcony and the sofa in the living room. However, money made all these things possible. The great magician found a craftsman, and spent 3 days transforming the first floor into a bakery layout. He purchased flour, eggs and other raw materials, molds and utensils, and built an oven and chimney. In addition, he had already found a master baker. The candidate was recommended by the uncle boss of Bee and Clover. He was a distant cousin of his. He was best at making pastries. When he was young, he spent half a year with the elves. His specialty was an elf cookie. Rob had tasted it, and it tasted very good. He planned to use it as the signature dessert of the bakery. Like Ryan's small grocery store, the great magician planned to use the second floor as a living place. There are 4 rooms in total, one as his own bedroom, and the other room next to the flower room is left for Lolo. There are 2 rooms left, one as a study and the other as a bathroom. In addition, this small building also has a semi-hidden attic and underground storage room. This is also an important reason why Rob finally decided to buy this place. He plans to convert the attic into a laboratory, and the storage room will be used to store the pile of magic materials he has collected. The original owner sealed the attic with wooden boards, because there was once a rat infestation here. Those furry little creatures made nests in the attic, and sneaked down in the middle of the night to chew whatever they caught, which gave the original owner a headache. He tried to put rat poison and raise cats, but none of them could completely solve these annoying little creatures, so he had to seal the attic completely. This was not a problem for Rob. After he bought this place, he removed the wooden boards, released a fierce spell, cleared the rats in the attic, and then spent half a day cleaning it up. He did not hire a carpenter, but repaired it himself and carved several defensive and warning magic circles in the room. As his secret base, this place must not be without any protective measures. Although these magic circles are still not comparable to those on his magic tower, at least it is not so easy for someone to sneak in quietly. The existence of this house is not a secret. Anyone who wants to check it can easily find it here. The great magician has no good way to deal with it. All house transactions in Goodrees must be registered with the city hall. If you don't want to leave your identity information, you must use some tricks. For example, you can find an agent on the black market to help you buy a house in his name, but there will be more problems after doing so, because the owner of the house on the contract is your agent. Once the agent becomes greedy, it is difficult for you to get your house back through legitimate means. In addition, if someone really wants to investigate, they can still track down the owner behind the house through the agent. Another important point is that Rob is not familiar with the black market in Goodrees. On the contrary, his opponent has been living in this city. Finding an agent on the black market is likely to backfire and be caught. So the great magician didn't play any tricks in buying a house. He bought this small building and opened a bakery openly. This made the fox-masked man a little confused. He never thought that a magician would put his laboratory in a bakery. Rob's move seemed crazy, but it was actually well thought out. Opening a bakery was not only his dream since childhood, but also allowed him to better conceal his identity as a magician. Having a bakery outside the school also gave him an excuse to go out more frequently. Having his own residence meant that he could finally build his own laboratory. The laboratory is a very important place for a magician. It will be much more convenient for him to make equipment in the future after building this laboratory, and he can also challenge some more complicated magic devices. Rob put the fish tank with the guide fish on the windowsill of the attic, scooped a spoonful of fish food he just bought and poured it in, and then fished out the dark green water grass from it. The great magician was willing to spend 50 gold coins to buy the guide fish worth only 30 gold coins, not because he had too much money to spend. In fact, his target was not this gray fish at all, but the water grass next to it. This seemingly ordinary water grass was the most valuable thing on the old man's stall. No, it could be said to be the most valuable thing in the whole alley. This bunch of water grass has a very beautiful name, called siren hair. It is also a top magic material. Its value is even higher than the devil horn on Rob. Unfortunately, the great magician can't use this material on the staff he wants to make. This bunch of water grass matches the purple amber on him very well. The effect of siren hair sounds a bit mysterious. This dark green water grass can make the wearer enter a deep meditation state, comprehensively improving the meditation effect. Put it together with the blessing of the meditator, it can maximize the effect of the latter. If it were before, even if Rob had both the meditator's blessing and the siren's hair at the same time, he probably wouldn't be able to combine the two together. This is when the value of the laboratory is reflected. With a workbench and auxiliary tools, the great magician can reprocess the siren's hair, crush it, and mix it with several other magical materials, and finally reshape it into thousands of filaments with greater elasticity and toughness. After that, Rob punched 2 small holes in the meditator's blessing, passed these filaments through the small holes, and weaved them into a bracelet. The prototype of a magic device was formed. Later, the great magician picked up the newly bought carving knife and began to carve a magic circle on the back of the bracelet. The level of a magic device is not only related to its own material, but also to a large extent depends on the number of magic circles. Excellent magic devices often have more than one magic circle. However, the purple amber is only the size of a fingernail, and it is not easy to carve a magic circle on it. For ordinary magicians, it is already excellent to complete 4 or 5 magic circles on such a large area, but Rob finally carved 13 magic circles on it, all of which are related to meditation. It took the great magician 2 whole nights just to carve these magic circles, and the compatibility between magic circles must also be considered. Even for the future super magician, it is not easy. Fortunately, after the completion, Rob was quite satisfied with his work. At least, he did not waste so many precious materials. He made a top-notch auxiliary magic device with a single function, but the effect is terrifying. As long as the beginner magician wears this bracelet, the perception can be strengthened by at most 200%, and the meditation effect is an astonishing 500%. In other words, basically, as long as you wear this bracelet, you can meditate 5 times as much as an ordinary person. Even with Luo Luo's qualifications, her meditation effect can far exceed that of ordinary students after wearing this bracelet. Chapter 231. Rob named the bracelet he had just made, Violet, and planned to give it to Lolo on her birthday in 2 weeks. Although the great magician left a key to Lolo, the girl never came to the small building again after what happened that day. She seemed to be avoiding him on campus, sometimes turning away when she saw him from a distance. In the past few days, only he and Gage had lunch together. The great magician originally thought that Lolo would not come again when the bakery opened on Saturday. Unexpectedly, the girl came to his door early in the morning with a big wooden barrel in her arms. The sun hadn't risen yet. Luo Luo first leaned on the door and listened. After confirming that there was no movement inside, he took out the key from his pocket and sneakily opened the door. Then, like a panicked little squirrel, he put the wooden barrel at the entrance. He turned around and wanted to sneak away, but he looked up and saw Rob curled up on the sofa. Because the bakery was about to open this week, there were many miscellaneous things to do, and he had to find time to make violets for the girl, so the big magic simply submitted a special situation statement to the student union, and stayed overnight in the new house during this period. However, he had only renovated the bakery, laboratory and basement storage room, and had not had time to clean up the remaining rooms, so he could only make do with the sofa at night. Luo Luo hesitated, but still tiptoed over to help someone cover the quilt that had fallen to the ground. This was the first time that Luo Luo was so close to the boy after that day. Rob's profile was very beautiful in the sun. The girl couldn't help but look at him a few more times, then quietly stood up and planned to slip out of the front door before the boy woke up. As a result, she just took 2 steps and heard Rob's voice behind her. "Hey, you're here. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" It is impossible for a master like the future super magician to be unaware when someone approaches him. In fact, he was already awake when Luo Luo was lying at the door, but he didn't open his eyes. He naturally knew that the girl had covered him with a quilt just now. "Oh, I have classes later." Lolo didn't know why, but now she was particularly afraid of being alone with someone. When she saw Rob open his eyes, she made up an excuse and wanted to run away. But today is Saturday, and there are no classes in school. Huh? The girl was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that she was too nervous just now and made such a low-level mistake. She racked her brains to think of other excuses. The great magician didn't give her another chance. He yawned and sat up from the sofa. "Master Wu Kaili will come over to make bread in a while. We are short of time today. Can you help me make coffee first?" Okay. Lolo entered the kitchen in a daze. When she came to her senses, coffee was already being made. The girl looked at the coffee pot in her hand and lowered her head and thought, Why Why did she naturally start working for this guy again, when the original plan was to give him a gift to congratulate him on the opening of his bakery while he was still asleep? Rob also saw the wooden barrel at the entrance at this time, opened it, and smelled it, with a look of surprise on his face. Old Ham Ale, this wine can only be drunk in the Principality of Andila. This is the South. How did you buy it? Well, a few days ago, I saw a merchant ship coming from the port of Setvaya at the port. There happened to be a merchant from the Principality of Andila on it. He brought 5 barrels of Old Ham beer, but he only kept it for himself, and had no intention of selling it. But later I raised the price to 2 gold coins, and he agreed to sell me a barrel. The girl lowered her head, not daring to look into the boy's eyes. You left your hometown because of me, and it has been almost a year now. I think you may miss this taste more. Thank you. In fact, Rob didn't stay in Andila for a long time. He left his hometown when he was 8 years old. Before that, he couldn't drink alcohol at such a young age. However, seeing Old Ham's beer still brought back many childhood memories. In his impression, the man seemed to like this kind of beer. He could feel that the girl spent a lot of time choosing this gift. Speaking of which, Luo has obviously been running outside the school more often recently. She seems to be looking for something. Rob remembered the golem that escaped from his hands that night and was thoughtful. By the way, I haven't seen you these days, and I almost forgot to ask, how is your foot now? The boy picked up the toothbrush and asked the girl, who was making coffee in the kitchen while brushing his teeth. Oh, my foot has been healed for a long time. When Luo mentioned this incident, she remembered the scene at that time. She failed to escape and sprained her foot. She was caught, and not only was he touched on the calf, but she was also carried back to the dormitory. At that time, many people on campus saw her lying on the boy's back, and the two of them were close together. There have been many rumors about the magic department this week, and several girls, who have a good relationship with her, also came to ask about her relationship with Rob, which made the girl shy and embarrassed. The reason why she tried her best to avoid someone for a week was also because of this reason, just because she didn't want those rumors to get worse. The coffee seems to be ready. After brushing his teeth, the great magician saw that the water in the pot was boiling, but Lolo was still absent-minded, so he could only remind her again. Lolo woke up as if from a dream and put down the coffee pot. Great. It's time for me to go back. Don't worry, have breakfast before leaving. On the other side, Rob had already spread the tablecloth, took out the elf cookies baked the night before, put 2 empty cups on the table, and poured steaming coffee. Try it. You haven't tried the craftsmanship of Master Wukaili yet. This won't do. If a customer asks about it in the future, you, as the store manager, can't have never eaten the cookies in your own store. The girl's stomach was growling at this moment. She got up early today and hadn't had time to eat breakfast. She came here with a full bucket of wine. She smelled the aroma of coffee and saw the fragrant biscuits, which made her even hungrier. The rookie warrior encouraged herself in her heart. It was just a meal together. The guy on the other side shouldn't be able to do anything to her. Besides, she made the coffee herself, so she didn't take advantage of the guy. Luo seemed to be a little bolder when she thought about it. She sat down and picked up a biscuit. As a result, the girl's eyes widened when she took the first bite. Well, this is the most popular palace dessert over there among the elves. It tastes unexpectedly good. It seems that your bakery business will be very prosperous. Chapter 232. Thank you for your kind words. Rob took a sip of coffee. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The great magician opened the door and saw Master Wukaili standing outside. Master Wukaili seemed to have some dwarf blood, which made him look half a head shorter than ordinary people, and much stronger than ordinary people. He was only 37 years old this year, but because he liked to travel around to collect recipes, he had a weathered face, which made his actual age look like he was in his 40s or 50s. Chef Wukaili is a man of quick temper, and doesn't like to stay in one place for a long time. This time he came to Gudrie's not only to visit his distant cousin, the owner of Being Clover, but also to participate in the food festival in March and compete with a group of cooking masters. However, he didn't care much about the ranking. After the food festival, he planned to travel to the capital of the Free City, Macallan, according to his original plan. However, he agreed to stay in Gudrie's until the beginning of next spring under the persuasion of his cousin. He had been thinking about finding something to do for such a long time. It happened that Rob's bakery was about to open, and Chef Wukaili came to help. Generally speaking, chefs of his level rarely accept employment in small shops, so this time it is better to say that Rob helped the boss uncle than to say that the boss uncle gave him a big gift package. However, Chef Wukaili would not give in to salary. 2 gold coins per month, which is 24 gold coins a year. This is undoubtedly a huge amount of money for a small bakery. Even if the business is good after opening, it can only barely break even. Moreover, Chef Wukaili has no plan to stay for a long time, and will leave next year. He will also know that his departure will bring losses to the bakery. If nothing unexpected happens, by then his several desserts should have become famous in the neighborhood, and if he leaves, the bakery will no longer be able to make these desserts, which will naturally have a great impact on the business. But the solution to this problem is also very simple. Chef Wukaili decided to teach Rob the recipes of several desserts before leaving. Many chefs, especially those who have been famous for a long time, are very precious about their recipes, but Wukaili is more open-minded in this regard because he often travels abroad and often exchanges recipes with others. Because of the boss, he doesn't plan to keep it secret. If you calculate it this way, the price of 2 gold coins a month is very cost-effective, because it also includes tuition fees. On the first day of opening, Chef Wukaili attached great importance to it. He came to the bakery early to prepare the first batch of bread. No matter how big or small the store is, the quality of the food cannot be reduced. Every egg and every spoonful of flour must be treated with all efforts. This is also the first lesson that Chef Wukaili taught Rob. The great magician stuffed a few biscuits in his mouth and began to make bread with Chef Wukaili. Rob's job was mainly to help and prepare various auxiliary ingredients. Luo originally planned to leave after breakfast, but now seeing the two people busy in the kitchen, he felt that it would be a bit unfair to leave at this time. So the girl found a rag and started to help wipe the counter. She also found 2 vases from the storage room, washed them, and took 2 fresh flowers from the flower room on the second floor and put them in them, and placed them on the table. At this time, the first batch of bread was just out of the oven. Rob put the steaming bread into the transparent counter. Lolo opened the door and hung a sign outside the door, announcing the first day of business for the bakery. Not long after, customers came in. The first one was an old lady. She walked in and took a look around, bought a baguette and a bag of elf cookies, and praised Lolo at the door for being beautiful. The second customer was a clerk who worked in a nearby chamber of commerce. He asked for a hot dog and a cup of hot coffee and ate while walking. But there was no customer for quite a while after that, or they just came in and walked around and left again. The girl was a little worried. She hadn't sold many of the first batch of bread, and Rob and Chef Wukaili were making the second batch. If things continued like this, they might not be able to sell all the bread today. However, the 2 guys on the side didn't seem to be worried at all. Chef Wukaili even took the time to teach the boy how to knead dough. At noon, Chef Wukaili showed off his skills again, proving that he was not just good at making pastries. He made 3 bowls of pork bone noodles, and Luo couldn't help licking the bottom of the bowl clean. Chef Wukaili seemed to see her anxiety in the morning and smiled and said, "Don't worry, real delicious food will not be buried so easily. Believe in the power of food." Luo nodded half-believingly. As a result, in the afternoon, the flow of people suddenly increased. There was even a long line in front of the bakery. Rob was a little too busy to handle it alone. Finally, the girl changed her clothes and took over the boy's job of receiving customers and collecting money. This allowed Rob to help Master Wukaili. The 2 batches of bread were snatched away in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the third batch of bread was already out of the oven. Master Wukaili seemed to have expected this situation a long time ago. He calmly asked the boy to move out the elf cookies that had been baked before. Things like bread can only be made and sold on the same day. Biscuits have a long storage time, so they can be made 1 or 2 days in advance. There are still a lot of elf cookies in the store. At least there is no need to worry about having nothing to sell. Luo watched the piles of money being put into the purse, and her mood became very good. She helped an old man pack the elf cookies he wanted. When she looked up again, she saw a few familiar figures. Those people were wearing the school uniforms of Siamus. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, queuing and laughing. When it was their turn, they were also surprised to see the rookie warrior. "Hey, aren't you the Luo Jr. from the magic department?" Luo stretched out a hand to cover her face. It's not me, you got the wrong person." As a result, just at this moment, Rob poked his head out of the kitchen and said to the girl at the counter, "Lolo, what kinds of bread are you still short of?" Seeing Rob, those people looked even more shocked. Aren't you Rob's junior from the swordsman department?" "Huh?" The great magician was a little puzzled. He had always been very low-key in West Hammers, and it stands to reason that not many people knew him. What did it mean that these guys looked like they were facing a great enemy after hearing his name? One of the Archer seniors said with great sorrow. So, those rumors are true. You too. You too actually. Chapter 233. What Luo was most worried about happened. Senior Archer left sadly, forgetting to buy bread. The remaining boys all looked depressed. Only 2 senior girls seemed excited, as if they had caught some great news. They bought 2 packs of biscuits and left in a hurry, probably in a hurry to return to school early to share this shocking gossip with others. The girl was very mad now. No matter how she explained, it was useless. Last week, many rumors had spread about her being carried back to school by Rob. The rumors finally faded a little in the past few days, but she was bumped into in Rob's bakery again this time. All this was just because she couldn't help but stay for an extra breakfast after giving the gift, and then she inexplicably worked for someone for a day for nothing. The bakery closed at 6 p.m., and Luo fled back to school without even having dinner. After Wu Kylie finished baking the last batch of elf cookies, he also said goodbye to the great magician. Rob took out the cookies from the oven and packed them for sale tomorrow morning. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Sorry, the bread is sold out. Come back tomorrow. The great magician picked up the mop and prepared to mop the floor. However, the visitor did not have any intention of leaving after hearing this. Instead, he pushed the door and walked in. I'm not here to buy bread. Rob heard the voice sound familiar, and when he looked up, he saw the young master of the Andre family and his little follower. I heard you opened a bakery. I just attended the dinner of the Tanya family, and I happened to be on my way, so I came to take a look. Caesar looked around while speaking. Welcome, sit inside. I just have some freshly baked cookies. The future super magician did not believe the other party's nonsense. From the information Royce gave him before, Caesar was not the kind of person who liked to go to his friend's house for a short visit when he had nothing to do. What's more, the two were not familiar with each other. At best, they had only met a few times, and they were not friends. Caesar obviously came here tonight for something. Then I'd rather obey you than be respectful. Caesar nodded. He was still wearing a formal dress, as if he had just attended a noble banquet. He took off his feathered hat and handed it to Leo behind him. When his eyes swept over the somewhat worn-out sofa, he frowned slightly. Leo immediately moved a chair next to him for him to sit down. Caesar sat down and looked around again. Your bakery seems a little small. The land price in Siamus is so expensive. It's not easy to buy this small building near the school. The great magician was pragmatic and took a pack of cookies from the counter to treat the two. Caesar took out a cookie and put it in front of his nose to smell it, but he didn't have any intention of eating it. Then he threw the cookie back into the paper bag and patted the cookie crumbs on his hands. Why do you suddenly want to open a bakery? Opening a bakery has always been my dream. I like the aroma of bread and the leisurely mood when baking bread. Rob didn't lie about this. People who have not been imprisoned in a high tower may find it difficult to understand the feeling in the boy's heart. The days at the Royal School of Magic and Teast were terribly boring. He had only books and strange magic materials in the laboratory to keep him company. In order to fully develop his potential, demand and Steins filled his daily schedule. The great magician was often in a hurry even to eat. He always envied those who could spend an entire afternoon kneading dough and fermenting it, waiting for the bread to sizzle in the oven. He felt that this kind of life was particularly luxurious. He was even willing to exchange the legendary staff in his hand for a month, no, even half a month of such a life. Caesar obviously couldn't understand this feeling, and chuckled. Oh, I heard that your family used to run a grocery store. By the way, your hometown seems to be in some small place. The Principality of Andila is an unknown small country affiliated with the Holy Alliance. There is a small town called Ryan. Before the underground city was discovered, there was nothing there except poverty and ignorance. Leo looked into Rob's eyes and added coldly, have you investigated my background? But it seems that you seem to have some misunderstandings about my hometown. The great magician raised his eyebrows. He was still thinking about whether to pour another cup of tea for the two of them, but since he had already seen that Caesar had bad intentions tonight, he was too lazy to do that. He cleaned up the counter and sat back on the sofa. I have investigated not only your background, but also the backgrounds of most of the freshmen this year. Many people think that our Andre family's sphere of influence is only in a few cities in the south, but even in the far north we have allies and friends. Oh, that's pretty impressive. Caesar was expecting to see the other party's surprised expression after saying that, but he only got such a bland answer. What do you mean by that? You know, many nobles can't even fully control their own territories. The most outrageous one among them is a viscount named Rivers. One of his knights rebelled and declared independence. As a result, the unfortunate Viscount didn't get the news until the second week. When he hurriedly got up from the bed, the enemy had already reached his doorstep. It was his little son, who was playing on the city wall, who first saw the enemy. In this respect, we can see the gap between the old nobles and the new nobles. The old nobles must have a strong control over their own territories and the surrounding areas. Any disturbance will reach their ears at the first time. The Andre family can be well connected in the Holy Alliance. They can know the details of the son of a grocery store owner in a small town in the northeast of the Principality of Andila. This is even more powerful. Caesar does have enough capital to be proud of, but it depends on who he is compared with. In terms of sphere of influence, no one in the human world except the temple can confront the giant of the Magician Association head-on. The person with super authority in the Magician Association, second only to the president, vice president, and 9 directors, is sitting right in front of Master Andre. However, Caesar soon found an excuse for someone's indifferent reaction. He thought that after all, they were children from common families. In their eyes, nobles were probably a group of people who were high and mighty, just like a rabbit looking up at a lion. It was impossible to tell which one was strong, and which one was weak in the lion group. What he said just now was just a wink to a blind man. So Caesar decided to be more direct this time. He snapped his fingers, and Leo behind him took out a document from his body. Chapter 234. The vice president of the student union threw the document in front of Rob, who flipped through it and found that it was a complete set of property transfer documents, including the title deed, a transfer statement, the original owner had signed it, and the tax payment certificate at the city hall, etc. This house is twice as large as your current one, and the location is better. It is just on the south side of Red River Square. I believe you also know that there are a lot of people there every day. No matter what you want to open, a bakery or a grocery store, it will definitely make more money than now, and the land there is more valuable. Even if you don't want to open it one day, you can make a lot of money by selling the house. Caesar introduced. Rob was a little puzzled. He didn't know what the young master of the Andre family meant by suddenly snatching Lois's job and selling him real estate. Caesar didn't rush to explain, but asked, "How about this house? Are you satisfied with it?" "What does it matter if I'm satisfied or not? Are you planning to give it to me?" "That's right." Caesar's answer made the great magician look surprised. Caesar seemed to like to appreciate such an expression. He paused before continuing, "But it depends on your final choice." Finally, he sat up straight, and a sinister look flashed in his eyes. "What I want you to do is very simple. From today on, leave Siamis, forget about Lolo, and have no contact with her. As long as you can do this, this house is yours." The young master of the Andre family is really generous. Regardless of the means, at least the amount is not small. The price of the house near Red River Square is at least 2 or 3 times higher than that of Siamis. The house Caesar took out is worth at least 2 or 3,000 gold coins. Most ordinary people can't make so much money in their lifetime, but now Caesar is willing to give this house to Rob as long as he gives up pursuing Lolo. In other words, Caesar was willing to spend 2 or 3,000 gold coins to get rid of a love rival. You have to know that he is still a student, and has not entered the family's management. This amount of money is not a small amount for him. It can only be said that someone has brought a strong sense of crisis to Caesar. The young master of the Andre family can no longer sit still. Otherwise, with his pride, he would not use such a method of spending money to directly kill his competitors. Because once he did so, it was equivalent to indirectly admitting that he had lost to the other party in the fair competition for pursuing Luo, and considering Rob's identity, Caesar felt even more uncomfortable. The education Caesar received since childhood told him that failure is not terrible, but losing to a person who is inferior to him in all aspects is something he cannot tolerate. However, Caesar also knew that he was too impatient that night, and had left a bad impression on the girl. It would take time to change this impression, but Rob's appearance threatened him. Caesar had a bad feeling that if things continued like this, he might not have enough time to open Lolo's heart. And the fact soon verified his guess. Just a week ago, he saw Rob carrying Lolo back from outside the school. Not only him, but many other students also saw that scene that day. Lolo's shy look made him jealous, and then rumors about the two dating spread quietly in the school. Fortunately, Luo herself did not respond to these rumors. This may be the only thing that can comfort Caesar. In his opinion, this should be because the girl has not made up her mind. The young master of the Andre family thinks it is time to take some action. As a result, he heard that the girl worked in Rob's bakery this afternoon. Caesar finally couldn't sit still anymore. After the dinner, he took Leo straight to someone's bakery. The young master of the Andre family was very generous. Caesar didn't believe that anyone would not be tempted by the house worth 3,000 gold coins, not to mention that the guy in front of him was just the child of a grocery store owner. Leo's original proposal was to use 100 gold coins to get rid of Rob, but Caesar rejected it without hesitation. The young master of the Andre family thought that the price of 100 gold coins was an insult to both Lolo and his family. When he finally decided to take out the house on the south side of Red River Square, even Leo was shocked by his hand. Leo was even a little jealous of the guy named Rob in front of him. The other party didn't have to do anything to get 3,000 gold coins. He himself was also a commoner. He didn't get enough tuition to enter Siamos until he was 19 years old. Fortunately, he had good talent and became a second-level magician at the age of 22. But if he wanted to go further, he needed more resources. He could naturally accumulate slowly like other magicians, but that speed was too slow. He started a little later than others. If he dragged it on, it would be difficult for him to achieve too much in the future. At best, he would be a mid-level magician. This is already amazing for ordinary people, but Leo is not willing to accept it. He is an ambitious person. Like most children of common origin, they are more precocious and better at seizing opportunities than children of noble families. Leo climbed up to the Andre family by chance. After seeing the terrifying power of these wealthy families, he decided to hold on to this big tree in front of him. So he, the vice president of the student union, was willing to be Caesar's lackey and serve a freshman who was 4 or 5 years younger than him. Leo didn't know why he felt an indescribable dislike for Rob the first time he saw him. Was it because of his strange and irrational calmness? Or was it because of his attitude of treating everyone equally? This guy named Rob had something unfamiliar to him that he had never seen before. Even if Caesar didn't have this kind of temperament, being a noble didn't mean he would always be arrogant. Just like at the dinner just now, Caesar, who was always proud in front of him, looked very humble in front of the Earl. But the son of the grocery store owner in front of him was different. Leo could feel that in Rob's eyes, they were no different from the beggars outside the door. This made Leo very confused and angry. He used all his strength and sacrificed his dignity to pursue something, but the other party didn't seem to care at all. This even made him feel very frustrated. Therefore, Leo was looking forward to the moment when Rob bowed under Caesar's crazy money offensive more than anyone else. This might prove that he was no different from himself, and that the path he chose was not wrong. Rob touched his chin and looked at the deed in front of him, as if he didn't know what to think. Caesar didn't urge him, leaning back on his chair with his fingers crossed, looking confident, because he knew he had already won tonight. Since the other party began to hesitate, it meant that his heart had loosened. The rest was nothing more than a matter of money. Of course, the young master of the Andre family would not be a sucker for no reason. Including this house worth 3,000 gold coins. No matter how much Rob swallowed tonight, he would always find a way to make the other party spit it out in the future. After a long while, Rob finally raised his head. "Your hat is nice. Where did you buy it?" Caesar frowned. Bakers had shop on Cat's Eye Street, but they only accept orders from nobles, not commoners like you. Besides, you haven't answered my previous question yet. Sorry, I'm afraid you won't tell me about the hat after I answer your question. Rob smiled. The famous Andre family is just like this. I've always heard people say that the nobles in the South value tradition more, and are elegant and gentlemanly. Now it seems that they are no different from those nouveau riches. What, do you want to learn from your uncles to spend money lavishly? Then you have to have the capital. As far as I know, you are only a popular candidate for the next successor of the Andre family, but not the only candidate. By the way, I heard that you have a cousin who is quite good, and his talent is even better than yours. You chose to study in Siamus because of him, right? You feel suppressed in the competition for the next head of the family, and want to find the secrets hidden in Siamus to add points for yourself? Haha, this idea is not bad, but it seems like a desperate struggle after being desperate. After the great magician finished speaking, he did not look at Caesar, who had a gloomy face, but looked at Leo behind him. Choosing a master is also a technical job. You are also a young generation of the Andre family. The one you have chosen now can only be considered second-rate at best. I believe that after this period of time, you have discovered something. Is your master not as generous as you imagined? Is his words not as effective as you imagined in the Andre family? You should have guessed the reason. This Caesar is just a branch of the Andre family. His father is a mid-level magician, and his mother is an apprentice magician. Unless he really becomes the head of the Andre family one day, you will have a long hard time in the future. Leo's face changed drastically when he heard this. Rob picked up the property transfer document on the table inside. Why bother? This house on the south side of Honga Square seems to be your mother's dowry. You are just showing off your wealth in front of ordinary people. There is no need to work so hard. But I guess you probably don't really plan to give this house to me. You will probably use some dirty tricks to take it back later. After all, 3,000 gold coins are not a small amount for you. Although the family is optimistic about your qualifications, in addition to various necessary resources, they will only give you a certain amount of pocket money every month. This money is not even enough for your daily expenses. After all, it is not easy to maintain a perfect image. Enough. Caesar finally couldn't stand it anymore, stood up from his seat with a sullen face, and said to Leo behind him, "Let's go." However, the vice president of the student union did not move, and his expression seemed a little hesitant. Caesar laughed in anger. "Haha, don't you think it's too late to regret now? A second-level magician from a commoner, do you really think you have the right to choose?" Leo looked embarrassed and didn't dare to speak anymore. He lowered his head and left the bakery with Caesar. Chapter 235. Rob scratched his head. Was he too cruel just now? Lois told him Caesar's details. The price of the young master of the Andre family's secret was not cheap. He spent 20 gold coins. However, the information about the female archer was as good as ever. The great magician was also quite surprised after getting the information. He didn't expect that the young master Andre, who seemed to be so glorious on weekdays, had such a hard life behind the scenes. Caesar's father was just a branch of the Andre family. In his mother's family, only his grandfather was a knight, belonging to the lowest nobles. No wonder he would set his goal of choosing a spouse on a commoner girl. With his conditions, even if he was born in the Andre family, it would be difficult for him to marry a powerful noble unless he really became a high-level magician one day. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be at least 30 or 40 years old by then. By then, with his cold and ruthless character, he would probably divorce his civilian wife, who had been with him for more than 10 years, and marry a wife who could provide him with resources and titles to help him compete for the position of head of the family. In this way, he could enjoy love when he was young, and get enough help to compete for the position of head of the family in middle age. Lois's evaluation of him was not wrong. He was really a cold and rational guy. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong target this time. Even without Rob as a competitor, he would not be able to capture the head of the Breton family. Caesar's little tricks might be useful against those inexperienced civilian girls, but they would be counterproductive when used on Lolo. Not long ago, the girl had submitted an application to withdraw from the student union. However, Jessica, the head of the discipline department, had been on vacation recently and had not yet approved Lolo's application. In addition, the girl also handed in the Meteor 2 oak staff in her hand in exchange for an ordinary second-hand staff. The great magician estimated that these two things should be related to the young master of the Andre family. The latter also seemed a little anxious, otherwise he would not have rushed to his bakery after hearing those rumors. Unfortunately, Caesar had no idea who he was facing. If the joke of using a house worth 3,000 gold coins to get rid of the future super magician was spread to the Lionheart Empire, it would probably be enough for the nobles in the capital to laugh for half a year. Rob shook his head and did not take Caesar's previous words to heart. The only thing that really made him feel difficult in Siamus was the mysterious secret guardian. He had suffered losses from him twice, but he had not even seen the shadow of that guy so far. If you really count it, the young master of the Andre family is not even as good as the masked man number 2, who he rescued from the lake that night. In addition, the Grand Mage noticed that the Inquisition had been quiet for a long time. It had been 9 months since he had dealt with the 4 punishment knights in Ryan's tavern. According to the Grand Mage's estimation, the temple should have tracked down their whereabouts by now, and it is very likely that another team has been sent out. It is just unknown whether they have arrived in Gudries. If those guys are already in the city, why have they not made any moves? Could it be that they are planning something? The great magician now realizes his disadvantage. He and Lolo are both complete outsiders in Gudries. They don't know much about the local forces, and have no friends in the local nobles, or the underground world. Rob's current source of intelligence is basically through Lois. In this respect, he is not even as good as Caesar, who has family support. Although the great magician has always cooperated happily with the female archer, he can never completely trust each other. Since Lois can sell Caesar's information to him, he can naturally sell his information to others. Rob knows this very well, so he will also publish some black work, but the real secret will never be revealed to others. However, this means he won't be able to solve many problems. For example, if he had the help of local forces when he bought this small building, he might not need to show up in person. The Fox Masked Man had just lost Xiaohe's body, and he happened to have the money to buy a house. The other party would definitely be suspicious of him. The future super magician is not unaware of this, but this is the trouble of having no power and friends. He has to do many things himself, which inevitably leaves traces. Fortunately, Rob has always been cautious, and will not leave any evidence that directly exposes his identity. The opponent will at most be suspicious. The fox-masked man was now suspicious. He ate snacks while listening to Lois introduce Rob's basic information. This information was collected by the female archer not long ago, including his appearance in Ryan not long ago, and his exploration of the dungeon with Lolo. In short, the above is all the information about him. Well, it is certain that he did grow up in Ryan. His father is an adventurer that can be seen everywhere, and his mother is the daughter of a hunter. They met, fell in love, and got married just like ordinary people. After marriage, the two opened a small grocery store in the town. The income was just enough to make ends meet. When he was 6 years old, his mother died unexpectedly, which made his relationship with his father very bad. He chose to leave home at the age of 8, and then he did not return to his hometown until he was 18. Almost all the old people in the town can testify to these things. Teacher, does this information make you think of anything? The fox-masked man didn't answer in a hurry. He tore open a bag of biscuits and handed it to his female apprentice. Come, try it. Elf biscuits. The taste is absolutely authentic. They are exactly the same as what I had in Greenport before. Goodry's is the only one of its kind. I queued for a long time in the afternoon to buy them. Lois was stunned when he heard this. Hey, his bakery opened today. Did you go there too, teacher? Of course, my nose is very sensitive. Wherever there is delicious food in Goodry City, I will be there. The fox-masked man put his hands on his hips, looking very proud, and I also went to see him by the way. Oh, did you find anything? Lois' eyes lit up. She knew that her teacher was always very accurate in judging people, and he rarely went to see someone on purpose, which meant that this guy named Rob had attracted his attention. The fox-masked man held up 2 fingers. There are 2 possibilities. Either he really has no talent for magic, or his talent is so strong that even I can't see through him. In fact, the man holding the golden staff by the lake that night reminded me of someone. Who? The female archer asked curiously. Rob. Lois was a little surprised. You mean he's the guy with the golden staff? No, I mean the guy with the golden staff is probably the most talented magician after Roland, the future patron saint of the human race, the gentleman from the Royal School of Magic of Teast. The fox-masked man deliberately bit the biscuit with a crunch. Last year, there were rumors that he escaped from Understein's nose. Since then, various forces including the Magicians Association have been trying to find him in secret. Chapter 236. Wait, teacher, you mean to say that the freshman named Rob in the swordsman department of Siamus is the masked man holding the golden staff by the lake that night, and he is also the most outstanding genius in the history of magic, the future super magician, the patron saint of the human race, Rob Ethel Richard Hallstein Rex? Well, it is indeed a coincidence that there is no difference between these 2 names except for the middle part. The middle name of Ethelred Richard Hallstein was originally agreed upon by the royal family, the Magician Association and the church. It was given to him as a gift, symbolizing his extremely respected status in the human world. The fox-masked man said vaguely while biting a cookie. So these 2 Robs are the same person? Lois took a breath. Oh my god, am I dreaming? I am studying in the same school as the future patron saint of the human race? From the time he left his hometown to his reappearance, the time is exactly the same as that of the one in the Royal Magic Academy of Teast, but the hometown registered in the academy is the Sword Bend port in the Free City. The fox-masked man poured himself a cup of black tea. Of course, records can be fabricated, but there is one thing that cannot be changed. As we all know, the guy from the Royal School of Magic of Dist just recently became a 6th-level magician. The guy with the golden staff we met by the lake that night was strong, but not quite there. I later went to see where he fought with the killer. There were only traces of 5th-level magic there, but his understanding of magic was really amazing. I still don't know how he cracked my puzzle lock. The female archer felt like she was about to be confused. So, teacher, is he the one from the Royal Magic School of Teast? The fox-masked man did not rush to draw a conclusion, and said leisurely, there are only 4 6th-level magicians under the age of 20 in the entire human history. 5th-level magicians under the age of 20 are also very rare, but not that rare. If he is a 5th-level magician, I can't confirm his identity. I personally tend to think that the guy holding the golden staff by the lake that night was not Ethel Richard Hallstein. The fox-masked man also made a rare misjudgment this time. He probably would never have thought that a 6th level quasi-magician would be able to drop 1 level after going around the first floor of the dungeon. It was abnormal that such a rare bird like Bevanadette would appear on the first floor, and it was even more coincidental that Rob encountered it when it was dying. So many coincidences happened together. Even if the fox-masked man was very smart, he couldn't guess it, but he didn't say it completely. Is he the guy with the golden staff by the lake that night? Lois asked again. Well, if he is not the one from the Royal School of Magic of DIST, then I don't think he is the guy with the golden staff by the lake that night. As I said before, 5th level magicians under the age of 20 are also very rare. If these two Robs are not the same person, I am more inclined to believe that the guy with the golden staff is someone else. That guy has a deep understanding of magic, and should be a little older. However, it is not ruled out that these two guys are the same person. Even if they are not the same person, they should at least know each other. The money he bought the house was probably given by the guy. Mentioning this group of fox-masked people made him feel very unhappy. This money was donated by him, as a friendly donation. He snorted coldly. Sooner or later, I will get back at this grudge. That guy's identity can't be concealed for long. Don't forget that this is Gudry's. Without the help of local forces, his flaws will only become more and more exposed. The female archer hesitated. The girl from the Breton family has found the secret base of the Inquisition based on the map you gave her, but she is very cautious and didn't rush to the door. I'm worried that she will find it's a trap after a long time. Don't worry, she will definitely take action next week at the latest. The fox-masked man said confidently, blowing a breath on the steaming hot tea. The female archer didn't know where her teacher got his confidence from. The fox-masked man's confidence came from the blue earring on Luo's desk. The girl noticed that the guy who had been sending messages to her was particularly careful this time. The other party deliberately appeared in front of her twice, and then quietly slipped away, as if he had calculated that she would not be able to catch him. This move was even a bit playful. However, this time, the other party was out of character. He put the earring on her desk before she returned to the dormitory. Luo didn't know why the guy's behavior had changed so much. She was very familiar with the earring on the table. It was called the Ocean Tear. It was a token of love given by her father to her mother a month before her marriage. After her mother passed away, her father found that one of the earrings was missing when he sorted out her belongings. This pair of earrings was Alluria's favorite thing. She usually wore them with her until she was seriously ill. She took them off and put them in the jewelry box at the head of the bed. There were only 3 people in the whole castle who could take the earrings from the jewelry box without anyone noticing. In addition to Karlov himself, the remaining 2 people are one of Alluria's personal maids, and the other is Mother Teresa, who never left Alluria's side when she was alive. The former has now committed suicide, and the Viscount did not find the lost earring in her belongings. In other words, the earring should have been taken away by Mother Teresa. And just last night, Lolo saw the earring again. Does this also mean that Mother Teresa, the phantom that her father has been chasing all his life, has quietly come to her side? Is this what the owner of the golem wants to tell her? The girl thought of the place marked with a red cross on the map, and she knew she had to go inside to take a look. In fact, Luo had already found that place 4 days ago, and had been observing it outside for 3 consecutive days. It was originally a historical museum in Gudry's city. It was not large in scale, and the exhibits inside were mainly various weapons that had appeared during the First Magic War, not only the weapons of the human race, but also the weapons of the elves, dwarves and orcs. Some of them were authentic, but most of them were imitations and models. This museum is still very attractive to boys who like war. It was very popular for a while after it was built, and many tourists bought tickets to visit it every day. But later, a larger and more magnificent comprehensive museum was built in the east of the city. It was divided into many exhibition halls. In addition to weapons, there were also other exhibition areas such as art, nature, music, religion, etc., which could meet the hobbies of different people and were more suitable for family visits. Since the comprehensive museum was built, this small museum has gradually declined until it became deserted. It just so happened that its original owner had a large debt when doing business, and the museum was eventually taken back by the City Hall 3 years ago. It was then auctioned again, but unfortunately no one has shown interest in it until now. Now the entire museum is left with only a lame old man who guards the door and his dog, but Luo noticed that the old man would buy a lot of fresh vegetables and meat at the market every afternoon and bring them back to the museum. Chapter 237. Lolo estimated that the vegetables and meat were enough for 7 to 8 adults to eat for a whole day. Besides that, the old man who guarded the door would take out the garbage at 10 o'clock every night. There was a garbage dump less than 50 meters away from the museum, but the old man insisted on carrying 2 large bags of garbage and walking 2 blocks to throw them into another small garbage dump far away. After throwing away the garbage, he would use dried fish to lure 1 or 2 stray cats away from nearby. Once, the girl followed him and waited for him to take away an orange kitten and a gray kitten. Then she went up and found that there were some ordinary household garbage inside, in addition to some bloody cat hair, teeth and nails. Although she had been mentally prepared, she was still a little sad to see the latter. She didn't understand why those guys wanted to kill these homeless kittens. Cat meat is not delicious, and most of these kittens living around the garbage dump are very thin, most of them are dirty, and have more than one kind of parasites on their bodies. The girl really couldn't understand why someone would set his sights on them. Was it just for the fun of killing? Then where were the bodies of these wild cats thrown away? Unfortunately, the 2 bags of garbage in front of her could not give her more answers. However, at least from the series of actions of the old man, who was guarding the door, it can be seen that there are indeed other people living in the abandoned museum. These people don't seem to want to be discovered. They hardly go out on weekdays, and all daily necessities are bought by the old man who is guarding the door. Luo felt a little tricky, because she didn't know how many people were inside, and what level of masters they were. Therefore, she didn't dare to get too close during the previous explorations, for fear of alerting the enemy. Since the museum has been closed for many years, it is impossible to enter as a tourist. In other words, no one knows what it looks like inside now. It would definitely not work to just rush in like this, as doing so would be tantamount to suicide. In the afternoon, Lola noticed that the old man who was guarding the door was dragging his limping legs to buy vegetables at the market again. The girl remembered the potion course she had just taken not long ago, so a bold plan emerged in her mind. Lola found a potion store and bought a bottle of paralysis powder, a bottle lizard tail, and 3 blackthorn seeds according to the records in the textbook. After crushing them, they were mixed together according to the proportion, and finally the eyeball of a thornfish was added and melted at high temperature. In this way, a bottle of powerful sleeping potion was made. There are mice in the potion shop that are specially used to test the effects of drugs. Luo dropped a drop of the freshly prepared sleeping potion into the drinking water in front of the mouse. As a result, the mouse fell asleep for 5 magic hours after drinking the water. The effect of the drug is strong enough. In order to deal with the possible dangers, in addition to this bottle of sleeping potion, Luo also prepared some other things, including a cloak that can conceal her identity and a dagger that can be tied to her calf. The weight of this dagger is very light, and it will hardly affect her movements. In addition, she also put on a set of close-fitting soft armor under her clothes. This set of soft armor can resist the damage of sharp weapons to a certain extent. Finally, Lolo also took a fancy to a veil, which could release invisibility. Don't look down on this second-level auxiliary spell. There is a reason why invisibility is selected as one of the top 10 most popular spells among adventurers every year. Especially when facing a complex and unknown environment, the role of invisibility is immeasurable. This spell can not only ensure safety to the greatest extent during reconnaissance, but also be used to escape when facing desperate situations, and to gain the initiative in a battle. In short, if invisibility can help, Lolo's operation can be more secure. Unfortunately, the other party asked for 35 gold coins, which was not high compared to the value of the veil itself. However, the rookie warrior was short of money at the moment. She had spent 3 of the 10 gold coins on Rob's tuition, 2 on Old Tom's wine, and 3 on the materials and equipment. Adding the expenses during this period, she only had 1.5 gold coins left, so she could only enjoy the sight. Rob might have some extra money. According to what he said before, he should have inherited all the inheritance from his distant cousin, but Lolo would never ask him for money at this time. In addition to not knowing how to face him after being bullied by him, the main reason was that the girl was a little afraid of his amazing insight. In the dungeon, the little thief Green's performance could fool even old veterans like Hansen and Edward, but it couldn't fool the little scholar next to her. Lolo was worried that Rob would see her real intention of borrowing money. Because this action was very dangerous, the girl didn't want the guy to get involved. However, once he found out, he would definitely follow her with his character. Lolo didn't want to involve the boy, so she was ready to leave quietly after asking the price of the veil. Unexpectedly, the maker of the veil was standing next to her. The other party was a senior in the 4th grade named Eddie, who was an out-and-out otaku. He looked unremarkable. He was about to graduate, but he still blushed and stuttered when he saw a girl. However, this guy is quite famous in the magic department, and Lolo has also heard of his name. Eddie is very biased in his studies. He is only interested in magic device making. During his 4 years in the academy, he often got red marks in other subjects, but he always got full marks in the course of magic device making. He is a genius in this area, and even the lecturers praise him. However, apart from this, he has a hidden identity, that is, a backbone member of the Lolo support group, a mysterious organization that has suddenly emerged in Siamis recently. In addition to consigning several of his recent works, he came to the student union this time to purchase some raw materials to continue making magic devices. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky that he actually met the goddess he had been dreaming about. Eddie was excited and immediately said that he would give the veil to Luoluo, but the girl did not accept it. Although Luoluo knew the name of Eddie, she did not know him, and could not accept a gift from a stranger without reason. Eddie was anxious and his face had turned liver-colored. As a result, his old problem came back. The more anxious he was, the more he stuttered. Seeing that Luoluo was about to turn around and leave, he lay on the ground in a hurry and blocked the door of the student union. The girl was shocked. What the hell is this? The other party is a well-known figure in the school. How could he use such a rogue method? Eddie stuttered on the ground. I. Reduce the price, only charge. U18. 18 gold coins. It seems that he also knew that Luoluo would not accept his gift, so Eddie chose a compromise. He did not say this price casually, but the cost of the raw materials consumed in making this magic device. Unfortunately, the girl still shook her head and told the truth. I'm sorry, I don't have that much money. Eddie was stunned for a moment, and slapped his forehead to think about how he forgot this. As a backbone of Luoluo's support club, how could he not know the girl's financial situation? So he hurriedly said, I can also accept installments. The longest period can be up to 100 years. Chapter 238. Lolo finally bought the veil, but at the price of 25 gold coins. The money was paid in installments as Eddie had suggested before, but the term could not be 100 years. According to the agreement, the girl paid Eddie 1 gold coin first, and then paid him 2 gold coins at the end of each month, and paid all the balance after 1 year. After the transaction was completed, Eddie looked even more excited than Lolo, with a look on his face. After this deal, it's worth it even if I die on the spot. Expression, holding the gold coin tightly in his hand, and looking around when leaving, as if afraid that it would be snatched away. If it weren't for the other 2 magic devices he consigned being bought at high prices in less than a quarter of an hour, the girl couldn't help but wonder if this guy's work couldn't be sold at all. After buying the veil, Luoluo finally made all preparations for the next action. She set the action time for next Wednesday, which happened to be the afternoon when she didn't have classes, but Rob had come to her once before and asked her if she could come to the bakery to help that day. Even someone himself probably didn't expect that the bakery would have such a good business after opening. There were many new customers every day, and the return rate of old customers was even more amazing. It can only be said that Master Wukaili is really amazing, and the natural attraction of food is indeed not to be underestimated. But the store was short of manpower, so Rob had to ask for 2 days off from school. But this was not a long-term solution. If he kept skipping classes, he would have to retake them at the end of the semester. The great magician was already recruiting people, but he still needed the help of the rookie warriors during this transition period. Unfortunately, when he found Luoluo, the girl told him that she had just promised Teacher Harvey that she would go to help him sort out the documents related to the first magic war on Wednesday. Teacher Harvey was working on a book about magician combat etiquette. This was no secret, and Rob had heard about it, but he didn't doubt it. He shrugged and left. Since Luoluo was not free, he could only go to the student union to find the female archer to issue a commission. What the boy did not expect was that he was stopped by the girl just after taking 2 steps. Luoluo's heart was full of struggle at this moment. She remembered what her father said to her the night before he left. Emotions can make a person strong, but also make a person weak. Father stroked her little head and whispered, I have only loved 2 women in my life. One is your mother Illyria, and the other is you, my daughter, Heartfilia. You will never know how much I want to stay by your side at this moment. Watching you grow up day by day is the best thing I have ever experienced. Such days will never be boring no matter how long they last. But it is precisely because of this that I have to leave, because I am afraid that if I wait any longer, my heart will waver and I will forget my mission. The future with you is too beautiful, but I do not belong to that future. Your mother and I are ghosts bound by the past, but you are different. You represent the present and future of the Breton family. The Viscount paused. I will end all this tomorrow. So promise me, Heartfilia, don't live in hatred and pain like me. It's time to let go. No matter what happens, you must hold your head high and live positively. I'm sorry, father, your daughter didn't follow your teachings. The girl said silently in her heart. It was not until this moment that she could truly understand the complex feelings of her father when he said those words. Because of the shadow that followed her like a shadow, Luo always subconsciously wanted to escape when facing that ignorant feeling, just like an ostrich burying its head in the thick sand, as if it could deceive itself all the time. However, the unprepared kiss in the bakery was like a sudden collapse of the sky and the earth. The small sand pit was ruthlessly filled by the whistling boulders. The ostrich, who had lost its shelter, had to raise its head in embarrassment. Then it finally saw the person in front of it, and it couldn't take its eyes off him after a glance. The ostrich thought to itself that it had fallen in love with him a long time ago. Yes, if it wasn't love, why would her heart beat so fast and her face turn so red at that moment? If she didn't like him, how could she not have the slightest resistance when the kiss came? You have to know that the girl has the blood of the Breton family flowing in her body, and she once beat up a few hooligans who dared to tease her with her bare hands. However, in front of the person she likes, even if she has unparalleled divine power and unparalleled swordsmanship, the other party can make her throw away her weapons and run away with just a passionate kiss and a burning look. Is this the taste of falling in love with someone? What Luo didn't tell the boy was that helping in the bakery that day was the happiest day of her life. The steaming bread on the counter, the various customers in the store, the crisp sound of copper coins falling into the cash box, and the hot coffee at hand, everything was so beautiful. And most importantly, the girl knew that the guy was in the small kitchen 2 steps away from her. The girl liked him to poke his head out of the small kitchen from time to time, asking her what kinds of bread she needed, asking her if she was tired, and whether she needed a break. When the store was idle, she couldn't help but turn her head to peek at him, watching him concentrate on the dough in his hands, watching his nose tip being stained with flour without knowing it, watching him calculate the time and carefully turn the bread in the oven. Sometimes Rob noticed it after watching for a long time, but every time he looked up in the direction of the girl, Luo would look away 1 step ahead, just like a kid who was afraid of being discovered by adults after eating candy secretly. Afterwards, he patted his chest in shock, but it didn't take long before he thought about turning back to peek at the guy again. The girl knew that this was probably the closest she would ever be to happiness in her life. As long as she asked, she could stay in that small shop forever, and no longer have to face the thorny road ahead, and no longer have to bear the heavy burden that made her breathless. It was like a certain optional branch line in the game. Once this branch line was opened, you could jump directly to the end, and all the stories would come to an abrupt end before they happened. No matter how many schemes and calculations you had, I would just say that I quit, and from now on I would jump out of the arena and live happily like an ordinary person. Luo knew it was time to make a decision. She looked up and looked at the boy opposite. I actually have another request. Chapter 239. Rob stopped. Well, is there anything else? Can you lend me your back again? The girl mustered up all the courage in her heart. Rob was a little surprised, not knowing why Lolo suddenly became bold, but he turned around as he was told. He heard the girl's footsteps stop behind him. Lolo took a deep breath, stood on tiptoe, put her face on the boy's back, closed her eyes. Just like returning to the night in set via port, the girl felt the warmth transmitted from the other end of the linen, just wanting to sink into it forever. Unfortunately, this beautiful scene did not last long, and it was Luo herself who broke the tranquility. The girl only lay on the warm back for less than 2 seconds, and then used a left hook to beat the big magic into a shrimp. The boy who was suddenly attacked covered his waist and squatted on the ground, sweating coldly in pain. This is too insidious. Are you a violent maniac? And you even deliberately used this method to distract my attention before taking action. I should have thought of it earlier. Why did you make such a strange request? This punch is for the bullying you did to me in the bakery. Lolo blushed, but deliberately made a vicious expression. However, perhaps only she knew in her heart how much she missed the warmth just now. She wanted to keep lying on his back, but in the end, she had to throw this punch. Because she was afraid that if she continued like this, the other party would see through her, and she was even more afraid that she would get lost in the warmth. Her father was right. It turned out that falling in love with someone really makes people weak. She used to be alone and fearless. She could give up everything to pursue the truth because she had nothing. However, the girl who was used to crying alone in the silent wilderness now had someone she liked. Her heart would become soft because of him, and she could not help but look forward to a life with him. For a moment, she even thought that revenge should be forgotten. She was not afraid of the hardships ahead, nor was she afraid of death, But she just didn't want to see that person sad for her. But she still threw that punch after all. Her father called himself a ghost bound by the past. He had no future, and could only live in the cold past. Since the accident of Illyria, Karev has never slept well. He used all his energy to pursue the truth and revenge. He prepared for this for 12 years, but in the end, he still went away and never returned. The temple used its unimaginable power to cover up all of this. The traces left by my father and mother were wiped out one by one. If they gave up on Luo, the only child of the two, it would be like announcing that the world had completely abandoned them. My father had also faced a similar choice. He didn't want to leave my mother alone in those damp and cold memories, so he chose to become a ghost with his beloved woman. In the end, Luo stubbornly followed his footsteps and embarked on the road of pursuing the truth. The people of the Breton family really have the same blood in their bones. Let's stop here today. Remember to prepare for the next chapter when you go back. The teacher who teaches elemental structure closed the handout in his hand. The noisy voices around woke Luo from her memories. The girl politely declined the invitation of two girls, who usually had a good relationship, to have lunch together. She packed up her things and returned to the dormitory silently. Luo took out the equipment that had been prepared long ago from under the bed, put on soft armor, tied the dagger to her calf, and stuffed the cloak, veil, and the most important bottle of powerful sleeping potion into her backpack. Finally, Luo took down the elf sword on the wall. This is also her most handy weapon now. Although the girl has changed her job to become a magician, she has not yet successfully released her first spell. Besides, the role of illumination in battle is relatively limited, so strictly speaking, the current staff is no different from an ordinary stick for her. This action is very dangerous, so she naturally chose the long sword she is most familiar with. Before leaving, Luo also saw the feather pen on the table. It was a New Year's gift given to her by someone. The girl liked it very much. She usually carried it with her whether she was in class or going to the library. However, this time she hesitated for a moment and finally did not put it in her backpack. This time, we were not going out for an outing, so it was better to bring as few unnecessary things as possible. Moreover, the action itself was full of dangers. Luo was worried that if she failed, the other party would find Rob through the feather pen. The girl put on her backpack and quietly slipped out of the school through the side door, while everyone was having lunch. She first found a deserted place and changed into a cloak and veil. It was still some time before the old man, who was guarding the door, came out to buy vegetables. Luo strolled around the market for a while, and bought 2 eel dumplings for lunch. Around 3 p.m., the girl noticed that the target appeared in front of a vegetable stall with a dog. The old man picked 2 bundles of Chinese cabbage and 6 fresh potatoes with dirt on them. After paying, he did not take the vegetables away immediately, but left them with the stall owner first, and then walked to the fish stall opposite. This is because the old man's legs and feet are not very good. He usually buys vegetables like this, first picking the vegetables and paying, and then coming back to take the vegetables home after a round. This saves a lot of effort, and does not need to carry the vegetables he bought before. Lolo had discovered this habit of his during her observation a few days ago, so she thought of starting with the food. She followed the old man not far away, and when he was choosing fish at the fish stall, she quietly walked to the place where he had bought vegetables before. She rummaged through the vegetables for a while, pretending to be dissatisfied with the freshness of the cabbage. So the stall owner helped her find more freshly harvested cabbages from the sack behind him. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Lolo quickly cut a small hole in the old man's bundle of potatoes with a dagger, and dropped a few drops of the powerful sleeping drug hidden in her hand into the small hole. The addition of the tail of the Bosher lizard greatly enhanced the permeability of the potion, and the few drops of sleeping potion that were dripped in were quickly absorbed. However, because she was afraid that the old man would be suspicious, the girl did not cut all the potatoes. She only picked about 1/3. Lolo was not worried that the group of people would pick potatoes that were not cut when they ate tonight, because this was just the beginning. The old man just bought 6 more tuna at the fish stall, and he also paid for them, and temporarily stored them there. After he left, Lolo did the same thing again. This time, she dripped the powerful sleeping potion into the mouths of the 6 tuna one by one. In this way, the 2 of them walked one after the other. When the old man went around and sold all the ingredients, the bottle of powerful sleeping potion in Lolo's hand was already empty. Chapter 240. The old man who was guarding the gate limped back to the abandoned museum from the market with the vegetables and meat he had just bought. The local dog followed behind him, looking lazy. It was not its fault. The days of guarding the gate were indeed quite boring. Strictly speaking, the museum had long been closed. The few genuine works in it had been swept away when the original owner went bankrupt and ran away. The rest were imitations or models of little value, so there would be no thieves visiting here on weekdays. To outsiders, the life of one person and one dog was very boring. Every day, they either basked in the sun outside the museum or slept in the guard room. Strangely enough, although this museum is not in a prime location, it is not too far away. It is impossible for it to be abandoned for 2 or 3 years in Gudries, where every inch of land is valuable. In fact, during this period, some people who were interested in this place came to see it one after another. The city hall also once said that it would demolish this place, and several nearby shops, and rebuild it into a small square. However, for some reason, it was eventually abandoned. If this place was favored by the temple, everything can be explained. Although the influence of the temple in the Free City-State is not as good as that of the Holy Alliance and the Lionheart Empire, it is still the top force in the human world. It is still possible to keep a museum in Gudries in an abandoned state. Luo saw the old man, who was guarding the door, carry the vegetables and meat into the door, and come out soon. Normally, he would not eat with the people inside, but would cook in the guard room with a small pot. He would go in to clean up the garbage around 7 o'clock. In other words, the people inside should have dinner around 6:30, and the powerful sleeping potion would take effect for 5 hours, so the girl had plenty of time for this action. But if you think about it carefully, there are many loopholes in the plan. Luo didn't know how many people were in the museum, whether they had the same meal time, and it couldn't be ruled out that the chef had the habit of tasting the food first. In fact, the best way in this case was to mix a potion that would take effect half an hour later. However, Luo's current level of potion science was not enough to mix a potion of this level, and she didn't have enough gold coins in her pocket to buy it directly. The girl didn't know whether Mother Teresa had been living here all the time, or was just staying there for a few days. So if she didn't want to miss the chance again, she had to act as soon as possible. This was the most feasible way she could think of to enter the museum in such a short time. The rest could only be left to the goddess of fate. Luo climbed into a small courtyard with ease. This place was an observation point she found when she was wandering around a few days ago. It was not too close to the museum, nor too far away. It was just right to see the situation on the other side, without alerting the other party. Judging from the layout of the courtyard, the owner should be a businessman living alone. He was probably busy with some business, and had not been at home recently. The girl sat down against the wall. It was still early. She would have to wait until the sun was about to set before dinner could start. During this time, she could do nothing but wait. Lolo hugged her knees. She thought of her father. If her father knew that she was about to find the murderer who killed her mother, and was about to uncover the truth of that incident, he would definitely be very pleased. No, her father probably didn't want her to follow his footsteps and embark on the road of revenge. If her father stood in front of her now, he would probably scold her and ask her to promise that she would never do such dangerous things again. Then, he would ask Captain Wayne to send her home. This man was used to using the sword in his hand to protect his family and keep them behind him, whether it was her mother or her. So the girl thought of Illyria again, the woman she had never met but called her mother. Since she began to remember things, she had heard people around her mention this name more than once. Whether it was the castle guards, cooks, maids, or the peasants in the territory, the knights all praised Illyria in unison as the most beautiful and kind woman they had ever seen. Lolo could tell that these compliments were sincere, not just because Illyria was the Lord's wife. Some people say she is an angel lost in the world, with the purest heart and the clearest smile. Some people say she is a lark in the mountain stream, whose singing can take away all the troubles in the world. Some people say she is the first ray of sunshine in the morning, driving away the darkness and shining her love to every corner. But her father said that her mother is just a little girl who likes to eat snacks behind his back and will never grow up. The more the girl heard, the more curious she became. What does this woman who gave her life look like? She wanted to sit with a woman named Illyria, even if it was only for a short afternoon. They could brew a pot of hot tea together and listen to her story with joy and the sweet moments between her and her father. Luo wanted to tell her that the man she loved deeply still loved her as before after all these years and never gave up on her. Then she thought of Mother Teresa, who was the closest person to her mother besides her father. Illyria grew up in a monastery, and Mother Teresa was not only her teacher, but also her mother. She had been with her since she was a baby until one day she married her beloved man. The bond between them even surpassed blood ties. Illyria had unreserved trust in Mother Teresa, So the first person Karlov thought of when she was deeply depressed was this old woman, and this became the most regrettable thing in the life of the Scarlet Sword. If he could meet Mother Teresa this time, Lolo would definitely look into her eyes and ask her why she betrayed her relatives. In the end, the girl couldn't help but think of that guy. What is he doing now? Well, he should be making bread with Chef Wakeli in the store at this time. I heard that Gage also went to help in the morning. I wonder if he will steal the cookies on the counter when entertaining customers. Thinking of this, Lolo's mouth curled up quietly. Fate is really the most wonderful thing in the world. When she saw the boy for the first time in Ryan, she didn't think that she would fall in love with this guy one day. When they first met, the guy was flustered and had a guilty look in his heart. He always looked at her evasive, and didn't dare to look at her at all. He was completely different from his calmness when facing the Wolf King and the endless sea of trees. He is obviously just a little scholar. Why does he look more powerful than anyone else at such a critical moment? Well, that guy seems to have a lot of secrets, but Lolo doesn't care. She knows that one day he will tell her everything, just like she did in the past. She just doesn't know if she can wait until that day. Chapter 241. The sun was about to set, and Luo stopped thinking about it. She stood up and checked her equipment again. There had been no movement in the museum during this period of time. The thing the girl was most worried about did not seem to have happened. Her powerful sleeping pill should have taken effect by now. According to her observations in the past few days, the old man guarding the door would go in to collect the garbage in about a quarter of an hour, and this was her best chance. The girl counted the time in her heart, and when the old man stood up, she jumped out of the yard. However, her luck today did not seem to be very good. When she landed, she happened to run into a young couple who were taking a walk after dinner. When they saw the cloaked man falling from the sky, they were immediately shocked and subconsciously opened their mouths to scream, but they were hit by Luo's knife. The girl was also shocked by this sudden scene and broke out in a cold sweat. The house she chose as the observation point was just at the corner of two alleys. As a result, she just focused all her attention on the direction of the museum and ignored the two people walking towards her in another alley. Fortunately, her actions were fast enough to knock out the young couple silently without disturbing the old man who had turned around. Luo silently said sorry to the other party in her heart and dragged the unconscious young couple into the yard as quickly as possible. When she turned around, the old man who was guarding the door had already walked to the door of the museum and was taking the key from his pocket, ready to open the rusty lock on the door. The girl didn't dare to delay. She bent over and jumped onto the wall across the road, crossed the yards of two families, and approached the guard room with the cover of a mango tree. When she landed, the distance between her and the old man was less than 20 meters. The local dog was the first to be alert. He turned his head and saw the girl, but was stunned. Perhaps it had lived a comfortable life for too long, so it didn't roar to remind its owner in the first time. By the time it realized that something was wrong, the rookie warrior had already rushed in front of it. The distance between the two sides was too close at this time. It was too late for the local dog to warn, and Luo didn't kill it. Seeing it open its mouth, he threw the few remaining drops of powerful sleeping pills into it. The dog rolled his eyes and fell to the ground without a word. The old man on the other side was even slower to react. He was still concentrating on unlocking the door until he fell to the ground. The girl knocked him out from behind. The key fell from the old man's hand. The girl grabbed it just before it hit the ground and opened the door of the museum. A rotten and moldy smell suddenly hit her face. Unlike what the girl imagined, the environment in the museum was terrible. No one took care of it. It was already dilapidated in just 3 years. There were spider webs everywhere, and various weapon models were thrown all over the floor. It looked like it had just experienced a war. The wooden floor still had traces of being soaked in water. The rotten smell when the door was opened before was probably from this. It was impossible to live here, not to mention a month. Even a day was impossible. Then Lolo went to the second floor. The situation here was not much better than the first floor. There was no sign of human life around. However, the girl was not discouraged. Most people would doubt whether there was something wrong with the information they had obtained before when they encountered such a situation. However, Lolo noticed a detail. She found that there was something missing in this abandoned museum. The rookie warrior remembered very clearly that in the afternoon, the old man brought in all the vegetables and meat he had just bought at the market. Now she searched the entire museum, but could not find those bags of things. In fact, with the bad environment here, there was no place to store those ingredients. If no one came to take them after more than 2 minutes after the old man put them down, then these things would only be left to the rats and cockroaches here. After failing to find any useful clues on the second floor, Lolo turned around and went downstairs again. This time she checked very carefully, especially paying attention to whether there was a secret room or cellar hidden under her feet. However, she still found nothing until she walked to the window and accidentally saw an inconspicuous house opposite. An orange kitten taking a nap on the balcony caught her attention. The girl remembered that about 5 days ago, the old man who was guarding the door brought back 2 cats from the garbage dump. They were one orange and one gray. The orange one looked a bit like the one on the balcony opposite, but Lolo couldn't be sure, because the orange kitten living in the garbage dump at that time looked dirty, with clumps of hair on its body, and it was skinny. But now the orange kitten on the windowsill opposite looked cleaner. Its hair was obviously trimmed, and its belly seemed to be rounder. However, Luo then noticed its right hind leg, which was bandaged. If the girl remembered correctly, the orange kitten at the garbage dump had an inflamed wound at the same location, which seemed to be left when competing with other wild cats for food. In other words, the kitten on the balcony opposite was most likely the one she saw at the garbage dump 5 days ago. Luo realized what was going on after a little thought. How could a temple as cautious as this make such a low-level mistake? Letting an old man who guards the door purchase a large amount of daily necessities from the market every day would inevitably arouse suspicion if it fell into the eyes of someone with ulterior motives. However, the temple actually didn't have any good cover-up methods. This group of people obviously couldn't show up easily, and their daily consumption in Gudries could only be supplied by the old man. In this case, it was almost impossible to make the old man have no flaws, so the temple simply used the old man's trick to attract everyone's attention to this abandoned museum. Because the old man has been guarding the museum for the past 3 years, and does not allow others to enter, and he has to enter the museum every day to deliver food and collect garbage, so normal people will definitely think that the group of people are hiding in the museum, but in fact, the real hiding place of the group of guys is in the residential house behind. Luo just discovered that the back window of the museum faces the backyard of the house. As long as the old man opens the window every time he delivers food, the people in the yard can easily climb over the wall and come in. The same is true when he delivers garbage. Thinking of this, Luo secretly said that she was lucky. This museum is obviously used by the temple to fish. If someone follows the old man's clues here, the final result will not only fail to find the hidden group of people, but will expose themselves. If it weren't for the bottle of powerful sleeping potion, she might have been monitored by the people on the opposite side. Chapter 242. Lolo pushed open the window, and the footprints on the windowsill indirectly confirmed her previous guess. The girl propped herself up on the window eaves with both hands, and jumped into the opposite yard. The orange kitten squinted on the balcony. It saw the uninvited guest, and wagged its tail, but did not react much. Cats are different from dogs. They lack loyalty in nature. Moreover, it has only been in this new home for less than 5 days, so it can't say that it has any feelings. Lolo drew the sword from her waist, walked carefully to the back door, and put her ear against it. The room was quiet, and there was no sound. The girl thought for a moment, and for the sake of safety, she did not choose to break the door directly, but put the long sword back and climbed up to the balcony on the second floor with the help of 2 raised stone bricks. The orange kitten looked at her curiously, and Lolo threw half a dumpling left over from lunch to it. It can be seen that it has been living a good life recently. Not only has it gained a lot of weight, but it has also become picky about food. It ate the eel meat in the dumpling, licked its paws, but left the rice on the ground. The girl felt that this guy was really lucky. Its other companions were probably in danger after being caught, but it survived and was raised as a pet by someone, and was fed well every day. I just don't know what will happen to it if its owner gets tired of it one day. The room opposite the balcony is a bedroom. It is now empty. Judging from the scattered clothes on the bed, the occupant of this room should be a woman. The dressing table at the head of the bed is piled with perfume bottles. The room is filled with an indescribable fragrance. Luo doesn't like this smell very much. She always feels that there is an indescribable frivolous ambiguity in it, as if deliberately teasing a person's lust. In addition, Luo also found a cat bed made of quilts under the bed. It seems that the occupant of this room is the owner of the orange kitten. As a woman, the girl can guess her thoughts to some extent. The days of lurking in the city of Gudries are boring. So one day, when the old man who guards the door brought back 2 kittens, she proposed to adopt one of them. Others naturally wouldn't have any opinions on such a small matter. Anyway, there were plenty of wild cats at the garbage dump. Although they would kill 1 or 2 wild cats every day for some unknown reason, there was no specific rule on which one to kill. If there was one missing, they would just find another one the next day. So this orange kitten was lucky enough to survive. Sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. The orange kitten probably would never know that he had been on the verge of death just a few days ago. There are 4 rooms on the second floor. Luo pushed open the second room. Compared with the first room, the things in this room are pitifully few. There is only a bed, a bundle of ropes and a whip. Interrogation room. Luo was a little surprised, but compared with the interrogation room, this room is very clean. No, it can even be said to be too clean. The owner of this room seems to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Even the bundle of ropes is neatly wrapped and placed in the middle of the bed. The girl pushed the door and entered the third room. This room looks much more normal. There are 2 single beds and a small table. The weapon is leaning on the table legs. There are playing cards, beer, some change, and a plate of unfinished nuts on the table. The number of glasses indicates that there should be 3 people playing cards here not long ago. The last room was at the corner of the stairs, and it was also the smallest of the 4 rooms. It had no windows, no bed, only a straw mat and a tattered quilt. Compared with the previous rooms, this one was like a doghouse. Even the second interrogation room was much better than this one. Luo saw a bulge on the edge of the straw mat, walked over and lifted it up, and found half a pancake hidden underneath. The girl sighed. It seemed that the occupants of this room were not the same group as the guys who lived in the previous rooms. She wanted to look for something in the room that could prove their identity, but at this moment, there was a sound of dishes breaking on the ground on the first floor. Luo immediately drew her sword and rushed down the stairs. Then she saw the scene in the hall on the first floor. There were 4 people lying on the dining table near the door, 3 men and 1 woman. Without exception, they were all sleeping soundly. The place where the dishes fell was a certain distance away from them. Luo quickly glanced around and said in a deep voice in the direction of the sofa, "Come out." However, there was no movement over there. The girl raised the sword in her hand. "If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude." After a while, a thin boy finally crouched out from behind the sofa, holding his hands high, his face full of fear. Don't kill me. I'm not in the same group with them." "Huh?" The girl didn't immediately believe what the other party said. The boy hurriedly introduced himself. "My name is George. I'm an apprentice in a restaurant in the city. About a month ago, someone introduced me to a job with considerable pay. The deposit alone was a gold coin. The introducer said that the job was simple, just cooking for people and cleaning up. However, the work location is in Boucher Town, 300 miles away from Gudries, and the work time is about 2 months. During these 2 months, I cannot leave the work location without permission, nor can I write to my family. I also know that this request is a bit strange, but who can blame the other party for paying a lot of money?" George's face showed a trace of regret. "I promised them and packed my luggage. On the day of departure, they sent a carriage to pick me up. However, they kicked me out of the carriage before leaving the city. Then they took away my luggage. I was forced to get on another carriage. I was very scared at the time, but it was too late. The carriage finally brought me here, and then I met these demons." "Demons?" "Yes, these people are demons." The boy lost control of his emotions when he said this. Thinking of the torture he had suffered during this period, he couldn't help but burst into tears. They are not human at all. During the day, I cook and clean the room for them. At night, they will do everything they can to torture me for fun, especially the tallest and strongest guy with spider tattoos on his arms. He is the leader of this group, and the most brutal among them. You should kill him quickly, otherwise we will all die when he wakes up." Luo patted his shoulder to comfort the poor guy. "Don't be afraid, he has been poisoned by my powerful sleeping potion, and will be asleep for at least 4 hours. It is impossible for him to wake up now." However, George's expression did not relax at all, and he was still terrified. No, don't underestimate this devil. Chapter 243. Lolo walked to the dining table and carefully looked at the 4 people sleeping on the table. After confirming that Mother Teresa was not among them, he turned to ask George, "Are there any other people here?" "Others?" George was stunned. "There are only me and the 4 devils in this damn place. No outsiders have been here for so long. I can't find anyone to help me. Oh, by the way, the old man who guards the museum outside seems to be one of them. He was the one who introduced me to this job." At this point, George became suspicious again. "Did you see him when you came in? Will he go and call for help?" "No, I have to go. They may have other people hiding nearby." "Don't worry, I knocked him out. He definitely can't go and call for help." Lolo had to comfort the emotional George again, but after a while, the latter began to nag the girl to kill the 4 people quickly to eliminate the trouble. Lolo thought for a while and asked George, "You said you cook the meals every day. Do you know how much each person eats?" The girl roughly estimated the amount of food the old man bought every day. The vegetables and meat should be enough for 7 to 8 adults to eat for a day. However, there are only 5.5 people in this place, even with George and the orange kitten. Strictly speaking, this is not a suspicious place, because everyone's appetite is different. Some people eat more and some eat less. Luo has seen people who can eat 3 or 4 times more than others. Some people just waste food. This group of people is represented by the nobles. Many of them often only eat a few bites of a dish and throw away the rest. Luo is just trying his luck. However, George's face suddenly became strange when he heard this. Now that you mention it, I remember something. Maybe there are really other people here. Huh? Every time the old man sends the ingredients, they will take out about 1/3 and put it aside, and they will eat the rest. These devils don't treat me as a human being at all. They eat the food I cook first, and give me the leftovers. If I cook to their taste, they will eat more, and the result is usually that there is nothing left, and I can only starve. But if I don't cook well, they will torture me twice as much at night. Perhaps it was because the days before were too dark. George burst into tears while talking. I didn't know on the first day I came here. I was so hungry in the afternoon that I secretly took a sweet potato from the pile of things. As a result, they beat me half to death at night. After that, I didn't dare to touch the pile of things even if I was hungry. The boy lifted his clothes while talking, and Luo was shocked by the dense scars on his body. Now she finally knew what the ropes and whips in the interrogation room on the 2nd floor were used for. It was hard to imagine how this boy named George survived until now. George smiled bitterly and put down his clothes. If you hadn't come today, I probably wouldn't have lived much longer. I could have survived by eating 1 meal a day and then starving the next. The boy pointed at the woman at the table, who was only wearing pajamas. But 5 days ago, she thought her life was boring, so she got a cat as a pet. Now they feed the cat with all their leftovers. I can only eat my food when the cat is full. And this cat is like a starving ghost reincarnated. It can eat anything you feed it. Lolo comforted him. Don't worry, you are safe and can go home now. But before that I want to ask you a few questions. These questions are very important to me. I hope you can answer them truthfully. The girl paused, and then asked her first question. You just said that they would take out 1/3 of the food every time. Then do you know where this part of the food is finally sent? George shook his head. I don't know. The package is usually still there when I finish cooking at night, but it is usually gone when I wake up the next morning. So if there are other people here, they must have taken the food away during this time. What about the cat? Lolo thought of the bloody cat hair and nails found in the garbage. Cat? Yes. Do you know of any of these 4 people who have a hobby of abusing cats? Since there was no way to get more clues from the food, the girl could only change direction. You said that 5 days ago, the woman decided to keep the orange kitten as a pet because she was bored. But you don't remember the other gray kitten, which should have been brought back with the orange kitten. What happened to it later? You mean the cats? George hesitated. Those cats are very strange. They are normal when they first come in, but once I give them a bath, they become terrified for some reason and struggle desperately. In the end, the cats are just like the food in the kitchen. I don't know where they are the next morning. Where did you give them a bath? Luo felt that he might have grasped the key point. It's by the well in the yard. Luo followed George to the well he mentioned. The well looked ordinary, and there seemed to be no difference except that it was a little deeper. However, the girl noticed the orange kitten on the balcony, and when she saw them approaching the well, she quietly retreated back to the house. Is there really something strange in this well? Luo took 2 steps forward and looked down. It was already dark, and the distance from the well mouth to the water surface was quite far, so the girl had to tiptoe. And when she lowered her head to explore the well, a pair of hands quietly reached out to her back. Luo was facing away at the moment, so she couldn't see what was happening behind her, and naturally couldn't see the strange smile on George's face. The boy's hands suddenly exerted force just before they touched the girl's back, but he pushed in vain. Huh? George looked a little surprised. The rookie warrior seemed to have eyes on his back just now. He dodged his push neatly with a quick move. The girl turned around and looked at the boy coldly from a distance. Not bad, the guys from the Breton family are really good. I underestimated you, Miss Hartfilia, George praised. Lolo was startled. Do you know who I am? You know, she is wearing a cloak and a veil on her face, which hides her physical characteristics to the greatest extent. George pointed to the long sword in her hand. Golinals, The sword blessed by the goblins in legend, the treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Breton family. This sword is as dazzling as you, Miss Hartfilia. The girl's expression suddenly turned cold. You are indeed from the temple. George smiled and said, we just received a message from there not long ago, saying that Hartfilia, you are very likely to have arrived in Goudries. We originally planned to track down your clues after finishing the things at hand. Now it saves us a lot of trouble. But I am very curious, how did you avoid my sneak attack just now? Chapter 244. To be honest, I think I acted pretty well in that part just now. I wonder where the flaw was exposed. George humbly asked for advice. Lolo was silent for a moment. You talk too much. For a poor guy who has just been deceived and abused, you are a little too enthusiastic. Your answer is flawless, but it always feels like you are intentionally or unintentionally guiding my questions. In addition, although you try your best to pretend to be terrified in your identity, many details of your body cannot be disguised. Most people's pupils will dilate when they are afraid, and their heartbeats and breathing will speed up involuntarily, but I can't see these reactions in you. However, when you showed the scars on your body, I almost believed you. I have heard that some twisted guys like to self-harm before, but this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. It seems that you have grown a lot in the past year. George praised, then shook his head. People's understanding of pain is too narrow. I used to be like most people. I could only experience the joy of inflicting pain on others, but I could never experience the happiness of being inflicted with pain. However, as time went by, the former could bring me less and less stimulation. Until one day I met a very powerful opponent, and was seriously injured. But when the opponent's spear pierced my lower abdomen, I couldn't help but shudder and finally experience the long-lost happiness again. This spear was like opening the door to a new world for me. I realized how limited I was before. Are you the owner of the second room upstairs? Lolo frowned. Then who was the person you had been urging me to kill? That guy is the real cook here. George smiled. It's a pity that you didn't listen to me and kill him, otherwise it would be very interesting when the truth is revealed. What I told you before is actually his story. Lolo clenched the sword in his hand, his eyes cold. You are really a devil. This is not the first time I have heard this. Just take it as a compliment to me. George smiled brightly, not ashamed. Unfortunately, I have discovered your trick. You have two choices. Either hand over Mother Teresa or wait to be chopped in half by me, the girl said in a deep voice. As a result, George's reaction was somewhat unexpected by Luo. The latter asked curiously, Mother Teresa, who is that guy? Is he your enemy? The doubtful look on the boy's face did not seem to be fake. It seemed that he had never heard of this name. He asked the girl with interest, so you sneaked in here tonight just to find her? Then the young man seemed to think of something and couldn't help laughing. So that's it, I understand. I just praised you for your growth, but you ended up being used as a knife without knowing it. Although I don't know what relationship you have with Mother Teresa, I guess her whereabouts are very important to you. So someone pretended that she was here to lure you to find us. Haha, interesting. Do you have any enemies in Goudries? The people in the Inquisition can be called perverts or lunatics. But there is one thing that is beyond doubt. Most of them have good brains, and George restored the truth of the matter from just a few words from Lolo. The girl fell silent again after hearing this, and raised her head after a while. Do you think I will believe you again? You see, this is why I don't like to tell the truth. People are always unwilling to believe the reality they don't want to accept. George shrugged, then looked at the sword in the girl's hand. And you seem to have misunderstood something. The boy grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Have you heard of a fish called red coral? This fish likes to hide in seaweed or behind rocks, disguising itself as a coral, luring nearby small fish to approach, and then swallowing them before they react. But if you think it only has this ability, you are wrong. When the red coral is very strong, it will take the initiative to attack and prey. At that time, even tiger sharks have to give way obediently. George pointed at his nose. And my code name is Red Coral. Since entering this courtyard, the rookie warrior has been on high alert, but George's attack was without any warning. Luo was already careful enough, but when the boy attacked, she found that she still underestimated the danger of the opponent. She couldn't even see the movements of the guy opposite her. She only felt half of her body numb, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. High-level professional? The girl's heart sank. This terrifying speed was definitely only possessed by high-level professionals. The boy in front of her looked not much older than her, but he had already become one of the top masters in the Dawn continent. The temple was indeed the top force of the human race. However, what surprised Lolo was that she could not feel any sacred aura from him. It stands to reason that the boy, who had such powerful skills, and was so young, should have been absorbed into the Paladin Order long ago. However, this situation did not seem to be the first time she encountered it. The girl still remembered that not long after her father passed away, an old knight came to see her. Judging from the attitude of the bishop towards the old knight at that time, the latter's status in the temple was obviously not low. However, he did not have any sacred aura. Lolo still could not forget the old knight's eyes without any warmth, as if he did not care about anything in the world. The girl's intuition told her that there seemed to be some kind of connection between George and the old knight, but this thought only flashed through her mind. At the moment, her situation was extremely dangerous, and Lolo focused all her attention on dealing with the difficult situation in front of her. The girl knew that she had little time left. As soon as George made a move, Lolo clearly realized the huge gap in strength between the two. If they fought head-on, she would not have even a 10% chance of winning. Whether Mother Teresa was hiding here or not, she had no chance tonight, so the girl did not hesitate and directly released the invisibility spell on the veil. This time, George was the careless person. The boy did not take the rookie hero seriously. Although he heard that a team was wiped out in the attempt to capture her, on the one hand, the strength of that team was not very good in George's eyes. On the other hand, he had just personally verified the girl's combat effectiveness and proved that she was just a basic swordsman. She could not even keep up with his speed, let alone resist and escape. Now Lolo had lost her weapon, and in the boy's opinion, this meant that everything was over. Chapter 245. It took less than half a second for the girl's body to completely disappear from the beginning. George's reaction was fast enough, but he still missed. The place where Lulu originally stood was now empty. Because of the sky, George could not judge the girl's location by the changes in the surrounding environment, but his body just paused slightly, and then moved again. George's target this time was the elven sword on the ground. He knew very well the importance of this sword to the girl, otherwise Lulu would not have kept it with him knowing that there was a risk of exposure. If the girl planned to run away, she would definitely pick up the sword as soon as she became invisible. However, this time he paid the price for his cleverness. As he expected, the girl came to the place where the long sword fell after she became invisible, but she did not rush to pick up the sword. Instead, she drew her dagger and waited on the boy's path. Lulu could not keep up with George's movements, but this time George offered his chest to her dagger. If George had not had enough combat experience, he would have been ripped open. However, even so, a hideous wound appeared on the boy's chest. George came quickly and retreated even faster, like a mouse scalded by boiling water. However, from his expression, it was not obvious that he was almost seriously injured just now. Instead, he had a kind of faint excitement. This guy is just like what he said, he is used to enjoying pain. The elven sword on the ground finally disappeared, and it must have been picked up by Lolo. But George did not look annoyed or flustered. On the contrary, his eyes looked a little strange. Lolo did not notice the expression on the boy's face at this moment. She was looking down at the blood on the dagger, with an unbelievable look on her face. The girl did not expect that she actually hurt the other party with that blow just now. In fact, Lulu was just trying her luck when she pulled out the dagger. She was not sure that George would definitely pounce on her, but she knew that he was very cunning and did not take her seriously, so she guessed that George might try to guess her thoughts, and he actually hit her. Now George was seriously injured, and because of this, he dared not act rashly again. The situation suddenly became favorable to Lulu, and the gap between the two seemed not as desperate as before. So the girl, who was ready to run away, couldn't help but have other thoughts. The duration of invisibility usually lasts at least half an hour, and some high-quality magic devices can even provide invisibility for up to 1 to 2 hours. It would be a waste of time to just use this time to escape. It was not easy to get the clue of Mother Teresa, and the girl was unwilling to leave like this. Now that George was not that threatening to her, Lolo wanted to take this opportunity to search the house again quietly. But then she found that George's eyes seemed to fall on her. Was it an illusion? Lolo took 2 steps back cautiously, and the boy's eyes followed her to the wall. The girl did not give up, and moved 2 steps to the side. When she looked up, she saw George raised his eyebrows at her. The invisibility spell failed. The girl was shocked. How could this be possible? Could it be that the guy named Eddie was just a liar who specialized in making inferior magic devices? Otherwise, how could she explain the fact that the magic device she bought from him was scrapped in less than 2 minutes? Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. It was Isabel who did it. George spread his hands, indicating that he was innocent. Lolo seemed to have noticed something, and turned her head suddenly, and found a charming woman leaning against the back door and looking at her lazily. The rookie warrior remembered very clearly that not long ago, the other party was clearly sleeping soundly on the dining table in the hall, and the shoulder strap of her pajamas fell to her chest without noticing, and she didn't seem to wake up at all. But now, this woman named Isabel stood behind her quietly. "Little sister, you are not the only one who can use the magic of invisibility." The woman giggled. Just now, she cast a true vision to invalidate the girl's invisibility. At the same time, she cast an invisibility spell on herself and sneaked to the door. In her right hand, she held a walnut staff. There was a fist-sized dark blue magic crystal on the top of the staff. It was exquisitely crafted and looked like a work of art rather than a weapon. However, Luo, who was also a magician, froze when he saw the staff. There is still a certain gap between walnut and oak in terms of elemental affinity. The walnut used to make staffs is basically more than 1,000 years old. Even so, the elemental affinity of the staffs can only reach the level of about 300 years of oak. However, walnut also has its advantages. Its material determines that it can withstand higher intensity mana output. The power of spells cast with a walnut staff can be increased by about 20% to 30%. This is why some magicians still prefer walnut staffs even though they know that its performance in elemental affinity is not satisfactory. Those who dare to use walnut staffs are all masters without exception, because unless they have strong control over spells, the benefits of increased power are far less than the losses caused by insufficient elemental affinity. Magicians who choose walnut as their staff will almost always choose to fight quickly in battle, because the mental power and mana they need to release each spell are twice as much as those of magicians using oak staffs, but once they take action, they are much more violent than ordinary magicians. Luo actually had doubts when he first climbed to the second floor. There were 4 rooms, except for the last very simple one for the cook, and there were weapons in 2 of the remaining 3 rooms. There was a long whip in George's room, which should be his weapon, and there were 2 long swords in the double room. Only the first room, where the woman lived, had only perfume and clothes, and the girl did not see any weapons there. Now the answer is finally revealed. It turns out that the owner of this room is actually a wizard, and a mid-level wizard. No wonder Isabel hid her staff. If Lolo saw the staff, he would definitely be alert. The powerful sleeping potion made by the girl is only the most basic potion. It is okay to use it against other people, but it is impossible to hide it from peers, especially powerful peers. Isabel's staff is hidden in a walnut hanger. As the main body of the hanger, it is placed in the living room. The magic crystal on the top is covered by a hat. Lolo's attention was completely attracted by George behind the sofa before, and he did not discover the secret of the walnut staff. Chapter 246. What is more dazzling than Isabel's figure is her surging magic power. This woman seems to have no idea what it means to be low-key. She lets her aura be released wantonly without any intention of covering it up. And she does have the capital to do so. A 5th-level magician under the age of 30, and a woman, is rare even in Gudries. In comparison, Luo, who can't even cast a spell, is a bit shabby. However, the girl still had the sword in her hand, but her current situation was not optimistic. Her only reliance, the invisibility technique, was also broken. George was difficult enough to deal with, and with Isabel, the situation was extremely bad for her. Although the gap in strength between the 2 sides was huge, Lolo knew that her hope of escaping tonight was slim, but with her character, she would not sit and wait for death anyway. The head of the Breton family held the long sword that was lost and found in his hand tightly, and was ready for the final battle. At this critical moment, the girl unexpectedly lost her focus. In the desperate situation, Luo was surprisingly calm, without too much fear and anxiety. In fact, from the moment she made this decision and chose to come to the museum alone, she had already anticipated what might happen later, but she did not regret it. If time could go back and let her choose again, she would still enter this small building without hesitation, because as long as there was a possibility, she would not give up looking for the whereabouts of Sister Teresa. But if she knew the existence of George and Isabel in advance, she would be more careful and find means other than potions to deal with this group of people. However, at this moment, the girl was not thinking about finding the truth or revenge. Perhaps even Lolo herself was a little strange. What she missed most in the last moment of her life was not the vast snow in the north, the vast territory of the Breton family, or the castle where she had lived since she was a child, but a small bakery she had only visited twice. The owner of the bakery once gave her a bunch of keys. That night, Lolo felt that she was very close to home. The girl stood in front of the small window that emitted warm light all night, but she still did not push open the door. If one day she leaves this world, he will be the saddest person. She even thought about the anxious expression of someone looking for her all over the world tomorrow morning after finding out she is missing. Lolo could only say sorry silently in her heart. The girl shook her head, trying to clear out those messy thoughts, took a deep breath, and prepared for the next battle. However, Isabel did not even give her a chance to fight fairly in the last battle. As soon as Lolo took half a step forward, the magic trap under her feet lit up, and the bush behind her, which was originally only for decoration, began to grow wildly under the catalysis of magic elements, and stretched out 2 arms made of branches and leaves to grab the girl. Luoluo's reaction was not slow either. She raised the Elden sword in her hand, and cut off one of the arms, and then dodged the sweep of the other arm. But her resistance tonight ended there. Just when she was concentrating on dealing with the 2 green arms, another hand stretched out from the bush and grabbed the girl's ankle. Luoluo staggered, thinking that this was too foul, but who let it be a bush? Since the so-called arm was just made up of branches and leaves, it was not surprising to grow several. Luoluo was soon tied up tightly by the crazy growing branches, and lay on the ground unable to move. Isabel yawned loudly, and waved to George, "You're welcome." However, George did not show any joy, but a sad face. "Didn't I say that I don't need you to help? So should I stand aside, and watch the girl from the Breton family slip away from my eyes? Or should I watch her add a few more wounds on her body?" Isabel said leisurely, took out a small mirror, and touched up her makeup. George was not angry, he shook his head. "No one can escape from my hands, it was just an accident just now, I could catch her even if you didn't make a move." "Accident?" The female magician chuckled. "Don't you think you have too many accidents? Half a year ago in Makiri, you were almost chopped off your left hand by accident, and less than a month later you were stabbed 7 times in Raven Valley." George sighed. "Who made us do a dangerous job?" Isabel was amused by his answer, and closed the mirror in her hand. "I don't care about your messy habits, but the higher-ups specifically asked us to bring this girl back intact. I think you should understand what intact means." George looked down at the hideous wound on his chest and blinked. "But now the incomplete person seems to be me. If I remember correctly, the knight in Makiri who cut your left hand was dismembered by you not long after. The guy in Raven Valley was even more unlucky. You locked him up with 100 hungry rats. The poor guy wailed for 3 days before he died." "Ha, what do you want to say?" "I want to say that although I still can't understand your way of having fun, I am very familiar with the general pattern of your fun. First act as a masochist, then become a sadist. This transformation seems to bring you the greatest excitement and pleasure." Isabel said lazily, "I'm sorry to disturb your fun, but this time I have to make sure you don't play too much." "Isabel, what you said is too sad. I'm not a cold-blooded person like Pete. How can I bear to hurt such a beautiful girl?" George smiled. "No matter how cold-blooded Pete is, at least he will be meticulous in carrying out his mission. But you are an out-and-out lunatic. You know what the order is, but you dare to push her into the well?" George smiled. "I only recognized her identity after that. You should save this for the chief judge to explain." The female magician was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of the guy opposite. The magic trap was also time-limited. In another 5 minutes, the crazy growing bushes would return to their original state, and then Lolo would be free. Isabel would definitely not let this happen. She turned upstairs, and picked a bottle of perfume from her dressing table. Then she went downstairs, walked to Lolo, and shook the bottle of perfume in front of the girl's nose. Not long after, Lolo felt sleepy and her eyelids became heavier. Chapter 247. What are you going to do with her? I have a suggestion, what do you think? George said excitedly. Why don't we put her in a golem? I know you have a high-level potion in your collection that can keep a person in a paralyzed state, unable to speak or move, but conscious. At the same time, the body's metabolism is reduced to the lowest level, so that even if she doesn't eat or drink, she can still live for 10 days or half a month. Haha, isn't it interesting when she wakes up and finds that she has become a golem? However, Isabel raised her eyebrows when she heard this. You'd better not have any ideas about her. The Grand Inquisitor cares about this child very much. I will take her back to the Holy Alliance tomorrow. George was stunned. You are leaving tomorrow, but our mission has not been completed yet. You are also an old man in the Institute. You should know that the consequences of interrupting the mission without authorization are very serious. Things have their priorities. I think escorting the current head of the Breton family should have a higher priority than the mission we are currently carrying out, the female magician said calmly. George seemed to have discovered something interesting. His eyes lit up. Oh, is this the Isabel who just warned me not to play too much? You seem to attach special importance to this girl. Did you know her before and wanted to let her escape halfway? But he soon overturned his guess. No, You have been acting differently since we received this task. A few days ago, you even adopted a wild cat for the first time. Haha, Pete and Russell have only been in contact with you for a short time. They may not know who you are, but I know that you have never been the kind of woman who likes small animals. So why do you suddenly want to keep a cat? Come on, let me guess. The female magician looked coldly at her companion. George was not frightened by her gaze. He rubbed his hands excitedly and continued to talk to himself. I think it must have been very hard for you during this period. You couldn't go out to fool around for such a long time. There are 3 men in this small courtyard. Russell and I are not interested in you. Pete is not your cup of tea, so... Well, okay, this is unlikely. Besides, you fed this cat so fat, and it seems that you don't intend to use it as a punching bag. Hey, this is interesting. Could it be that you really keep it for its company? George looked up with a surprised expression on his face. No way, are you so anxious and struggling inside that you need to raise a cat to relieve it? So all this has nothing to do with the girl from the Breton family. She just happened to appear when you needed her most, and you just used her as an excuse to get out of this mission. George thought, Isabel, what are you afraid of? You are not a magician. This has nothing to do with you. Isabel bent down and checked the girl's body. She confirmed that Lolo had completely fainted, so she cast a levitation spell on the latter, trying to take the girl back to her room. George's curiosity was completely aroused. He leaned against the wall and looked at the female magician, who was casting a spell. Speaking of which, the guy named Arclight has always been mysterious. He is the commander of this operation, but we have not seen him in person until now. Every time there is something, his golem comes to us. I once privately checked the origin of the golem, and found that it was just the most common standard golem, mass-produced by a large magic workshop. There are about 2,000 golems in the same batch, and there is no way to trace it. The guy named Arclight hid himself very well, and he was obviously very afraid of the target this time. You seem to have mastered something I don't know. Isabel remained silent, as if she agreed with George's statement, but she didn't seem to want to educate her companions. George's eyes rolled around, and suddenly he rushed to Lolo and put the dagger on the girl's neck before the female magician could react. Isabel was a little puzzled. What's wrong with you? I have nothing to do with her. Do you want to use her to threaten me with the wrong person? George licked his lips. Of course I know you have nothing to do with her, but you better pray that she can survive, at least until you send her to the chief judge. Otherwise you have no reason to leave halfway. So if I were you, tell me all the information you have, and then I promise to hand her over to you intact. At that time, I will no longer care whether you go or stay. As long as you are willing, you can take her away from Gudrie's tonight. The female magician frowned. I don't believe you can do it. How will you explain to the chief judge if you kill her? That's my own business. Don't worry about it. George pressed the dagger in his hand down, and a blood mark appeared on the girl's neck. Isabel thought quickly in her heart. She was a little unsure whether George was bluffing or really crazy. After a while, the female magician finally spoke again. Magic is the greatest invention of mankind. In the eyes of mortals, magicians can call the wind and rain and do everything, but in fact every magician has his own limit, and magic related to life is the limit of all magicians. This field has been blank so far, but near Gudrie's, there was a rumor that the last piece of the magic system was hidden in the St. Laurent Brothers Magic School. George was a little surprised. Has anyone seen through the secrets of life? The female magician shook her head. No one can see through the secrets of life. This is also the biggest difference between mortals and gods. Rumors are just rumors after all, and their credibility is questionable. George thought for a while. No, you didn't tell me everything, but this still can't explain your panic. The secrets of life are the field that every magician wants to touch. Why do you want to run away? This time, Isabel was silent for a longer time, and George's dagger was pressed lower and lower. The blood on Lolo's neck gushed out, staining her clothes red. The boy urged, Hurry up, you don't have much time. The female magician laughed instead. George, we have known each other for so long. Do you think I look like someone who would be coerced? You have to try it out to know. George also smiled brightly. How about this? I will count to 3. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer, I will cut her throat. The boy raised a finger, and the dagger moved forward a little bit. The girl frowned, as if she could feel the pain even in her sleep. Isabel stood there indifferent, and George raised the second finger. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Oh! George had a playful smile on his face. What day is today? There are so many guests. Chapter 248. The knock on the door was a little harsh in the quiet street. Isabel looked at George, and George looked at Isabel. Neither of them moved. George sighed and spoke first. I think it's best for you to open the door in this situation. Isn't it the fairest choice for us to open the door together in this situation? The female magician said leisurely. Haha, you have a good plan. I dare not put down the dagger in my hand. Although I am not afraid of you, you magicians have too many tricks. I am afraid that I will not be able to find you when I come back. Where can I go to continue listening to the story? Isabel blinked. So neither of us will open the door? It seems so. The female magician held her staff and stood in the backyard with a relaxed look. This was the second wave of people who came to them tonight, which meant that the secret base was likely exposed. However, Isabel didn't care much. She didn't plan to stay here to complete the mission, so it didn't matter whether it was exposed or not. But George was different. He seemed to be particularly interested in this mission. No, to be more precise, he was aroused by the reactions of Isabel and Arclight. The female magician has known the boy opposite for a long time, but until now she dare not say that she knows him well enough. This guy is an absolute lunatic. Even among the lunatics in the Inquisition, he is the most unstable one. Even the chief judge said frankly that he can't completely control him. In fact, if it weren't for his strong enough strength, the things he did before would have been enough to be repeatedly killed by the Inquisition several times. But this guy is still alive and well now, which has to be said to be a miracle. The most serious one was that he disobeyed the order of the chief judge and sent the target that was supposed to be protected secretly to his ex-wife, who always hated him. As a result, the target was castrated by his ex-wife. Afterwards, it was discovered that the guy was a big shot in the temple. George realized that he had caused a big disaster and fled overnight. The high level of the temple was alarmed. The two archbishops were furious and sent the most elite paladins to search for his whereabouts. However, George managed to catch an important fugitive wanted by the Inquisition for 20 years before the knights caught him. The Grand Inquisitor personally came forward to plead for him in front of the Pope. In the end, he only suffered a little physical pain and miraculously survived this crisis. After this incident, everyone thought he would be restrained, but George hardly changed afterwards and continued to do his own thing. Isabel knew that with this guy's character, once he became interested in something, he would definitely use all means and would never give up until he got the answer he wanted. If George wants to stay here, he must deal with the trouble outside the door as soon as possible and find out who else knows the secret of this place and get rid of them. This is also Isabel's confidence. She is sure that if the stalemate continues, George will be the first to lose patience. However, the guy opposite now looks calm and relaxed, and seems not to be in a hurry at all. The knocking sound outside finally disappeared after a while, and the surroundings returned to peace. The unknown visitor seemed to have left, but it was unclear whether he would come back. The female magician raised her eyebrows. Don't you want to know how the guy outside found this place? I do. George nodded seriously. But I want to know more about what in Saya Musri that scares you so much. This mission is obviously different from the ones we received before. We have been in Gudries for a month, but there is still no further instruction from above. We just want us to continue to cooperate with Arclight's actions. I don't like this feeling. If the base is exposed, you won't be able to complete the mission even if I tell you everything I know. Isabel shrugged. With Arclight's caution, he probably won't contact you again. It doesn't matter, I can complete the mission in my own way. George grinned, as if he really wasn't worried at all. As a result, while the two were talking, the knock on the door that had disappeared before sounded again, and this time the sound came from outside the courtyard wall behind them. Isabel and George were both startled, because this small building was chosen by the temple as a secret base, so the backyard was completely closed, and there was no gate on the stone wall. Except for the wall facing the back window of the museum, which was slightly lower, the remaining two walls were more than 1 person tall, and at least 10 centimeters wide. There was no entrance or exit on them, so it was better to say that the guy was knocking on the wall rather than knocking on the door. George was speechless. What the hell? Even if we wanted to open the door for him this time, we couldn't open it. However, he stopped talking halfway, and the next scene almost made the boy's eyes pop out. The next moment, a door appeared out of thin air on the stone wall. This door was cut out by someone, and the whole process took less than 5 seconds. George himself was a high-level professional, so he knew how difficult it was to cut a door in such a thick stone wall. He thought he could do it, but it was definitely impossible to complete it in such a short time. Moreover, to achieve this level, the weapon must be good enough. An ordinary long sword would be broken after a few hits on the stone. This was also what surprised George the most. The weapon used by the guy outside to cut out the door was neither a knife nor a sword, but wind. the most common wind that is everywhere in the world. Isabel's pupils also shrank, and she no longer had the indifferent expression before. She had recognized the name of this magic, but it was also because of this that she was more shocked. Wind Blade is one of the most common third-level attack magics. As a magician, she is not unfamiliar with this wind magic. She knows that under normal circumstances, the power of this magic will never reach such a terrifying level. It can easily cut a door in a stone wall. Such destructive power is enough to rival some 5th-level magic. The other party's understanding of magic is simply incredible. The newcomer is a master. The female magician and George exchanged glances quickly. Isabel put away her previous lazy look and held her staff. George was reluctant to let go of the girl in his hand and took her to the stone door. The boy wanted to lie on it to listen to the movement outside, but as soon as his finger touched the edge of the stone door, a crack appeared on the stone door. What's going on? George saw that the crack spread rapidly around at an unimaginable speed. In less than a moment, the cracks on the stone door had become as dense as a spider web. Then the stone door shattered with a bang. Fortunately, George reacted quickly enough and returned to his original position with Luo in his arms before the stone door disappeared, thus avoiding the flying gravel. The dust cleared and a figure appeared on the other side of the stone wall. Chapter 249. Isabel and George could not help but be stunned when they saw the person coming. The female magician looked strange and asked George beside her, "Did you order bread for tomorrow's breakfast?" Isabel asked this because of the way the guy outside the door was dressed. He wore a tall chef's hat and a chef-style apron around his waist with a long bread painted on it. In addition, the white powder on his hair was obviously flour. This guy looks like he just walked out of the kitchen of a bakery. In fact, Rob did just walk out of the kitchen. Luo's behavior has been a little strange these days. The future super magician has noticed her abnormality. That night, he caught a sneaky black golem next to the girls' dormitory. Rob knew who was behind it, but he also knew that the other party was very cautious, and would probably not reveal any clues later. Luo is not one of those noble girls, who live behind the high walls of the castle, and are unaware of the danger in front of them. After her father disappeared, she relied on her own strength to find the truth and grew up a lot along the way. She knew what she was doing very well. Even if the owner of the trap golem must have given her a reason to take the risk, Rob did not dissuade her. But the great magician did do something to ensure her safety. On New Year's Eve, Rob gave Lolo a feather pen, which was a very rare defensive magic device that could automatically release a 5th-level defensive magic when the holder was in danger. However, the future super magician was still a little worried, because the feather pen was an external object after all, and Lolo might not always carry it with her, so he quietly planted another magic on the girl. Pain connection. This is actually a forbidden magic that can forcibly connect the pain of two unrelated life forms together. When one party suffers from pain, the feeling of pain will also be transmitted intact to the other party's mind. When this magic first appeared, some evil magicians liked to use it to torture their targets for fun. In the later Rose War, this magic was used as a means of interrogation. Because of the existence of the ceremony for the protection of prisoners of war in the Dawn continent, the various races could no longer torture their prisoners to extract intelligence as they did before. So a magician working for the military came up with the idea of using pain connection to replace the traditional torture method. The biggest advantage of this method is that it can bring the maximum pain to the interrogated person, while ensuring that the person's body is not harmed. In this way, it is equivalent to taking advantage of the loopholes in the convention. But there is no doubt that this practice is extremely inhumane. When the pain reaches a certain limit, the interrogated person even wants to die on the spot, and even begs the interrogator to kill him. The military generally uses several methods, such as establishing a pain connection between the interrogated person and a mouse, and then putting the mouse into an ice cellar or steamer. The interrogated person can clearly feel the pain of the body being swallowed by the cold bit by bit, and even the blood is frozen, or being steamed alive, and in the process can also smell the horror of the fragrance of his own meat. But the most cruel is to establish a pain connection between the interrogated person and a creature with extremely tenacious vitality, like the Mobius cockroach. The latter can survive for nearly a quarter of an hour even after being beheaded. This quarter of an hour is simply the most terrible torture in the world for the interrogated person. Often, the interrogated people suffered mental breakdowns during the interrogation process, and when they were released after the war, they were completely crazy. Therefore, this magic has always been controversial. The priests in the church, who healed and counseled the wounded, were the first to protest. The temple also expressed dissatisfaction to the Magicians' Association and the military. Even the Magicians' Association had differences on this matter. In fact, by the end of the War of the Roses, this method of torture had been gradually abolished, and it was not until the end of the war that this magic was completely banned by the Magicians Association. However, out of respect for magic knowledge and the purpose of pure research, although the Magicians Association destroyed all books recording forbidden magic outside, it set up a room in the central library to store forbidden magic. With Rob's authority, he can check almost all forbidden magic in the library of the Magicians Association. The future super magician was deeply influenced by demand in this regard. The vice president always believed that magic itself was not divided into good and evil, but just a simple tool. But some tools were more dangerous. If these dangerous tools fell into the hands of bad people, they would often cause bad effects. Therefore, the Magicians Association had to ban the spread of some magic, but it did not mean that this part of magic was worthless. Many inventors of forbidden magic often had good intentions when creating this magic. For example, the magician who invented the pain link magic was to use this magic to protect his young daughter, who was born not long ago. The magician was rather introverted, and the father and daughter lived alone in the magic tower. He usually spent most of his time in the laboratory, so he asked the golem to help him look after his daughter. However, the golem had no intelligence after all, and could only complete some of the most basic instructions. So the magician invented the pain link to connect his daughter's pain with his own, so that he could feel it at the first time if his daughter had any discomfort. The pain connection that Rob planted on Luo was slightly different from the original one, and was modified. The pain connection of the great magician was unidirectional, which meant that Luo's pain could be felt by him, but his pain would not be transmitted to the girl. At the same time, he could also locate the existence of the other party through the pain connection. The purpose of Rob planting this magic was to protect the girl. As a result, just before, his small bakery had just closed, and the great magician stayed in the kitchen and tried to bake an apple pie by himself. However, when he was mixing flour and eggs together, he suddenly felt a pain in his neck. The great magician reached out and touched the painful part, and found that there was no wound there. Rob's face changed, and the next moment, he disappeared from the bakery. The future super magician activated the location of the pain connection, and no longer had any intention of concealing his strength. It took less than 3 minutes to cross half of the city, and appear outside the secret base of the Inquisition in Gudries. He didn't even bother to change the clothes he wore when making bread, which made him look a little funny. If he hadn't just witnessed a stone door shattering, George would definitely think that this was someone playing a bad joke on him. However, his intuition told him that this matter was not as fun as it seemed. Because when he saw that figure, a long-lost warning sign actually rose in his heart. Chapter 250. George and Isabel carefully looked at the sudden visitor opposite, but Rob did not look at the two people. Since entering the courtyard, his eyes fell only on Luo. After confirming that she was not in danger of life, the guardian knight breathed a sigh of relief. Then, seeing the wound on the girl's neck, Rob frowned again. "Do you have hemostatic grass here?" George grinned. "Do we look like people who would prepare hemostatic grass?" The great magician finally turned his gaze to the two people opposite him. He looked at George first and raised his eyebrows. "Inquisition? It's you again." "Again?" George keenly grasped the key words in someone's words. "So that means you killed a team before?" I said, "With that kid's strength, there is no way he could quietly wipe out a team of punishment knights." He narrowed his eyes as he spoke. However, the great magician did not answer him again, and turned his head to Isabel again, seeing that she was a little surprised. "Magician? The armed forces of the Inquisition are mainly composed of punishment knights. But there are also some other professionals, including magicians. But the number of magicians is the smallest, because as we all know, most magicians are a group of people without faith. Of course, people who join the Inquisition are not necessarily because of faith. The personnel composition of this dark organization is very complicated, including some fugitives, who have committed serious crimes and are desperate in the human world. The Inquisition has reached an agreement with this group of people to provide them with shelter in exchange for their service. This is very similar to some big families, but the temple is more strict in selecting people, and is basically only interested in famous masters, such as Rasul in the room. Some people choose to join the Inquisition purely because they like blood and killing. In peacetime, under the constraints of law and morality, the executioners have a harder and harder time. Only dark organizations like the Inquisition still use old-fashioned methods. For some bloodthirsty guys, this kind of life is still very attractive, but the female magician does not look like the latter. There are two guys in a coma in the room. The great magician has basically grasped the situation of the courtyard after a glance. Rob did not wait any longer because he saw the dagger in George's hand, the blood on the dagger, and the painful expression of Lolo in coma. So the next moment, the future supermodels all moved, and a golden sword appeared in front of George's chest, but the latter was already on guard. He did not dodge, but raised a cruel smile on his face. George actually chose to shield the girl in his arms in front of his chest. He had already seen that the uninvited guest opposite valued Lolo. From the extremely arrogant way this guy appeared, he was undoubtedly a master, but at the same time he also had a fatal weakness, that is the girl in his arms. The guy seemed to care about the girl's safety, so George was confident that the long sword would not fall in the end. With Lulu in his hand, he had an invincible shield, and was already invincible. However, the opponent was afraid to use his full strength, so the battle was over before it even started. As a result, his smile froze on his lips the next moment. The guy on the opposite side did not have any intention of stopping. The golden long sword slashed at the girl in his hand without hesitation. The long sword passed through Lulu's body, but the strange thing was that the girl did not have any scars on her body. Compared with her, George's left hand suddenly burst into a blood mist when it touched the golden sword. The 6th level knight screamed. If he hadn't retracted quickly enough, his left hand would have been cut off directly. The opponent's attack did not end there. Almost at the same time, the second long sword fell. This time, the target of the long sword was George's right hand. George had no choice but to let go of the girl because of the previous experience. Then a huge elemental hand lifted the girl to the front of the great magician, and Rob caught the rookie warrior, who fell from midair. Mimicry magic? The female magician at the side was originally going to chant a spell, but she couldn't help but scream when she saw this scene. When the golden sword appeared, she had already vaguely sensed something, but she didn't dare to believe her eyes. Until the sword passed through the girl's body, Lolo was still safe and sound. Isabel finally confirmed that this was the mimicry magic that had driven countless magicians crazy, but no one could achieve. The golden sword was made of divine power, which was the only way to explain why it only worked on George. The power of the Holy Spirit is the most gentle power in the world. It does not seek to kill. In fact, the power of the Holy Spirit will only cause harm to dark creatures. However, ironically, this power is the nemesis of the punishment knight. Mimicry magic, what is that? George gritted his teeth in pain, but he was excited. He looked at his left hand. Although the hand was not completely cut off, it was only connected by a layer of skin and flesh, hanging on his wrist at a weird angle of 180 degrees. George waved his broken wrist, and seemed to find it interesting to see the hand swinging back and forth under the influence of gravity. It turns out that things that should be thrown away cannot be saved. Last time, this hand was almost lost, but it took so long to use it, so it can be considered a gain. After saying that, he smiled, showing 2 rows of white teeth, and pressed his broken wrist with his other hand, then opened his mouth and actually bit off the only layer of flesh. George kicked the broken hand that fell to the ground aside, and spit out a piece of meat from his mouth. There was not much pain on his face, but he was eager to try. Interesting, it turned out to be divine power, so now the magicians are so powerful that they can use the power of gods at will. We have to report this to the Institute. Isabel? George looked at his companion, and found that the latter looked lost. Mimicry magic had the greatest impact on Isabel, a magician. George was only vaguely aware of the seriousness of this matter, but Isabel understood what the emergence of mimicry magic meant. The divine power will no longer be the exclusive power of the gods, which means that the boundary between mortals and those great beings has become blurred, which will directly shake the foundation of the temple. Then the female magician seemed to think of a possibility. Her face suddenly turned pale, and even her voice trembled. You are that devil? Chapter 251. The afternoon sun was bright. The fox-masked man moved a chair to the backyard of the bakery, holding Claire's special red bean cakes and barley tea, and admired the beautiful legs of the girls on the street through the small hole in the wall. After a while, Lois ran in from outside, greeted the old man behind the counter, pushed open the back door of the kitchen, and shouted to the guy on the chair, "The girl from the Breton family seems to be ready to take action, but..." The female archer stopped talking because she found that the guy wearing the fox mask seemed to have fallen asleep. He was lying on Claire's rattan chair, with his hands under his head, snoring softly. He had eaten all the red bean cakes, and half of the barley tea was placed on the ground. A few birds were jumping around his feet, looking for bread crumbs on the ground. For some reason, this picture made Lois feel inexplicably moved. The female archer tiptoed to the teacher, originally wanting to take this rare opportunity to tease this guy and pour the half cup of barley tea into his mouth, but her hand holding the cup finally stopped in midair. Lois had never observed this guy so closely before. This guy she called her teacher seemed to have a very strange ability, always making his image blurry, as if you had spent a whole day with him, but when you think about it the next morning, you can't remember any of his features. The female archer thought, is this the legendary weak sense of existence? But now he is asleep, and that ability seems to have disappeared. Looking at the naive fox mask, Lois suddenly felt a strong desire in her heart, wanting to take off the mask and see what kind of face is underneath. Judging from his skin and hair, this guy should be about the same age as me. Really, he is so young, but why does he always speak in an old-fashioned way? He also looks superior when he lectures me. From the first day she met him, the female archer has been curious about what is hidden under the mask. She has imagined what he looks like more than once. He must be ugly if he wears a mask every day. This is the girl's initial thought. Is he afraid of being laughed at, so he always wears that ridiculous mask, or is it to maintain the dignity of the so-called teacher? Later, Lois wondered if something unfortunate had happened to him, such as his face being burned by fire or scalded by hot water, so he used this method to cover it up. But when she thought of the heartless look of that guy, the female archer subconsciously felt that such a tragedy would not happen to him. So, in the final analysis, why does this guy wear a mask all day long? The more she thought about it, the more curious she became, as if a kitten was always scratching her heart, but the fox-masked man usually treasured his mask so much that he would never take it off, as if the mask was his true self. Now she finally caught a golden opportunity. At this moment, there were only the fox-masked man and herself in the courtyard. The former was sleeping soundly. As long as she took off the mask and took a quick peek, she could satisfy her curiosity. If she didn't say it afterwards, no one would know. At this moment, the female archer was indeed moved, but she had a premonition that once she took off the mask, her life would most likely change. Lois actually liked this kind of life now. She quarreled with the fox-masked man every day, listened to him bragging, and then watched him look unhappy after his lies were exposed. The girl didn't want to break this peace, but occasionally she would have extra expectations, but the female archer herself couldn't explain what this extra expectation was. So what are you waiting for? Lois was startled by the sudden voice, and turned around to find Grandma Claire standing at the door. The old lady's footsteps were very light and silent. The female archer didn't even know when she came. But seeing Claire, Lois still felt guilty. The latter seemed to have seen through her little thoughts, but to her surprise, the old lady didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her. We will encounter many opportunities in our lives. Some opportunities are lost and lost. We don't feel sorry because sooner or later you can encounter the same or better opportunities again. But some opportunities may only happen once for everyone. Missing this time is equivalent to missing a lifetime, Claire said meaningfully. The female archer was shocked when she heard this. She finally noticed something unusual. With the fox-masked man's usual vigilance, how could he not wake up yet? Lois had already walked so close to him. Claire also spoke, but the guy was still sleeping with a sweet face, mumbling in his mouth, this chest is nice, oh this ass, it's amazing. The female archer hesitated. Don't worry, as long as you don't tell him what happened at noon today, he will never know. The old man winked at her and said, this is our little secret. Encouraged by Claire, Lois finally stopped hesitating and reached out. Her fingertips touched the mask. It was strange that the mask was still very cold even though it had been exposed to the sun for so long. The female archer couldn't help but shiver, but her hand didn't stop moving. However, just when Lois mustered up the courage to lift the mask, her wrist was grabbed by a hand. Ah heh heh, you two are really naughty. The fox-masked man, who should have been immersed in a sweet dream and continued to play with the beautiful girl, suddenly opened his eyes and chuckled, you really are a worry for me every moment. The female archer blushed, feeling like the worst thief in the world, who had just reached into the target's pocket and was caught red-handed. She stood there for a long time before she came to her senses, slapped someone's claws away, and said angrily, teacher, you are so despicable. You are teasing me again. You are obviously awake, but still pretending to sleep. The fox-masked man smiled. Who told you to always plot against me? I've warned you more than once before, don't take off this mask casually, be careful to release the devil underneath. TSK, teacher, you are not afraid of biting your tongue when you brag, there is no devil as weak as you in this world. Lois laughed at the other party mercilessly, and before they knew it, the master and apprentice entered the familiar daily bickering mode again. However, for some reason, the female archer's heart could not calm down, and she felt a kind of indescribable loss. She thought of what Claire said before. Some opportunities may only come once to everyone. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it for the rest of your life. Lois shook her head, trying to get rid of the strange feeling. By the way, I came here to tell you that the girl from the Breton family is ready to take action, but it's so strange that she didn't ask for help from the mysterious master behind her, but went to the secret base of the temple alone. In this case, her situation is not optimistic. The fox-masked man yawned loudly. The people of the Breton family are all fools, always thinking of taking care of everything themselves. Haha, but don't worry, the people who are supposed to show up will definitely show up. It's just a matter of time. I'm looking forward to the next battle. Both sides are masters, but it's a pity that both gangs are too alert, otherwise it would be very interesting to witness this battle with my own eyes. Chapter 252. The Great Magician treated the girls wound. Since there was no hemostatic grass at hand, he used a coagulation spell instead. Then he tore off a piece of clean clothes to bandage her neck. After doing all this, Rob happened to hear the female magician's words, so he raised his eyebrows. Before the future super magician walked out of the tower, he already had a lot of titles, including the title of the future patron saint of the human race given to him by the royal family, the title of the most talented magician recognized by the magic world, the title of the holy magician given to him by the temple, etc. In addition, there are many other messy titles given to him by the official or private sectors. Although Rob couldn't remember all those strange titles, he was sure that none of them had anything to do with the devil, which meant that Isabel might have mistaken him for someone else. The future super magician's heart moved. Could it be that there were other people in Gudries who could use mimicry magic? But now was obviously not the time to discuss such things, because George on the other side couldn't wait to launch an attack. The 6th level knight did not wait for his companions to come to their senses, but unexpectedly chose to charge directly. However, Rob's reaction was also very fast. He held Lolo in one hand, and quickly cast a spell with the other hand. 4 Longinus war spears immediately appeared in front of George. Seeing the 4 golden spears whistling at him, the latter did not slow down or dodge, but chose to twist his body into an extremely strange posture, with his head and butt folded together, and he actually got out of the gap between the 4 spears, but there was still a series of blood beads behind him, because one of the spears rubbed his arm. George paid the price for this hard charge after all. The 4 spears of the Great Magician were not released casually. Rob chose the angle after precise calculation, confirming that George could not pass through the middle with his body shape. However, the Great Magician did not expect the latter's body to be so soft and could be deformed like a piece of plasticine, and he was finally squeezed by him. The minor injury on his arm was nothing in the eyes of the 6th level knight. Instead, it made him feel more excited. The happy expression on George's face did not seem fake, which made the future super magician believe that this guy really regarded being injured as a kind of enjoyment. In just a blink of an eye, the distance between him and Rob was shortened by half. George's original weapon was still upstairs. At this moment, he was holding the elven sword he had just picked up from the ground. Rob could already feel the chill on the sword. The situation at this moment is undoubtedly much more serious than the time in the small town tavern. Although the Great Magician had 4 opponents at that time, their levels were not high. But this time George is a genuine 6th level knight. Although the mimicry magic is powerful, Rob has not been able to fully master it. He can only release divine arts below the 3rd level now. It is only because the divine power naturally restrains the punishment knights. These divine arts are effective against low and middle level punishment knights, but they are not so effective against high level punishment knights. George's hand was nearly cut off before, purely because he was asking for trouble. With his skills, he could have easily avoided the attack of the golden sword, but this guy insisted on using Lolo to block it, and not only did he lose a hand, but also let the future super magician snatch the girl away again. However, after suffering a loss once, he also understood those golden weapons. It would not be easy for the Great Magician to hurt him with divine magic again. Unfortunately, the punishment knight itself was immune to most magic below the 5th level. The next battle was not easy for Rob. The future super magician released a battle axe and a heavy shield condensed by divine power to stop George from approaching him recklessly. He used the moment he gained to decisively start the phase shift. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot, and he appeared again half a second later, standing on the wall near the museum. Rob had previously relied on this magic to cross half of the city in just 3 minutes. This magic was also the pre-magic of the famous instant teleportation. Teleportation is the most famous signature skill of magicians, making the 9th level super magician the most difficult to kill on the Dawn continent. However, phase shift, as a prerequisite spell for teleportation, is not so famous. The reason is simple, because this spell is too difficult to master. Although it is only 5th level, The complexity of phase shift even exceeds a considerable number of 7th-level magics, because the space folding and dimensionality reduction theory involved in it also made this magic once jokingly called the intermediate magic that no intermediate magician can comprehend. In addition, phase shifting is also a very dangerous thing. The caster needs to do a lot of calculations before each move. Once any detail is deviated, it may bring unimaginable serious consequences. In fact, except for perverts like Rob, no one can use phase shifting in actual combat. George frowned. He just used his long sword to split the heavy shield made of divine power, but the distance between the two sides, which had been shortened with great difficulty, was suddenly widened again. The 6th-level knight was not prepared for a protracted battle. He had been stabbed in the chest by Lola before, and then his wrist was cut off by the great magician. There was also a new wound on his arm. Although George was fascinated by the feeling of being injured, he did not want to die from excessive blood loss. If the opponent kept running like this, he would be dragged to death. So it is true that magicians are the most annoying profession in the world. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Isabel finally overcame her fear and broke free from those negative emotions. After that, the female magician quickly entered the combat state. At the same time as the great magician was moving the phase, she also completed the chanting of the first spell. Isabel and George had cooperated many times, and they had a good understanding of each other, so the magic Isabel chose to start with was not an offensive spell, but a very strange natural magic, Wild Growth. This 2nd-level spell was somewhat similar to the magic trap that Luo stepped on not long ago, both of which could catalyze the crazy growth of nearby plants, but unlike the previous magic trap, the plants catalyzed by Wild Growth were not aggressive, nor would they suddenly stretch out 3 arms to grab people all over the world, but its range of action was larger than the previous magic trap, basically including all the plants in the yard. Under the effect of this spell, all the plants in the yard began to grow wildly. Chapter 253. Only magicians are the most suitable people to deal with magicians. This sentence is indeed true. The wild growth released by Isabel seemed very puzzling to others. The two sides were still fighting, but the female magician did not think about how to attack or restrict the opponent, but ran to the side to do greening. It seemed a bit unprofessional. However, Rob, who is also a magician, knew very well the power of this move. The reason why phase shift is rarely used is not only the difficulty in theoretical understanding, but also the terrifying amount of calculation about spatial position is also an important reason that restricts the popularization of this magic. Every time before the great magician launches phase shift, he needs to complete a large amount of calculation in his mind, and the most important part of this is the calculation of the moving path and the surrounding environment of the target location. The so-called environment here includes stones, weeds, fallen leaves on the ground, and even wind speed and other factors need to be taken into consideration. This is not difficult to understand. Phase shift is equivalent to taking a shortcut through another dimension, infinitely compressing the distance to the target location, and then returning to the original dimension after crossing this distance. Therefore, the most dangerous part of this magic lies in the 2nd-dimensional conversion. If you calculate the landing point incorrectly, when you complete the conversion, you may find that your stomach is pierced by a branch. If you are unlucky, the fallen leaves blown by the wind happen to appear at the position of your heart, and you may even die directly. Now the female magician used the magic of wild growth to make the surrounding environment more complicated. The plants were growing all the time, and the growth rates were different, which made the amount of calculation increase exponentially. Even if Rob was very powerful, he couldn't complete this level of calculation in a short time, which was equivalent to indirectly breaking his phase shift. George didn't understand the principle, but his beast-like fighting instinct told him that the guy had lost the ability to move at will at this moment. So the next moment the 6th-level knight made a move that no one expected. He actually threw the long sword in his hand as a javelin. The 6th-level knight had demonstrated his speed before. It would take at least 2 to 3 seconds for him to rush to the low wall from his current position. George knew that Rob would definitely use this time to prepare to cast a spell, so he temporarily decided to change his attack method. The entire process from the time the long sword was thrown out to the time it pierced the opponent took only 1 second. In such a short time, most magicians would not even have time to react. George was already impatiently waiting to hear the opponent's wailing after being pierced by the long sword. Unfortunately, this time, he was destined to be disappointed. At this critical moment, a hexagonal defense shield quietly opened in front of the great magician, blocking the sudden fatal attack of the punishment knight. Isabel, who witnessed the scene, was horrified. She had recognized that this hexagonal shield was a 4th-level magic ice guard, but the casting speed was too scary. She only saw the guy move his lips slightly, And then this fourth level magic appeared in front of him, and the series of complicated casting processes in the middle seemed to evaporate out of thin air. At this time, Isabel's second spell was just halfway through. If she was the one standing on the low wall at this moment, the female magician asked herself that it would be difficult to avoid George's sneak attack without being prepared. The elven sword collided with the hexagonal protective shield, and ice flew. The sharp sword blade cut through the ice shield, and after piercing the shield, it stretched out about a foot long, but it was still unable to continue. The sword made a whine and embedded in the protective shield. The look on the face of the punishment knight was also a little surprised, but his body did not stop because of this. In fact, after throwing the long sword, his people also moved together. This was a good fighting habit he developed through thousands of trials. George was like a cunning jackal. Once he bit the throat of his prey, he would never let go, and he would not relax his vigilance just because he was about to succeed. So, as the sword was inserted into the ice shield, George also grasped the hilt again. The next moment, the hexagonal shield burst out from it. This fourth level magic only lasted for a short moment under the attack of the punishment knight before it was wiped out, and George finally stood in front of the great magician. The distance between the two was less than 2 steps away, and Rob could clearly see the madness and joy in each other's eyes. That's enough for the appetizers. I can't wait to start enjoying the main course tonight. The punishment knight licked his lips, and said excitedly. A black cage fell from the sky, and covered the two of them. It was Isabel, who finally finished chanting the second spell. Death imprisonment. This is a 5th level dark magic. The 64 black pillars that make up the cage are condensed from dead air. If a living creature accidentally touches it, the life force on its body will soon be lost, and it will age rapidly in a short period of time. There is no doubt that this is also a taboo magic. Death imprisonment and the previous wild growth can cooperate to allow Isabel to further compress Rob's activity space after he lost the ability to move phases. However, the latter's magic attainments were a bit too strong, and the female magician was not completely sure that she could trap him with this forbidden magic. But don't forget that there is not only Rob in the cage now, but also George. At such a close distance, the punishment knight will become a nightmare for all magicians, and all Isabel has to do is to stop the other party a little bit, so that Rob can't leave the cage calmly, and the rest will naturally be solved by George. George also enjoyed this moment, but he didn't want to kill him immediately. The punishment knight's initial plan was to cut off the boy's right hand holding the staff first, so as to prevent him from struggling to death and to avenge his lost left hand. Afterwards, George wanted Isabel to wake up Lolo again. Since the guy on the other side was willing to risk his life to save her, it meant that the relationship between the two was very special. He planned to torture Lolo first to make him tell the secret of the mimicry magic, and then kill the bakery boy bit by bit in front of the girl. Just thinking about this process would make people inexplicably excited. However, what made George dissatisfied was that the parties on the courtyard wall were not very cooperative. The bakery boy did not show any panic expression after finding that he was desperate, and the teammates on the other side, who should have cheered for him, were also not very helpful. Isabel seemed very nervous all the time. Even though her two magics played a crucial role in the battle, her expression was still solemn. The punishment knight sighed. It felt like something was missing without applause at this moment of victory. He also lost a hand, so he couldn't applaud even if he wanted to. Thinking of this, George's mood suddenly became bad again, so he decided to cut off the right hand of the guy in the bakery. George was ready to draw his sword, but the next moment, he found that his body seemed unable to move. Chapter 254. Magic Circle? The face of the punishment knight was full of surprise. This is impossible. I have never taken my eyes off you since you entered the courtyard. You have no chance to set up the magic circle. And why would this magic circle affect me as a punishment knight? Because this magic circle was not just carved, the great magician said lightly. Isabel's expression changed. I thought it was my illusion before. For a moment, I seemed to feel a slight magic fluctuation nearby, but before I could check, I heard a knock on the door. So the first knock on the door was to distract our attention? The female magician did not ask such a stupid question as why Rob's men were in the backyard, when the knocking sound was clearly in the front yard. As a magician, she knew that the other party had too many means to do this little thing. As for why this magic circle is effective, the reason is actually very simple, because the priority of this magic circle is higher than the judgment level of your magic immunity. Rob paused and then explained, I was also deceived at the beginning. Although I knew of your existence, I had never come into contact with you before, so I always thought that your magic immunity characteristics were the same as Mithril, relying on its own super elemental isolation. Until not long ago, I met a team of your Inquisition in Ryan. As a result, during the fight, I found that your magic immunity ability is actually a judgment mechanism. The specific principle is this. When you encounter a magic, the judgment mechanism on your body will take effect. When this judgment mechanism is stronger than the magic you encounter, this magic will be invalid for you. Otherwise, you will not be exempted. George frowned. You mean that magic above level 6 is stronger than our judgment mechanism, so it can take effect, and magic below level 5 is weaker than our judgment mechanism, so it is judged invalid. But what's the use of knowing this? Aren't magicians below level 5 still hopeless against us? Knowing this, I can change the judgment level of the magic circle in advance, disguise the low-level magic circle as a high-level magic circle, and win the judgment on you. The light-hearted words of the great magician fell into the ears of the level 6 knight, but it was like a thunderclap. If he was not really unable to move a finger now, George would definitely think that the guy on the opposite side had gone crazy. The magic immunity of the punishment knight could actually be broken by such a cheating method. This kind of thing is a lie. No one would believe it even if you tell it to others. The female magician was also at a loss. Although Isabel was also a magician, everything that happened in front of her tonight was beyond her cognition. The female magician judged that this was impossible based on her common sense and experience. But at the same time, she also recognized the magic circle that imprisoned George, the lion gravity field. This was a genuine 5th-level magic circle. It was reasonable to say that this magic circle would not have an effect on the punishment knight, but the fact was that George could only move his mouth and eyes. The punishment knight watched Rob raise the staff in his hand and gently tapped his forehead. The next moment, a pure and incomparable holy power poured down from his head. George was surrounded by golden holy light. The punishment knight wailed in pain, as if he was ignited by fire. In a short moment, his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth began to ooze blood. He looked horrible, and at the same time, his screams became more and more shrill. However, the great magician did not mean to stop. Rob looked calm and maintained his original posture. The magic crystal on the top of the staff shone brightly. Under the effect of the holy power, the blood of the punishment knight seemed to be boiled, and the blood vessels burst. The blood stained the ground under his feet red. His screams never stopped, but became smaller and smaller until they disappeared, and there was no life. Only after confirming that George could no longer stand up did the strong, tangible divine power gradually dissipate. Rob retracted his staff and walked down the low wall with the girl in his arms, as if nothing had happened. Isabel's eyes still had a hint of shock. Everything happened too fast. The female magician wanted to save her companion, but she found that the death imprisonment she had released before had become the biggest obstacle to her rescue. Isabel's heart was cold, and it was not until this moment that she completely understood everything. From the moment the knock on the door sounded, the two of them had already fallen into the other party's calculations. When the guy set up this hidden magic circle by the wall, he probably had already anticipated everything that would happen later. Under George's attack, he had to force, activate phase shift, and stand on the low wall. Everything seemed natural. In the process, he even used the legendary mimicry magic. Therefore, with George's caution and cunning, he did not realize that this was a trap, and finally stepped into the magic circle that the other party had prepared long ago with pride. But what made Isabel feel even colder was the way the guy dealt with her. In the previous confrontation between the two, Rob seemed to have been at a disadvantage, and seemed to have no spare energy to deal with her harassment. The female magician carefully recalled the previous battle again, and then she realized that the confrontation between the two had actually started from the beginning, but this confrontation was more on the psychological level, and she didn't realize it until now. The guy in front of her only used 3 magics from beginning to end, namely mimicry magic, phase shift, and ice protection. In addition to the impact on the battle itself, these 3 magics also have deeper meanings. If the mimicry magic was to emphasize his threat, then the phase shift was to show his high-speed movement ability, and the last ice guard was to tell Isabel that he had a chanting speed close to instantaneous. Especially the combination of the last 2 magics gave Isabel a strong psychological hint, that is, attack magic was not a big threat to the opponent, and at the same time, she should further reduce his activity space, so the female magician chose the restriction magic without hesitation for the second move. Unfortunately, Isabel forgot that restrictive magic not only restricts the opponent, but also separates herself from the battle. When the accident happened, the female magician suddenly found that she could not enter the battle at the first time, and could only watch her companions being burned to death by the holy light. Isabel has seen many geniuses in her life, including George. They are very good at grasping the opportunity, but they are not on the same level as the guy on the opposite side. If you have to use a word to describe the guy on the opposite side, it is probably a monster. The only one who can deal with monsters is another monster. Chapter 255. The female magician did not sit and wait for death. Seeing that George was beyond saving, Isabel decisively chose to give up. She used the remaining precious time to turn back to the house and remove the powerful sleeping pills from Peter and Russell. The two were also experienced masters. After waking up, they immediately realized what happened. Without saying a word, they rushed back to the room, picked up their weapons, and jumped down from the upstairs. At this time, Rob had already dealt with George and broke Isabel's death imprisonment. He looked up and saw Peter and Russell falling from the sky. One of them was a thief, and the other was a warrior. They were both 5th level professionals. With the female magician, the three of them were still very capable. However, this time, Isabel didn't have a chance of winning. George was the captain of the team, and the strongest among the four. But even he couldn't last for 5 minutes. The remaining 3 of them were probably in danger. What was even more terrible was that the opponent still mastered the phase shift. As long as they left the courtyard and lost the interference of wild growth, the 3 of them couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Therefore, they could only bite the bullet and continue to fight. Peter and Russell also saw George's bloody body on the ground. The two looked at each other with horror. They had just woken up and had limited time. Isabel only told them that there was a strong enemy outside. The captain held the other party, and she came in to wake them up. As a result, when Peter and Russell came out, they found that the so-called holding by the female magician was actually George's unilateral slaughter. The two knew the strength of the punishment knight very well. Although the guy was a madman, he was an absolute master. If even he was defeated so miserably, the 3 of them together might not be the opponent. But Pete and Russell also knew that they had no way out at this time. Since the opponent had killed George, there was no reason for them to let others go. The 2 of them just paused for a moment, and then rushed to Rob from the left and right. At the same time, Isabel also began to chant, and various enhancement magics were quickly cast on the two. Because of the previous experience, the female magician did not forget to release a trap detection, carefully checking whether there were other hidden magic traps around. Isabel then chanted the next 5th level magic, Hell's Gate. Like death imprisonment, Hell's Gate is also the dark magic that the female magician is best at. The caster uses his own magic power to construct a door that can connect to the abyss, and summons dark creatures through this door. Usually, the creatures that can be summoned are related to the magician's own magic power. However, this magic has a fatal disadvantage. Once the Hell's Gate is opened, it is difficult to close it again. Moreover, this gate will automatically devour the surrounding magic elements. Once it absorbs enough magic power, it is likely to go out of control and summon something more terrifying. Because of the danger of this magic, it was listed as a taboo magic by the Magicians Association soon after it appeared. Unfortunately, the spell of the Gate of Hell is very similar to another magic often used by magicians, dark summoning, so there are still some careless unlucky people who accidentally open the Gate of Hell. In fact, the guy who first created this magic was an accident, and the Magicians Association has dealt with many similar incidents before. Rob noticed the black door above his head that was slowly opening. He could even hear the creepy grinding of the demon spiders and ghouls behind the door, so he took the time to release a blue guard for the girl in his arms. But the future super magician did not think that this magic would be used in the battle later. The blue guard was more used to prevent the blood of the demon spiders and ghouls from splashing on Luo. Peter and Russell were defeated faster than Isabel had imagined. Unlike the punishment knight, they were not immune to magic, so they were at a disadvantage against the magician. Moreover, the opponent was an out-and-out monster. All the combat experience they had accumulated against the magician was useless that night. Peter and Russell died one after another before the Gate of Hell was fully opened, but their deaths were not as miserable as George's. Their figures were swallowed by the magic in the sky and fell down quickly. Rob glanced at the female magician not far away. Now she was the only one left in the 4-member team of the Inquisition. The great magician had no good feelings towards this dark organization under the temple before he met Lolo. Although Isabel was a woman, her hands must be stained with the blood of innocent people. However, Rob did not want to kill her so quickly. He still had some questions that needed to be answered by her. The great magician wanted to find out whether the temple had discovered Lolo's trace, whether this group of people came for the girl, what was their relationship with the guy behind the St. Laurent Brothers Magic School, and why the guy helped them trick Lolo here. In addition, Isabel looked at him with horror and called him a devil. She obviously mistook him for someone else. Rob wanted to know who the devil she was talking about was. But before that, the great magician needed to solve the trouble in front of him. Now the dark door above his head was half open, and demon-hunting spiders and ghouls had squeezed out from it, scrambling to jump to the ground. The scene was like making dumplings. It looked quite lively, but in fact, they were just some of the lowest creatures of the abyss. In the past, when the great magician encountered this situation, he would directly use area magic to clear the screen, but considering the characteristics of the Hell Gate that can absorb the surrounding magic elements, Rob planned to change the solution tonight. The great magician threw no less than 20 enhancement magics on himself in just 1 minute, in exchange for which he would be able to have a physical fitness close to that of a 4th level warrior for a short period of time in the next 3 minutes. Then the great magician picked up the elven sword on the ground. A demon-hunting spider rushed over as soon as it landed. The strong desire for blood and food drove it to rush towards the living creature closest to it, and the next moment its body was split in two from the middle. Rob waved the sword twice, secretly praising that it was indeed worthy of the top smelting technology of the elves. He hardly spent any effort on the sword just now. There was no obstacle when the long sword cut into the spider's body. It felt as easy as cutting tofu. After that, there was not a drop of blood on the sword. At this time, the second demon-hunting spider also pounced on it. The great magician used a simple downward slash to easily cut off its head. He had to admit that the swordsman training during this period was quite effective. At least his tuition in Siamus was not in vain. In the past, his small body could not control it even if he had the power of a 4th level warrior. Now, with the heirloom sword of the Breton family, he can kill in and out of the spiders and ghouls. In fact, Rob only took 2.5 minutes to clean up the first wave of abyss creatures summoned by Isabel. The process was a one-sided massacre, which also made the future super magician a little confused. Isabel sacrificed 2 companions to exchange for precious time, but she only released such a half-hearted magic. Is this her last choice? Hoping that the battle between the two will make the Hell Gate out of control and summon more powerful abyss creatures? However, the great magician did not intend to give her this opportunity. After killing the last ghoul, Rob put the sword at his feet, and then raised the staff again, completing the sealing of the Hell Gate before the next wave of abyss creatures appeared. After doing all this, Rob's heart suddenly rose with a sense of alarm. He lowered his head, and found that George's body on the ground had disappeared at some point. Chapter 256. Even though all her teammates were dead, and the spell she cast in her last desperate attempt was easily broken, Isabel's eyes lit up instead. The female magician stood in the weeds that were about to cover her calves and laughed wildly. "You're done. You forced me to do this. You forced me to wake up that monster. Disaster is about to befall this city. Hundreds of people will die because of you." The future super magician frowned. He had already discovered the bloodline on the ground. It was the trace left by George's body being dragged, extending from the bottom of the wall to the well. Rob finally understood the meaning of the Hell Gate just now. Isabel didn't expect those low-level abyss creatures to cause him any substantial harm. She just wanted to distract his attention with their huge base number. The female magician secretly controlled one of the ghouls, and threw George's body into the well in the chaos. This was her real purpose. According to what she said before, there seemed to be a very powerful monster sleeping in the well, and only the blood of the punishment knight could awaken it. However, more than 2 minutes had passed since the female magician's threat, but nothing happened in the courtyard. The well was still calm, and there was no movement from the well. The smile on Isabel's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of doubt. Why is this happening? She clearly saw George cut his palm when feeding before. As long as his blood fell into the well, the monster's roar would be heard from below, and then the punishment knight would throw the food and the stray cats kidnapped from the garbage dump into the well. George once told her that the blood of the knight of punishment had a fatal attraction to the monster in the well, because the monster had been poisoned by the temple with a very strange sacred poison. The essence of that poison was a sacred power that was always lurking in their blood. It would wreak havoc in their bodies every once in a while, causing them great pain. Only the blood of the knight of punishment could alleviate this pain, so they were so eager for this blood. This was also a means used by the Inquisition to control the monsters in the monster prison. However, this time the monster in the well did not make any movement. Could it be that the blood of the punishment knights was only effective when they were alive? The monster was not interested in George's body? The female magician was puzzled and finally decided to go to the well to take a look. As a result, at this moment, Rob's voice suddenly came to her ears, "Be careful." Although the so-called monster in Isabel's mouth did not show up, the future super magician did not think that the other party was bluffing, so he was cautious from beginning to end. At the moment, when the female magician raised her foot, Rob's face suddenly changed. Unfortunately, his reminder was still a step too late. Isabel's eyes flashed with confusion. She only felt a pain in her chest. The female magician lowered her head with difficulty, and then she saw the most terrifying scene in her life. A small hand covered with scales passed through her chest and stretched out from her chest. The small hand was holding a beating bright red heart. Isabel moved her lips, as if she wanted to say to the great magician not far away, "Save me," but it was too late. The heart was dug out. This level of injury was beyond the reach of Rob, who had not yet fully mastered the mimicry magic. Even if the 17 archbishops of the temple were standing here, they would be powerless. There was a trace of fear in the eyes of the female magician, which was an instinctive fear of death and the unknown. Isabel knew how dangerous the monster in the well was, and that was why she placed all her final bets on the monster. She sacrificed 2 companions and finally succeeded in releasing the monster. After that, she wanted to escape while the monster was fighting with the guy on the opposite side, but she didn't expect to lose her life first. The thought of regret flashed through her mind, and the next moment she fell into eternal darkness. Rob raised his eyebrows. He had recognized that the black monster that suddenly emerged from the ground and attacked Isabel was the Arinia he had encountered at the bottom of the artificial lake in Siamus not long ago. The future super magician was surprised. He did not expect that this killer ghost would be related to the temple. Rob had also heard about what happened that year. Because of the catastrophic impact caused by the killer ghost, the temple took the lead in joining the Magician Association to launch a siege against this monster. Later, almost all forces in the entire Dawn continent joined in. It took 100 years to completely exterminate the killer ghosts on the Dawn continent. The great magician did not expect that the Inquisition was so bold. They actually deceived everyone, and did not destroy all these monsters as they claimed. Could it be that the temple has been secretly raising and breeding monsters that have become extinct in the outside world in recent years? However, this made Rob even more confused about the relationship between the golem's owner and the Inquisition. Lolo was led to this courtyard by the golem's owner. The great magician originally thought that the two sides would be friends, or at least a cooperative relationship, but the appearance of the killer ghost at the bottom of the lake that night was obviously unplanned. According to Rob's analysis afterwards, the most likely explanation was that someone wanted to use this killer ghost to cause chaos in Siamos. Unfortunately, Isabel, the only one who could tell him the truth, had been killed by the monster in front of him. Arinia sipped the heart he had just picked, blood soaked the corners of his mouth, and with his innocent baby face, there was an indescribable weirdness. He had been recuperating in the well for a while, and could only eat some raw meat every day. If there were no wild cats for him to kill for fun, he would have gone crazy. George did not tell his companions everything. The monster was not sleeping in the well, but was imprisoned there, and could not move. The well was not only a container for his healing, but also a cage. The well wall under the water was engraved with dense sacred prayers. On the one hand, these holy prayers accelerated the healing of its wounds. Not long ago, it fought with the great magician at the bottom of the lake, and was almost seriously injured and died after being pierced by a light spear. As a result, after staying in this well for less than half a month, those wounds have healed almost completely. Such a terrifying recovery speed is like someone casting healing spells on it day and night. On the other hand, these prayers also restricted its freedom, making it unable to leave this well. The key to open this cage is in the hands of the Punishment Knight. Chapter 257. George's blood not only alleviates the holy poison in the killer's body, but also helps it cover the holy prayers on the wall. So when the body of the Punishment Knight was thrown down from the well, Arinia was ecstatic. It resisted the desire in its heart, and tore the body into pieces, and smeared it on the well wall. Arinia's actions were fast and cunning. When the holy prayers failed, it did not leave the well directly, but chose to dig another passage from the bottom of the well to the ground. The claws of this monster were extremely hard, comparable to the sharpest sword, and the rocks and soil underground could not stop it at all. Arinia was not anxious to show up. It stopped digging its tunnel about 1.5 feet from the ground. Then the monster put its ears close to the ground and listened carefully to the movement on the ground. The killer first heard some chaotic footsteps, but soon those footsteps disappeared, and finally there were only 2 humans on the ground. No, to be more precise, there should be 3 humans, but one of them was sleeping in the arms of another. Arinia's heart suddenly became active. The days in the well were too hard for it. The only fun was to hunt those wild cats, but the wisdom of wild cats was limited after all, and it was easy to get bored after a long time. The killer was always eager for fresh prey, and humans were always its favorite on the hunting list. Normally, according to Arinia's hunting habits, it prefers young juveniles. Among the 3 humans above, The girl who is in a coma is undoubtedly the youngest. However, for some reason, the killer subconsciously does not want to get close to the guy with her. There is a familiar smell on the guy. So Arinia finally set its target on the lone woman. Arinia knew that the woman was from the temple. She had come to the well several times during this period. The killer was already familiar with her footsteps. Bugue did not have a good impression of the temple Arinia that had been imprisoning it. It still had the sacred poison planted by the Inquisition in its body, and it could not escape for the rest of its life, but there was still a long time before the next attack. At least during this time, it could have absolute freedom. It planned to use this rare time to enjoy the long-lost happiness. Arinia dug the tunnel quietly behind Isabel, and what happened afterwards was almost as it expected. When it broke out of the ground, the target had no time to react. The stupid woman didn't even realize what happened. It easily picked her still beating heart from the female magician's chest. Arinia ate the fresh snacks he had just picked, while curiously looking at the boy and girl opposite, measuring the strength of both sides. It confirmed that it had never seen these two people before, but the familiar feeling never faded. Arinia was a little confused, not knowing where this familiar feeling came from. The killer looked at Lolo in Rob's arms. This girl was undoubtedly much younger than the female magician he had just hunted. She was exactly the type he liked most. At this time, she was in a coma and had no defenses. It was like a piece of cream biscuit with honey fragrance, constantly tempting him and making him feel itchy. However, Arinia forced himself to suppress the impulse in his heart because of the guy holding him. The killer was a rare monster with wisdom close to that of humans. Based on the appearance of the scene, and the noises he heard in the well before, he had roughly restored what happened here before. The guy on the other side broke into the secret base of the temple alone tonight, and faced 4 masters of the Inquisition alone. As a result, he not only killed 3 of them, but also slaughtered all the abyss creatures summoned by the gate of hell. He was obviously a real ruthless character. After weighing the strength of both sides, the killer found that he was not sure that he could kill the other party. So after thinking for a while, Arinia chose to give up. It actually stretched out its little hand, and made a gesture of invitation like a human. This city has a population of hundreds of thousands, and there are plenty of prey that it wants, enough for it to hunt for fun, so there is no need to provoke a powerful existence for a dispensable prey. This gesture also represents Arinia's recognition of the opponent's strength. Unfortunately, the guy on the opposite side did not appreciate it. The great magician stood there motionless, with no intention of leaving. It's only been more than half a month. Have you forgotten me so quickly? Arinia's pupils suddenly shrank. It saw that the number 2 in Rob's hand turned into a golden staff in the next moment. The killer suddenly remembered the masked man he met at the bottom of the lake that night, and the shot that almost took his life. He finally understood where the inexplicable sense of familiarity came from. Arinia's expression suddenly became ferocious, and a resentful expression appeared on the baby's face, and the scales on his body stood upside down. The future super mage also clenched his staff and was alert. In fact, the current situation was even more unfavorable to him. In just a dozen days, this Arinia not only recovered from its injuries, but also seemed to have evolved again. It was faster, stronger, and more cunning than before. On the other hand, Rob had just experienced 2 battles. He was physically and mentally exhausted. This fatigue would directly affect his next battle state, including his judgment and calculation ability, which had decreased compared to normal. But the more fatal thing was his mana. In the previous battle, his mana consumption was very serious. Although combat endurance has always been Rob's strong point, whether it was the phase shift across half of the city, or the special magic circle carved on the wall later, and the final seal of the Gate of Hell, it was very mana-consuming. Now his mana value is very little, and it is actually difficult to support a high-intensity battle. It was obviously not a wise move to provoke the monster in front of him at this moment, but the future super magician still did not leave. Isabel was right about at least one thing. Given the dense population of Gudrys, if the monster was allowed to wander around, it would bring an absolute disaster to the city. Although there were many magicians in the university town and a 9th-level super magician, it would not be easy to catch the monster once it escaped due to its cunningness. Before that, I don't know how many parents would lose their children and how many families would fall into tragedy. And the only person who could stop all this tonight was standing in front of the monster. Chapter 258. Rob's breathing was a little scattered, and the staff in his hand became particularly heavy. Sweat soaked his back. Magicians who rely on chanting to defend against enemies are often very elegant in battle, and rarely sweat so much. However, the future super magician has to move frequently because of insufficient mana. Facing some tentative attacks from Arinia, Rob tried his best to dodge by moving around, which was also to save mana consumption. 15 minutes had passed since the battle began, but Rob had not even released a basic magic shield. The only protective magic was the Azure Guard he had cast on Luo not long ago. The future super magician had forgotten how many times he had been in danger. Erinya's offensive had almost never stopped from the beginning. The monster was full of hatred for the guy who had almost killed him. Its little eyes flashed with cruel and excited light. Soon after the fight, Erinya keenly noticed that the guy on the opposite side was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Its opponent had just experienced several consecutive battles and looked very tired. He did not have the unparalleled powerful momentum before. The terrifying oppression that brought it to the lake that night also disappeared. The killer realized that tonight would be the best time for it to complete its revenge. However, 15 minutes later, Erinya was surprised to find that he did not seem to have gained any advantage over the opponent. The guy looked like he was about to run out of mana, but he was always able to release magic at critical moments. In addition, the insidious guy pretended to be exhausted several times to lure him forward, but he almost cut off his tail. However, Erinya was not polite to the guy. In the next round, he also left a deep and hideous wound on the opponent's back. So in the next battle, both sides became cautious, which indirectly gave Rob more breathing time. The great magician tried to seize every opportunity to recover his mana. However, Rob made a rough estimate and found that his mana was not enough to last until the end of the battle. What was even worse was that his physical strength was also a problem. The wound on his back had been bleeding because he had no time to treat it. The future super magician had to prop his staff on the ground. At this moment, he looked extremely embarrassed. Although Erinya on the opposite side was not much better, he was a monster and his physical fitness was much better than that of humans. The same degree of injury would not have a greater impact on him than on Rob. However, the great magician's expression was always calm. Even though the situation had become so bad, he did not show any anxiety or panic on his face. This is also what Erinya is most confused about. Doesn't the guy on the other side know that he is in danger? He has no chance of winning if he keeps on fighting like this. Even if he doesn't care about his own life, he looks very concerned about the safety of the girl in his arms. He should also know what fate will await them if he loses. Erinya has no reason to let go of the dessert that is delivered to his mouth, but even so, he still behaves very calmly, which makes Erinya feel a little uneasy, but he can't guess where the other party's confidence comes from. Rob's confidence lies in the coin called Ancient Fairy's protection in his arms. This coin is a gift from the little fairy. As long as he throws this Ancient Fairy's protection into the fire, the two little fairies he met by the lake that night will appear in front of him within 3 minutes. Don't underestimate these palm-sized creatures. Don't be fooled by their small bodies and smiling faces. Few people have seen the little fairies take action. That's because the guys who provoked them have disappeared from this world. As a wise race with a long life, like dragons, the little fairies have strength that matches their age. The two goblins Rob encountered that night were at least over 300 years old, roughly equivalent to an 8th level great magician of a human. They could block the surrounding space with a snap of their fingers, and it was no problem to deal with a mere Erinya. But the future super magician did not want to use the coin unless it was absolutely necessary. Because there is a proverb circulating throughout the Dawn continent that goblins never make a loss. The goblin who gave him the coin also made it clear at the time that although the coin could summon them, no matter what you ask them to do afterwards, you must pay the corresponding reward, and the goblins' charging standards are notoriously crazy. Even if it is a trivial matter for them, they may charge you a sky-high price, not to mention asking them to save your life. The future super magician didn't want to be ripped off, but the current situation seemed to have no choice for him. Rob put his hand into his jacket pocket and touched the lucky coin. As a result, his expression moved the next moment, and a touch of joy flashed across his eyebrows. The great magician didn't expect that Bernadette, who had been sleeping before this critical moment, actually moved. The magic pet seemed to have sensed the master's crisis, and finally woke up little by little. However, the timing of its awakening was a bit too coincidental. Rob couldn't help but wonder if the bird had been pretending to be dead and paddling to avoid its duties as a magic pet. It had to open its eyes when it had no choice. This was because after signing the soul contract, if the master had any accident, it would not have a good result as a magic pet. If it weren't for this, this beautiful bird might have slept for another 10 or 8 years. But anyway, Bernadette's appearance was indeed just in time. After waking up, the bird immediately sensed the danger of its master, so it flew up from the attic of the bakery, and its beautiful feathers cut through the silent night sky. The feeling of uneasiness in Arenya's heart became stronger and stronger, because the guy opposite him actually changed his previous slow-paced fighting style and took the initiative to raise the staff in his hand, not sparing the consumption of mana. The next moment, 7 burning pillars of fire fell from the sky, blocking Arenya's retreat. Chapter 259. What is this? Seeking death. The killer didn't understand why the guy on the other side used all his limited mana to restrict his movements. Arenya could feel the terrifying power contained in the 7 pillars of fire, but the pillars were just pillars, and they wouldn't grow legs. As long as he wasn't stupid enough to crash into them, he wouldn't be hurt. The opponent exhausted his mana at the last moment, but only released such a weird spell, which made Arenya a little puzzled. But there is one thing it can be sure of, that is, after releasing this spell, the opponent's mana tank has finally reached the bottom. This time it is no longer a trap. Rob has indeed squeezed out his own mana completely. He can't even cast a simple fireball spell now. And a magician, who has lost his mana, is almost the same as an ordinary person. So this battle is finally coming to an end. Arenya's baby-like face showed a cruel smile. It stretched out a small hand covered with scales, and its figure suddenly disappeared from the original place. When it reappeared, it had quietly moved behind the great magician, and the small hand quietly pressed on someone's back. At this moment, a ethereal and melodious cry came from above its head. A beautiful bird that only appeared in mist rushed down from the sky. When it was about to approach the ground, its tail drew an elegant arc, shaking off the starlight on the ground, and finally landed gently on the shoulder of the great magician. Under the effect of the soul contract magic power sharing, the great magician's originally dried up mana was moistened at this moment. Rob closed his eyes, and felt the wonderful feeling of his body being filled with magic elements again. Now, elements flowed in his every move, and the magic power in his body seemed to overflow. The great magician built a magic wall for himself at the critical moment, blocking Arenya's fatal claw and avoiding the same fate as the female magician. The killer let out an unwilling roar, and the veins on his small hands under the scales bulged. He wanted to rely on brute force to break through the magic wall, but the next moment his body suddenly stiffened. A chill rushed up from Arenya's back and rushed to his head. The killer suddenly shuddered and turned his head to see a scene that made him shudder. At some point, hundreds of wind blades suddenly appeared on its side. Each wind blade had the power of a third-level magic. At this moment, these wind blades gathered together and floated in the air, like a group of bloodthirsty sharks sizing up their prey. Arenya was shocked. He couldn't understand why this guy who had obviously exhausted his mana suddenly became full of energy. This group attack magic was purely using astonishing mana consumption in exchange for terrifying damage. How could he release such a killer move in his current state? The killer no longer cared about the heart he had been thinking about, and wanted to escape, but it was not until then that he realized the role of the 7 fire pillars. Arenya suddenly realized that his escape route was blocked by the 7 fire pillars. At this moment, it had no way to escape. In the end, the monster could only curl up its body, trying to protect its vital parts, leaving its back to the wind blades. Its solid scales were like a small armor that could protect it when it was hurt, but there were too many wind blades. The first wind blade only left a white mark on its scales, and the second wind blade scratched a small groove on it, followed by the third and fourth wind blades. The whole process lasted for half a minute, and more than half of the more than 500 wind blades poured onto its body. No matter how solid Arenya's scales were, they could not withstand so many impacts, and finally they all broke apart, revealing the delicate skin and flesh underneath. After that, each wind blade would bring up a cluster of blood mist, and the monster would let out a painful wail. When the blade dispersed, only a mass of flesh and blood was left on the ground. Blade Storm is a 5th-level super attack magic. It uses magic power to condense into large wind blades, which are poured out on the target in a short period of time. The power it explodes in a small space is even more amazing. At the same time, the number of wind blades is also determined by the magician's mana and perception. Generally, a 5th-level magician can barely be qualified if he can release about 40 wind blades. If he can release 70 wind blades, he can say that he has mastered this magic. If he can release more than 100 wind blades, he can be considered very accomplished in this magic. It is said that some geniuses can increase this number to 200, but there are too few people who can do this. Because once the number of wind blades increases, not only will it consume amazing mana, but the difficulty of controlling them will also increase exponentially. A sword storm composed of more than 500 wind blades. Such a thing is simply unheard of. However, Arenya is worthy of being a terrifying monster recorded in the divine canon. Even though it suffered such serious injuries, and was almost pierced into a sieve, it still did not die immediately. It dragged its seriously injured body and crawled on the ground with difficulty. The direction it crawled was the well engraved with sacred prayers. The well was not only its cage, but also its healing container. The killer knew that as long as he crawled back into the well, he could continue to live. Although his bloody party had to end early before it even started, as long as he was alive, there was still hope. There would always be a day when he could see the light of day again. Unfortunately, the future super magician would not give it this chance. Rob pulled out the elven sword at his feet and cut off the monster's head without hesitation, personally putting an end to what he had failed to accomplish in the lake that night. After that, the great magician could no longer support himself and sat down in the weeds that were almost waist-high. The wound on his back was still bleeding. After a series of battles, not only his magic power, but also his body was overdrawn. Rob now just wanted to lie down and have a good sleep without caring about anything. However, he did not forget where he was. The noise of these battles tonight was not small. Whether it was the hell gate that appeared above his head before, the 7 fire pillars that just fell from the sky, or the sword storm that followed, they were all very eye-catching magic. Just now, Bevenadette, a beautiful bird that was rumored to have long been extinct, flew over the city again. Although it flew at a very high altitude and intentionally avoided the sight of ordinary people, it was probably difficult to escape the eyes of some people with ulterior motives. If nothing unexpected happens, the people from the Magicians Association will rush here in 3 minutes at most, and the city council and nearby colleges will also send people to investigate. And some high-level magicians, who like to meddle in other people's business, may appear here at any time, so every extra minute here will increase the risk of exposure. Fortunately, Rob's mana is sufficient now. After Bevenadette wakes up, he will hardly worry about mana anymore. After a blood transfusion, this beautiful bird's mana reserve is less than 10% of its peak, which is basically a return to the pre-liberation era overnight, but even so, it still has terrifying mana close to that of a 9th level super magician. So it can only be said that God is too partial to some species. In fact, if magicians could have appeared a few hundred years earlier, this beautiful creature might not be on the verge of extinction. Chapter 260. When Lilith arrived at the target location, the courtyard was already on fire. The fire was very big, but the arsonist did not seem to want to hurt people nearby. Before leaving, he left a transparent barrier outside the door. The flames could not pass through the magic barrier. Therefore, although the courtyard was filled with smoke, the 2 houses next to it were safe and sound, including the museum separated from the courtyard by only a wall. It only scared the nearby residents into a cold sweat. There were also 2 thin guys who were afraid that the fire would spread, so they rushed out of the house wrapped in a sheet and were shivering in the cold wind. Apart from that, most people were busy collecting everything that could hold water, using pots and pans to scoop water from nearby wells. However, compared to the fierce fire, this amount of water was completely useless. Lilith couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene, and revealed her identity as the vice president of the Goodries branch of the Magicians Association, asking the people around to step back, and then she raised her staff and began to chant. A moment later, everyone saw a small dark cloud slowly floating from the horizon, covering the burning courtyard. Not long after, raindrops fell from the sky, from the initial dripping to the later downpour. The 2 guys wrapped in sheets shuddered and hurriedly ran into the bookstore next door to avoid the rain. The rain was getting heavier, but the strange thing was that the rain was always limited to the nearby half of the street. Everything was normal outside the half of the street. Passers-by were amazed. Is this the power of magic? Although Goodries is known as the city of wizards, you can always meet wizards wearing pointed hats on the street, but they rarely use magic in this city, so scenes like this are not common. After a while, the guards also arrived here. The leader was Thomas. After seeing the female magician, he greeted her. President Lilith is here too. Was the noise before a magician fighting here? What's the situation? Are there any casualties? Lilith nodded. About half an hour ago, someone used forbidden magic in Goodries to open the gate of hell here. Later, someone seemed to release fire totems and blade storms, both of which are 5th level magic. As for whether there are casualties, it is not clear yet. I am planning to go in and take a look. Huh? Now? Thomas was startled. Although the fire was gradually getting smaller, it was not completely extinguished. Many places were still burning, and it was obviously impossible to go in. The next moment, he saw the female magician manipulate the rain around her to make a cloak for herself, put it on her body, and strode into the fire scene. About 10 minutes later, Lilith came out of the fire scene, with a rare solemn look on her face. There was a floating pocket behind her. After seeing Thomas, The female magician spoke first. There are 3 human bodies in the yard, 2 men and 1 woman, including a thief and a swordsman, and the woman is a magician. However, their bodies were all severely damaged without exception. It is basically difficult to get other information after burning for so long. Lilith paused and continued, there may be another victim. I also found a lot of blood in the well. Thomas thanked her and pointed to the pocket behind her. President Lilith, what's in it? The body of a monster. The female magician said lightly. Thomas raised his eyebrows. A little surprised. Monster? Is it similar to a ghoul? Can this kind of thing appear in Gudries? Lilith shook her head. I don't know. I need to take the body of this thing back to study it. Thomas was a little embarrassed. President Lilith, since there is a murder, then according to the law of Gudries, all evidence must be kept in our guard team before the Parliament issues a new order. You see this? The female magician thought for a while. Did I want an arm? Thomas smiled bitterly. This request was undoubtedly not very reasonable, but the other party was the vice president of the Gudries branch of the Magicians Association and the nominal manager of all magicians in Gudries University City. There was a magician among the victims this time, so the Magicians Association also had the first right of investigation. Moreover, Lilith herself was a member of the city council. Although this request was suspected of violating the rules, it was not excessive, so the captain of the second guard team of Gudries finally agreed. The female magician didn't want to waste any time, and said to Thomas, please lend me your sword. Thomas said quickly, no, how dare you, President Lilith, do this kind of thing yourself? I just have some questions to ask you. He winked at his 2 men, and the 2 men took the sack and found a place to remove their arms. The captain of the guard knew that the female magician in front of him was a decisive person, so he didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. President Lilith, I don't know if you have any clues about the origins of these people. To be honest, I often patrol around here, so I am quite familiar with this area. Thomas pointed to the small courtyard in the fire. The owner of this house is a guy named Marcus, but he seems to run a hotel in the Dwarves and is away all year round, so this house has basically been vacant. I just asked the residents nearby, and they all said that they have never seen anyone coming in and out of this small house before. The captain of the guard showed a bitter smile on his face. If these 4 people are residents of Gudries, it's easy to say. As long as we spend more time, we can always confirm their identities. But I'm afraid they are outsiders, and have not registered with the city hall. Even if we want to check, we can't find out their origins. I'm sorry, I don't know where this group of people came from, Lilith said, but it involves a fight between magicians, and the association will definitely pay close attention to it. Thomas grasped the key point of the female magician's words. A fight between magicians? Do you mean that these 4 people were not killed by the monster? Lilith explained patiently, the female corpse has a serious through wound on her chest, and her heart is missing. It seems that the monster killed her, but the other 2 bodies did not have similar wounds. I am more inclined to think that they were killed by humans. And the monster, if it killed 4 people, then who chopped off its head in the end? Thomas looked confused. You mean this monster killed the magician first, and then someone appeared and killed the monster, but also killed several other people at the same time? So is this person good or bad? Our Magicians Association will figure this out with your guard team. The female magician's final answer was very official, but she also reminded the captain of the guard before leaving. No matter what the identities of this group of people are, one thing is certain, that is, they are all masters, so the person who can kill them must also be a master, not something that ordinary guards like you can deal with. If I were you, I would report it to the Parliament immediately, and ask the Special Investigation Team to take over this case as soon as possible. Lilith was about to turn around and leave, and Thomas quickly asked his last question. Do you think this case is related to the vicious incidents that happened in the south of the city some time ago? South of the city? Lilith stopped. About 2 weeks ago, the guard suddenly received reports from more than a dozen citizens, saying that they were attacked by unknown people the night before. Fortunately, they are all safe and sound, and according to them, the people who attacked them are all dead. You should have heard about this before. Well, so what happened to this matter later? The female magician did remember this news that was very popular in Gudries not long ago. Many people used it to criticize the deterioration of the security in the university town and the slow response of the guards. The pressure on the Parliament during that time was also very high. Thomas sighed. No, we couldn't find the bodies of the attackers. We just speculated from their only common point that this matter might be related to Master Gagarin, but later, I took people to the guy's residence and found that it was empty. What I am most worried about now is that the followers of the evil god will find him, and force him to repair some evil magic devices. I remember you expressed your concerns to the Parliament, but because you couldn't provide enough evidence to prove your idea, the Parliament finally rejected your proposal to issue a citywide wanted warrant for Gagarin. The female magician said matter-of-factly, I also voted against it at the time. When there is no sufficient reason to determine that a magician's actions will threaten the lives of others, I will not agree to rashly put him on the wanted list. Even if your starting point is good, in order to find him as soon as possible and ensure his safety, it is related to the honor and dignity of all magicians. I hope Captain Thomas can understand my decision. Of course, I don't mean anything else. Thomas thanked Lilith. Given her status, she didn't need to explain so much to him, but the female magician still explained the reason to him meticulously to avoid misunderstandings. From this point of view, the vice president is indeed as serious as the rumors say, but unexpectedly approachable. As for whether there is any connection between these two things, Lilith thought for a while. I don't know. I can only say that what happened tonight should have nothing to do with the evil god. The last sentence of the female president was somewhat meaningful, but she did not intend to explain further. After she finished speaking, she took the monster arm that the captain of the guard promised to give her and left the street. After walking a long way and confirming that there were no other people around, the female president withdrew the invisibility magic she had cast before. The next moment, a lame old man holding a sleeping dog appeared behind her. Chapter 261. Lola's consciousness was gradually recovering, but she did not open her eyes immediately. The girl could feel that she was in a room now. There was no one else in the room except her, but Lolo did not relax her vigilance. After what happened before, she had a general understanding of the strength of this group of people. She was not sure whether the other party had prepared any other monitoring methods. The girl did not want to give up this hard-won initiative, so she did not open her eyes, suppressed the fear and uneasiness in her heart, and continued to sleep. At least what she was most worried about did not happen. Luo did not lose control of her body, nor was she put into the golem by George. This made the girl feel a little relieved, but she knew that the danger was not over and her current situation was still very dangerous. Judging from the soft touch under her body, she should be lying on a big bed. Luo tried to move her fingers slightly, and found that her skills were not affected. This ignited a glimmer of hope in her already silent heart. The girl pricked up her ears, and listened carefully to the noise around her. She could hear the noise coming from outside the window. It seemed that there was a street market downstairs, so they might have left the small building. The rookie warrior was not surprised at this. Since she had already approached the door, the other party must have realized that she was exposed, so it was not surprising that they changed their residence overnight. However, the place they chose this time did not seem to be as hidden as last time. It was in the downtown area, and the person guarding her was careless, and did not even close the window of the room. Luo could feel the warmth of the sun falling on her body, which gave her a strong impulse in her heart. If she turned over and got out of bed now, she might be able to jump out of the window in just one step. Judging from the group's previous behavior, they have been living cautiously in Gudries and rarely go out. They obviously don't want to be discovered. So as long as she can escape to the street outside and shout for help to attract the attention of passers-by, the other party will probably give up chasing her in order to hide their identities. This idea is very tempting, and once it comes up, it will never go away. However, Luo finally suppressed the impulse in her heart, because at this moment, the girl smelled a fragrance, and it was this fragrance that made her heart sink again. Luo would never forget the female magician who liked to play with perfume. Her performance that night left a deep impression on her. The woman named Isabel was the most powerful magician she had ever seen, and she was more cautious than George. If this was her room, the girl didn't believe that there would be no decoration here. The open window was most likely a trap left by Isabel on purpose. The more Luo thought about it, the more certain she became. But the good news was that she had another dagger hidden inside her calf. It was not known whether the person in charge of the body search was too careless to find this little thing, or whether those guys had enough confidence in their own strength. In short, during the time she was unconscious, this dagger was not taken away by anyone. Luo realized that this might be her only chance. Considering that there were 4 people on the other side, and all of them were masters without exception, she might not have a chance to attack again once they were on guard. If the girl didn't want to lose this only chance, she had to be more patient. Luo continued to lie on the bed with her eyes closed, pretending to sleep, until she heard footsteps coming from the other end of the corridor again, and the footsteps finally stopped outside her door. Although the girl repeatedly warned herself to stay calm, her heart couldn't help beating faster and faster at this moment. Luo didn't know who was standing outside the door. She had only seen George and Isabel take action before. The other two were unfamiliar to her. This situation was undoubtedly very disadvantageous to her. Without knowing the other party's profession, the chance of a sneak attack failing was very high. Unfortunately, the girl had no other choice, because the other party had already opened her door and walked to her bed, and then the footsteps stopped again. Luo felt that this period of time was particularly long and difficult. She didn't know if the other party had noticed something and stopped moving forward. The distance was not close enough for her now. If she acted rashly, she would have less than 30% chance of subduing him or her before he or she made a sound. If the person coming was George, she might not even have 10% chance. What to do? Should I take a gamble? Or should I continue to pretend to sleep and wait for the next better opportunity? The girl was hesitating, and suddenly she shuddered. Just now, she felt her ankle covered by the quilt being scratched by a piece of wet and soft thing. From the touch of her skin, Luo quickly judged that the thing seemed to be a tongue. Luo shuddered and couldn't help getting goosebumps all over her body. The girl couldn't wait any longer, so she lifted the quilt and jumped out of bed. At the same time, her right hand had already touched the dagger beside her leg. What just happened made Luo feel very disgusted, so she stabbed with all her strength, without holding back. A cold light flashed across the room. Just as the dagger was about to stab the other party, the girl suddenly screamed, and the cold light finally stopped in front of the target's throat, less than half a centimeter away from the vitals of the visitor. If the dagger had moved forward a little bit, the guy on the opposite side would probably be bloodied on the spot. However, the visitor's expression was still calm. He lowered his head to look at the dagger on his neck, and then raised his eyebrows. "Are you awake? You look very energetic. It seems that nothing happened." Are you also captured by them?" Lolo was shocked. She never thought that the first person she saw after opening her eyes would be her guardian knight. Rob ignored the dagger in front of him and took 2 steps forward. While the child was still in a daze, he walked in front of her, freed one hand to open her eyelids and check her fundus. "Well, that's right. The effect of the drug has worn off for a while. Or have you not looked around yourself for so long since you woke up?" Luo then noticed that this room seemed familiar. Wait, isn't this the place where she jumped off the building after being forcefully kissed by someone? She still remembered the small flower room on the balcony, which had a pot of grass called Wind Traveler. This grass mostly grew in the north, and would bloom a lavender flower every spring. There were many clusters of wind travelers near the castle where she lived before. Sometimes her father would pick one, and put it in front of her bed when he passed by there. However, this flower was rare in the south. The girl felt very familiar when she saw it for the first time. No wonder she smelled a fragrance just now. So she is now in this guy's bakery? However, the rookie warrior did not feel relaxed. He took 2 steps back and quickly distanced himself from the guy in front of him, looking at him with a vigilant look. What did you do to me just now?" "Oh, what do you think I did to you?" Lolo did not see any shame or panic on the face of the guy opposite him. The other party put down the bread and milk in his hand and asked calmly. Unfortunately, the girl has vowed not to be deceived by someone's harmless appearance again. Thinking of what this guy did to her when she was unconscious, Luo felt very complicated. The familiar figure in front of her suddenly became strange. So did she misjudge him again this time? She trusted him so much before and regarded him as the most important person to her, but in the end, he was no different from the group of people she met in the wild before. They were just trying to take advantage of her. It was just that he disguised himself better and used smarter means, almost fooling her. The funny thing was that she had developed a crush on such a guy. The girl bit her lips tightly, feeling indescribable disappointment in her heart. As a result, the next moment, Luo felt that strange touch on her calf again, and this time the guy opposite was clearly several steps away from her. Unless someone was transformed from a frog, his tongue would not be able to reach so far anyway. Luo was startled, and looked down to see an orange kitten next to her calf, which was squatting there and looking at her with a pair of innocent big eyes. Chapter 262. The girl made a big mistake as soon as she opened her eyes, so her cheeks burned like the chopping board in the blacksmith shop opposite when she was eating. But a guy didn't mean to leave at all. He just sat on the chair next to her, holding his chin and looking at her, looking thoughtful, causing Luo to choke on milk several times. The girl didn't know how long she had been unconscious. When she regained consciousness, she was thinking hard about how to get out of here and temporarily forgot about hunger. Now that she realized that she was out of danger, her stomach quickly sent her a signal to eat again. From this point of view, the guy opposite was quite considerate. He probably calculated the time when she woke up and baked a batch of bread for her, and heated up the milk. As a result, she misunderstood him. The girl didn't know why, but she always felt a little guilty under the guy's gaze. She swept the food in front of her as quickly as possible, drank half a cup of milk, and poured the remaining half cup into the food plate of the orange kitten, who happily ran to lick it. Then the girl put down her knife and fork. She now had a lot of questions to ask the guy opposite, but when she really opened her mouth, she didn't know where to start. In the end, it was Rob who spoke first, and the boy's expression suddenly became serious. "Why didn't you come and discuss with me before you made a seemingly brave, but actually arrogant move that put yourself in danger? Or did you not consider me as your guardian knight at all?" "Huh?" Lola was startled by someone's serious look. She finally understood where her previous guilty conscience came from. She had been hiding this action from her guardian knight from the beginning to the end. The rookie hero decided to keep it secret since she received the first message from the golem. In the girl's original plan, there were only two possible outcomes for the subsequent actions. Either she successfully completed the exploration of that place and escaped unscathed, or she was caught by the temple during the exploration. The former was easy to deal with. She would return to school and attend classes as usual the next morning, and the boy would probably never know what happened that afternoon. If the second situation happened, she would probably disappear quietly from Gudrun's, or even the world, and she would not need to explain anything to Rob. But Luo was in the third situation now. After being caught by the temple, she woke up strangely in someone's bakery. This kind of thing was something she could never have imagined before. Shouldn't a companion be someone who can face difficulties with you and give you support? If you choose to rush forward alone every time you encounter such a thing, it seems that you are protecting your companions, but in fact it is not only a lack of trust in your companions, but also a disregard for your own safety. I know that you really want to find out the truth of that incident and let your parents rest in peace, and you are even willing to sacrifice your own life for this. At the same time, you don't want to involve other people in your affairs, but this does not mean that you can despise your own life. Everyone's life is precious, and it does not belong to just one person. Have you ever thought about how many people who care about you will worry about you when you put yourself in danger again and again on your own initiative? But there is no one in this world who cares about me anymore. The girl raised her face and said stubbornly, "You are so cunning. Are you saying this on purpose so that I can repeat it again?" The guardian knight stood up while speaking, and approached Luo step by step in her panicked eyes. The boy stretched out a finger to lift the girl's chin, then bent down, looked into the girl's eyes, and said word by word, "Don't you know how important you are to me? So this is your own fault, Heartfilia." Lolo seemed to be completely frightened by someone's behavior. Her body was tense, and she sat there motionless like a piece of wood, and then watched the guy kiss her lips again. The girl felt indescribably wronged. Obviously, this kind of thing had happened once before, and the girl had reflected many times afterwards on why she reacted so cowardly at that time. As a result, her performance, this time, was still no better than the first time. Moreover, her posture was even more humiliating this time, and the guy was even more arrogant. After having succeeded once, he became even more aggressive. The kiss lasted for more than half a minute. Luo felt like a piece of chocolate being burned by an iron plate, which could melt at any time. The orange kitten looked at the two guys in front of him curiously, and seemed to not understand why they suddenly stopped there, and did not move. Luo almost used up all her strength to push the boy in front of her away. After that, she was still in shock and trembled. What do you want to do?" "I'm afraid you don't believe what I said before, so I have to prove it to you myself," the guardian knight said calmly. How can you prove it like this?" The girl's nose was sore, and she almost cried. "If I don't punish you a little, you might do something dangerous behind my back next time." But the hateful guy on the other side said so. Lolo subconsciously wanted to refute and blurted out, "I don't need you to interfere in my affairs," but she couldn't help shuddering when she thought of the horrible punishment just now, so she swallowed the words back into her stomach. The girl suddenly realized that the small house she was in seemed even more terrifying than the secret base of the temple. However, she couldn't just run away like she did last time, because she still hadn't figured out what happened that night. She had been caught by the temple, but why did she return to Rob's bakery when she opened her eyes? What happened in between? I know what you care about most, but I'm afraid my answer will disappoint you. In fact, I don't know much more than you." The future super magician had already prepared a set of words. He picked up the teapot on the table and poured himself a glass of water. Then he continued slowly, "I was about to go to bed last night when I heard a knock on the door downstairs. I went downstairs to open the door, and then I saw you unconscious on the stone steps. Oh yes, and this one." The boy pointed at the orange kitten drinking milk. You are lucky. The 2 beds I ordered last week were delivered the day before yesterday. Otherwise, you would have had to sleep on the sofa last night. Is this the end? Lolo's eyes widened when he heard this. Did you see clearly what the person who sent me here looked like? Sorry, it was already very late, and there was no one else on the street except you when I opened the door. Rob spread his hands. Wait, then how did you know that I went on an adventure alone before? The girl asked suspiciously. You are dressed up to the teeth. It's impossible for you to go on a picnic. Chapter 263. At 7:55, Lilith arrived at the gate of the Goudry's branch of the Magicians Association on time as usual. The 2 majestic stone lions at the gate immediately jumped to the side when they saw her from afar, and spoke in human language. Welcome back, President Lilith. The female magician nodded, and the gate of the Magicians Association slowly opened to both sides. Because there was still more than an hour before the working time, the lobby was empty, with only a dozing duty officer and a few small golems running around cleaning the floor. The attendant was a second-level female magician. She opened her eyes dazedly when she heard the footsteps and yawned. Good morning, President Lilith. She didn't even look up. In fact, at this time, basically no one else would come to the association except the vice president. She passed the assessment last summer and entered the association. In the past 6 months, whenever she was on duty, President Lilith was almost always the first to come to work. It was as if a clock was embedded in the female president's body. She was always so punctual. She arrived at the association no more than a minute before or after each time. Good morning, Looney, your collar seems to be untied. Lilith reminded, and walked straight through the empty hall to her mailbox, checking for new mail as usual. Looney chuckled. She knew that 2 buttons of her collar were not fastened properly, revealing a piece of Snow White underneath that made people fantasize, but she did it on purpose. Just last week she had just ended a relationship, and now she was in a window period, looking for a new meal ticket. The people who came to the association's residence every day were basically magicians, many of whom had good family backgrounds and financial resources, and there was still a great chance of catching a rich husband among this group of people. Looney regarded this as a hidden benefit of working in the Magicians Association. There were 3 letters in the cabinet. One was from the city council, notifying Lilith to go to the city hall for a meeting next Wednesday to report on her work over the past year. Another was from the capital, McAllen, urging her to submit the budget of the Goudry's branch for next month to the headquarters as soon as possible. The last one was sent with a rose. The envelope was hot-stamped with gold edges, and was written in beautiful ancient Elvish, to my beautiful goddess. Lou and I was sharp-eyed, and noticed that the signature was Nolan Opal. If she remembered correctly, the Opal family was also a famous noble family in the South. This Nolan Opal should also be the younger generation of this big family, but she didn't know if he was a direct descendant. Lou and I was just about to appreciate the literary talent of this young Master Nolan, but the female president didn't even open this passionate love letter, and threw it into the trash can next to her along with the rose. By the way, when Lacey comes to work, remember to inform him to compile a list of students with B-level qualifications or above recruited by each school this year for me before 12 noon. For these potential students, the association should keep a record. After Lilith finished speaking, she took the remaining 2 letters and went upstairs. Okay. Lou and I thought that she was indeed Presidently Lilith. The young master named Nolan Opal had probably just come to Goudry's, and had never heard of the reputation of the workaholic Lilith. There had always been rumors in the university town that under that exquisite and beautiful appearance, there was no emotion other than work. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why President Lilith had never had a boyfriend at the age of 25. Her entire life was occupied by work every day, and she seemed to have no interest in things between men and women. Lou and I shrugged her shoulders, but it was a pity for the rose that had just been picked. Lilith opened her own office on the 2nd floor, poured a cup of hot water, and sat down at about 7:59. Then she began to deal with the various tasks that were interrupted and unfinished yesterday due to an emergency. Around 8:50, the downstairs began to become lively. The staff of the station came to work one after another. Lou and I made coffee for everyone. Some people chatted while eating breakfast with coffee. Until 9 o'clock, the Big Ben outside the door rang the bell, and everyone immediately entered the working state. Lilith was satisfied with her subordinate's work attitude, which was what she had always emphasized. Efficiency was the most important thing in any work, and punctuality was the basic guarantee of efficiency. However, when she looked at the door opposite that had been closed, her brows quickly frowned again. At 9:15, when the work at hand was finished, Lilith finally got up, walked out of the office, came to the door, and knocked on it, but there was no sound from inside. The female president seemed to have expected this situation a long time ago. After waiting for a while, she took out a bunch of keys from her pocket and opened the door directly. Although there was an unpleasant smell, and although she had been mentally prepared, the terrible situation behind the door was far beyond Lilith's expectations. Looking around, the floor was covered with garbage and empty wine bottles, with almost no place to stand. In addition, the 6-meter-long luxurious office desk was littered with leftover chicken bones and fried noodles. No one knew how long those things had been there, and some had even grown green mold, but the owner of the house still had no intention of cleaning up. In fact, as long as you put the garbage outside the office door before leaving get off work every day, the cleaning lady will naturally take it away. So in various senses, the people living here are hopelessly lazy and are unwilling to even pack up the garbage and throw it outside the door. Lilith frowned deeper and deeper, covered her mouth and nose, and found 2 cleaning golems from downstairs. It took half an hour to clean up this garbage dump into a normal office. After that, the female magician saw the guy sleeping soundly on the sofa. The latter's body was completely buried by a pile of pornographic pictures not long ago. President Dandelion, it's working time now. Please fulfill your duties. A hint of contempt flashed across Lilith's eyes, but she still patiently said in a deep voice. The guy on the sofa just turned over after hearing this, stretched out a hand to scratch his back, and then arched his head into the sofa again, clearly wanting to continue the unfinished dream before. So Lilith opened the curtains next to her expressionlessly, and the next moment, the humanoid creature on the sofa screamed, just like a vampire dragged into the sun, and immediately jumped up from the sofa. Oh, it's up, it's up, it's up right away. Let's talk it over. Lilith, please close the curtains first. The female magician was unmoved. According to her understanding of the guy in front of her, once she closed the curtains, he would probably shrink back on the sofa and continue to sleep. She had no idea how many times she had been deceived by his similar lies when he first came. Before she met this man named Dandelion, it was hard for Lilith to believe that there was such a shameless guy in the world. This guy simply combined all the bad qualities of human beings into one. He was lustful, lazy, full of nonsense, and had no sense of responsibility. But his background was not simple. He got the lowest score in the evaluation every year, but he was more stable than anyone else in the position of branch president. Chapter 264. Wow, you are really. At least give me some time to wash and change clothes. To be honest, I am the leader of the club, so my image is very important to our club, right? If others see me like this, it will have an irreversible bad influence. Even those who don't know us may think that magicians are a group of unkempt people. Well, I don't care, but I am mainly worried about you. The man opposite said earnestly. Think about it, President Lilith, a beautiful person like you will be labeled as sloppy because of me in the future. This is such a heartbreaking thing. Oh, by the way, President Lilith will be 25 years old after the Chinese New Year, and your family must be busy arranging a partner for you. If something like this happens at this critical moment, your mother must be very troubled. The man named Dandelion chattered nonstop, but no matter how emotional he was, Lilith remained expressionless. After he finally finished talking, the female magician spoke. You have delayed me for more than half an hour, so I will give you 3 minutes at most. After 3 minutes, I hope you can handle all your personal affairs, and then sit quietly in that chair. Lilith pointed to the high chair behind the desk that symbolized the president's status. Dandelion was delighted to hear that. Okay, then you go out first, and I wash up right away. Lilith didn't move, and said lightly, it doesn't matter, it won't take long anyway, I just stand here and wait. Well, how can I do that? And I may need to change clothes later. President Lilith, you should go out first, don't worry, I promise that in 3 minutes you will see a brand new me from body to soul. The man swore. Lilith didn't even bother to say anything this time, and directly expressed her attitude with practical actions. She stood there and looked at the man opposite, her eyes never leaving. Dandelion scratched his head. Huh? Are you really not afraid? I'm going to change clothes right now, okay? Even if you still have a little sense of responsibility and pride as a high-level magician, please don't have the childish idea of sending me away and escaping through the window. If you don't have other important things at hand, let's start today's work. As the female magician spoke, she placed the thick pile of documents in her hand on the luxurious desk. Dandelion knew that his little thoughts had been completely seen through by the woman opposite him. He sighed, and reluctantly moved his butt from the sofa to the chair. Lilith was about to speak, but the man opposite her gestured to her to wait, picked up a pen, and quickly wrote a string of words on a piece of white paper. Then he folded the paper in half before the female magician could see it clearly, and called over a small cleaning golem, "Go, give this paper to Kafu in the equipment department. Remember, this is confidential, don't let others see it." The little golem nodded and ran downstairs quickly with its short legs. "What is that?" Lilith frowned. "Oh, don't worry about it, it's nothing important." Dardarian waved his hand. "Come on, as you wish, let's start today's work." Hearing the word work, the female magician didn't ask any more questions. She took out a piece of brown paper from the pile of documents and handed it to the guy opposite. "This is our guild's budget for next month. If there is no problem, please sign your name on it, and I will send it to the headquarters this afternoon." "Yeah." The man took the budget sheet, glanced at it casually, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Hey, why is the Magical Animal Research Fund from last month gone?" Lilith explained patiently, "Because after my investigation, I found that no one in our branch is doing research in this area." "How can there be no one? I have been doing research in this area." Dandelion looked excited and slapped his desk, as if he had just encountered some unfair treatment. "Oh, really?" The female magician's reaction was very calm. She took out a feather pen from her pocket and opened her notebook. "In that case, tell me about your research results." "Huh?" "Last month you applied for 6,000 gold coins for research funding, so you have to come up with something. Or maybe your research topic is really complicated, and there hasn't been much progress so far. Then tell me about your preliminary preparations. In short, as long as I understand where your money was spent, I can add this budget back." "Is it necessary?" The man on the other side began to sweat. "The so-called magical little animal refers to that kind of magical little animal." "Oops, it's better not to explain, but forcing an explanation seems to make it more suspicious." Dardarian's momentum plummeted, and he smiled and said, "Lilith, you see, we have worked together for more than 2 years. I know you always look down on me, but you don't have to target me like this. How about this? I can give you 1/5 of the money. Oh no, 1/3. Half and half can also be discussed. Hee hee, anyway, as long as you don't say it, and I don't say it, no one will know about this." The female magician looked at the man opposite her with an idiotic look in her eyes. "Every 6 months, the headquarters sends a team of experts to assess the use of research funds by each branch. Thanks to you, our association has been severely warned twice in a row. So in the first half of last year, we didn't get a penny of research funds allocated. Many people's research was forced to suspend. In the second half of the year, I communicated with the headquarters and requested that research funds be reallocated to us. After research, the headquarters agreed to my request, but at the same time put forward a condition that I must supervise the use of funds throughout the process. If we are warned again this year, at least 3 years of research funds will be cancelled." Lilith closed the notebook and said seriously, "I am not targeting anyone, I am just fulfilling my duties. President, if you really care about the branch, please stop these actions that hurt the branch." Dardarian looked embarrassed, and at this moment, there was another hurried knock on the door outside his office. The man hurriedly said, "Come in." Dardarian secretly thanked himself that the knock on the door came at the right time to ease the current tense atmosphere. The next moment, he saw Kafu from the equipment department running in breathlessly with a box of fried noodles, and excitedly shouted, "President, I bought the fried noodles you wanted within the specified time." Chapter 265. Please do not abuse your power in the future. The association belongs to everyone, not to a single person. You are our leader, but that does not mean you can give orders at will. We work hard to make the association run normally, not to satisfy your own selfish desires. Lilith's face turned ugly after seeing Kafu. It was the first time she spoke to the man opposite in such a harsh tone, and she rarely used honorifics at the end. Dandelion held the still-hot fried noodles in his hands, looking very embarrassed. He winked at Kafu next to him, signaling him to leave quickly, but Kafu didn't move. He stood there, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After a moment, he seemed to have finally made up his mind and said, President Dandelion, can you pay me the meal money for the past 2 months? Well, meal money? Oh, no problem, but you see I'm busy now, so how about this, you go downstairs first, and when President Lilith and I finish the work here, I will personally hand the money to you." Dandelion patted his chest and promised. "Oh!" Kafu was about to walk out after hearing that. As soon as he took a step, he was stopped by Lilith. The female president said to the man opposite, "It's okay. I've been waiting for so long, and I don't mind a few minutes. Pay him whatever you owe, and we can continue working later." After that, she turned around and told Kafu, "If he asks you to do these errands again in the future, tell me as soon as possible." Hey Lilith, do you really not trust my character? Dandelion reached into his pocket angrily, but after searching for a long time, he only pulled out a torn sock. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn again. Dandelion shamelessly approached Kafu. Afu, tell me honestly how the president treats you on weekdays? Not very good. Kafu told the truth. Dandelion laughed dryly. Haha, you kid, you are so stuffy and shy, I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. As he spoke, he put his arm around the latter's shoulders and leaned over to whisper, Brother Fu, you see. The president has recently encountered some financial crisis and is not very convenient, so you don't have to be so stingy, just give me a few more days. A few days will be enough, and when the research funds are approved next month, I will return the money to you double. Kafu looked embarrassed. President, you told me the same thing last month. How much money does he owe you? Lilith on the side suddenly spoke up. Well, it's not much money actually. It's 2 months, but the president usually only eats fried noodles and chicken wings, so it probably adds up to less than 23 silver coins. Kafu scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, It's mainly because I've fallen in love with a girl recently, and the expenses are quite high, so I wanted to get the money back. Lilith nodded, took out her purse, counted out 23 silver coins from it, and handed them over. Go back to work. Thank you, President Lilith. Kafu took the money and walked away happily. Thank you, President Lilith. The man opposite also said with tears in his eyes, Today, I, Dandelion, know what it means to be a friend in need. You seem to have misunderstood something. I am lending you this money temporarily. I will deduct it directly from your salary next month. Lilith said coldly. Next, please continue your work. Okay. Dandelion sat back in his chair, picked up the budget sheet again, pretended to look at it for a while, and said, Well, I think there is no problem in general. It will be better if some details are slightly changed. For example, here, I think we can add a sum of money for the research of magical small animals. You know this is impossible, Lilith said expressionlessly. So in the next half an hour, the female magician had the honor to witness the feats of this man named Dandelion, who repeatedly broke his own bottom line, from acting cute, bribing and threatening to die. President Dandelion used his acting talent to the extreme for the magical small animal research funds of 6,000 gold coins, and used almost all the means he could think of, but in return, he was coldly rejected by Lilith again and again. The female magician's expression did not change from beginning to end. In the end, the exhausted Dandelion had to sign his name on the budget sheet in humiliation. After writing the last word, this iron-willed man couldn't help but shed sad tears when he put down the pen. Dandelion now just wanted to find a small bar with no one, order a bottle of strong liquor to get himself drunk, hold the waitress's tender little hand, and temporarily forget this grief. However, the heartless woman opposite quickly took out the second document and continued in her emotionless voice, The defense system of the Marion Lighthouse is aging. The Parliament hopes that our Magician Association can come up with an upgrade plan in the near future and estimate the approximate cost. This upgrade cost will be raised by the Parliament itself. In short, what we have to do is to complete the design part. I have collected and sorted out a part of the personnel list. I hope you can choose the most suitable candidate from it. Lilith seemed to have no idea what fatigue was. After 4 hours of intense work, she was still energetic and her tone was exactly the same as at the beginning. On the other hand, Dandelion was already panting heavily, as if he was saying, What are you talking about? I'm already out of my mind. Especially in the last half hour, Dandelion felt dizzy, and just mechanically signed his name on each document. Anyway, Lilith had already seen these things, and all he had to do was sign his name to make it effective. Anyway, he, an incompetent president, must have only the function of a seal in the eyes of the former. After finally processing the last document, Dandelion finally regained some energy when he thought about getting off work soon. He took a closer look at the report in his hand compared to the previous ones, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Oh, what did I miss? The city was very lively last night. Even the forbidden magic of Hell's Gate appeared? Yes, but the Hell's Gate is a relatively easy to control forbidden magic. Under normal circumstances, the harm is not too great. Moreover, the Hell's Gate was not open for a long time last night. It was probably sealed not long after the first wave of abyss creatures were summoned, Lilith explained. Dandelion touched his chin. Well, although the Gate of Hell is a forbidden magic, it is not complicated. The existence of that magic itself contains a lot of malice, as if deliberately tempting magicians to open the abyss passage. In fact, as long as you master the spell, basically every 5th level magician can successfully cast the spell. On the contrary, the guy who sealed the Gate of Hell is a bit complicated. This magic is listed as a forbidden magic by the association, and is prohibited from being spread in any form. Therefore, few people know the spell to seal it. Well, since you are the first person to arrive at the scene after the incident, did you find anything special? Lilith said calmly. I have already written down the important information in the report. One of the 4 dead was a magician, whose identity is currently unknown. The guards are still investigating the origins of this group of people, but the place was burned very badly, so I guess the subsequent information we can get will be very limited. In addition, judging from the gross status of the plants in the yard, in addition to the 3 magics of Hell's Gate, Fire Totem and Blade Storm, someone may have released Savage Growth. I just don't know what role this spell plays in battle. It's growing wildly. The man opposite him was thoughtful. By the way, where's the monster? Dandelion pointed to the last paragraph of the document. It says you brought back a piece of arm. The people in the biology department are studying that arm. From the information we have obtained so far, the closest one should be a monster once recorded in the divine book, Erinia, but this monster should have been extinct hundreds of years ago. From this point of view, the guy who set the fire has helped the city solve a big problem. If you let the thing run away, it will probably cause a lot of civilian casualties, and the subsequent capture will also be a headache. That's all the information we have at the moment. I will continue to follow up on the investigation and report to you if there is any progress. The female magician concluded. Lilith never mentioned the lame old man who had followed her. In fact, after last night, the old man seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth and completely disappeared from the city. Thank you for your hard work. After finally completing all the work, Dandelion stretched his waist with satisfaction, signed his name on the last document, and then leaned back in his chair as if relieved. To be honest, Lilith, thanks to you all these years, if it weren't for you, this branch would have closed down long ago. The female magician gathered the documents on the table, hugged them to her chest, and said calmly, No, President Dandelion is too polite. I just did my job. Yes, this is the idea that President Lilith has always advocated. If everyone does their job well, the world will naturally become a better place. The man opened the box of completely cold fried noodles, took out a fork from the drawer, rubbed it on his pants twice, and then forked a ball of fried noodles. Well, so this city will get better and better because of people like President Lilith, and I will be responsible for enjoying this rare piece. Chapter 266. Lolo realized that she had been unconscious for almost 2 days. Fortunately, Rob helped her ask for leave from school, so she was not recorded as absent by the teacher. The first thing the girl did after waking up was to run back to the abandoned museum, but the old man who was guarding the door and his dog were gone. Then the girl saw the small courtyard that was engulfed by the fire. Now there were only ruins left. Neither George nor the female magician named Isabel were anywhere to be seen. Luo did get some information from nearby residents. It was said that the guards carried away 3 charred bodies and fished out a torn skeleton from the well. In addition, some people said that they saw a body that looked like a monster. However, this statement was sneered at by most people, and later the guards came out to refute the rumor, saying that it was just a rare wild animal. The most discussed topic among the neighbors was Lilith's handsome magic that could summon wind and rain. It was a sunny day, but a dark cloud appeared out of thin air above her head. Such a wonder was rare. In addition, there was a female magician who passed through the sea of fire without any injury. This was also the focus of most ordinary people. Luo did not get more useful information here. The girl stood in front of the ruins and sorted out the information she had now. Combined with what she had heard from a hateful guy in the bakery, it was clear that someone had come to the courtyard after her last night. This person not only saved her, but also killed the 4 people in the temple. Before leaving, he set fire to the place. This was undoubtedly the most reasonable explanation, but in this case, new questions arose. Who was this mysterious person who saved her? How did he know that she was in danger tonight? After saving her, why did he just put her on the stone steps of the bakery and left without saying a word? Is he the same person as the guy who gave her the gold coins through the boss? Where is Mother Teresa? Is she in this small building? Where did the missing kittens go? Lolo wanted to enter the small courtyard to take another look, but now it has been temporarily blocked by the guards. The rookie warrior did not force his way in. It is said that the city hall is still looking for more insiders, and Lolo does not want to be targeted at this time. The girl thought of the mysterious teacher she had not seen for a long time. At present, it seems that he is also the most likely person to rescue her that night. There are not many people who can do this, whether in terms of willingness or ability. Among all the people she has met, only the mysterious teacher has the best skills except her father, the Scarlet Sword. So if the person last night was the mysterious teacher, he should be able to beat the combination of George and Isabel, right? Luo has always been confident in the former's strength, but after seeing the punishment night and the female magician take action, she couldn't help but feel a little worried about him. The person who saved her that night left her behind not long after. Could it be because he was injured? Is the temple's power in Gutteries hunting him? Unfortunately, the girl didn't know where he was now, so she couldn't help him even if she wanted to. Apart from that, Luo's only clue was the cook with a spider tattoo on his arm. If there were only 4 bodies in the small building, it meant that the cook might still be alive to a large extent. However, the girl didn't know his name, so she could only ask at every restaurant, and at the same time avoid the guards. It was not an easy task to find him in the huge Gutteries. In addition, Lolo found that Rob's recent behavior was a bit strange. The little scholar didn't come to school for the next 2 days. I heard from Gage that he seemed to have asked for another week of leave. If this continues, he might have to retake several courses next year. Well, really, what is that guy thinking? Hasn't the bakery recruited the right staff yet? Not long ago, Rob also revealed that he hoped Lolo would go to the store to help, but after being kissed twice, the rookie warrior had to admit that he was a little afraid of that guy now, especially if Master Wukaili had something wrong, and then there would be only the 2 of them in the bakery. Oh my god, Lolo couldn't help trembling all over when he thought of that horrible scene. So she chose to stay in school and attend classes. That guy would come back sooner or later anyway. If he was held back because of too many absences, that was his problem. She could still laugh at him next year. So Luo sadly found that she seemed to have gradually fallen behind in the fight against a bad guy. From the beginning, she fought desperately and actively studied the battle strategy, to later slowly explaining and admitting the gap between the enemy and us on the front battlefield, choosing guerrilla warfare, and now she has completely started to escape, like a little turtle, hiding her head in a thick shell, not seeking to counterattack and kill the enemy, but only to avoid being eaten by others. In the afternoon, Mr. Harvey taught the history of magic. After class, Lolo borrowed her notes from a classmate and went to the library to catch up on the lessons she had missed in the past 2 days. When she returned to the dormitory, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening, but the path outside the door was still lively, with many young couples walking hand in hand and standing in embrace. Seeing this scene, the girl was reminded of the kiss not long ago. Lolo shook her head vigorously to get rid of the shameful scene from her mind. She didn't dare to look at the young couples wandering around, and took out the key and hurriedly opened the door. As a result, she saw a black shadow sitting on her sofa with his legs crossed. The girl was startled and subconsciously rolled backwards and fell on the lawn outside the house. Although the incident 3 days ago passed inexplicably, Luo did not completely relax her vigilance. She also secretly hid the dagger in her backpack. And now her caution finally came in handy. The girl's right hand quietly grasped the dagger in the bag. The black shadow appeared in her residence without her consent. Obviously, he came with bad intentions, but that guy was a little too bold. This is Siamus, with thousands of teachers and students. As long as the girl shouted casually, even the most powerful masters would find it difficult to escape. However, the guy on the sofa seemed very calm, just sitting there motionless for such a long time. Because there was no light, the room was now dark, but Luo still noticed something unusual. The girl vaguely saw 2 long things from the shadow's head. It seemed to be ears, and its raised legs seemed to be half shorter than those of ordinary people. Luo realized something, borrowed a magic lamp from the girl in the next room, and walked carefully to the sofa, only to find that the shadow that scared her before was actually an oversized rabbit doll. Luo frowned. What is this, some kind of prank? But who would be so bored and spend so much effort just to play such a childish joke on her? Chapter 267. The girl moved the magic lamp in her hand downwards, and found a piece of paper under the giant rabbit's buttocks. Lolo pulled out the paper. An old friend once told me that gifts are the best way to express gratitude, which is especially true for girls, so I went to the tailor shop in the city to order this oversized rabbit doll. I hope that after receiving the gift, Miss Heartfilia can also feel my sincere gratitude. This time, it's all thanks to Miss Heartfilia. Oh, and the very powerful master behind you. Well, even though I get inexplicably angry when I mention that guy, we're even now. Remember to tell that guy to take good care of his injuries. I've been in a good mood recently, and I don't plan to pursue the matter of him robbing my golem. Anyway, thank you again for helping me get rid of those annoying guys. I hope Miss Heartfilia will like my gift, and by the way, I wish you a happy birthday in advance. A gift giver who does not want to reveal his name. Luo turned the note over again and found a paragraph of small words on the back. As for the thing you want most, Miss Hartfilia, I will put it in the freshman competition in a month. Don't worry, there is no danger this time. The thing was originally intended to be given to you, but now I have changed my mind and decided to take it out to add a little fun to the upcoming competition. There was also a smiley face doodled on the blank space in the lower right corner of the note. However, when she saw the smiling face, a rare flash of anger flashed in the girl's eyes, and the knuckles of her fingers holding the note turned slightly white. It was not until this moment that Luo understood the whole story. From the beginning, this was a trap for her. The person who quietly sent the rabbit doll to her residence tonight was the guy who had been providing clues to her before. The other party knew her very well. I don't know how he got hold of the secrets of the Breton family back then, so he forged evidence about Mother Teresa and lured her into the secret base of the temple. The ultimate goal of that guy was to force the mysterious teacher behind her to take action. In fact, Luo had already had some doubts at the beginning, but the girl had to admit that the other party had a good grasp of her psychology and knew where her weakness was. When she was hesitant, he decisively threw the blue earring, giving her a reason to investigate there. However, this was not what really made Luo angry. The rookie warrior could accept the deception and harm of others. Since the day she chose to embark on this road to pursue the truth, she had enough awareness of this. However, this did not mean that Luo could accept herself as a pawn and be used by others to hurt those who really cared about her. From the message left by the other party, the girl learned that the mysterious teacher was probably injured in the process of rescuing her. Luo had never blamed herself as much as she did now. Until then, she finally understood what the boy said before: everyone's life does not belong to just one person. Have you ever thought about how many people who care about you will be worried when you put yourself in danger on your own initiative? The huge rabbit puppet on the sofa seemed to be laughing at her. It was obviously saying those beautiful big words, such as not wanting to implicate anyone, and all the past of the Breton family was borne by me alone, but in the end, she still had to be rescued by others, and others had to be injured for her, and put in danger for her. Luo hated herself for being so weak. At this moment, the girl was so annoyed that she couldn't help but punch the table next to her. This scene was seen by someone standing outside the door. Caesar's eyes flashed with a subtle joy, but this joy was quickly hidden by him. The young master of the Andre family straightened his clothes, put the bunch of flowers in his hand on his chest, and coughed lightly. "Long time no see, Miss Luo, it seems that I came at a bad time." "Is it you?" Lolo turned around, and saw that the person coming was Caesar. She frowned. "Didn't I tell you clearly last time? I have no interest in becoming a woman of the Andre family." "Miss Lolo, you misunderstood. I heard that you were sick 2 days ago. I came here just to visit you as a friend." Caesar was born in a noble family. As long as he was willing, he could be impeccable in etiquette. The smile on the boy's face looked very sincere. "Besides that, I want to apologize for what happened before. It was just a harmless joke. I hope Miss Luo won't take it to heart. Well, I wanted to take this opportunity to treat Miss Luo to dinner tonight to clear up the misunderstanding between you and me, but I didn't expect Miss Luo to come back until now." The young master of the Andre family smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid the restaurant I booked is closed at this time. It seems that I can only treat you later." Then Caesar handed over the bouquet in his hand generously. "In addition, I heard that Miss Luo likes this small flower called Wind Traveler. For this reason, I went to several flower shops to buy it. I hope you can accept it. Don't worry, I have no other intentions. Just regard it as an apology for what happened before." The young master of the Andre family said so much that Luo couldn't refuse any more. She took the flowers and nodded, "Thank you. It's getting late, so I won't disturb Miss Luo's rest." After Caesar gave the flowers, he did not stay as he said, and turned to leave. However, he was stopped by the girl after he took 2 steps. "Wait, you said you have been waiting for me here after class?" Lolo seemed to have thought of something. "Did you see anyone or anything enter my room during this period?" Caesar stopped and showed a look of surprise on his face. "What, did someone break into your house without permission?" The dormitory area of the magic department is not only the best and most comfortable in the entire college, but also has first-class anti-theft facilities. Not only are there locks on the doors of each dormitory, but there is also a special magic circle downstairs. Although it is only the most basic protective magic circle, it is not easy for everyone to crack it. In fact, most students in the school can only stare blankly at this magic circle. Well, but now that you mentioned it, I do remember something. About half an hour ago, I felt that the magic circle underground closed for a moment. At that time, I thought it was my own illusion. If someone really entered your dormitory, it would probably be at that time. Luo was a little disappointed, but this level of information was far from enough for her to catch the other party next time. However, she didn't have high expectations. When they met for the first time in the restaurant, she had close contact with the golem. The second time, she only saw its back. In the recent few times, the other party did not even show his face. The girl didn't understand the reason at first, until she saw the note and knew that the golem had been caught by the mysterious teacher. However, this made the other party more cautious, and it was more difficult to catch it again. Chapter 268. I don't know if I should say too much, but you seem to be in some trouble now. This time, Caesar was no longer in a hurry to leave. I can probably guess what you are thinking. There are many kinds of power in this world. Individual power is undoubtedly the most reliable, but it is difficult to achieve a significant improvement in a short period of time. So sometimes relying on collective power is not a bad choice. Don't worry, I am not forcing you to become my woman, but if you really need power now, I suggest you consider joining our Andre family. The Andre family is a well-established, wealthy family in the South. It has a strong influence in the Free City. In terms of training magicians, if the family claims to be second, no noble dares to claim to be first. We recruit some new people with potential to serve the family every year. You don't have to worry about freedom. The family's management of these people is quite loose, and there are no mandatory orders. On the contrary, you can get our protection after joining the Andre family. At least no one in the Free City dares to take advantage of you. At the same time, you can get some resources every month to improve your training speed. In addition, there are many other benefits. If you are interested, I can help you sign up now, and I can exempt you from the assessment. Caesar did not lie. The situations he introduced before were basically true and reliable. However, there is no free lunch in the world. How could the Andre family stand out among many nobles, and stand in the South, for hundreds of years? How could they be such a charity? Nobles recruit experts to make them work for their families. If there is no minimum restraint, then it is useless to recruit more people. In fact, this is the real cleverness of the Andre family. By offering a series of loose and generous conditions to recruit geniuses, once the recruited people get used to this generous welfare treatment, they will become more and more dependent on it. For example, the Andre family's name is still very useful in the southern cities. When conflicts occur, as long as you show this golden sign, most people can only hold their noses and think they are unlucky. However, these contradictions were only suppressed, not eliminated. The grudges between the two sides have already been formed. Once you lose the protection of the Andre family one day, the troubles you caused in the past will come to you one after another. The same is true for the cultivation resources. Once you get used to the help of those resources, you will become more and more unable to bear the cost of losing them. More people are like Leo. After tasting a little sweetness at first, they hope to have more. Even if the Andre family does not look for them, they will take the initiative to come to the door and beg to pay more in exchange for more resources. Over time, they will sell their souls to the Andre family. On the surface, Caesar's suggestion seemed to have no problem, but in fact, if Lolo really agreed to him, she would gradually fall into the trap carefully set by the Andre family, especially when Caesar accidentally discovered tonight that the girl had an extraordinary desire for power. The young master of the Andre family remained calm on the surface, but he was ecstatic in his heart. He liked ambitious people the most, because once people had ambitions, they could easily become slaves to desire. On the contrary, what he feared most was guys like Rob. The owner of the bakery always looked so calm and had no desires. The young master of the Andre family could never guess what such people wanted. In Caesar's opinion, Lolo now has no reason to refuse, and once she has seen the power of the Andre family, she will never be able to leave it. If the girl wants to go further in the family, she must rely on his power, and it will be a natural thing for the two of them to be together in the end. However, he didn't expect Lolo to shake her head, and said directly without even considering it, "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want to work for any nobles." Although Lolo grew up under the care of her father, the Crimson Sword did not allow her to be exposed to the intrigues among the nobles. However, she was born in a wealthy family in the north, and was the current head of the Breton family. She was naturally sensitive to the little tricks of the nobles. Although she did not know what was wrong with Caesar's proposal, she still noticed the inappropriateness of it at the first time. In fact, Caesar's biggest mistake was to misjudge the girl's enemies. In front of a behemoth like the temple, the power and foundation that the nobles were proud of were actually useless. Although this was in the south, where the power of the temple was relatively weak, no family would offend the knights of the church for an outsider. The girl was very clear about this, so she had no plans in this regard from the beginning. In fact, to be honest, the Breton family also had many staunch allies in the Dawn continent. The Scarlet Sword had a wide range of friends when she was young. Whether it was the classmates she met when she was studying in the royal capital, or the friends she met in previous adventures, many of them had complicated identities. However, after Lolo escaped from the family, she did not look for any of them. Even in her most difficult times, she did not seek help from others. Firstly, it was because of Lolo's stubbornness. After seeing the fire at the Horseshoe Inn, the girl decided not to bring trouble to others. Secondly, it was because Lolo knew the nobles very well. Most of them seemed to have wealth and power that ordinary people could not imagine, but in fact they were not free. There were too many things to consider, and they could not act completely according to their own wishes. And they did not do nothing. After the death of the Scarlet Sword, almost all the nobles in the north supported Lolo to take over the position of the head of the Breton family. It was because of the existence of these nobles that the temple did not dare to force her too much. In the following years, at least on the surface, they still maintained respect for Lolo. The girl's answer surprised the young master of the Andre family. Caesar was still a little unwilling, but because of the previous experience, he was very cautious this time. The previous words were said from the standpoint of a friend. After being rejected, he did not force it. He said good night to the girl like a gentleman and left. However, the smile on the young master Andre's face was somewhat stiff when he left. However, Caesar comforted himself afterwards. Since he already knew what Luo wanted, he would naturally be able to think of ways to impress her in the future. The young master of the Andre family did not believe that with his own strength and the power and background of his family, he would be defeated by the owner of a bakery from a civilian family in this regard. One day, the girl will know who can really help her. Chapter 269. Caesar's words were not without effect. At least they made Luo realize that there was something wrong with her mentality. She became a little anxious because of the note. This was the first time she was so frustrated. Luo had faced many dangers and met many powerful opponents before, but her faith had never been shaken. In a sense, the guy who wrote the note did have the ability to annoy people anytime and anywhere. But fortunately, Luo calmed down quickly. The girl scratched her head while looking at the giant rabbit on the sofa that was knocking its legs. The rookie warrior actually couldn't figure out the meaning of the rabbit sent by the other party. Although the guy emphasized in the message that this was a gift to express his gratitude, the rabbit gave people a sense of meanness from head to toe. Its slightly raised mouth corners seemed to be laughing at her all the time. Such a thing can't be called a gift at all, but more like a winter show-off. Placing such a doll in the residence is completely asking for trouble, especially since the origin of this thing is unknown. It is not a wise choice to put it in the house. However, it is getting late now, and the girl plans to throw it into the garbage dump outside the school early tomorrow morning. Well, it doesn't seem appropriate to let it sit on the sofa until dawn. If she gets up at night to drink water or go to the toilet, it would be quite scary to see a dark shadow in the living room. So Luo found a cardboard box and decided to stuff the rabbit in it first. As a result, when she picked up the puppet, Luo's palm accidentally touched its chest. At the position of the puppet's heart, the girl felt a hard lump, about the size of a fist, and a little irregular in shape. The girl's intuition told her that the lump was a bit strange. Although the rabbit was cheap, the workmanship was very fine, as the guy who left the note said. The body of the puppet was completely filled with cotton and felt very comfortable. The fabric used for sewing was actually the craftsmanship of the elves. The ears, eyes, nose and mouth were embroidered vividly. Well, in a sense, the guy took great pains to make such a boring joke. In short, the production of this rabbit took a lot of thought. It is hard to imagine that the maker would make such a low-level mistake as accidentally sewing the stone in. However, Luo took out a dagger and cut a hole near the hard block, put his hand in, and actually took out a black stone from the puppet's body. However, this kind of stone is different from the smooth pebbles commonly seen in the river. It looks bumpy on the surface, and it looks a bit like a broken reef. However, the potholes on the surface of this black stone are not as messy as ordinary reefs. It seems to imply some strange rules, and the weight is at least half lighter than ordinary stones. It feels cool in the hand. What is this? Lolo was a little confused. She had never seen such a strange stone before. It looked a bit like some kind of magic material, but it didn't have any elemental fluctuations. Unfortunately, identification and processing of common magic materials was a required course for the second grade. At present, the magic materials that the rookie warrior could identify were still very limited. In the end, He could only put the black stone into a small box and lock it up. The rookie warrior was always wary of the golem owner. Now it seemed that the other party had figured out her details clearly, and showed a considerable degree of understanding of what happened in the Breton family. Lolo had enough reason to suspect that he was also involved in the events of the year in some form, but it was not clear what role he played in it. Judging from his previous actions, he is obviously not his father's friend, but he also seems to be not on the same side as the temple. The girl felt a strong sense of crisis. Since her identity has been known, it is not far from being exposed. Although the owner of the golem did not threaten her with this, what happened in the small courtyard not long ago has sounded the alarm for Luo. It is undoubtedly a very stupid thing to pin your hopes on the other party's kindness. The golem owner may not make her identity public now just because she is still useful. The girl must make the worst plan. Maybe it won't be long before the temple will get news about her, and then it will definitely take action. This time the girl didn't plan to run away again. If she couldn't deal with the threat from the temple in Gudries, the magician city, then she couldn't get rid of the huge shadow behind her no matter where she fled to in the future. Besides, she had already taken the first step to become a magician, and was trying to learn from books and teachers. It was unlikely that she would interrupt her studies and leave school at this time. Luo sighed. Unfortunately, this moment came much earlier than she expected. This was also what annoyed the girl before. Now her strength was still very weak. She was not very sure about the upcoming attacks from the temple, but Luo was never a self-pitying person. There was no class the next morning, but Luo still got up early. She first carefully searched the puppet in the cardboard box from head to toe, confirming that there was nothing else in the rabbit's body except cotton. Then the girl threw the malicious puppet and the cardboard box into the garbage dump outside the school. After that, Luo ran directly to the library. She wanted to find out what the black stone was. However, she spent a whole morning looking through all the books that recorded magic materials, but she still didn't get any description of the black stone. The girl did not give up, and went to the Raphael library again at noon. The collection of books there was nearly 100 times more than that of the school library, and there were many unique and precious ancient books. No matter what the origin of this black stone was, relevant records should be found in this oldest library in the Dawn continent. Alex happened to be working in the library today. The young librarian was helping several young scholars, who were studying the history of elves to select documents. When he saw Luo, he greeted her and asked her to wait for a moment. The boy quickly finished the work at hand, sent away the juniors, and then walked over here quickly. After the last incident, Alex seemed to have matured a lot. The young librarian accepted the teacher's teachings and faced his love for the girl frankly. At the same time, he buried this destined fruitless emotion deep in his heart, making it a beautiful memory, but no longer jealous. Miss Luo, long time no see. The boy was indeed a little shy in front of the girl, but his eyes were very clear. I heard that you became a magician, and I haven't had time to congratulate you yet. Is there anything I can do for you? Well, I want to find out the origin of a stone. Alex raised his eyebrows. Stone? Is it some kind of magic material? I'm not sure. After finding nothing in the school library this morning, Lolo was a little suspicious whether the thing was a magic material or just a rare mineral. I understand, but I am mainly responsible for the history area in the library, and there are other people in charge of magic and geology. Let's do this. I will tell them your requirements, and we will look for it separately after they have picked out the books. The young librarian said. No, I can do it myself. The girl still didn't know what the black stone was, whether it would be dangerous, and she didn't want to drag Alex into this matter. The young librarian had been doing this job for a long time, and had met all kinds of people. He also knew that some people wanted to keep the things they were looking for secret, so he didn't feel strange at all. He nodded and said, okay, then I will ask my 2 colleagues to come over. You can tell them directly if you have any requests. In addition, if you have other things, you can come to me at any time. Luo thanked Alex, and with the help of 2 other librarians, he borrowed a set of the most complete encyclopedia of magic materials that had just been revised last September, as well as the thickest illustrated guide to rare minerals in the library. Fortunately, there were clearer restrictions this time, so the rookie warrior didn't have to read the entire book from beginning to end like last time. According to the weight, appearance, and color of the stone, the content to be searched could be narrowed down to a certain range, which was about 300 or 400 pages. If everything went well, he could finish reading it in less than an afternoon. Chapter 270. Alex finished a day's work, put the returned books back on the bookshelf in order, then checked the borrowing list again and prepared to go home. The young librarian passed by the door of the reading area. At this time, the reading area was also very deserted. The library would close in half an hour. Most of the readers had already left one after another. There were only a few people left, so Alex saw Luo with a frown on his face at a glance. The girl did not look up any information anymore, but sat in her original position in a daze. In front of her was an open encyclopedia of magic materials. She had flipped through this book and the other illustrated guide of rare minerals more than once, but could not find any record of the strange stone. The teachers at the academy have been teaching us that the world is far more mysterious and vast than we can imagine, and what we humans know is only the most insignificant part of it. The young librarian came over. Lolo looked up when she heard this, and then she realized that most of the people around her had left, and the entire reading area was empty. The remaining people were also packing up their things. Hey, is the library going to close? Alex nodded. It seems that things are not going well for you. How is it? Did you find what you want? I'm thinking maybe someone is playing a prank on me. The girl thought of the mean rabbit doll she had received before. Given the bad taste shown by the other party, this possibility could not be ruled out. The young librarian hesitated and pointed at the book on the table and said, Actually, I heard that this encyclopedia of magic materials is not a complete version. As you can see, the first to fourth floors of the Raphael Library are open to everyone, but in addition to this, the library has a top floor where the truly valuable books on magic are stored. This floor is not open to ordinary people. Only magicians can enter. Well, the magicians I am talking about are magicians above level 3, but if students from various magic academies need it, the teachers of the academy can also apply for it. Luo thought about it, and finally shook his head and said, Forget it, I don't want too many people to know about this. Alex expressed his understanding, and helped the girl clean up the table, and returned the 2 sets of books borrowed at noon to the book return desk in the hall. Then the two said goodbye to each other on the stone steps of the library. Before leaving, the young librarian seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, have you asked him about the stone? Huh? The girl didn't know who the boy was referring to. It's the scholar you were with earlier. I think his name is Rob. Alex scratched his head. We had a conflict that afternoon. I was really unconvinced at the time, but after I calmed down and thought about it carefully, I realized how ridiculously strong he was. It's no exaggeration to say that he is the most powerful scholar I have ever seen in the whole of Goodries, except for Teacher Donahue. No, even Teacher Donahue can't have that kind of terrifying reading speed and terrible memory. He must have read a lot of books. If it's him, he might know the origin of the stone. Luo was stunned when she heard this. Yes, how could she have forgotten that guy? When they were adventuring in the dungeon, the girl had already noticed that guy's extremely unscientific knowledge reserve. There was no grass or tree in the dungeon that he didn't know, and he also knew the habits of various monsters. The whole expedition team had become numb to this magical scene. That guy was just walking in his own backyard in the dangerous dungeon. And Rob was different from ordinary scholars. His knowledge was not limited to one field. In fact, this was the most difficult thing to explain. You have to know that everyone's energy is limited. Even scholars have their own areas of expertise, but Rob's existence completely broke this routine. This guy's knowledge reserve is not fixed in a certain field, and he even knows a lot about magic items. Luo has never seen a guy who is not a magician, but knows more about magic materials than magicians. He can recognize the Whisperer wood on his body at a glance, which many teachers in the school may not be able to do. Sometimes Luo really wants to open the guy's head and take a look. Someone secretly stuffed a library inside. If it were before, the girl would definitely run to Rob as soon as she got the black stone, but the relationship between the two has been a little subtle recently. Especially Luo, out of her physiological instinct to protect herself, subconsciously wanted to stay away from the scary little bakery, so that it was not until Alex reminded her that she remembered that she should show the stone to the guy. So the girl started to struggle again, what to do. When she thought about going back to the bakery, she couldn't help biting her nails nervously, but it was urgent to find out the origin of this black stone. She didn't even know if it was dangerous. It was obviously not appropriate to carry it with her. In addition, the other party also said in the message that he would put the thing she wanted most in the freshman competition. What did Lola want most now? Of course, it was the whereabouts of Mother Teresa. She believed that the owner of the golem did have something in his hands, but the girl was not sure whether the other party would keep his promise to give her these things in the freshman competition, or whether this was another trap. This time, Lolo didn't dare to act rashly. She wanted to find someone to discuss it with, and that person was undoubtedly the best and only candidate So the girl returned to the bakery on the corner with trepidation. Lolo first poked her head around the corner, wanting to check if Master Wukaili was in the store, so that at least she wouldn't have to worry about being bullied by someone when they met, but she unexpectedly found that the bakery was closed. Did that guy close so early today? The rookie warrior walked forward and saw a small wooden sign hanging on the door of the bakery. The content on the sign was simple and clear. The manager was busy and closed for 5 days. Luo opened his eyes wide. What the hell was that guy doing? He hadn't come to school for so many days, and thought he was busy with the bakery, but it turned out that this place was closed early. But then the girl's face suddenly changed. She thought of a possibility. Since the owner of the golem was very clear about her investigation, the other party must also know the relationship between the elementary school scholar and her. It is not ruled out that the other party decided to change the strategy halfway, and use despicable means to control Rob to achieve the purpose of blackmailing her. Luo's heart suddenly became nervous, and he didn't care about the subtle emotions in his heart. He knocked on the door of the bakery, but there was no sound inside. The worry in the heart of the rookie warrior became stronger and stronger. He didn't hesitate, and directly broke the door. As a result, when Luo broke into the door, Rob, who was out shopping, just returned to the street corner. The great magician was about to take out the key from his pocket, but the next moment he found that his action seemed a bit redundant.